Yi Qiao transmigrated into the book, determined to change the fate of the supporting female lead who died too early. She joined a new sect, became a personal disciple, and was deeply loved by her 4 senior brothers. Yi Qiao began her journey to lead her senior brothers away from the female lead, ultimately bravely defying fate. Yi Qiao knelt in the hall, covered in injuries. Su Chuo asked if she had brought back the ephemeral grass, and she faintly confirmed. Su Chuo was delighted. The ephemeral grass grew under the demon abyss cliff. Everyone knew the demon race was sealed below. He thought she could not retrieve it. He arbitrarily decided that the little junior sister's wounds would heal. Hearing this, she already wanted to curse the little junior sister. Yun Yin agreed, saying to hand the ephemeral grass over to the medicine hall. Once refined, it should be sent to Furong Courtyard. They were so shameless that she had to question them. When did I say I would give the ephemeral grass to little junior sister? Hearing this, the group looked at her as if she were a stranger. She stared straight at Yin Yin. Master, this is what I kept for foundation establishment pills. Su Chuo even accused Yi Qiao. Sister uses it yourself, but little junior sister needs it more than you do. Yun Yin frowned protectively. Yunku's body is weak. You are healthier. Leave this ephemeral grass for Yunku first. He made an empty promise. Wait for the Sect's grand competition to open. I will have your senior brothers bring some back for you. Hearing this, her face darkened even more. She looked at the killer move. Ephemeral grass is extremely rare. At the grand competition, there are many experts. How can Master guarantee we can snatch any? She thought of little junior sister. Everyone loves little junior sister. I have no right to object. The more she thought, the more she felt unfair and powerless. Yi Qiao laughed as if crying. So she is weak and thus right. I am strong and thus deserve to die. Yun Yin was startled. He swung his hand and struck her, insolent. Yi Qiao flew backward and slammed into a pillar. He stepped closer, wanting to snatch the item. Yun Yin forcefully broke through the space and snatched it away. Holding the herb, he scowled and scolded, born rebellious, knowing no respect for seniority. He released his pressure to drive her away. Scram back to your cave dwelling and reflect on your mistakes. Having said that, Yun Yin put away the herb. He turned and ordered, without permission, do not leave the mountain gate. He left only Yi Qiao covered in injuries in the hall, waiting until the old man disappeared from sight. Yi Qiao shakily supported herself on a pillar hand. She wiped her feverish forehead, thinking calmly, the demon abyss did not seriously injure me, but returning to the sect, I was beaten like this. Yi Qiao stood amidst the pillars, sneering at this cultivation world. The troublemaker walked over and called out senior sister. His words made her skin crawl. Sorry, I will repay you later, but you refusing little junior sister was a bit capricious. He spoke irrationally. Little junior sister's body is weak. Yi Qiao felt nauseous and gritted her teeth. Her fist could not wait to shoot out, aiming straight for his face. After releasing herself, she questioned, so the Yuking sect relies on plundering to be wealthy? Su Chuo criticized, just wanting one herb from you, why must you deliberately make trouble? Yi Qiao said, I am heartless and shameless. Go find little junior sister to cling to. She said calmly, from now on, I am with your sect. Her gaze was determined and calm, no longer related. Su Chuo was dumbfounded. Yi Qiao was annoyed. This cannon fodder supporting female lead. Whoever wants to play it can play it. I am not doing it. My name is Yi Qiao, a capitalist wage slave. Last month, I stayed up late writing drafts. When I woke up, I had transmigrated into this world. The novel world has a name. All the big shots in the cultivation world are madly obsessed with me. The female lead, Yun Kui, has a weak body. If she disagrees with one word, she cries bitterly. Beside the main characters, there is often a stepping stone. Unfortunately, that stone is me. I, Yi Qiao, am the most wronged. Little junior sister is captured. I have to suffer pain. Little junior sister's spiritual root is damaged. I have to donate my spiritual root. Wholeheartedly, in the end, my ending is a single sword through the heart. Yi Qiao aggrievedly bit her handkerchief. The tragedy is indescribable. She snapped back to reality. The life of a tool was about to begin. She should leave these fools early. Yi Qiao stated her wish directly. Hello, I want to leave the sect. She skipped away with her bag of money, escaping the foolish sect and getting 100 spirit stones as compensation. Being kind invites trouble. Suddenly, someone called her a waste. Yi Qiao stopped, turned around and glared. Huh? Veins bulging on her face, she smiled like a demon. What did you say? That person was arrogant but dared not continue. The next second, Yi Qiao smiled amiably. You are right. I am indeed a waste. She cheerfully threw her token. That person was stunned. This inner sect is unworthy of a waste like me. Yi Qiao left her pass behind and skipped away, bidding farewell to home. That foolish disciple widened his eyes as he watched, muttering that he did not understand what Yi Qiao was doing. Yi Qiao walked away with crazed shouts echoing behind him. Arriving at Cloud Center City, the enthusiastic street vendor invited him. Hot steamed buns here. Come in and have a taste, sir. Smelling the buns, Yi Qiao remembered that he had only obtained a few cups after establishing his foundation, but he was still at the third layer of key refining, still far off. He followed his growling stomach over to ask the price. Boss, how much for these buns? Shop owner saw him looking like a starving ghost, smiled wryly and replied 3 mid-grade spirit stones. The price stunned him, and decisively turned his back. Sorry for the trouble. Yi Qiao sat in a corner and checked his assets again. After rummaging around, he only had a few odd spirit stones left. He lamented his poverty. Prices in Cloud Center City were far too high, and his entire fortune was a mere 100 mid-grade spirit stones, not enough to spend. His survival instinct kicked in, and he knew the only option left was to work hard to earn money. Yi Qiao had just arrived, so he did not have a clear direction yet. He searched through his knowledge of cultivation and realized the most profitable professions were talisman masters or alchemists. The original owner was a sword cultivator, and he had never drawn talismans before, but he could try the talismans of the Kingyu sect. A few hours later at the inn he had rented. Thinking it, he did it, immediately starting to draw talismans. He used his spiritual power to guide the brush, drawing from memory, swiping each stroke as if he remembered them. Finally finishing, he emotionally clutched the talisman paper tightly. Yi Qiao admired it several times, praising himself inwardly that it was not bad. He grew doubtful, wondering if it was truly a success. Was drawing talismans really that easy? Suddenly, a drop of bright red nosebleed fell onto the table. He was wide-eyed with shock. Panicking as he stopped the bleeding, he cried out, "I am bleeding." He comforted himself that he had underestimated drawing talismans. This was not easy. Plugging his nose with paper, he silently resolved to persevere and make a few more sheets. Wielded the brush without rest for half an hour. He collapsed, foam bubbling from his mouth. He lay limp on the table, his spiritual sense completely drained. Yi Qiao held a stack of talismans, all low-grade Gale talismans and confusion talismans. He was not very certain, sighing, hoping he could earn a bit of money. Before selling them, he was curious and wanted to test if the Gale talisman could really make him run as fast as the rumors claimed. He pasted one on, poured in spiritual power, and muttered to test the effect. He waited and waited, but there was no reaction. Yi Qiao was disappointed, believing it had failed. He planned to separate the defective batch and had to draw again. He thought that even a direct disciple of the Kingyu sect could not succeed on the first try, and that he had been too confident. Suddenly, the talisman activated, making him lose control. He crashed into the wall of the inn. Qiao, covered in dust, howled in pain. But this success gave him hope. His Gale talisman was done. That evening, he set up his stall at the black market to sell talismans. He enthusiastically advertised Gale talismans and confusion talismans, cheap and easy to use, only 10 mid-grade spirit stones each. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. He looked over and saw a flash of a red figure rushing toward him. Zhang Xi landed right where Yi Qiao had set up his stall, shouting who dared to cause trouble under the feet of the 5 great sects. Several cultivators saw him and snuck away. Not good, it is someone from Bright Ming sect. Yi Qiao saw that his foot was stepping on his stall, thinking privately that only he was the one being harmed here. He forced a friendly smile. "Fellow cultivator, would you mind lifting your foot?" He pointed at his pitiful stall. "You are stepping on my goods." Qiao repeated himself and Zhang Xi quickly apologized, asking if he was hurt. Yi Qiao joked, "It is fine, but your actions have severely wounded my heart." Zhang Xi believed him, took out a spirit stone, and asked, "Can I compensate you? Is 1 high-grade stone enough?" Yi Qiao saw the money and his eyes lit up, drool practically dripping. He quickly grabbed the spirit stone and pocketed it, saying he was forgiven, his heart blooming with joy because 1 high-grade stone was worth 100 mid-grade ones. Zhang Xi bent down to help pick things up, asking if he was a talisman master. Yi Qiao gave a vague answer. Some people recognized him, whispering, "That young man in the direct disciple uniform of Bright Ming sect, flying a sword, his cultivation is at least foundation establishment. The little girl next to him must also be a disciple. Her talisman should be good quality." Those people crowded over to buy. "Little miss, what talismans do you have to sell us? We want some too." Yi Qiao happily replied, "Sure." Having sold out everything, Yi Qiao was delighted. Thanks to that Bright Ming sect disciple, he managed to sell everything. Having the protection of a sect was really nice. He had to find a good sect too. In an excellent mood, he skipped happily back to the inn to rest. Zhang Xi tugged at his sleeve and muttered a question. "Are you just going to leave like that?" Yi Qiao saw him standing there waiting and asked suspiciously, "Why are you still not gone?" Zhang Xi answered seriously, "Do you not need me to compensate you anymore?" Yi Qiao was puzzled. "Did you not already compensate me with 1 spirit stone?" Who would have thought he would reply, "But your heart is still hurt." Yi Qiao was speechless, wondering where this idiot came from. Or were all disciples of Ming sect this foolish, believing whatever Ming said casually? Yi Qiao asked what his name was. As per usual, a handsome man like him in novels always had a name. He did not understand why she asked, but still replied, "Shang-Chi." Hearing this name, she was startled. Shang-Chi, the fool in the novel who destroyed his cultivation heart for the female lead Yun Kui, was also named Zhang Xi. Yi Qiao felt a brief sympathy for this unlucky fool. Yi Qiao cleared her throat, pretended to be serious, and asked, "I heard you are a direct disciple of Ming sect, so what are the benefits for outer disciples?" Zhangxi answered honestly, our sect is very poor. He recounted, I joined the sect at 50, eating steamed buns every day. At home I was a young master, now I feel like I was tricked. Once arranged with second senior brother and third senior brother to run away from Ming sect, but we were discovered by the sect leader on the way. In my memory, the sect leader chased after us shouting, how will I live without you? He kept chasing, and while we ran we even lost a shoe. Yi Qiao did not know what to say after hearing that. She asked with interest, may I ask what your second senior brother and third senior brother's names are? A scene of a passionate love triangle appeared. The corner of her mouth twitched. Good, the spare male lead and the male lead who teaches girls are both gathered here. Yi Qiao continued asking about benefits. So what about the number 1 sect under heaven, Wenjin sect? Do they have enough to eat and sleep? She did not understand why she had expectations for the other 2 sects, Chengfeng sect and Bishui sect. Thinking of her empty purse, she felt even more bitter. The prices at Cloud City were too crazy. She just wanted to find a sect to be an outer disciple to get by. She pressed on and he interrupted, you want to sleep at Wenjin sect? He gave a thorough review. The number 1 sect under heaven will be surpassed if they do not work hard. They practice swords before dawn, learn mental methods at noon, and have one-on-one combat at night. As for Chengfeng sect, Zhangxi paused for a moment. Then he criticized directly, Chengfeng sect is full of demonic beings, harboring ugly intentions, and they have very high requirements for appearance. After speaking, Zhangxi suddenly leaned in to observe. He examined her closely and said objectively, you look passable, but they only accept male disciples. Yi Qiao was a bit surprised. Does the cultivation world discriminate between men and women? He answered honestly, no, it is just that their mental methods are not suitable for female disciples. Finally, Bishui sect, he evaluated simply, most of them are alchemists, they do not need to eat, just taking grain pills is enough. Qiao lamented after hearing this, has this cultivation world gone completely mad? Zhangxi then said, so Ming sect steamed buns are still the best, 5 per meal. Qiao noted 5 steamed buns. She made her decision, drooling as she spoke, I will go to Ming sect. Not because of the steamed buns, mainly because I like lively places. She asked when she could register. Zhangxi thought for a moment, today registration seems to end by tonight. Yi Qiao panicked, what? Zhangxi questioned, do you not know? He saw her intense reaction and wondered. Ming sect is one of the 5 major sects, a big matter like recruiting disciples, everyone knows. Despite his doubt, he still wanted to help. There is half an hour left before it ends. Heavy sword in hand, Zhangxi said seriously, if you delay any longer, I am afraid you will not make it. He flew his sword close to the ground, and he climbed on and said, get on, I will take you. Yi Qiao, like a country bumpkin in the city, stared wide-eyed at the flying sword. Yi Qiao smiled sincerely, touched, thank you are really reliable. In the twilight, their screams sounded like they were being chased by ghosts. Zhangxi flew like a rocket. Yi Qiao, with her soul fleeing, asked, do you even have a license? He panicked and grabbed his hair, shrieking too fast, I am going to shake until I puke. Even Zhangxi panicked, hurriedly shouting, do not grab my hair. He was only focused on looking behind and not at the road. Let go now. He had no idea there was an obstacle ahead. As they were about to crash, Yi Qiao only then reminded him hastily, oh heavens, dodge quickly. Earlier that afternoon at Ming sect, on one side hung a yellow banner with the 2 characters for selection. Participating examinees chatted idly. Zhu Yu sighed, Elder Zhao, there is half an hour left until it ends. Where am I supposed to find a genius for you? He jabbed a comment, this year, people with good talent have all gone to other sects. He added in his heart, Ming sect has been ranked last for nearly 100 years. Their resources cannot keep up. Elder Zhao knew that, but still clung to hope. What if we find someone with extraordinary talent? Saying this, he only then remembered to ask, has that brat Zhangxi not returned yet? Zhu Yu shook his head. He is probably out playing again. Elder Zhao scolded, loafing around all day doing nothing proper. He grew angry thinking about the future. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Expecting these lazy, direct disciples to participate in the grand competition was as good as hoping for a seedling to fall from the sky. Elder Zhao also knew this was wishful thinking. Thinking about it already seemed impossible. Zhu Yu looked up at the sky and saw a speck of light. He squinted, Elder, something seems to be falling from the sky. Elder Zhao exclaimed, huh? The speck of light was 2 people, Yi Qiao and Zhangxi. Move aside, everyone move aside. The 2 fell, their campus debut extremely impressive. Zhu Yu and Elder Zhao could only stare at them with wide eyes. The unexpected pit attracted the surrounding examinees. They gathered in confusion, chattering. What is that? They even smashed a pit into the ground. Dense smoke surrounded the deep pit, making it look like a hot spring. Within the smoke, Yi Qiao raised a hand high, standing firmly amidst the rubble. These 2 had just destroyed public property while putting on airs. Zhangxi excitedly praised, that was thrilling. Did you see my landing posture? I named it Golden Rooster stands on 1 leg. Hearing that, Yi Qiao gave a thumbs up in approval. In the midst of their excitement, they heard Elder Zhao's gentle voice. You... Elder Zhao was so furious his hair stood on end as he roared. Who allowed you to destroy the plaza? Do you know how expensive it is to repair the ground? Yi Qiao smiled apologetically to make peace. Let me fill the hole for you, Elder. As soon as he pulled his foot out, Zhang Shi placed his hand on the Elder's shoulder. He smiled brightly like a blooming flower and said, It's fine, it's just a hole. Elder Zhao isn't a petty person. The remark choked Elder Zhao with anger. This little brat was truly troublesome, enough to enrage him to death. He calmed himself down and asked Yi Qiao, Who are you, and what are you here for? Yi Qiao pretended to be obedient. I am Yi Qiao, and I wish to join Changming Sect. Elder Zhao thought to himself, I see you came here deliberately to anger me. He asked through gritted teeth, You want to enrage me to death, don't you? Yi Qiao replied with teary eyes, Not at all. The outer disciples who witnessed this were utterly impressed. This person had only been here for a day and already made Elder Zhao remember his face. Du Yu appeared from nowhere, brushing his sleeves as he thought, Where did this treasure come from? Interesting. Zhu Yu handed over a wooden token. Yi Qiao, this is your identity plaque. Your name was carved on the wooden token. Zhu Yu instructed seriously, take it. Next month, there will be a talent assessment. Yi Qiao accepted the token and smiled politely. He introduced himself, I am Zhu Yu, a direct disciple of Changming Sect. Yi Qiao assessed him. He seems like a good person, like the warm spare tire from those novels. After handing over the item, Zhu Yu looked at Zhang Shi. He asked with concern, Where did you pick up this disciple? Zhang Shi had a complicated expression. I met her at the black market. She wanted to come to Changming Sect, so I brought her here. Zhu Yu pulled him aside and grumbled, Are you sure you're not being used? That direct disciple outfit is pretty flashy. Zhang Shi retorted, Don't judge others by your own standards. Do you think everyone is as dark-minded as you? Zhu Yu wanted to scold him, This idiot. Yi Qiao stood outside the conversation, not understanding what was happening. She suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. Yi Qiao bowed politely, Thank you for bringing me to Changming Sect. Zhu Yu frowned, thinking exactly as I guessed. Here to cling to connections again, but unexpectedly, Yi Qiao said, Words alone cannot express this great kindness, so I won't thank you after all. After speaking, she was about to leave. Still, she paused. Send your brother to see you later. Zhang Shi grabbed her arm. He called out seriously, Wait. Yi Qiao was confused and looked over awkwardly. He thought she would be touched, but instead she caught a cold. He smiled, I made some money at the black market. I saw you were poor, so the spirit stones we earned. I'll take 3 and you take 7. Yi Qiao replied, You take 2, I take 8. She sneered inwardly. Didn't expect him to be greedy too. Zhang Shi twitched the corner of his mouth. It's just a few spirit stones and you're being greedy too. Yi Qiao said, This isn't a matter of spirit stones. She clutched the bag of spirit stones tightly and cried earnestly, This is my life. Zhang Shi rolled his eyes, not knowing what to say. He waved his hand, Fine, I don't need it anymore. Yi Qiao sighed in relief, Then I won't give it. After all, talisman paper is really expensive. The two brothers were culture shocked. Zhang Shi thought others would be dying of shame, but she has no shame. Zhu Yu smiled bitterly. Looks like I misunderstood. The outer disciple dormitory of Changming Sect. Yi Qiao became a notorious figure, being talked about wherever she went. That's her, the one who destroyed the plaza on her first day. She's really something, getting remembered by an inner sect elder. Some jealous individuals whispered behind her back. Such a sycophant. Cultivators have sharp ears and Yi Qiao heard everything. She didn't care at all and walked leisurely, thinking, Yes, everything they say is right. She acted as if she were listening to a story about someone else, smiling mysteriously. Those people were both afraid and scornful. This person has a really thick skin. Just then someone poked Yi Qiao's shoulder. The curious youth asked, Do you know Zhang Ji? Yi Qiao shook her head. Not close, we just met by coincidence. He thought, that makes sense. How could a direct disciple stay with an outer disciple? The youth enthusiastically introduced himself. My name is Du Chun, I'm a sword cultivator. And you? Yi Qiao warily replied, Yi Qiao, a poor orphan. Du Chun laughed. This little girl really knows how to kill the conversation. He faked a cuff and then invited, There's a class tomorrow. Want to go together? Yi Qiao thought it over and nodded. She didn't know anyone here, so finding a companion was good. Later, at the teaching plaza of Changming Sect, the teacher distributed a sword manual to everyone. This is the Green Breeze art, a basic sword technique. Don't be lazy. An elder will check your homework. Yi Qiao drowsily thought, So sleepy. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have stayed up late drawing talismans last night. She read until her hair was a mess, feeling wronged that this cultivation world was so hard, having to learn right after entering without time to adapt. Yi Qiao curiously looked at the progress of others. After watching, she found those people swinging their swords randomly, their movements not standard at all. Soon after, the words in the book seemed to transform into people practicing swordsmanship. At this time, Yi Qiao was completely absorbed in reading. She seemed to be deeply drawn into the content of the book. When she came to, Yi Qiao felt as if she had wandered into a strange place. She was surrounded by people practicing swordsmanship. Yi Qiao, bewildered, asked herself, What kind of situation is this? Suddenly, hand slapped hard on Yi Qiao's shoulder. Du-chun pulled her back to reality, asking, have you learned it? I saw you sitting there for almost an hour. Kiao was silent, only shaking her head in response. She closed the book, her heart still full of confusion. It seemed understandable, but she dared not guarantee, planning to give it a try later. Du-chun saw his teammate seem down and comforted her. Don't worry, it's hard to master the Azure wind art in one afternoon. Moreover, there are some from big families in this batch. We should be modest. Finding an excuse to be lazy, she nodded quickly in thanks, thinking to herself, better not try. Too conspicuous would invite alienation. Staying ordinary is fine. She only sought a stable life in the outer sect. Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, class was over. Everyone could go to the dining hall. Yi Qiao dashed straight to the dining hall. She remembered it was over here. Zhang Shi came running from somewhere, excitedly calling out to Yi Qiao. During the call, she turned her head to look back. He winked and said, come on little sis, big brother will take you for a stroll. Yi Qiao followed and asked, are you still using your lifebound sword? She was curious about the sword's material. Even an ordinary profound sword was already very heavy. Zhang Shi heard this and cheerfully introduced, its name is Tidal Dawn Sword, ranked 3rd on the spirit weapon list. The sword is predominantly black with a touch of red, a meeting gift from my master. Yi Qiao smiled like a pervert and asked, can I touch it? Zhang Shi was startled and quickly guarded his sword. That is my wife. The sword is the wife of a swordsman. Yi Qiao immediately corrected herself, smiling slyly as she asked again, then can I touch your wife? Even someone as goofy as Zhang Shi was speechless. Can you be a little more polite? Despite saying that, he still let her touch it. Fine, you can only touch it a little bit. Yi Qiao eagerly reached out to touch the sword's blade. As soon as she touched it, she pulled her hand back, exclaiming, it's so cold. Zhang Shi analyzed, it's probably because of the 1,000-year frigid ice material. But why didn't the Tidal Dawn sword attack you? Others who touch it are sent flying. He found it truly puzzling. Yi Qiao winked and said conceitedly, it proves I'm likable. After dawdling for a while, the two arrived at the dining hall. Watching Yi Qiao eat like a starving wolf, he sighed. It was the first time he saw someone eat so much. The two ate and chatted. He asked curiously, so you're a swordsman, how do you know how to draw talismans? Are you a dual cultivator? Trying to say it was just for a meal, she frankly replied while stuffing a bun, no, I only know the most basic ones for now. Yi Qiao smiled innocently, thinking to herself she had never seen a talisman drawing manual. It was entirely based on the original owner's memory. Zhang Shi heard this and enthusiastically suggested, if you want to learn talismans, why not ask Mingxuan for advice? Zhang Shi briefly introduced him. He is from the main branch of the 8 great families, the only talisman cultivator among this year's inner disciples, has a difficult personality, only plays with senior brother Chu Yu. Mentioning this person, Yi Qiao only remembered a few lines from the book. Mingxuan is the second male villain. According to the original text, he later couldn't break through and gave birth to inner demons, falling into the demonic path and becoming the young master of the demon clan, then falling for the demonic and the female lead Yun Kui. It was at this moment Yi Qiao seriously recalled the novel. Mingxuan falls into the demonic path. Zhang Shi destroys his own Dao heart. She only then found it strange. A bunch of promising geniuses, how come none of them could live to old age? 2 months later, at the outer sect area of Eternal Light Sect, Du-chun knocked on Yi Qiao's door and shouted, Yi Qiao, you're not still sleeping, are you? Hurry up and get up. The echo made Yi Qiao open her eyes slightly. Senior brother Ming and senior brother Chu Yu want to select inner disciples. Elder Zhao told us to gather at the plaza. Yi Qiao stretched and yawned loudly, shouting back, I know, I'm getting up. Her life here was quite monotonous. Before she knew it, she had been at Eternal Light Sect for 2 months, every day practicing sword swings on time. Besides that, sleeping all day, no one said anything. Truly, laziness creates miracles. Yi Qiao used talismans to set up a spirit gathering array in her room, so when she slept, spiritual energy automatically absorbed into her body. But unexpectedly, she actually succeeded, so now she had smoothly gone from key refining layer 3 to layer 5. At this moment, the outer sect plaza was already crowded with people. Du-chun and Yi Qiao had also arrived. He said, Yi Qiao, do you see? Du-chun looked at those 2 black and white impermanence figures and introduced. The left is senior brother Chu Yu, the right is senior brother Ming. Yi Qiao straightforwardly asked, is that Mingxuan? Du-chun said proudly, isn't he handsome? All the female cultivators of Eternal Light Sect want to marry him. She heard this and sighed, this is handsome? Yi Qiao looked at that preening peacock and muttered, then they will be disappointed, his Dao heart is unstable. Who knows if he'll fall into the demonic path one day. Mingxuan's ears twitched. This remark made Mingxuan notice her unstable Dao heart. How does she know? Zhu Yu also noticed Yi Qiao asking in a low voice, is that the outer sect disciple I told you about before? Interesting, right? Mingxuan heard this and couldn't help but say, that is a seismic potato. Zhu Yu laughed gently as he criticized. Mingxuan said aggrievedly, he could not speak of a woman like that. She cursed him to fall into the demonic path later. Was he not allowed to call her short? Upon hearing this, Si Yang sternly scolded, no, women are the most adorable creatures in the mortal world. In his imagination, Zhu Yu gave gifts to his junior sister and told her not to be polite. He felt satisfied thinking that with a junior sister, he would give her the best best of everything. Ming Xuan only fanned himself toward Yi Qiao and asked Elder Zhao, what Dao does she cultivate? Elder Zhao replied indifferently, Yi Qiao is a sword cultivator. Her overall results are mediocre, far inferior to the outstanding outer sect disciples. The important thing is that every day after practicing swordsmanship, she goes straight to sleep. The more he listened, the stranger Ming Xuan found it. How could a disciple with no ambition know that his heart mirror had a problem? Morning at the main peak of Eternal Bright Sect, Ming Xuan and Xue Yu came to report, Master, we have finished selecting the inner sect disciples this time. Qin Fan paced back and forth muttering, Moonlit Clear Sect recently took in a personal disciple with an ultimate water spirit root, brought back from the mortal world by Yin Yin. An ultimate spirit root is extremely rare, and they snatched it away. He muttered for a while, then asked his disciples, the Moonlit Clear Sect has been making a lot of noise these past few days. When will you two bring me honor? These two, accustomed to this act, pretended to be clueless in unison. The more Qin Fan looked, the more his head ached. Although Eternal Bright Sect lacked no geniuses, their great competition lost every year to other sects. What troubled him most was the relationship between the disciples. Zhangxi and Ming Xuan were at odds, fighting internally every day. The eldest senior brother, Xing Yun, had the highest cultivation but was as gloomy as if he were about to leave this world. Luckily for Qin Fan, there was one normal person, Xue Yu. Just then Zhangxi walked in and exclaimed, it is so hot today. He skipped in and asked with a laugh, Master, what business do you have calling us here? The moment he saw him, Qin Fan criticized, can this brat not stir up trouble for once? Every day he goes down the mountain with the outer sect disciple. Yi Qiao, do your parents live at the foot of the mountain? Zhangxi said aggrievedly, other than Yi Qiao, no one plays with me. He pointed at the pair of black and white Grim Reapers and sighed, these two are stuck together all day long. Finally he bit his handkerchief and said with tearful eyes, senior brother Chu has vanished without a trace. Both outer and inner sect fear my status as a personal disciple. Only Yi Qiao is willing to go down the mountain with me. Hearing this, Qin Fan coughed and changed the subject. I called you here today to ask, do you want a junior sister or a junior brother? He solemnly announced that he would take on another personal disciple. There were still 9 months until the great competition, and he had not found a suitable person, so he asked for the disciples' opinions. Without needing to think, Zhangxi shouted, of course a little junior sister. All the other sects have one, only our sect is full of men. Even the Sword Inquiry sect has a junior sister. Ming Xuan spread his fan and sneered, as if you are not a sword cultivator. Yu gently said, no need for a junior brother. Look at Zhangxi, even the yellow dog in front of the gate finds him annoying. Zhangxi protested, what do you brothers mean? The main reason is that he liked girls more. Qin Fan stroked his beard, finding it reasonable. I have already taken on 4 male disciples, so it should be a female disciple now. Who do you think I should take? This year, there are a few outer sect disciples with good talent, and there are also some little girls in the inner sect with top-grade spirit roots. As soon as he finished speaking, the two, one red and one black, shouted in unison, Yi Qiao. Zhu Yu calmly said, Master, I think she is not bad. Who would have thought the old man had a dark heart, thinking I do not know why, but I have a feeling this little junior sister will liven up the sect, and he loves liveliness the most. Zhu Yu turned and asked, Ming Xuan, what do you think? Ming Xuan folded his fan and coldly replied, whatever is fine. Qin Fan stroked his beard and asked, you mean Yi Qiao from the outer sect? He thought to himself that he heard the girl had poor talent, no sense of being a cultivator, slept in every day, and went down the mountain with Zhangxi. Zhangxi said innocently, it is indeed her. Our sect probably will not find any genius this year anyway. Yi Qiao is mischievous and fun. That is good enough. The reason sounded absurd but was convincing. He pondered, Eternal Bright Sect has been ranked from the bottom for 100 years. A 4th or 5th personal disciple probably makes no difference. So Qin Fan decided, alright, let the world be. You be strong. You do you. Eternal Bright Sect will be whatever. That night at Yi Qiao living quarters, she stretched and yawned, preparing to go to sleep. Qiao slipped on her sandals to one side and flopped down onto the bed. She prepared to dream, unaware of the trouble approaching, secretly celebrating that she could finally sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, the announcement loudspeaker rang out. Yi Qiao, the sect master wants to see you. Come to the main peak immediately. Yi Qiao rolled her eyes, thinking hard but could not figure out what mistake she had made. She had joined the sect for 2 months and only knew outer sect disciples. Why would the sect master summon her? She had a bad feeling. Although puzzled, Yi Qiao had to go. She climbed step by step up the stairs and sighed. So tiring. Truly nothing good ever comes of this. Climbing until she was nearly dead and still not there. She thought, do they not know I have not learned to fly on a sword, that I can only walk and climb the mountain? Unable to change anything, she deluded herself. Forget it, think of it differently. Each time climbing over 900 steps, this main peak is like an emperor ascending the throne, which is also pretty good. With unmatched positivity, she finally dragged herself there. Yi Qiao, half awake and half asleep, greetings to the Sect Master and the 3 senior brothers. Qin Fan swept his gaze over her, thinking the rumors were not wrong. This child truly had no drive, going to sleep when the spiritual energy was thickest at night. He had already decided, so he kindly asked, Yi Qiao, do you want to become a personal disciple? Hearing this, Yi Qiao thought the sky was falling. What sin had she committed to become a personal disciple? Having said that, he introduced the 3 senior brothers, saying she had met them before. Yi Qiao still kept her head down, not cuffing or anything. Qin Fan stroked his beard and reasoned, this girl is silent, she must be shy. Yi Qiao glared at Zhang Shi, who smiled slyly, thinking, just a few days ago they went down the mountain to play together, and now he was her senior brother. Zhang Shi did not see anything strange and laughed. Yi Qiao is so happy she is speechless. Everything settled, Qin Fan casually said, pack up, move up here tomorrow. Yi Qiao was aggrieved but still complied. The disciple obeys the order. Qin Fan thought with satisfaction, what a beautiful misunderstanding. She is so moved she is about to cry. He did not expect that although the girl had poor talent, she was very grateful. Returning to her quarters, Yi Qiao lit the lamp. She lay on the bed, thinking endlessly about why things had turned out this way. Thinking about the responsibilities of a personal disciple, she felt disheartened. Besides the senior sister, she also had to attend training classes. Listening to Zhang Shi's confessions, she felt even more miserable. He was even personally trained in reflexes by an inner sect elder. He got beaten every day during class, and at the time she even pretended to sympathize with him a few times. Lying in the warm blankets and soft mattress, she still felt cold, never expecting it would now be her turn. That entire night, Yi Qiao was immersed in tears. The next morning, the rumor spread. Yi Qiao had become a personal disciple. Several people gathered in the square, indignant. They said she was previously not as good as them, and she must have used connections. Another guy even brought in senior sister Ning for comparison. Ningjing, standing nearby, was lost in thought. The same time, Du Chun was helping Yi Qiao pack up her belongings. He patted Yi Qiao on the shoulder, encouraging her warmly. You're really something, quietly climbing all the way to personal disciple. Yi Qiao could only sigh upon hearing this. Du Chun laughed and pulled at her cheeks, saying, smile, why the long face? But her smile was scarier than her crying. Du Chun changed his tune. Alright, stop smiling. Yi Qiao took out a stack of talismans, saying these were spirit-gathering talismans, a gift for him. She instructed, stick it above your bed, you can cultivate even while lying down at night. Du Chun received the talisman, squinting suspiciously. Really or fake? Can you really cultivate while lying down? Yi Qiao shouldered her bundle and headed out. Try it and you'll know. I'm off. Just as she stepped out the door, a sword tip was pointed at her. Fortunately, the sword tip stopped right before her glabella. Ningjing asked ferociously, what gives you the right to be a personal disciple? Relying on your connection with senior brother Mu? Ningjing questioned in succession, how can a waste with a mid-grade spirit root like you enter the main peak? Yi Qiao calmly pushed the sword tip away, reminding, everlasting bright sect forbids drawing swords recklessly. He looked at Ningjing and sighed, you don't know how much I envy you. Ningjing was dazed. What do you envy me for? Envying that I didn't become a personal disciple. Yi Qiao said aggrievedly, I envy everyone who doesn't have to work hard. Ningjing was thinking when someone appeared, is this person crazy? Xingyun appeared like a ghost, coldly uttering, let's go. Ningjing was startled, when did you get here? Yi Qiao was also astonished. She stepped forward, calling uncertainly, senior brother. She thought to herself, Xu Yu, Ming Xuan, Zhang Shi all met already, only Xingyun was left. She remembered in the original work, this senior brother was an apathetic person on the border. Even so, he became a loyal follower, saved by the female lead and joined the harem. Presently, that handsome guy from the augmenter system was staring intently at the antenna-like strand of hair on her head. He found the strand of hair wobbling back and forth very irritating, but the more she focused the faster it wobbled. Xingyun couldn't stand it anymore, reaching out his hand. He finally covered the annoying strand of hair, then panicked at his own action. As soon as he let go, the antenna stood up again. So he pressed it down again. In the end, the antenna won. Yi Qiao twitched the corner of her mouth. Senior brother, do you have OCD? While later the two arrived at the main peak, Xingyun grabbed Yi Qiao by the scruff, calling her the little junior sister, making her dizzy and disoriented. Xingyun tossed Yi Qiao to Zhu Yu, the latter looking bewildered. Done with the task, he vanished. Zhu Yu handled the aftermath. Yi Qiao thought dizzily, the senior brother's sword is really fast. Xingyun fled, his inner mind struggling, wanting to cut off that hair standing up on the little junior sister's head, but he had to hold back. Inside the bamboo forest of everlasting bright sect's main peak, Yi Qiao curiously asked Zhu Yu, third senior brother, doesn't the sect have a disciple-taking ceremony? Zhu Yu stopped walking. No, we don't. He waited for Yi Qiao. The four of us have never had one. She was heavily shocked. She then asked why other sects had them. She remembered in the original work, Yunqi's ceremony as a personal disciple at Moon Clear Sect was very grand. Zhu Yu cleared his throat. Maybe because we don't have enough funds. After saying this, he didn't dare to look at her. Yi Qiao understood immediately. So it's because we're poor. The best moneymakers are talisman and alchemy cultivators, but Everlasting Bright Sect barely has any. Zhu Yu smiled and announced the class schedule. There are only 2 classes, mental method and training. Yi Qiao wilted. He was like a kind elder brother. Both classes have elders. If you don't know something, ask the elders or come find me. Yi Qiao, after listening, was horrified. Isn't this just like high school? She collapsed in despair. Just escape the prison of high school, transmigrate, and end up in another prison. Cool breeze swept through, carrying dense spiritual energy. Bathing in the spring breeze, Yi Qiao marveled at how thick the spiritual energy was, excitedly thinking she finally understood why the cultivation of inner disciples far surpassed ordinary people. At this moment, Zhu Yu quietly searched for something. He pulled out a bottle of pills and handed it to her, saying it was a stabilizing spirit pill. Taking one would make her feel much more comfortable. Yi Qiao reached out and took the pill bottle. Holding the pill, she remembered the original text mentioning the stabilizing spirit pill's effect was to stabilize spiritual energy and solidify the foundation for those with unstable cultivation. Yi Qiao tossed the pill into her mouth, happily thinking that even a genius like Zhu Yu had only refined 3 portions in 3 years, and all were given to the female lead. An illusionary scene appeared, with Zhu Yu affectionately saying he was giving the stabilizing spirit pill to her. Yi Qiao, moved, praised third senior brother as kind, joyfully thinking she now had a share too. Zhu Yu was also very happy, finding the little junior sister truly adorable and polite. He also took the chance to jab at Zhangxi, saying he was unlike that wooden block who only knew how to demand. As soon as he finished speaking, a living object shot past like a meteor. Qiao found it novel, praising how fast that bird person was. When he landed, she realized it was Zhangxi. Zhangxi propped himself up, cursing nonstop. He pointed at Ming Xuan, challenging him and asking if he wanted to fight. Ming Xuan, holding a stack of talismans, bluntly replied he was afraid of getting dirty. Yi Qiao was very excited to see a fight, thinking to herself they all lived together like this, itching to give the other 2 slaps. Zhu Yu was a bit misunderstood, comforting Yi Qiao that they would stop after the fight, no need to worry. Yi Qiao was even happier, shouting in her heart for them to fight. She had never seen a fight before. The look they exchanged at that moment was very intense. Zhu Yu finally belatedly realized the little junior sister smelled very fragrant. Yi Qiao was startled, her acting skills exploding as she pretended to cry, exclaiming, "Really, really?" Zhu Yu saw this and his mouth twitched, thinking don't think changing your expression would hide your eagerness to watch. He stood between the 2 to mediate, telling them to stop arguing and go to the training field first. Elder Duan Yu was about to arrive. Soon after, at the training field, the disciples were sparring one-on-one. Elder Duan Yu looked like a giant. Yi Qiao panicked, thinking so huge. He lightly patted her shoulder, causing her internal injury, and asked if she was the newly arrived body-refining disciple. Yi Qiao's face turned pale, muttering bloody hell. Duan Yu was stunned while Yi Qiao collapsed to the ground. He looked at Yi Qiao in disbelief, as if she were a strange creature, unable to withstand a single blow. Zhangxi loyally spoke up for her, telling the elder to go easy since it was Yi Qiao's first day. Duan Yu calmly said he had his calculations. Yi Qiao, holding her back, stood up gratefully. Duan Yu handed her a book, telling her to try the wind-stepping art first. He kindly explained this was a speed-enhancing mind technique. Every inner disciple had it, and the senior brothers had already mastered it. Yi Qiao looked at the book cautiously, full of admiration. Then his face darkened, and he coldly threatened an exam in 3 days. If they were too slow, they would be kicked. Yi Qiao looked up in confusion, blurting out kicked. She didn't know hell was coming, still naively smiling, wondering how one gets kicked. Duan Yu glared at the group of disciples, looking displeased. Zhangxi, unaware he was about to face doom, stared blankly. Duan Yu angrily kicked his rear, using violence as training, telling him what he was standing there for. Why wasn't he moving? Zhangxi held his sore rear, stubbornly arguing if the elder couldn't speak nicely. That kick was really harsh. Yi Qiao turned pale from fear. She didn't want to be the next one kicked, even if she liked being carefree. She didn't like being kicked. 3 days later, the disciples were driven mad by Duan Yu's relentless training. Yi Qiao ran actively with all her might, but it still wasn't enough for Duan Yu, who yelled her to go faster. She couldn't escape the fate of being kicked in the rear. Duan Yu kicked her, complaining she was too slow, telling her to speed up. Yi Qiao activated the wind-stepping art, running frantically. Yi Qiao ran and gasped like an ox, thanking the heavens she finally understood why they had to learn the wind-stepping art first, to dodge kicks faster. Suddenly, an arm grabbed Yi Qiao, telling her not to slack off. It wasn't over yet. It was fourth senior brother Zhang Shi. The two brothers decided to escape together. If she didn't want to get kicked, she should follow him. The master liked this scene. He continuously urged them on, saying, "Not bad, keep running for your life." When they ran past a courtyard, a taunting voice rang out, "Shorty sweet potato." He was sipping tea while teasing little Yi Qiao, asking why she was so small. Didn't her family feed her? Yi Qiao suppressed her anger, silently cursing, knowing herself and her enemy, staying calm while others raged. He was a body-refining disciple with authority, but talisman cultivators were truly too annoying. 2 months later, at the Academy of Everbright Sect, the teacher was diligently lecturing, looking at the students and asking if everyone understood the mind technique just taught. Then he would ask questions. Yi Qiao was dazed and absent-minded, muttering that Elder Duan's training was impressive, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy of the main peak. In just 2 months, she had gone from the 5th level of ki refining to the 9th. Being so distracted easily drew the teacher's attention. Sure enough, he directly targeted Yi Qiao, asking her to answer the question just now. If she couldn't, she would have to clean the sutra repository. Yi Qiao stood frozen like a statue. She could not hear a single word, stuttering for a long time. Sweat drenched her forehead. She was at her wit's end. Why did Elder Zhao keep asking her? Did she have some grudge against him? Just as she was about to accept a labor punishment, Ming Xuan suddenly let out a long yawn. Seeing this, Yi Qiao immediately tattled. Senior brother Ming Xuan said he knows this verse. Ming Xuan was dumbfounded. "I give up on you." The teacher stroked his beard, turning to Ming Xuan. "Since you know, try to say it." Yi Qiao pretended to be good, ready to watch the show, while Ming Xuan remained dazed. Yi Qiao said mischievously, "Brother, you are the hope of the Ming sect talisman lineage. If you do not go to hell, who will?" She grinned. "I have waited long for this day. Just work hard now." Senior brothers are just targets for pranks. Who told him to keep calling me a short potato? The mental method class lasted until evening. This volume is difficult to learn. Remember the key points. Yi Qiao was lazy. She was very sleepy. While the master was in the midst of an enthusiastic lecture, Yi Qiao secretly took a nap. Suddenly a whisper came by her ear, "Little junior sister, class is over." Yi Qiao was startled and snapped her eyes open. She knocked over the table as she stood up, shouting, "Class is over." Ignoring the world, she hopped and sang, "Cafeteria, here I come." Suddenly an arm held Yi Qiao back. Ming Xuan was smug, covering his mouth with a sly laugh. Yi Qiao saw the teacher's face as dark as a pot bottom, and her fellow disciples looking bewildered. She still did not know she had been tricked, thinking was class not over. The teacher bellowed, "Yi Qiao, why are you standing up?" The teacher raged, "Are you dissatisfied with my teaching so you kick the table to hype up the atmosphere?" Ming Xuan was the most pleased. "The heavens are clear, retribution comes without warning, junior sister." The teacher was furious at everyone. "Ming Xuan, you cannot even answer such a simple question. Both of you clean the archive pavilion after class." Ming Xuan put on an innocent face, and a moment later his smile vanished. Retribution came early indeed. "As long as you are miserable, Yi Qiao is satisfied." She taunted, "Karma is a cycle, heaven forgives no one, senior brother." The grudge between the two siblings grew deeper. After class, they both had to go work at the archive pavilion. The lights were still on inside. An elder was busy reviewing documents. "Was Steward Yi Qiao here to sweep again?" Yi Qiao was dejected, truly the bottom of the class. "Since studying under Elder Zhao, I have been sweeping for over 10 days straight." Ming Xuan sat reading a book, ignoring Yi Qiao who sulkily swept the floor. Whether by accident or on purpose, the broom stopped at Ming Xuan's feet. He refused to lift his foot. Yi Qiao shouted, "Move aside." Fire flashed in Yi Qiao's eyes. Ming Xuan slightly dodged and reluctantly pulled his foot back. He used his usual bullying tone, "I am the only true disciple of the Ming sect talisman lineage." He was determined to teach Yi Qiao manners. "I am also your second senior brother. Do you not know respect?" Hearing this, Yi Qiao reluctantly clapped twice. How impressive. Neither would back down, shooting daggers at each other with their eyes. "Steward, you spoke up. If you are not done sweeping, you do not eat." Yi Qiao was not afraid. She threw the broom and lay down in the yard throwing a tantrum. "If he does not sweep, I will not sweep either." No matter who was more stubborn. A full hour later, the two siblings stared at each other. Ming Xuan gave in first, clutching his empty stomach. "I am hungry." Yi Qiao's stomach was also concave, her face green as a banana leaf. "I am hungry too." Ming Xuan embarrassedly covered his face and said awkwardly, "Maybe we should just sweep quickly and be done." It would have been better to do this from the start. Yi Qiao picked up the broom, and the two siblings worked side by side to clean. Putting their grudge aside, thinking about food made them strangely diligent, causing the old steward inside the room to choke on dust because of the two kids. After sweeping in a hurry, the two brats forcefully threw the brooms into the room. "Strike while the iron is hot," heading straight for the cafeteria. They both reported, "Steward Yu, we have finished sweeping 2 floors. We will eat and come back to sweep the rest." Steward Yu could not catch up, angrily scolding the two little brats. He worried about the future of Ming sect. Those two were good seeds. What did he say? Looking at Yi Qiao's face, it was clear she had no credibility. He sighed. "I think she looks more like a reincarnated hungry ghost." Late at night in the archive pavilion, Duanyu was still troubled. Her memory ability is very good. A single glance at the King Fang mental method, and she never forgets. Someone diligent like Zhang Xi took 10 days to learn it. Yi Qiao grasped it in just 3 days. He and Yi Qiao's teacher conspired, wanting to enlighten her. They suggested she sweep the archive pavilion often to read more books and not waste her talent. But a successful person has their own path. Yi Qiao had a strong personality. She would run off as soon as she was done sweeping, never thinking to read books in the archive pavilion. Old Zhao doubted Yi Qiao's ability. If she truly had the skill of never forgetting after seeing it once, she would have mastered the sword technique. So why were her assessment results average? Duanyu was also at a loss, racking his brains over that little imp. He wondered, could my judgment be flawed? The mischievous spirit the 2 old men mentioned was now skipping along, patting her full belly, full of energy. Yi Qiao let out a hearty yawn, walking and talking. Just 2 more floors, finish sweeping and we can go back to sleep. Ming Xuan looked at Yi Qiao with a probing gaze, wondering suspiciously if girls these days ate so much, or if Yi Qiao alone had a bottomless stomach. In his memory, the little junior sisters in the sect were full after just a few bites, yet Yi Qiao had devoured 5 steamed buns in one go. After finishing, she even patted her belly, looking completely content. Yi Qiao, brimming with determination, raised her broom and pointed it straight at Ming Xuan. Let us go. We will sweep the 3rd floor first. Yi Qiao's eyes sparkled like stars, because this floor was entirely filled with books on various types of talismans. She could not suppress her curiosity and took a few down to examine their origins. Ming Xuan swept as he casually replied, I heard they have been passed down since the time of the ancestor master. Each one is unique. The sect's archive is only accessible to direct disciples. She flipped open a book filled with talismans and curiously asked what the Flame Command talisman was used for, as it seemed very valuable. Ming Xuan looked at the densely packed text in the book and questioned with doubt what a sword cultivator like her would need it for. Yi Qiao covered it up with sparkling eyes, admiringly saying that even though she was a sword cultivator, she had a passion for talismans, especially after hearing about a genius like second senior brother. Ming Xuan almost burst with pride, but managed to keep a calm composure. Transforming into the talented and handsome second senior brother, he said, then look carefully. I will only teach you once. Ming Xuan took out a sheet of yellow paper and prepared to wield his brush. The writing brush dipped in red ink began to glide across the surface of the paper. Ming Xuan drew a few strokes and a perfect talisman was formed. He proudly picked up the result, and in the blink of an eye, the talisman ignited by itself. It was the Flame Command talisman. Yi Qiao, though she did not like this senior brother, was genuinely in awe as it was her first time seeing a proper talisman cultivator draw a talisman. Ming Xuan snapped his fingers in satisfaction. That is only natural. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Yi Qiao suddenly put down the brush and said softly, thank you, senior brother. She began to display her superior copying skill. Perhaps it was unnecessary as she already memorized everything. Sure enough, Yi Qiao only glanced at it for a few seconds and drew it exactly the same. The Flame Command talisman burst into flames immediately after completion. Watching the dancing flames, Ming Xuan stood frozen in shock. She had succeeded on her very first try. Not only that, but those sparks could even rotate in circles. Ming Xuan was startled as if seeing a ghost. Wait, the fire spirit can move, impressive. Suddenly the flame leaped up. It lost control and flew straight towards Ming Xuan, who nimbly dodged it. Luckily, it was a blessing in disguise. The flame flew into a bookshelf, burning down the archive. Ming Xuan quickly used a water technique. Fire was finally extinguished, but another raging fire was approaching, and it was Steward Yu, Yi Qiao, and Ming Xuan. The old man grabbed the 2 children by the head and shouted, you 2 dare to play with fire in the archive? Are you crazy? He wished he could deal with the 2 troublemakers. Or do you have some complaint against me? Ming Xuan and Yi Qiao knew they had gone too far this time and guiltily replied, no sir. Steward Yu pointed at the burnt precious books. What did I expect? You actually burned down the archive. His heart ached to the point of tears as at least a dozen talisman books had been completely burned, all unique copies. Yi Qiao knew she had harmed the old man and regretfully stepped forward to say, I am sorry, is there a memory stone? She thought to herself, if it was a unique copy, there must be a memory stone recording it, otherwise losing it would be heartbreaking. Steward Yu glared, a memory stone can only be viewed once, and is ruined after viewing. Does that mean you can memorize everything just by looking? Yi Qiao sincerely wanted to atone for her mistake and gently said, how about you trust me? Give me the memory stones of the 10-odd talisman books, and I will copy them all out completely. Steward Yu now had nothing to lose. Really? Yi Qiao nodded. Yes, as sure as the stars are fixed. Steward Yu took a gamble. Very well. Give it a try. Take responsibility for what you have done. You are not leaving until the copying is finished. The steward stroked his beard, thinking he could test her ability. Ming Xuan took the chance to slip away. But it was not that easy. Steward Yu bellowed. And you, he ordered. You share the calamity, so you share the responsibility. The 2 of you go together, and you are only allowed out when the copying is done. Yes, sir. Hearing the steward speak until late, Yi Qiao was exhausted, and Ming Xuan flapped his fan in boredom, unable to escape his fate. The rumor spread throughout Changming's sect. That little junior sister of yours has caused trouble again. Guan Yu helplessly sipped his tea. She burned down the archive, and she did it with Ming Xuan. Is that not impressive? Yi Qiao brings disaster wherever she goes. When she first joined the sect, she smashed the square into a huge crater. She had not been a direct disciple for long before she set fire to the archive. Xing Yun's face was emotionless. I do not care. Inside, he sighed. Did I pick up a little junior sister or a troublemaker? At the same time, at the forbidden ground, Yi Qiao admired the mysterious beauty of the forest. Second senior brother, the scenery is lovely and so quiet. It is perfect for cultivation. Ming Xuan still wore a cold expression. This is where the ancestor of Changming's sect ascended, and he left many treasures, but it is dangerous, hence it is forbidden. Suddenly, the sound of snoring came from the other side. She thought it was some ox, but it turned out to be Su Yu sleeping, third senior brother. Hearing Yi Qiao call him, Su Yu startled awake. He did not expect to meet sectmates, but acted as if he knew what was going on. Hey, what mistake did you two make to end up here? Punished by joining the sect, Su Yu determined this restricted area was a place inner disciples rarely entered. Yi Qiao lightly uttered a sentence as if it were a matter of course. Oh, I burned down the library archives. Su Yu pointed at the cold-faced senior brother Ming Xuan. What about him then? This matter was embarrassing, but Yi Qiao confidently replied he burned it with me. Zhu Yu was dumbfounded. A portrait of a challenge appeared. Have senior brother and junior sister finally gone mad? He could not understand this action, asking if the two had a grudge against the steward. Yi Qiao shook her head. No, I was playing with fire and accidentally burned the books. This time Zhu Yu was truly speechless. Is playing with fire something a normal person does at night? The three problem students met. Indeed, there was much to talk about. How did you end up here? Zhu Yu grinned, his face full of mischief. I brewed some pills for the brothers to take. Who would have thought the pills were defective and poisoned them? Yi Qiao was helpless, silently cursing. This was the true disciple of a heretical demon sect. Ming Xuan lazily plopped down onto the ground. Little junior sister, quickly copy it down. I have to wait until you finish copying to go outside. Yi Qiao made an acknowledging sound and began to take out her tools. She picked up the photograph and started copying the book's content. In the world of divine sense, Yi Qiao actively read books, remembering everything she saw. The knowledge had arrived, time to comprehend. Yi Qiao opened her eyes slightly. Then, as if possessed, she copied frantically. Zhu Yu looked at Yi Qiao's rare diligence. What is little junior sister doing? Copying books. Ming Xuan took the chance to chat. He said she burned over a dozen talisman scrolls on the third floor. To calm the steward down, she firmly claimed she could copy them all. Zhu Yu could not hide his doubt, copying all of them. If she had this memory ability, what a genius little junior sister would be. One day later in the Forbidden Hall area, Yi Qiao had written until her hand was nearly crippled. Her vision was blurry, head dizzy, and ears ringing. The books beside her had piled higher than a person. Zhu Yu and Ming Xuan came to see the results. The handwriting looked like ghostly talisman scrawls from trying to be fast. Who could tell what she wrote? Quickly call for emergency aid. Give me water. Yi Qiao collapsed onto the ground. I am too tired. I cannot make it. Two senior brothers saw this and their hearts burned with anxiety, repeatedly calling out to little junior sister. Yi Qiao now felt regret. She cried out to heaven in exhaustion. When will this ever end? Ming Xuan and Su Yu hurried over to massage her shoulders and press acupoints. Little junior sister, hang in there. You can do it. Yi Qiao is now the future of the three brothers. When we get out depends entirely on you. Yi Qiao, with the last of her strength, struggled to move her brush. Fine. I will try, period. Stand up, period. I can still write. Another half an hour passed. Yi Qiao could not take it anymore and threw down the brush, accepting defeat. Eyes rolled back, lips purple and eyes white, period. No more studying. Let me just die. Zhu Yu used a ruse of self-sacrifice. You have used too much spiritual energy, but whether we can go out depends entirely on you. Zhu Yu handed over a medicinal pill. I have a mind-nourishing pill. Eat a few more and continue. Ming Xuan held Yi Qiao tightly to do her ideological work, believing that as long as we persevere, we will live the life we desire. Inwardly screaming for her to finish copying quickly, Yi Qiao gained new motivation, gulped down the medicinal pill. Thank you, brothers. You are truly good senior brothers. Yi Qiao felt abundant spiritual energy, full of passion. Zhu Yu spoke up. That reminds me, you have broken through to the next realm. Yi Qiao checked her divine sense. Life began to bloom. She was now at the peak of the Kai refining stage, one step away from foundation establishment. The power of knowledge was truly indescribable. Just from copying books, she felt her sea of consciousness expand. So it was due to breaking through. Ming Xuan felt insignificant. His face twisted as he asked if breaking through was that easy. Going from late stage to peak was a trial. Few accomplished it smoothly. Zhu Yu reasoned. Maybe little junior sister broke through because of comprehending talismans. Alchemy cultivators rely on refining pills, talisman common cultivators rely on drawing talismans. The two older brothers whispered. Ming Xuan covered his mouth and said, but she is a sword cultivator. Does a sword cultivator also rely on drawing talismans to break through? Zhu Yu seemed to be a fountain of knowledge. While admiring his little sister, he said he had heard of dual cultivation in two paths. Ming Xuan was stunned, saying, isn't that something only a rare few with talent can do? Ancestor Mingzong was a dual cultivator of the sword and alchemy paths. At this moment, Yi Qiao suddenly appeared behind them, telling them not to overthink it. Maybe it was due to the dense spiritual energy. From a different position, Yi Qiao said seriously, stop talking nonsense, I still have books to copy. 2 days later, the three brothers left the Forbidden Hall area. Yi Qiao brought a massive stack of books, all copied. Here they are. Steward Yu checked a few pages. The old man was silent. After a moment, he waved his hand to order. Zhu Yu and Ming Xuan, go back first. Goodbye, Steward Yu. Goodbye, little junior sister. In the desolate forest, Yi Qiao faced the old steward. Truly two heartless bastards. Steward Yu spoke up and called her over. The old man led Yi Qiao back to the library archives. Qiao looked at the tallest pile of books, curiously asking what Steward Yu was bringing her up to the third floor for. The old man mysteriously took out a dozen scrolls, asking how about helping with a little task, kid. Yi Qiao immediately became wary and backed up a few steps. What task is it? He went on high alert, tremblingly thinking, why do I always feel this is not something good? I'd rather go sleep. Steward Yu dusted off the scrolls while speaking. This scroll was passed down by Ancestor Mingzong, recording an ancient alchemy formula. Yi Qiao's rare talent had caught Steward Yu's attention. If you can remember all the books in the memory crystal, the ancient fragmented scrolls should be no problem. Yi Qiao was utterly tired of staying up day and night buried in scriptures. Steward Yu, you are human, not a god. The old man looked at her with sharp eyes, asking, what do you mean by that? At this, Yi Qiao drooled, cheerfully saying that reading was fine, but she needed extra money. Her sleep time was precious. Steward Yu had no choice but to negotiate with the little demon, saying, I can give you a bottle of medicinal pills. He silently wept. Did she not know the situation of Everbright Sect? It was so poor there was nothing to eat, and she still asked for money? Yi Qiao was not interested in those things, turned around to leave, saying she did not care, she hated reading the most. Of course money would make things different. Steward Yu was out of options, so he had to lower himself and pull her back. But he still refused to open his purse, sweating as he added another 2 bottles, saying this was his final concession. Yi Qiao knew the old man could not do without her. She played hard to get and turned away, saying forget it, she would rather go home and sleep. The archive steward, who was also the pill hall steward, grabbed Yi Qiao by the hair, painfully saying that as long as she copied the ancient books without missing a word, she could take any elixir from the pill hall. Yi Qiao acted as if she had been waiting for that, beaming with joy and smugly nodding in agreement. Steward Yu inwardly thought he could not outwit this stubborn brat, but he had a feeling he had fallen into a trap. Yi Qiao picked up the dozen ancient books in her hands. Then she opened her divine sense and began to comprehend the knowledge. Every single word appeared clearly in her mind. Yi Qiao officially set foot into the world within the ancient remnant scrolls. She glanced around and discovered it was also an archive hall, but far more magnificent than the present one. An old man sat before a pill furnace, who was the founder of Everbright Sect, muttering about mugwort and ghost-repelling grass, complaining that the sect was about to starve to death yet still demanded to refine pills. He poured several plates of spirit herbs into the furnace, thinking that when he had money, he would return to his hometown to raise pigs, a meeting of great minds. Unexpectedly, the founder of Everbright Sect had also thought of this method. If not for her difficult circumstances, she would also want to go home and raise pigs. The old man began to circulate his kai, condense the pill, control the flame, and filter the spirit herbs, leaving only the final step. He raised his hand to form a hand seal, pouring all his strength into it. Using all his spiritual energy to channel into the furnace, he shouted, impure spirit pill technique. A moment later, Yi Qiao slowly opened her eyes. She had memorized everything. Yi Qiao picked up a brush and began to write. She wrote until she lost track of time, surprising Steward Yu with the skill of this stubborn brat. The quiet archive hall was truly a wonderful place for writing without restraint. Yi Qiao paid no mind to the red ink staining the study room, cheerfully tidying up. Her writing was done. She wiped her nose with her hand, boldly extending her hand to ask for the key. Steward Yu was very trustworthy, placing the key in her hand, telling her to hurry back and rest. Yi Qiao was now nothing but a weary shell, but her spirit was still very high. How could she sleep? No more sleeping. She must go to the pill hall to bleed them dry. At midnight, Yi Qiao sneaked to Zhu Yu's room and knocked on his door. Zhu Yu cautiously cracked the door open to see who it was. Seeing it was Yi Qiao, he breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his voice, asking if the little junior sister was planning to play a female ghost in the dead of night. Yi Qiao did not answer. She pulled out a key and twirled it around, inviting third senior brother to the alchemy peak, saying that Steward Yu gave her the key to the medicine storage as thanks for copying the remnant scrolls, and she could take whatever elixirs she wanted. Yi Qiao flashed an irresistible smile, saying she knew nothing about elixirs and asked him to come along. along. Zhu Yu was momentarily stunned, hardly believing his ears. This was a rare and difficult occurrence, but third senior brother, who always doted on his youngest junior sister, nodded and said, "A small matter. Let senior brother take you there and show them what's what." So the two siblings headed to the sect's alchemy peak, pointing at all kinds of elixirs. One was for replenishing spiritual energy, another for healing injuries. Yi Qiao and Su Yu picked freely without worrying about the cost. She praised third senior brother for knowing every elixir like the back of his hand. After a while, each of them carried a sack full of elixirs and returned to rest, satisfied. The alchemy peak master of eternal bright sect watched the scene, his heart aching as if cut, tears streaming down. Those brats had not only taken a tenth of the precious elixirs but also uprooted the spiritual herbs in the medicine garden. As soon as they returned to the courtyard, Yi Qiao quietly thanked third senior brother for coming with her to the medicine storage and escorting her back. Zhu Yu looked at her advantageous room and said regretfully, "Junior sister, the spiritual energy here is denser than elsewhere, just like a forbidden ground. With such a blessed dwelling, junior sister should train diligently. There is only a little over half a year left until the sect grand assembly." Yi Qiao pretended to take it in, nodding vigorously and saying, "You are right." But the next second, she immediately dashed straight to the bed, saying that a great philosopher once said one must sleep by 10 o'clock, otherwise it would harm the body. Having said that, she calmly closed her eyes and fell asleep, wishing third senior brother good night. Hearing Yi Qiao's loud snoring, Zhu Yu was so angry his face darkened. "What philosopher is that exactly? I tried my best to advise her, and she actually falls asleep." In the end, he could only sigh, regretting that iron could not be forged into steel, and said goodnight to the little junior sister. The next morning, Yi Qiao showed up at the dining hall very punctually. With tight funds, the disciples ate steamed buns every day. Two male disciples discussed secretly going down the mountain to sell the elixirs they had just refined. Two were engrossed in their discussion, and Yi Qiao took the chance to eavesdrop. 2 pills could earn 200 mid-grade spirit stones. No need to gnaw on steamed buns anymore. Qiao's eyes lit up. She stuck her head between them and asked, "Planning to make money?" The two nodded, saying, "Only you sword cultivators are poor. A single bottle of mid-grade rejuvenating elixir from an alchemist could sell for 300 high-grade spirit stones. But their cultivation level was low, only senior brother Chu Yu could refine them." The 3 words, "sword cultivators are poor," stabbed straight into Yi Qiao's heart. Luckily, she had looted the medicine storage yesterday, so now she had a fair number of high-grade elixirs in hand. Yi Qiao started her entrepreneurial venture. She calculated that the precious items from the alchemy peak could not be sold, so perhaps she should refine new elixirs herself and sell them outside. She began inquiring about the tools, wanting to know the price of an alchemy furnace, planning to try the ancient alchemy method recorded. That senior brother enthusiastically shared that a good alchemy furnace cost around 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Yi Qiao was thunderstruck and blurted out, "Are you robbing me? 10,000? And that is high-grade spirit stones?" Realizing she could not afford it, she changed her mind and said she would just borrow a large wok from the dining hall to refine elixirs instead. A large wok was still a pot, after all. Yi Qiao decided to use the pan for refining, planning to make a stir-fried pill with scallion oil. She opened her herb pouch, and the spirit herbs she took from the alchemy peak last night began to take effect. Following the guidance of her ancestors, Yi Qiao poured everything into the pot, following the steps she saw in the ancient incomplete manual last night. Relying on her extraordinary memory, Yi Qiao performed the steps in order, crushing the herbs with spiritual power, tempering them, and then forming the pill seals. Finally, Yi Qiao seriously made the hand seals, condensing the dark pill seal. Immediately, the refining furnace began to bubble violently. That was a sign of success. Yi Qiao was overjoyed, wondering what kind of pill she would refine. She was so excited her culinary soul stirred, even though she had chosen the beloved snail noodle flavor when adjusting the aroma. Yi Qiao opened the pot lid, and a sparkling light radiated out. Inside was a round plum pill. Slightly surprised, Yi Qiao was dumbfounded, not understanding what she had refined. The smell of snail noodles wafted up. Yi Qiao was suspicious. Why did this pill look so nutritious? Yi Qiao comforted herself, thinking that one should not be too critical. At least this thing was edible. Yi Qiao eagerly took her achievement to find a guinea pig, having heard that pills could temper one's spiritual energy. In Zhu Yu's room, he was diligently imparting knowledge about alchemy, needing to keep a calm and harmonious mind. Zhu Yu acted like a true successor disciple, seriously saying that during the competition, some malicious people would interfere. Zhu Yu began to display his power just like himself. Spiritual energy wrapped around him in waves. Zhu Yu was a gather essence, deeply loved by women. The junior disciples below admired him immensely, continuously sending their love and praising the third senior brother's prowess. Suddenly, a pair of small feet rushed in hastily. "Third senior brother, I brought you something good." It was a fist-sized snail noodle-flavored pill, both big and stinky. Zhu Yu couldn't help but cry out to the heavens. Yi Qiao insisted that her senior brother try it. Zhu Yu was scared pale, telling her to take the pill far away. day. While preoccupied with defending against the bowl of snail noodles, the forgotten alchemy furnace exploded with a bang. In his entire career, Zhu Yu had never experienced such a shock. He was speechless, having nothing more to say. Little junior sister, you are truly wicked. This incident would surely go down in history. After years of alchemy, this was the first time his furnace exploded. Yi Qiao patted Zhu Yu's head, a cruel smile on her face. Senior brother, want to give it a try? Zhu Yu was still awake and handsome. He shooed her away as if she were a demon. I won't drink it. You drink it. Suddenly, the study door was kicked open by a force. Teacher Zhao, summoned by the smell of snail noodles, bellowed, Yi Qiao, how dare you boil excrement in the classroom? Yi Qiao, with tears in her eyes, cradled her stinky treasure in her arms, begging the elder not to hurt it. After all, it was the first pill I ever refined. Why you such uncivilized words? Teacher Zhao had no need for it, angrily chasing her away. Get out. Yi Qiao sadly broke the pill in half. He kindly offered half to Zhu Yu, telling him to remember to finish it and give feedback. Zhu Yu looked at the lump of yellow in his hand, restraining himself from thinking impure thoughts. Suddenly, the perfect target Zhangxi unluckily passed by the window. Zhu Yu quickly seized the opportunity, urgently calling for his little junior brother. Zhangxi was still fresh. Zhu Yu waved his hand invitingly. Come here. Little junior sister refined some pills. Zhangxi naively believed him, poking his head in. Really? Little junior sister also refines pills? Without any wasted movement, Zhu Yu stuffed the entire pill into his mouth. Feeling his throat severely injured, Zhangxi could neither swallow nor chew it properly. In the end, unable to bear it, he vomited profusely. What kind of taste is this? At the same time, in Mingxuan's room, the second senior brother came to share some good food with this brother. Yi Qiao kindly saved a portion for Mingxuan. What is this? Yi Qiao smiled brightly, confident in her skills. It's a pill. Mingxuan wished he didn't have nostrils, thinking, does Zhu Yu hate me that much? Yi Qiao felt hurt, pouting, I made it. Mingxuan acted masterfully, putting on a genuine smile. Right, I know that waste Zhu Yu couldn't refine such a big pill. Yi Qiao finally felt that someone was willing to accept her divine medicine. Then give it a try. Mingxuan took the risk, skipping the chewing step and swallowing it directly. But the taste of the heirloom snail noodles was too terrible. Sister Hu was heavily mentioned today. At today's inner sect elder council, all the elders were gathered in full. In the meeting room, the elders were troubly discussing Yi Qiao, who was stuck at the peak of the Kai refining stage. Guan Yu suddenly thought of a plan. Have a few direct disciples prepare. In a few days, we'll all go to the mystic realm for training. Elder Zhao also sincerely thought, let the kid Yi Qiao leave the supreme sect quickly. The more he thought, the angrier he became. He was already very scared. If he didn't leave, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist punching her. Qin Fan couldn't help but say, if everyone has no objections, then let the children go. Hearing that they were about to get rid of the kids, Steward Yu rejoiced inwardly. Supreme Lord Ming thought to himself, finally got them to leave. Third senior brother Zhu Yu came to Yi Qiao's boudoir to call the little junior sister. Yi Qiao had just woken up and was still sleepy, telling third senior brother that he saw her dazed. Zhu Yu said that Cloud Middle City had just opened a small secret realm, so hurry up and pack. Tomorrow the three of them would go out training with her. He gently added that the secret realms at the foot of Cloud Middle City had previously been occupied by Sword Inquiry Sect and Moon Clear Sect, but those direct disciples of Moon Clear Sect had their eyes on the top, so they probably would not pay attention to a small secret realm. Hearing about the secret realm, Yi Qiao woke up completely and asked, a small secret realm in Cloud Middle City. Immediately, Yi Qiao connected it to the original novel and thought it had written about this secret realm. Inside there were many treasures, and the female lead Yun Kui even obtained countless ancient spirit herbs. Suddenly, something made her think. The original novel only had Moon Clear Sect coming. This time, Eternal Bright Sect coming was due to the butterfly effect. Right? Just as the three senior brothers were calling the little junior sister, hearing them call, Yi Qiao hurriedly ran over and shouted, coming. The senior brothers threw out a red robe and said this was for her. Yi Qiao quickly caught it. As soon as she saw that dazzling style, Yi Qiao was instantly surprised. Ming Xuan introduced it to her. This was the robe of a direct disciple of Eternal Bright Sect, made from thousand-year ice silk, impervious to water and fire. Yi Qiao looked at her senior brothers from Zhu Yu to Zhang Xi. Each one exuded an overwhelming immortal aura and an elegant bearing. Zhang Xi was extremely excited, urging Yi Qiao to put it on quickly. Suddenly, Yi Qiao felt it was a bit over the top. The direct disciple robe was indeed too flashy. Seeing that, she told the senior brothers to quickly change into ordinary clothes. The more ordinary, the better. Zhang Xi could not keep up with her thinking and asked, why is our direct disciple attire not beautiful? Yi Qiao replied it was not that, but she had a plan in mind. Wearing this out to deceive others would be like confessing without a fight. The senior brothers also indulged her. They immediately changed into ordinary clothes and asked if it was too plain. Yi Qiao looked at them for a while, then nodded very satisfied and said it was perfect. Seeing she was pleased, Zhangxi quickly pushed her and urged, okay, don't be slow, get on the immortal crane and let's go. After a while they arrived at Cloud Middle City. On the road there were all kinds of goods everywhere. Over on this side, there was a master setting up a stall selling various types of talismans, inviting everyone to come and choose. Ming Xuan, on the street no different from an A-list star, was glowing as he said, I heard there is a kind of spirit gathering talisman lately. You can cultivate even while lying down. Let's buy one to try. Yikiao saw this naive young man almost being fooled, so she immediately stopped him. Don't, they are all scams. Ming Xuan did not understand how she knew and asked, how do you know? Just buy one to try, it is not expensive anyway. He really was a rich spendthrift. Yikiao nearly spat blood when she heard him say it was not expensive anyway. She had to drag him away to make him forget those scam sales stalls. Let's find an inn first. Later when other sects arrive there will be no rooms left. Ming Xuan still did not understand and asked, truly not buying. Seeing his strange attitude, Zhangxi wondered, Yikiao is so strange today. Yikiao could not let Ming Xuan have his wish. She thought to herself she had to stop second senior brother from wasting money. The spirit gathering talisman was drawn by her. At first she only wanted to make money, but who knew the cultivators would discover its effects and it could not be undone. The 5 great sects banned the trade of talismans and pills. Thinking about her deeds being discovered, then the prison cart would roll and send Yikiao behind bars. Even if she shouted it was not me, it would be useless, so she was very scared and had to stop selling immediately. A lifetime of drawing talismans with no one knowing, and suddenly making one casually became popular. As a result, small merchants found a business opportunity, everyone made fakes, and the price was even 10 times higher than before. Ming Xuan saw she could not be persuaded and said, fine then, let's find an inn first. Yikiao did not know that in his heart he had already planned to buy it after returning. Finally they found an inn to rest at. Suddenly at this moment, a crowd gathered outside gossiping. They are direct disciples of the 5 great sects. Judging by the attire, it seems to be Moon Clear Sect. They made a fuss all over the inn, admiring that it was the newly accepted little junior sister, indeed shining brightly. People could not see the several senior brothers surrounding her, treating her like a jewel. They could not be provoked, so better stay away. Zhangxi seemed attracted by the gossipy atmosphere. He eagerly said, how lively, let's go see. Yikiao managed to squeeze through the crowd that was enthusiastically commenting, laughing and chatting lively. After a while, she too saw the main subject of the gossip. Yikiao quickly recognized the disciple of Moon Clear Sect. Yunkui was the female lead in the original novel. Her dignified demeanor made the street boys unable to stop staring. Yikiao quickly turned to her senior brother and asked, have you seen that girl? Zhangxi replied, I have seen her, what about it? Just after he asked, Yikiao sank into thought. Among the novel's male supporting characters, the one who fell first was Zhangxi, a fool with no discernment who was toyed with by the female lead and suffered miserably. Yikiao suddenly turned gloomy and asked 4th senior brother, have you ever heard the saying, if the heart is no woman, draw the sword and become a god? She pointed at Yunqui's spot and said, the first page of the sword manual is to let go of your beloved. Yikiao made a chopping watermelon gesture and said, kill them all. She kept waving her hands and even said, fatal blow. Seeing her suddenly dancing around like a madman, Zhangxi wondered, has Yikiao gone crazy? He came closer and said, stop talking nonsense, hurry up Yikiao. If you don't go book a room, others will snatch them all. The inns in Cloud Middle City know to raise prices according to the spot. The later you come, the more expensive it is. Hearing that, Yikiao immediately snapped back and asked, what? She began to focus on the main matter, quickly pulling Zhangxi's hand to check in. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and charge ahead. As soon as she saw the seller, Yikiao quickly shouted, boss, give us 4. Suddenly she stopped and said, wait a moment. Then Yikiao turned around and whispered to Zhangxi, 4th senior brother, what type of room is cheaper for the 4 of us? Just then, little sister Yunkui saw a familiar figure and immediately recognized her, Yikiao's senior sister. However, Yunkui did not quite believe it. Yikiao was gentle, quiet, and reserved, not like that lively and active girl, but they looked exactly the same. Better to stay up all night, seeking the truth than to suspect for a lifetime. Yunkui approached and struck up a conversation. May I ask which sect's little junior sister this Daoist friend is from? Yikiao did not want trouble. She quickly brushed it off, just a small sect not worth mentioning. Seeing that the other party had no interest in her, the universally adored Yunkui felt immensely wronged and aggrieved. Suddenly, Han King, the first direct disciple of Moon Clear Sect, appeared. He exuded an immortal aura and called, little junior sister, let's go. Yunkui had not resolved the doubts in her heart, so she felt extremely restless. Even though she left following Han King's lead, she still turned her head back to sneak a peek. Ming Xuan seemed to notice something. He said, that little girl is the new disciple of Moon Clear Sect. I heard she is a water spiritual root genius. Just as the knave good-for-nothing Zhang Shi spoke up. That is right, but who is that person beside her, dressed even more beautifully than us? This statement was nothing less than a direct slap in Ming Xuan's face. He gritted his teeth and explained, that is the first direct disciple of Moonclear Sect, equal in rank to our grand senior brother, so of course he is a bit arrogant. Hearing that Yi Qiao was shaken and asked, what? Today it seems she stepped out with her left foot. What an unlucky day this was. Yi Qiao knew she had miscalculated and regretfully thought, even the top disciple of Moonclear Sect came, and I did not call grand senior brother. When fighting for spirit herbs, our side has no support. On the other side, the cameras running on the power of Moonclear Sect scanned them once. Those 4 people 2 golden elixir, 1/2 golden elixir, and that girl was at key cultivation. At this moment, Yun Kui cut in to ask, were many golden core disciples from major sects coming too? That girl, the cultivation levels of the senior brothers beside her seemed high. Unfortunately for them, the innkeeper looked at the group of money bags and quoted the price. The other rooms are all taken. Now only the superior rooms are left, at 100 high-grade spirit stones per room. Zhang Shi and Yi Qiao were startled and asked in unison, what? Zhang Shi angrily cursed, 100 high-grade spirit stones, your place is a scam. Seeing his impulsiveness, the other 2 senior brothers could not hold back either. Ming Xuan covered his face with a fan and said, I really don't want to admit to knowing them. So embarrassing. I never expected a direct disciple from some sect to have this kind of character. The disciples from other sects saw this and gossiped. Don't overthink it. Can someone this poor be a direct disciple of a grand sect? I think there are probably some rogue cultivators who only reached golden core after hundreds of years. Seeing people lower than herself, Yun Kui thought smugly, that's right, no direct disciple would be this embarrassing. It's good that they're not from a major sect. Outside the Cloud City secret realm, the senior brothers reminded Yi Qiao inside there's a mist. Breathing it in will make people dizzy. Xu Yu said to avoid risks, many people usually buy anti-mist artifacts in advance. She worriedly asked, have you senior brothers prepared any artifacts? So, do we have any? Third senior brother shook his head. No. Eternal Brightness Sect doesn't have any key cultivators. No one practices artifact refining. If we want some, we have to go up to Wind Sect City to buy them. There are plenty of key cultivators there. Hearing this, she panicked. So we just go in with nothing? That casually? In her heart, she silently cursed her fate. She remembered in the original story, every time the female lead entered a secret realm, she had a mountain of artifacts and elixirs. Why was it so miserable when it was her turn? Ming Xuan just offered a tip. If you can hold your breath, then just hold it. Then he continued, if not, grab something to cover your nose with. But it's a bit troublesome during a fight. With the IQ of a modern person, she immediately thought of face masks. If it was just mist, it probably was no different from modern morning fog. She held up a piece of cloth and said, watch me. Saying so, she borrowed a sword and cut the cloth into many small pieces. She fumbled with the pieces of cloth for a while longer. The result was the birth of the first modern face masks in ancient times. She exclaimed excitedly, mission accomplished. She ran over and handed one to each senior brother, introducing it. Put it on, this is a face mask. It can block the danger from the mist inside the secret realm. She put one on to demonstrate. Do it like me. Qiao's eyes sparkled as she waited for the senior brothers to follow suit. The brothers indulged her and put them on. Though they thought it was strange seeing her expectant eyes, they couldn't bear to refuse. After putting on the masks, all eyes turned towards them. Suddenly she saw an acquaintance. It turned out to be Su Chuo. She thought to herself, this time the Moonlight Sect let him, Han King, and Yun Kui enter the secret realm. Her unintentional glance caught Su Chuo's attention, and he frowned in displeasure. He thought, my junior sister is very beautiful and gets hated by countless people. This is probably just another envious female cultivator. He glared at her, and seeing she was discovered, she turned her head to avoid trouble. Remembering from the original story, she disdained this simp extraordinaire, who ended up with nothing in the end. Su Chuo was at best a backup plan. Passerby noticed the mask she was wearing. He asked, little friend, what is that thing on your face? Is an artifact from Wind Sect, but it has no spiritual energy. She took out a few extras and introduced, this is a face mask I made. Though it's not as good as an artifact, it can resist the mist inside the secret realm. Seeing something so novel and useful, the man asked, really? She found a rock and climbed up to be higher. She tossed up the few remaining masks. She shouted loudly, money back if it's fake. Only 5 low-grade spirit stones each, it's a steal. Anyone want to try? The crowd buzzed and rushed over. I'll buy one too. Give me one to try. Looking at the crowd surrounding, Yi Qiao Zhang Shi sighed in admiration. Little junior sister is really something. Zhu Yu replied, if it were me, I definitely couldn't stand before a crowd and do business like this. Zhang Shi laughed, you've been with her for a long time, you know her well. Whenever spirit stones are involved, she gets really really enthusiastic. Suchuo and Yun Kui passed by and saw the commotion of people buying such a common thing. He sneered, even fighting over petty gains, so shameful. Yun Kui said sympathetically, probably a small sect, no money. That girl is pitiable, clearly the same age as me, yet she has to speak humbly for spirit stones. The scenery outside Cloud City remained the same, with the sound of birdsong echoing throughout the forest. Zhang-Shi pointed at the secret realm and called out, "Let's go, the secret realm is open." Having earned a small amount of money, Yi Qiao entered excitedly. Inside the secret realm, wind whistled through the crevices of rocks and the gaps between leaves. They walked through the thick blanket of fog. After a while, Zhang-Shi pointed to his mask and asked, "Little junior sister, can this thing really block the mist? Where did you get these weird things from?" Yi Qiao puffed up her chest with pride, the wisdom of a predecessor. In her heart, she silently thanked the advancements of modern science. Zhu Yu was also surprised it worked. He had calculated that if it failed, he would take out the air-holding elixirs to share, but it seemed there was no need. The three from Moonlight Sect did not buy masks and used protective artifacts to get through this area. Su Chuo observed and then said to Han King, "Big senior brother, everyone wearing masks isn't getting poisoned, should we buy some too?" Han King frowned and thought. The protective artifact could avoid the mist but consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so he also agreed. Han King stepped forward to block Yi Qiao. He thought it was only 5 low-grade spirit stones. Spending a bit was enough. He asked, "I wonder if the Daoist friend has any more masks?" Yi Qiao's heart twisted in joy. She didn't expect someone from Moonlight Sect to take the initiative to come and buy things. She seized the opportunity and replied, "Yes, of course I do. But things are different now. The price is no longer the same as before." Han King was impatient. "Then what do you want?" Irritated inside, he thought these small sects were really trying to fish in troubled waters. She yelled out the price, 100 high-grade spirit stones per mask. Han King was stunned when she quoted the price. Su Chuo disagreed, yelling 50 times louder than before, asking if she was intentionally inflating the price to oppose them. Yi Qiao put on a pitiful expression, sighed, and said there was no other way. What could she do when their small sect had no money? In truth, she still held a grudge over the old matter, that time when Su Chuo told Yun Yin about the ephemeral grass, and after all the original host's effort, the spirit herb she finally obtained was stolen. That incident she had not forgotten. She gestured slightly, then charged forward to attack, thinking that the direct disciples of Moon King Sect surely did not lack spirit stones and all cared about face. So do not blame her for taking the chance to swindle money, because she was the one who did not care about face. She cheerfully tossed the face mask in her hand, while Su Chuo was so angry he was speechless. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Moon King Sect had money, true, but they were not insane. 100 high-grade spirit stones could buy a bottle of pills. Why would they need that toy? All eyes were fixed on them. Piling on the pressure, he worried that if he did not buy it, with so many rogue cultivators watching nearby, he would lose face for Moon King Sect. Han King and Su Chuo were furious but could do nothing because too many people were paying attention. Han King gritted his teeth and endured, telling the junior disciple to hand over the spirit stones to her. Su Chuo could only toss her a pouch of silver, saying irritably, "Here are 300 high-grade spirit stones for you, keep them safe." She joyfully accepted the money pouch, handed over the masks, and said 3 masks make a set. Standing amidst the laughing crowd, Su Chuo was bewildered, feeling as if it were an illusion. Everyone around was staring at them and laughing. Arriving at the spirit herb location, everyone reminded each other to be careful of their steps, as many spirit herbs could move, and some types were aggressive. Zhu Yu continued, "Do not randomly touch things in the secret realm, and do not run around wildly, or you might get separated." Zhang Shi's attention shifted and he turned to look behind. Seeing the Moon King Sect people acting suspiciously, he asked what those money-flinging fools were doing. Zhu Yu thought for a moment and immediately guessed they were probably looking for strong rogue cultivators to follow and reap the benefits. Those Moon King Sect people loved freeloading the most. Remembering the past, he recounted that a very long time ago, when he and the senior disciple entered the secret realm for training, they once faced off against Han King. He continued, at that time they'd great difficulty finding the heart-clearing grass, but the senior disciple had just left to kill a guarding beast. That tree recalled his words, "This thing was seen first by us Moon King Sect. It is ours," and just after he said that, he was freeloaded by Han King. He did not expect that group to like playing dirty. Zhang Shi worriedly asked what to do, whether they should move away a bit, not wanting to spend half a day fighting only to have it snatched away. Ming Xuan tugged at Yi Qiao, worriedly saying we should hurry lest we be followed. She grabbed the edge of his robe and pulled him back, saying, "Senior brother, wait a moment." Seeming to have a plan, she continued, "Why avoid avoid them. Don't you seniors want revenge? Having never harbored thoughts of revenge, hearing Yi Qiao say this, Zhu Yu and Ming Xuan stared at her blankly. Zhu Yu said in confusion, little junior sister, we are righteous path disciples. We must act openly and honorably. How can we do such vengeful things? Ming Xuan nodded. We are not demon cultivators. She thought of another reason to persuade them, and quickly asked, don't you seniors want to give them a taste of their own medicine? Not letting them answer, she approached Zhu Yu and asked, third senior brother, do you have any pill that can temporarily conceal cultivation level? Because cultivators like to show off their cultivation, but third senior brother likes to research strange things and might just have that kind of pill. Seeing her ask that, he suspected, do you want to take medicine to hide yours? Yi Qiao waved her hand. What does a Kai refiner like me have to hide? She eagerly pointed at him, saying if I do not use it then senior brother use it. Her heart filled with indescribable joy. Hiding the whereabouts of the Zhu Yu group was the most important. This way they could deceive the Moon King sect, and meanwhile engage in friendly interaction. Zhu Yu was bewildered, his intuition telling him he must ask, what are you planning to do again? Her thoughts were always a mystery, arousing his curiosity. Having been a direct disciple for many years, he had weathered countless storms, but only Yi Qiao's appearance constantly refreshed his worldview. She put on a pitiful face, begging him, not doing anything, just wanted to find them for a little friendly interaction. As for Han King, he locked onto his target, thinking that cultivator over there with a golden core cultivation was not bad. He could follow him later to leech on. Using a deep and tender gaze, he turned back and said to Yun Kui, little junior sister, rest assured, with me here this time I will definitely help you reach foundation establishment. Continued, at that time I will give you all my treasures. During this, Yun Kui shyly and immediately, the disguised carriage guard stepped back, looking at this scene with unceasing heartache. In that bush, two people whispered. Zhu Yu said, I did not expect an enlightenment leaf to appear here. Little junior sister, your cultivation here is the highest. You must bring the leaf back. Yi Qiao replied, senior brother, rest assured I will definitely protect it well. They spoke softly but loud enough for Han King to hear clearly. He slightly turned his head, glancing toward the direction of the rustling sound. He thought an enlightenment leaf is something that can make cultivators comprehend. Then Han King and Su Chuo secretly followed. Su Chuo warily asked, these rogue cultivators are this lucky. Could it be fake? Han King had been deceived before. He said firmly, the highest cultivation is that brat at the peak of key refining. If they tricked us, it would not be good for them. Yun Kui stood behind holding Su Chuo's robe, quietly asking, little senior brother, is it okay for us to do this? Not knowing right from wrong, he turned back, grabbed her hand, and spoke reason. In the cultivation world, the big fish eat the small. Without strength, you cannot keep your belongings. We are just teaching them a lesson in advance. Let them know what is hidden talent, what is the treachery of the human world. The scene remained within the Cloud City secret realm. The Moon King sect members blocked the path, demanding the item, hand over the enlightenment leaf. Zhu Yu and Yi Qiao had their bodies fully covered, both acting deeply, asking in fear, what do you want? In her heart, she could not be calmer. Su Chuo had to protect his little junior sister. I also really like my senior brothers, so I must prevent them from becoming those who kneel under the female protagonist's skirt. Han King took out a talisman to intimidate. Little sister, hand over the enlightenment leaf. You probably do not want to see your senior and junior brother crippled by me. Before the two could say anything, he immediately threw the talisman. The talisman hit Zhu Yu. He outwardly screamed in agonizing pain, but inwardly the corner of his mouth twitched, feeling the performance was not wasted. Yi Qiao cooperated with the act. She worriedly shouted, big senior brother. He coughed violently, hoarsely telling her, little junior sister, do not worry about me. King threatened again, if you do not want your big senior brother to continue suffering, then hand over the enlightenment leaf now. In his heart, he had no suspicion at all. He did not expect a paper talisman, meant only for intimidation, to have such great power, hitting someone and making them spit blood. Perhaps this rogue cultivator's cultivation was just too low. Yi Qiao ran to support Zhu Yu. She threw out a box, saying this box has a restriction. Let us go, and I will tell you how to break the restriction. The wooden box was caught by Han King. He used spiritual power to open the box, but it had no effect. At this moment, he thought helplessly, spiritual power cannot open it either. The box is so intricately designed, I cannot break the restriction. Confirming her words, he immediately agreed, I will let you go. So what is the method to break the restriction? She lowered her head in thought, swallowing her saliva. Then she looked up and recited a multiplication chant. You all remember clearly. 1 1 is 2, 2 2 is 4, 3 3 is 9, 4 4 16. And so on for the entire long 9 section. Before those people could react, she continued, this formation is my sect's heirloom. You must wait for 7 49 days, then chant the multiplication formula I just recited, and you can open it. Han King did not believe it, pointing straight at the two of them. Dare to trick us, you are dead. She squeezed out 2 streams of tears, saying, what is this about? We are just rogue cultivators. How would we dare deceive direct disciples of a major sect? After the matter was settled, they also turned and left. Let us go. The 2 siblings watched their satisfied backs as they walked away. Zhu Yu dropped the act, dusted himself off, stood up and sighed. Once Ming Xuan, who was in a nearby bush, saw everything was settled, he also revealed himself. King Xuan asked in surprise, strange. When did third junior brother learn this trick of mine? Then he exclaimed in thought, the blood spits on command without any sloppiness. His acting skill truly shocks gods and demons. Again within the Cloud City secret realm, Xiu Yu used his hand to wipe the bloodstains off his mask. He pulled out some kind of fruit, laughing as he spoke, a fruit I casually brought before. I did not expect it to come in handy now. Muxi had only one word to describe this performance, too awesome. Praised, he could not close his mouth from smiling. Also curious, he turned to ask Yi Qiao, hey little junior sister, what was in that box of yours? He thought about the box. It was an ordinary box I used to store things. It can be opened after a set time. No chant needed. He thought back, it seemed to be a bun I had already taken a bite of. She let out an oh, replying, it contains a bun I already bit halfway through. Finding it absurd, Ming Xuan asked, why did you bring a bun? Which family's child enters a secret realm carrying a bun instead of a magic tool? She said, to eat, of course. Appearing world weary, she rubbed her stomach and continued, I have not reached foundation establishment, so I get very hungry. The bun is also quite tasty. Unconsciously, she imagined the scene of Han King opening the box to find only a half-eaten bun. She smiled contentedly, saying, the leading box of our Changming sect is also quite good. That bun probably will not go bad even after a month. Right. Playing a trick on the enemy made her laugh endlessly, wondering if the Moon King sect was lucky enough to get the bun I already ate half of. Zhu Yu saw her too happy, only thinking, if there was any loss, it was still little junior sister who suffered. Ming Xuan asked further, what kind of mental technique is your multiplication formula? Never heard of it before, but compared to those difficult and obscure techniques, this one is much easier to learn. She explained vaguely, it is something children in my hometown all have to memorize. She thought, I did not expect even in the cultivation world. There is no feeling of unfamiliarity. After a while, third senior brother said, wherever the spiritual energy is denser, there are more good things. Follow me forward. As if sensing something, Su Yu said, there are probably no shortage of good things ahead. Not long after, these siblings arrived before an area covered in precious heart-clearing grass. He recalled a past event. Previously, he was lucky to obtain one, but it was snatched away by the Moon King sect. He did not expect there to be so many here. The patch of heart-clearing grass in Yi Qiao's eyes only showed a mountain of money. She thought, indeed, refining all this grass into pills will definitely sell for a lot of money. He sat down to pick the grass, simultaneously reminding everyone to hurry and pick, or else people might come soon. He sat meticulously pulling out each weed, trying to preserve the roots for replanting later. Zhu Yu and the others focused on gathering as much grass as possible. Suddenly, a talisman flew in from somewhere. It seemed to be aimed directly at Yi Qiao. It was indeed targeting her, as it had now reached right before her eyes. She squeezed her eyes shut, letting things be, and did not bother to dodge. Ming Xuan reacted quickly, rushing forward to use a diamond talisman to dispel it. Talisman aimed at Yi Qiao fell to the ground in shreds. Ming Xuan recognized it as an explosion talisman, and thought that if he had been a beat slower, the little junior sister at peak key refinement would surely have been severely injured. Han King still held another talisman in his hand, acknowledging that the opponent's reaction speed was not bad. Ming Xuan warned her not to be afraid and to stand behind him. The crowd, seeing the commotion, grew curious. What was happening over there? They should go check it out. He warily observed every move Han King made. That man threw out a protective talisman to stop those people from gathering the grass. Yi Qiao, hiding behind Ming Xuan, praised him, saying he knew how to protect their food. He chuckled in response, right? Look at that man's face, it was like a watchdog. The Yu King sect members frowned upon hearing this. Yunqi spoke up, asking how they could say such things. Ming Xuan was different now, coldly retorting, were they talking to her? What business was it of hers? Just those words, and she already pretended to be on the verge of tears. Yi Qiao enjoyed the drama, gleefully cheering him on in her thoughts. She inwardly commented that second senior brother's sharp tongue sounded so satisfying. Yunqi squeezed out tears quickly, and just a few seconds later she was sobbing heavily. Ming Xuan was stunned at the sight. He suddenly thought of his own junior sister, who he bullied daily by calling her an ugly potato, but she never complained, only turning around to punch him. Seeing her cry, Suchuo quickly went to comfort her, telling the little junior sister not to listen to his nonsense. They were direct disciples of Yu King sect. Zhang Shi, who was gathering grass, also jumped up upon hearing this and mocked sarcastically. Fake astonishment, so direct disciples were that impressive. The surrounding crowd blindly gossiped. Some said Yu King sect was arrogant, others blamed them for daring to make Yun Kui cry, while others cursed that rogue cultivators had foul mouths. Zhu Yu heard the chatter and thought discontentedly, why was everyone only focusing on Yun Kui? Their little junior sister had just been ambushed by Han King, and no one said a word. He then stepped in front of them, casually greeting, so it was the friends from Yu King sect. Then, looking at them with a sharp gaze, he admonished, but ambushing our little junior sister right after arriving hardly seemed appropriate. If second senior brother had not reacted quickly, she would have been injured. Han King remained cold, retorting, so what if she got injured? Even if he had succeeded, did they expect him to kowtow and apologize? He thought that disciples from small sects were nothing and even injuring them would be fine. The surrounding crowd continued to side with Han King, insisting that they were just from a small sect. How dare they speak so loudly? They praised Han King for being handsome. Yi Qiao was speechless, looking at them, realizing that all the rogue cultivators around were rabid fans of Yu King's sect. King was confident of victory. He sneered and said this clear-heart herb field belonged to the Moon King sect, telling them to leave immediately. Shang-Chi saw that reasoning was useless, so he planned to charge in and fight. When Yi Qiao held him back, she called him fourth senior brother. She asked quietly, "Can you beat Han King?" He turned around and signaled he could even beat 3 Han Kings. He thought that man was a talisman cultivator with weak combat power. He would lose in close combat. Her eyes lit up and she asked further, "Then can you chase him away?" He was about to charge in, but hearing this, he was troubled. He replied, "That is not good, because the ever-bright sect is famous for helping the poor. Driving others away and taking over goes against our principles." She snorted and retorted, "Why is it not good? In the old days, we read books to speak politely with fools, and we learned swordsmanship so that fools would speak politely with us." He patted the sword at her waist and asked him, "Have you never heard this saying?" She pulled her hat down to cover her face. "Transforming into a swordsman," she said, "with a sword in hand one day, I will cut down all those dogs spouting principles." She thought sword cultivators learned the sword to reason. Shang-Chi was enlightened. He unconsciously agreed. Although it was a bit wrong, what she said made sense. We sword cultivators are so strong, why do we need to reason? She placed her hand on his shoulder, her eyes sparkling. "I am counting on you. Fourth senior brother can definitely do it." The 2 siblings got along well. He nodded firmly. Flicking his wrist, he summoned his beloved wife. Looking at fourth senior brother's momentum, she kept cheering him on, amazed by his demeanor. She thought her senior brother was usually nothing special, but now he was truly handsome. He rushed at Han King, swung a sword stroke and engaged. The sword stroke came right at Han King. Luckily, he dodged in time. His talisman had been cut through. Suchuo was shocked. The great senior brother's Vajra talisman is torn. He could not hide his surprise. That Vajra talisman was refined over a long time. It was said to block a full power strike from a golden core. How could a single sword Kai do this? And King did not expect this situation. He gritted his teeth in anger. Looking at the talisman cut in two, he thought if not for it, that sword stroke would have landed on him. He would either be severely injured or sent flying. He looked back and wondered, where the hell did this group of damn rogue cultivators come from? The threat was dealt with. She waved to the other senior brothers. "Second senior brother, third senior brother, come quickly and pick some clear heart grass." As she and Zhang Shi happily picked the grass, Ming Xuan asked in confusion, "Are we not leaving any for others?" While pulling up grass, she paused and retorted, "Why should we leave any for them?" Turning to look at him, she said, "Those who do not care about face are invincible under heaven. As long as we throw away all shame, no one can beat us." Recalling the original novel, she suddenly understood why the ever-bright sect always lost in competitions over the years. That sweet, saintly heart would not work. The Moon King sect was shameless, so the ever-bright sect could be too. Ming Xuan and Zhu Yang heard her words and stood there pondering. That was right. On what grounds should they yield? Both seemed to share the same thought, that tolerating would always mean getting bullied. Seeing them happily pulling up spirit herbs without giving way to anyone, Suchuo ran over and scolded, "How could you people be so shameless?" Zhu Yu retorted immediately upon hearing this, "We snatched it with our strength. On what basis do you call us shameless?" Let himself go. He felt this behavior was a bit rude but truly satisfying. He could not help comparing his past and present self, previously bound by all kinds of rules. Every time he went out for training, it was like being a dog. Now with his junior sister taking advantage of the chaos, it was more comfortable. Suddenly, the bushes around them rustled continuously. The sound was so shocking that Yi Qiao had to stop and turn to look. Zhang Shi immediately sensed it. He said without explaining the details, "They are coming." Yi Qiao looked confused like a cow wearing a bow, looking around and asking, "What is coming?" Standing up to block in front of his junior sister, he replied, "Demon beasts." Hearing the noise, Chu Yu also guessed. He said, "A whole lot of them, estimated around over 100. A swarm of green demon beasts flew towards them. One flew close to Yun Kui, her face pale as she cried out, "Help!" Somehow she did not run to her own senior brother, but instead ran to someone else's senior brother. She not only pushed Yi Qiao away from Zhangxi, but also kept shouting help. The demon beast flew in and was decapitated by Zhangxi with a single sword strike. She looked at him with teary eyes and said thank you. Zhangxi glanced down at her. "Do not thank me, I did not intend to save you." He pointed at her and said a shocking sentence. Your strength is like a pig's. My junior sister was pushed away by you. Slipping back into her princess act, she shed a few tears and said tremblingly sorry. Seeing this, he was scared by her. He thought she is crying. One word of dislike and she cries again. Hearing her tremblingly say she did not mean it, he panicked and thought, are female cultivators this terrifying nowadays? Seeing Zhangxi so scared that he quickly stepped back, she secretly rejoiced, this is good. Fourth senior brother does not have the heroine's plot armor like in the novel, this is a good thing. She went over to quietly ask him, fourth senior brother, seeing Yunqi cry, do you feel anything? She thought that the principal was not just mentioned once. Every passing male side character who saw the heroine cry would find her beautiful and want to bully her. Zhangxi seriously replied, I do feel it. She worried that senior brother would become like in the original work and asked, feel what? Unexpectedly, he replied, she wants to trick me. He thought, I have not said anything and she is already shedding tears. If it were to trick money out of me, I cannot think of another reason for now. He heard his answer and stared at him like he was insane. She recalled the original work. Zhangxi was ruthless towards anyone who pursued the heroine, consumed by jealousy, creating bloody scenes. But right now the two had nothing to do with each other, and he even thought she wanted to trick money. Relieved, she patted his hand, fourth senior brother, please keep this mindset. She thought, as long as his mindset is not normal, the heroine's harem affairs will not involve him. Things were not over yet. The demon beasts were still rampant around them. The green swarm was surrounding Yi Qiao's fellow disciples. Zhangxi raised his sword to strike when a voice stopped him. Fourth junior brother, wait. Zhu Yu said to him, do you remember who the sect master wanted to send down the mountain for training this time? He thought the sect master arranged for the junior sister to go down the mountain to see the world and temper her courage. Zhangxi looked worriedly at Yi Qiao. He said, but this is the junior sister's first time down the mountain. Killing a few demon beasts to train is enough. There are over 100 here. Zhu Yu turned to ask her, junior sister, are you scared? Holding the sword in her hand, she hesitated and replied, it is fine. Although these things are a bit disgusting, I can give it a try. Zhangxi drew his sword and said, then junior sister, I will teach you one move. Remember to watch closely. Actually, he was worried for her. There were too many demon beasts here. He decided to clear some for his junior sister. Zhangxi executed the first stance of the green wind art. He swung his sword in an arc and loudly chanted the technique, wind-severing slash. Countless sword strikes lashed straight towards the swarm of demon beasts. Each one was cut into pieces, falling to the ground with a plopping sound. He watched in fascination, thinking this move was cool. She must remember it for later use. Over at Tsuchuo's side, he also darkened his face seeing Zhangxi's sword technique. He admired, the sword speed is so fast, the sword intent is very strong. He wondered what sword art this was. Han King was also stunned, if I am not mistaken. He continued, it looks a bit like the sword intent of Eternal Bright Sect. Su Chuo turned around in shock, still unbelieving, how can it be, did you see wrong? He remained doubtful, the Eternal Bright Sect was one of the 5 great sects. How could those wandering cultivators be their people? Yunqi also did not believe it, she said, that is right. Earlier she said they were just a small sect. How could they be disciples of the Eternal Bright Sect? Han King was truly serious. He said, I hope I am seeing wrong, but that is indeed the sword intent of the Eternal Bright Sect. Based on the swordplay technique, Han King's guess was not wrong. The sword energy was like wind, like a blade too fast to grasp. These people were probably direct disciples of the Eternal Bright Sect. Yi Qiao also prepared to enter a battle stance. The dense swarm of demon beasts swooped straight down at her. She swung her sword in an arc, striking back at the ones approaching. Then she aimed directly at another demon beast. With a slash, the demon beast was cut in two. She closed her eyes to recall what she had learned, focusing to execute the move Zhangxi taught, the first stance of the green wind art. Flashing down in one stroke, she shouted the technique, wind-severing slash. Zhu Yu stood with his arms crossed, continuously praising, very fast adaptation. Calculating the time, the junior sister joined the sect less than half a year ago. In a few months, she replicated the first stance of the green wind art to 70 or 80%. Her talent in swordsmanship is no less than fourth junior brother's. He rested his chin and thought again, if she truly understood the first stance, why was the junior sister's outer sect assessment score stuck in place? Zhangxi stood by and said sadly, but the problem is, the junior sister has not even learned the first stance of the green wind art. He recalled her enrollment time in these 2 months. The Grand Elder only taught the stepping on green wind sword technique in class. The first sword art stance was not taught at all. Seeing this, even Han King could not criticize. This girl's talent is not bad. If she were a direct disciple of the Eternal Bright Sect, then she could not be underestimated. After all, she would be an opponent in the future. Every time a demon beast came close, Yi Qiao would kill it cleanly. Han King approached to ask Ming Xuan, where did your Ming sect find a female disciple like that? He further asked, is she a sword cultivator? Ming Xuan looked at him with annoyance, thinking to himself that this man had quite the thick face. Just a moment ago he had secretly attacked the little junior sister, yet now he was proactively asking about her. Xu Yu didn't bother looking at him, and replied that her talent wasn't as good as your little junior sister. He proudly recounted, Yi Qiao was a little junior sister picked up from outside. Her spiritual root couldn't compare to the top grade, she only had a rather good memory. He continued, roughly the type who would never forget after seeing something once. The people from Moonlight Sect were stunned upon hearing her name. Su Chuo thought Yi Qiao was just a namesake, but her voice was quite similar to the second senior sister. Yun Ku put on a jealous face, thinking to herself that it really was the second senior sister, but how was it that someone inferior to her in every way became a personal disciple just like her? Unable to bear the truth, she asked back, so is senior sister Yi Qiao also a personal disciple of Eternal Light Sect? Ming Xuan retorted, otherwise who did you think could make us call her little junior sister? He leaned down sarcastically, don't you think being a personal disciple is such a big deal? I just asked a simple question. Ming Xuanshou, disgust, shrugged and said, if you think so then there's nothing I can do. The surrounding people gossiped. The personal disciple of Eternal Light Sect? Have these great sects gone mad, gathering everyone into a small secret realm? Eternal Light Sect was known for being gentle. Why did they rush to monopolize the herb garden? Their newly joined little junior sister was also quite formidable. But what was so great about her? If it were junior sister Yun Kui, she would definitely succeed. Feeling humiliated, Han King called out to Yun, little junior sister, quickly go deal with those demon beasts. This is a training opportunity. There's no danger, their cultivation is very low. Ah acted aggrieved, tears welling up as she said, senior brother Song, I won't go, I'm scared, they are disgusting. Su Chuo also chimed in, senior brother Tong, junior sister Yi is still young. He angrily asked, 16 years old is still young, is she a newborn baby? He thought to himself, this is infuriating me to death. If I don't show off a bit now, all the glory will be stolen by Eternal Light Sect. The sound of the demon beasts flying had also completely stopped, leaving only the sound of Yi Qiao's sword cutting through the wind. After a moment she also sheathed her sword. Sitting down on the grass, she wiped the sweat from her forehead, exhausted but feeling a sense of relief she hadn't had in a long time. She could feel the source of energy within her body but still didn't know what it was. It seemed something warm was nurturing her. She felt as if she was floating in the air, so warm, so comfortable she was about to fall asleep. Ming Xuan quietly asked, fourth junior brother, was that just now really the first move of the clear wind art that little junior sister had never learned? Zhangji wondered, that's right, unless she secretly learned it from Elder Duan when I wasn't looking. Ming Xuan voiced his thoughts. Could it be that she imitated that move of yours? When little junior sister swung her sword, she was still unstable, like a child staggering while learning to walk. Remembering the time she practiced holding the sword, he said, step by step adjusting and practicing, learning the most correct way to hold the sword. Also remembering the scene of her drawing the complex fortune charm, Ming Xuan thought, this time was like in the library tower, I only drew the royal fire talisman once, and she replicated it perfectly. Zhang Shi replied to him, but back then it took me 2 months to learn. Recalling that he learned it in 2 months, and back then Elder Duan even praised him for his extraordinary talent, but little junior sister knew it after seeing it just once. Ming Xuan over to pat his shoulder in comfort. Little junior sister has a photographic memory. It's normal that your memory can't compare to hers. And as for your comprehension, before he could finish, he heard Zhu Yu call out, look. He was stunned, speechless. It seemed little junior sister had broken through to foundation establishment. Truly, she had broken through in less than a day, just like that. Pausing for a moment, Ming Xuan changed his tune, continuing the sentence he intended to say, but your comprehension probably can't be compared either. Ming Xuan hadn't expected this either, he thought. At this speed of breaking through realms, did she encounter no difficulty at all? Shang-Chi pouted and glanced at him, saying thank you for that, you really know how to console people. Yi Qiao remained focused, sitting in cultivation, feeling that indescribable floating sensation. She wondered to herself, so this is what reaching foundation establishment feels like. Slowly opening her eyes, she thought her sea of consciousness seemed to have expanded further. No sooner had she opened her eyes than she saw Yun Kui sitting face to face with her, shouting loudly, there she is. Zhu Yu angrily stepped in front of Yi Qiao. He asked, Yui, what do you want with our little junior sister? Yi Qiao still hadn't recovered her wits, scared half to death. It turned out Yun Kui wanted to make a request. She said, second senior sister, could you give me a branch of heart-clearing grass? Then she put on a pitiful act. Surely senior sister knows I was born with a deficient spiritual root, and I am still missing a bit of spiritual herb for the medicinal guide. Seeing her sob, Su Chuo felt pity and also came to plead, but was not polite. That's right. Second senior sister has so many already. It wouldn't hurt to give one to our little junior sister, right? Hearing the 3 words second senior sister, Zhang Shi was very surprised. Ming Xuan also understood. So little junior sister was once a disciple of Moonlight Sect. Zhu Yu pondered. It seemed many secrets were hidden behind this. Ming Xuan flicked his fan open and spoke up saying, "Who is your second senior sister?" "This is our little junior sister." He showed obvious disgust, continuously mocking them. "Give it to you based on what?" "Based on your little junior sister having a thick face." Slowly approaching them, he continuously attacked verbally. "What's the big deal in giving one branch? Then you might as well go die with your ugly looks. Don't stand here dirtying my eyes." Su Chuo and Yun Kui could only retreat, unable to say anything more. A hand extended, holding a sparkling spirit pill. It was refined by Zhu Yu for Yi Qiao. He said congratulations to little junior sister for breaking through to Foundation establishment. "This is a solid spirit pill, take it quickly." He said to everyone, "We should head back now," while cursing in his heart that in the future he must minimize contact with that bunch of abnormal personal disciples from Moonlight Sect, especially that weird one named Yui. Seeing them leave, the people from Moonlight Sect shouted, "Don't be too smug too soon, just wait until the competition." Hearing this, everyone showed contempt. Yi Qiao replied, "Who cares about you people?" The third senior brother pretended to be dignified. The second senior brother clicked his tongue. The fourth senior brother gave a snort. Their attitude made Han King so angry he wanted to vomit blood. He thought to himself, just wait until the competition. I'll pay back 10 times what happened today. The nasty girl wondered to herself, is the relationship between second senior sister and senior brother Zhu Yu very good? Shivered, thinking childishly. I don't know why seeing those people from Zhu Yu's group protecting second senior sister makes my heart very uncomfortable, as if something that belongs to me was stolen by her. Still couldn't accept Yi Qiao's ability to reach Foundation establishment on her own, so she made up a story that it was the legitimate son of the Shi family from the 8 great families. "I heard that brother Zhu Yu can refine the type of pill that makes people break through quickly." Su Chuo heard this and immediately turned to ask, "You mean second senior sister relied on a few pills to increase her cultivation?" Replied, "That's right. Anyway, second senior sister was stuck at the 3rd level of key refining for so long before. How could she reach Foundation establishment in just a few months?" Jealousy arose in her heart again. The gentle and unnoticed second senior sister not only reached Foundation establishment earlier than me, but also became a personal disciple with a status not much lower than mine. Clenched her sleeve, her heart feeling terribly uncomfortable. On the way out of the secret realm, Zhu Yu turned to ask her little junior sister, "Do you know those personal disciples from Moonlight Sect?" He thought to himself, Yun Kui kept calling her second senior sister. It couldn't be a case of mistaken identity. Yi Qiao suddenly became unusually silent, gave a hum, and said, "That's right." She recounted her growth process to him. "I am an orphan picked up by the sect leader of Moonlight Sect, was an inner sect disciple from a young age. A few years later, because my talent was too poor, even the dogs labeled me a waste." Thinking deeper, she couldn't help but feel bitter, and moreover, the medicinal herbs I painstakingly gathered were all taken by the master to give to the newly accepted little junior sister. Returning to a normal state, she said calmly, "I got too angry, so I just left the sect." Hearing her story, he felt extremely distressed. Little junior sister. He fondly ruffled her hair, thinking that the little junior sister was not valued in the Moon King sect, and the herbs she had painstakingly gathered were snatched away. From now on, he would definitely cultivate pills diligently and give them to his junior sister. If the Moon King sect would not take care of her, then the Long Ming sect would. Ming Xuan, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. "If they dare to bully little sister in the future, just say my name." Then he corrected himself, saying to say the name of the senior brother, as he was more formidable. Zhang Shi also waved his hands in agreement. "Right, the inner disciples of the Moon King sect are not even worth a dog. It is better to become a core disciple of the Long Ming sect, and when the competition comes, we will surely make them see clearly." She placed her hand over her fluttering heart, thinking that the 3 senior brothers were so adorable, and felt a warmth in this place. After a while, they had returned to the Long Ming sect. The sect master asked in astonishment, "Already at the Foundation establishment stage?" He laughed heartily, clapping her on the shoulder. "I said that girl from the other house could certainly do it." Elder Zhao came to ask for information from her senior brothers. "How many days did it take to break through to Foundation establishment?" Zhu Yu held one finger as a signal. Elder Zhao guessed 10 days, but he was wrong. Zhu Yu corrected him. 1 day, more precisely. It had been less than a day since the little junior sister broke through. The 2 old men could not believe their ears. Thousands of stars seemed to float around their heads. Foundation establishment in 1 day. Did that mean their sect had a disciple who reached Foundation establishment in a single day? Did any of that make sense? Elder Zhao was extremely surprised, waving his hand to send the few people out first, saying he had matters to discuss with the sect master. Watching the group of children leave through the door, The two men put their heads together to discuss. The sect master was skeptical. Foundation establishment in one day, old Zhao. Those kids are not tricking me, are they? Elder Zhao replied. Do you even doubt Xu Yu? At this point, Elder Zhao had to acknowledge Yi Qiao. Although she had a mid-grade spirit root, her speed of absorbing spiritual energy was not slow at all, and at times it was even faster than her senior brothers. After hearing this, the sect master was even more shocked, and he was bewildered. How is that possible? Those senior brothers all have high-grade spirit roots. The two of them sat there, unable to figure out the answer. Elder Zhao said he found it strange. In theory, their test stone could not be mistaken. The sect master waved his hand. Forget it. When the competition of the sword inquiry sect takes place, let Yi Qiao go and test the stone there. There will surely be no mistake. Many days later, at the back mountain of the Longming sect, Yi Qiao was making something. Add this, then add a little of that. It turned out she was stirring a soup. When she was satisfied, she said, "This should be good enough for now." Suddenly, she was startled by a loud call. Little junior sister. Zhang Shi came to inform her. The elder from the Storm Victor sect has arrived. Master told us to behave ourselves today and not cause any trouble. She let out an "oh," her expression innocent. Rest assured, I am well behaved. Turning back to stir the pot, she asked, "Is the Storm Victor sect that weird sect you mentioned?" Zhang Shi nodded. That is right. Seeing that the sect was suddenly getting attention, she asked curiously, "What is their elder doing at our place?" He shrugged, saying as if it were routine, "There is half a year until the competition. The sects are coming to check the strength of the core disciples. Everyone wants to know their strengths and weaknesses to win." He craned his neck to look at what she was cooking and asked, "What is that of yours? Why does it smell so strange?" Seeing Zhang Shi leaning in close, she pushed his face away. "I am making a bomb." Zhang Shi's mind spun, a bad premonition rising. A bomb? A new type of magical artifact. He just felt like it was not something normal people would make. He asked worriedly, "When will you be done?" "Any moment now. Master is going to take the elder of the Storm Victor sect on a tour. If something happens, it will not be good." She slapped him on the shoulder, looking completely calm. "Relax, it is just a little toy." With honeyed words hiding an evil heart, she said that but was excited inside. She remembered spending days searching for materials and reading countless books to find a substitute for gunpowder. There would be no mistake. After suffering the consequences of her strange object several times, his heart was still uneasy. "Are you sure it is okay?" Every time he was with the little junior sister, he always had a feeling of unease. Half an hour later, Yi Qiao finished the product. She cradled her achievement. "This bomb is a great success." Excitedly, she called out to her fourth senior brother, "Look at this." Having said that, she got to work, throwing the bomb far away. The small bomb rolled a short distance. With a loud bang, the bomb, though small, had tremendous destructive power. Zhang Xi's mouth hung open, exclaiming in delight, "The bomb is so powerful." He thought to himself, his little junior sister really had many strange items. The power of this small bomb was no less than an attack from a golden core cultivator. "Wanting to play too," he said to her. "Let me give it a try." She handed him one. Looking very excited, he swung his arm with all his might. Little junior sister looked quickly. Using all his strength, he threw the bomb a kilometer away, his voice competitive. "I will definitely throw it farther than you." Looking in the direction the bomb flew, Yi Qiao was surprised. It looks just like that. There were two figures walking on the mountain. On the other side of the Longming sect's back mountain, the two people were Sect Master Qin Fan, introducing the training grounds to Elder Sun. Over there is the back mountain. Usually, sword cultivators practice their swordsmanship near that area. Elder Sun praised, "I have heard that the quality of your sect's disciples this year is not bad." But in reality, he was probing for his own sect master, as the Longming sect's results were always at the bottom. He had been sent to investigate. Knowing the ill intent, Qin Fan smiled humbly. "You flatter me. The Longming sect is, at best, just participating for fun this year." Elder Sun smiled along, saying nothing on the surface, but thinking smugly, if there were truly talented people, Qin Fan would be bragging about it everywhere. It seems the sect master worries too much. Then came the moment. The bomb Yi Qiao had made, which Zhang Shi threw, landed right at the feet of the two men. The bomb made a few strange sounds, a sign that it was about to explode. Sect Master Qin Fan and Elder Sun did not know what the object was and stood still, staring down at their feet. What happened next, anyone could guess. A loud explosion shook the sky. Fortunately, Sect Master Qin Fan was quick enough to use a formation to protect them both. Elder Sun timidly hid behind the Sect Master. Qin Fan roared in anger, "Who dares to ambush me?" The roar echoed across the mountain. "Come out here." Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi both heard it. The same thought of worry crossed their minds. "This is bad. We have really done it now." The two brother and sister turned to look at each other in panic. Understanding each other perfectly, the two of them ran off to hide. "Run!" On the other side of the mountain, the spot where the bomb had just exploded had turned into a hole. Elder Sun, panicking and trembling, asked, "What kind of magical artifact was that?" Sect Master Qin Fan let out a laugh, pretending to be modest. "This is just some small trinkets made by my core disciples. not worth a cent, he thought smugly, even though he did not know what it was. Seeing elder son's terrified expression was truly satisfying. The Longming sect had been at the bottom for years, and those old men would silently mock him. This time, he managed to regain some face. The elder of the Sun family was scared out of his wits, his dignity completely shattered. The power of this toy was terrifying. This terror made him think, perhaps this year, Eternal Dawn sect was no longer as simple as before. The sky remained clear and blue, golden sunlight shining down on the lush green bamboo grove. The two little monsters only stopped to catch their breath after running until they were tired. Zhangxi said with difficulty that they had run so far, the sect master probably couldn't catch up. After regaining some strength, Yi Qiao handed the new blueprint to her fourth senior brother. She suggested they go down the mountain, since they were almost out of this area anyway. So she had an ulterior motive after all. She thought about the pistol blueprint she had just finished drawing last night, and now it happened to be the perfect time to go down the mountain to find a craftsman. Zhangxi hesitated, saying that if they went down the mountain they would miss class later. She replied calmly that they would just skip it. He was stunned for a moment, not expecting her to say that. In the end, he immediately agreed, saying it was a great idea. Unable to hide his excitement, he thought that in the past, when he skipped class alone, he would only get punished and sent to the boring, restricted area. Now, he had his little junior sister to share the punishment with. The two children thus held hands, dancing, singing, and merrily making their way down the mountain. Arriving at a weapon crafting shop, she presented the drawing and asked the owner if he could make it. Looking at the blueprint of the modern pistol, the owner wondered what kind of strange object this was, its shape so peculiar. Looking at the weapon Yi Qiao wanted to make, the owner thought it looked neither like a sword nor anything familiar he had seen in all his years of business. She pointed at the drawing and introduced it as a pistol, asking if he could make something roughly like this, with at least enough space inside for some bullets. The owner stammered but clearly intended to charge a high price. He said he could make it, but the cost would be steep. The owner held up 3 fingers, shouting a price of nearly 300 superior spirit stones. Her eyes widened as she begged for a lower price, saying that since he was so interested in this gun, why sell it for so much? The owner was flustered by her pleading gaze. He admitted that he really liked it, but the materials for making it were not cheap. After a session of bargaining, the owner gritted his teeth and agreed to take 100 superior spirit stones. She successfully reduced the price to a third of the original and was satisfied, agreeing to it. Seeing how Yi Qiao did business, Zhangxi was shocked. He said that whenever he bought things, he always just paid whatever price the owner named. He never knew bargaining was an option. He stood rooted to the spot as she tugged at him to go shopping. She asked if he wanted to buy anything else before they headed back. He sighed and declined, saying he wouldn't buy anything more today. She asked him what was wrong, her expression curious. He knelt on the ground in pain, thinking about the spirit stones that had just flown away. He said that even though he wasn't short of spirit stones, thinking about losing so many still hurt his heart. He considered this a lesson in a new market skill. At a loss for what to do, she could only utter 2 words, "All right." She turned her head and called him back, saying, "Then let us go back. Just in time, I have drawn a few talismans that need a test subject." She schemed quietly in her heart, remembering how she had destroyed the inn last time. She decided she would not hurt herself again. She had to find someone else to harm. Zhangxi asked naively, "So did you draw many of them?" She clasped her hands together in a sincere plea, saying, "No, just a few. Please indulge me." He agreed without a hint of suspicion, saying, "All right, I will help you test them." 3 days later, everyone gathered to watch the commotion. Yi Qiao was the center of attention. She cheerfully held up a talisman and asked her 4th senior brother how he was doing. This was the last one. Zhangxi lay sprawled on the grass, asking if there were still more. His expression was more haggard than ever. He tremblingly recalled the past 3 days, saying that his junior sister was too slick-tongued. She had said it was just a few talismans, yet he had been trapped behind the mountain testing them for 3 whole days. Yi Qiao sat down beside him, pinched his mouth into a smile, and comforted him, saying this time it definitely would not make him uncomfortable. It was called a louder talisman. Then she explained the talisman's effect was to make him laugh more. He was about to turn into a bitter gourd. Zhangxi had no choice but to agree. He thought the little junior sister's talismans were interesting, but he wished she would not use him as the test subject. Yi Qiao beamed brightly, slapping the talisman onto him as she spoke, saying he had worked hard. Standing up to observe the result, she thought that maybe the talisman did not need to be too powerful. Just affecting the people around it was already a good way to cause trouble. In the quiet mountain space, a clear, crisp laughter rang out. Zhangxi, hit by the talisman, could not stop laughing, unable to close his mouth. The disciples around stared wide-eyed at him, unable to hold back their exclamation. Had senior brother Mu gone into key deviation? Satisfied with the result, she tore the talisman off. It seemed the effect was not bad. Zhangxi came back to his senses, unable to believe he had just acted so crazily. Losing all his strength, he collapsed to his knees. Terrified, he recalled the feeling he just had. He said it was not just a little. He almost thought he had truly gone into keyviation. He asked if all talisman cultivators played like this. Hearing this, she flicked his forehead with her finger. She told him not to insult her. She was a true sword cultivator. Drawing talismans was just a side hobby. She also thought that compared to being a mage, she liked being an assassin much more. Holding his forehead, he smiled bitterly, thinking what kind of side hobby could produce talismans with such good effects, nearly torturing half his life out of him. Yi Qiao then crouched down again, busily working on some. Zhang Shi approached and asked if she still had not finished drawing this talisman. She did not reply but simply tossed the talisman behind her, saying she had ruined another one. The crumpled talisman flew and hit Zhang Shi on the head. Seeing her struggling, he suggested she try asking Mingzuan. Focusing intensely on drawing another talisman, she told him to try one more time. If it failed, she would go find second senior brother. Clearly she was a sword master, yet she was drawing talismans. He asked her if she learned talisman drawing at Moonlight Clear Sect. She puffed out her chest with pride and said yes, thinking in her heart that she was following the original owner's memories, learning to draw by imitating the Moonlight Clear Sect's talismans. Zhang Shi said smugly that Moonlight Clear Sect was called the gathering place for orthodox talisman cultivators in the cultivation world. If they knew someone from Eternal Dawn Sect could draw their talismans, they would be furious. Then he gave her a writing brush, saying he heard from second senior brother that to draw high-quality talismans, one should use a good wolf hair brush. He had one he had never used and was giving it to her. Receiving the brush, her eyes sparkled as she thanked her fourth senior brother. He said it was probably a medium-grade magic tool, and he would find her something even better. She happily accepted the brush, dipped it in ink, and prepared to draw the next talisman. She put the brush down and finished the last few strokes. Compared to the previous talismans she had drawn, she sighed that good tools had their merits. This brush was so smooth. Putting down the brush with practiced skill, she said there was no clogging at all. Holding the freshly drawn talisman in her hand, she happily announced that she had finally succeeded this time. Suddenly, the talisman began to glow even without any external activation. The two of them, sitting together, had to cover their eyes because of the blinding light. The source of light was unimaginably strong. It shot a single ray straight into the sky. Commotion was so great that even the sect master looked out. He exclaimed in excitement, "A heavenly blessing." He wondered if it was Ming Xuan or Zhu Yu who had received this honor. At a nearby sect, people recognized that someone had received the heavenly Dao blessing from the Ming sect, seemingly from the reincarnated disciple side, wondering if it was Zhang Shi, Xing Yun, or Ming Xuan. Talisman had an additional small seal at the bottom corner. Yi Qiao curiously pointed at it and asked what it was. He immediately answered, "The heavenly Dao blessing." Zhang Shi was extremely shocked, never expecting that the little junior sister could actually dual cultivate sword and talisman. He had never thought he would meet a dual path cultivator, and that too, his own junior sister. She had never heard of this matter, so she asked fourth senior brother what the heavenly Dao blessing was, and if it had any special effects. He excitedly narrated that receiving the heavenly Dao blessing meant being recognized by the heavenly Dao. From now on, the talisman she sold would be at least 5 times the price. She struck gold and asked in disbelief, 5 times? Was such a good thing even possible in this world? Zhang Shi continued, as far as he knew, none of those talisman cultivators who called themselves the orthodox faction of the King sect had received the heavenly Dao blessing. Just wait for the news to spread and see their expressions. He curiously asked, how profound did one have to be to receive the heavenly Dao blessing? By the way, Yi Qiao, what talisman did you draw? An array talisman, a defensive one, or an offensive one? She shyly said it was a 3-element talisman. The person hit by it would crawl on the ground like an animal. As she spoke, she pulled him into her imagination, and Zhang Shi painfully told her not to use him as a description. In her imagination, he could only let out a sigh. He admired the way her brain worked, giving a thumbs up, saying no wonder she was the little junior sister. Even her method of receiving the heavenly Dao blessing was anything but ordinary. In her mind, tears and snot were already flowing freely. If she had known earlier, she would have drawn a more normal talisman. Suddenly, Ming Xuan and Su Yu arrived, and second senior brother asked the two of them why they had been skipping lessons more and more recently. What exactly were they hiding from them? Seeing the two, Yi Qiao jumped up and down in joy greeting them. Second senior brother, third senior brother, long time no see. Zhu Yu came over to Zhang Shi, put his arm around his shoulder and neck and said, little junior sister, long time no see. We came looking for this little junior brother. Sense of unease surged within Zhang Shi. Why did he have such a bad feeling? Zhu Yu pulled out a medicinal pill and said to him, I just refined a few pills, looking for someone to test them. Come on, junior brother. The trauma from 3 days ago was too much for him to bear. He swung his hand and slapped third senior brother away with a bang. He shouted, no way, I still clearly remember how you poisoned those inner sect disciples last time. At this time at the main peak of the Ming sect. In the room, the sect leader and the senior grand disciple were discussing matters. The senior grand disciple asked who caused such a big commotion with the heavenly Dao blessing. He wondered, was it the new little junior brother or little junior sister? Sect leader Qin Fan shook his head, unclear. I'll call the kids over to ask later. Speaking of which, they've been skipping classes for a few days now. Hearing him speak, senior grand disciple Kung asked again, are they skipping classes? This was the sect leader's residence on the main peak of the Ming sect. Sect leader Qin Fan angrily slammed his hand on the table. He recounted, speaking of it makes me angry. Not only do they skip class, but they also collectively skip under the leadership of Yi Qiaoji. He stood up as he spoke, saying, I'll go see them. Turning around to leave the room, he sighed, if I don't go discipline them, these junior brothers and sisters might cause chaos. For unknown reasons, the scene outside was chaotic, like a house of cards. Zhang Shi cried out miserably, begging, please don't follow me anymore, spare me. The three people, Yi Qiao, Ming Xuan, and Zhu Yu, were chasing Zhang Shi through the air. The chasers all looked sinister. Zhu Yu even threatened him, just keep running. He seemed very eager to catch his lab rat, telling him he couldn't escape. Even Ming Xuan said, even if you have no way to argue today, no one can save you, except it little junior brother. Yi Qiao also wanted to try more talismans. She laughed slyly and called him to stop running. Fourth senior brother, we won't hurt you, 3 against 1. Even if you're not hot, you'll still twist. His tears had already become a river. He hugged himself tightly and screamed miserably. The 3 of you are like perverts forcing a lost youth. The senior grand disciple went to find his younger siblings, witnessing this scene, not knowing what to say. Watching the little junior sister lead the senior brothers astray, the senior grand disciple thought, ever since she arrived, the Ming sect hasn't had a single peaceful day. He reached out his hand to cast a spell, telling them all to come down here. The energy he released directly pulled the magical artifacts of both sides straight to the ground. After a loud shout, the first person landed safely. Zhu Yu even struck a very handsome pose. With the next shout, Zhang Shi fell headfirst to the ground. A pair of hands reached out to catch him. Zhu Yu successfully caught Zhang Shi. He landed safely, but his soul was still flying in the wind. After regaining his senses, he opened his eyes to look. The atmosphere between the two of them was truly affectionate. Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan saw this scene, and both thought it was too hard on the eyes. The two tried to cover each other's eyes, but it was hardly effective. The senior grand disciple sternly spoke up and asked, what are you all doing? Hearing the question, Zhu Yu was startled and dropped Zhang Shi to the ground with a thud, him landing face first. Before he could understand anything, he fell heavily to the ground. Zhu Yu frantically waved his hands, saying, senior grand disciple, listen to my explanation, it wasn't me. Sensing the great misunderstanding, he cried bitterly, I'm really not a pervert. After the 4 of them lined up neatly, the senior grand disciple started on the main matter. I heard that you 4 didn't go to class today. Ming Xuan pretended to be wronged, dissatisfied, and explained that it wasn't true. Who did you hear that from? Someone must be trying to falsely accuse us of our innocence. Zhang Shi, standing beside him, echoed, that's right. Hearing the insincere answer, the senior grand disciple's face darkened, and he let out a cold laugh. The eyes stared fixedly at the junior sisters and brothers. Seeing this gaze, Yi Qiao grew anxious, thinking, is this the oppressive feeling of the senior grand disciple? He only let out one cold laugh, and it scared me to death. The 4 of them stood listening to the senior grand disciple's interrogation, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, Yi Qiao shouted loudly, breaking the awkward atmosphere, senior grand disciple, I have something to say. Relying on her IQ of 2000, she quickly devised a plan. After thinking it through, she immediately asked, senior grand disciple, who do you think will win the title of the #1 sect of the cultivation world this year? Hearing her question, he raised a hand to his neck, thought for a moment, and then recounted that for the past 1,000 years, Chengfeng sect and Jianyun sect had alternated holding the top position. She asked again with eyes full of anticipation, so if big senior brother tried hard, could we reach the top position in the cultivation world? He still calmly replied, no. She pointed her finger straight at his face. From blaming the juniors, she turned the situation around and blamed the big senior brother instead, saying she was so disappointed in him. This sudden change stunned him. Ming Xuan and Zhang Shi understood the hint and chimed in. All 3 siblings stood there sighing. Zhang Shi continued, that is right, big senior brother, you could not even lead Ming sect to claim the #1 title. Ming Xuan shrugged and joined in, that is right, truly disappointing. Our handsome man, under this barrage of attacks, began to doubt his own life. Is the problem with me? Is it because of me? The 4 siblings saw the opportunity had arrived and grabbed each other's hands. 4 of them ran off, leaving the big senior brother behind, sinking into deep thought. Watching his juniors calmly leave as if nothing had happened, he frowned and thought, this escape method, so skillful and shameless, was it taught by little junior sister? At the Forbidden Land, a familiar place. Disciples who committed offenses had to come here to repent. The 4 people, Yi Qiao, Ming Xuan, Zhang Shi, and Xu Yu, were eventually locked inside the Forbidden Land. Lying on the grass floor, Zhang Shi complained, this is so boring, I want to go out. Yi Qiao, lying beside him, was also frustrated. The elders cannot possibly watching us every single day, right? Let us sneak out. Ming Xuan, sitting next to them, said, if we want to hide it from the elders, we will have to use a teleportation talisman to get out. He slapped 2 talismans onto her forehead and said conveniently, I brought teleportation talismans with me. Seeing the talisman, Yi Qiao was extremely envious. Wow, second senior brother, you are so amazing. Hearing this, Ming Xuan felt a bit embarrassed. After all, we are the #1 talisman cultivators in the cultivation world. Having said that, he handed the talisman to her. I only have these two. You guys use them according to situation. Her eyes lit up. I knew second senior brother was the best. Zhu Yu, sitting beside them, also pouted and carefully instructed her. I and Ming Xuan will stay behind to cultivate. You two outside do not cause trouble. If anything goes wrong, immediately use the talisman and run. Not stopping there, Ming Xuan rattled on. If you have a chance to snatch something, then snatch it. If you cannot win, then do not be greedy. Later when you join the competition, there will be many large secret realms. Going together as 5 people will be safer. Yi Qiao nodded vigorously, patted her chest confidently. Rest assured, second senior brother, we are all honest people. This time going down the mountain, I absolutely will not cause trouble. As she finished speaking, she took out a bottle of medicine that emitted a pungent smell. That is right, the spiritual energy here in the Forbidden Land is dense. This spiritual pill will help you brothers absorb it faster. The strong, intoxicating scent of the medicine bottle terrified the other two, but she was very proud. The stinky spiritual pill can purify the spiritual energy impurities in the body. Taking one is extremely effective. Immediately after, the two of them had to cover their noses. Even after a few months, the strange taste of the spiritual medicine was still hard to forget. Zhu Yu still forced a smile and took the medicine bottle from her. Thank you for the thought, little junior sister. After handing over the medicine bottle, Yi Qiao held the talisman and stood beside Zhang Shi, happily saying, well then, second senior brother, third senior brother, we are off. Having said that, she tore the talisman in half. She stepped into a circle. Instantly, she disappeared into the vortex. The surrounding space suddenly became silent. At this moment, Zhu Yu finally picked up the medicine bottle and smelled it. He was extremely astonished. The spiritual energy sealed within this spiritual pill is very dense. Could it be that little junior sister truly knows how to refine pills? He recalled the time before when he had immediately spat out that pill. Back then, he had only thought she was playing for fun. Added to the terrible taste, he spat it out as soon as it entered his mouth, not noticing the spiritual energy inside was so pure. Now he had to rethink this bottle of medicine. The scene before made Ming Xuan tremble. Zhu Yu might be obsessed and crazy about pills, but little junior sister's pills were like biological weapons. He even thought that he and Zhang Shi would be hugging each other in fear if Yi Qiao and Zhu Yu brought pills over. If these two people refined pills together, he did not know if they would survive it later. Thinking of this, he fearfully approached and placed his hand on Zhu Yu's shoulder. Hey, who knows, this might be a pill bought from Baishui Sect. Hearing this, Zhu Yu was a bit surprised. Ming Xuan nodded vigorously. That is right, the dual-path pill refiners in the cultivation world are few and far between. Little junior sister is still very young. This disappointed Zhu Yu. He sighed, thinking to himself that was true. He thought he could study medicine with little junior sister later on. How boring. In the Imperial City, everyone was talking. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Suddenly, a blue light radiated from behind the wall. Immediately after, Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi appeared behind that light. Arriving at this place, the two looked around. Zhang Shi asked in surprise where this was. Yi Qiao replied, it seems like Cloud Center City. Hearing this, he felt relieved. Thankfully, he had heard that this teleportation talisman teleported randomly. At least they were not sent to some strange place. She, on the other hand, curiously peeked outside. Wow, it is so lively. Contrary to her optimism, he imagined countless worrisome scenarios. What if they were sent into the belly of a demon beast or someone's grave? They would surely die. Then Zhang Shi noticed something in front of him. He looked at the sword on Yi Qiao's waist, and he reminded her, little junior sister should go to the rare treasury to pick a life-bound sword. He imagined the scene of her defeating others and said, when the competition takes place, as long as you obtain one of the top 10 positions, you will have the qualifications to enter the sword treasury of Wenjian Sect. They even have ancient sword spirits there. But Yi Qiao waved her hand dismissively. Forget it, my sword is also very good. Even so, she secretly thought to herself, if this one breaks, I can just get a new one. The important thing is to make it into the top 10. These words disappointed him. She hugged her sword tightly and shook her head. Little sword does not like hearing these words. He thought to himself, little junior sister absolutely must stand in the top 10. It seems she will not actively try on her own. Then Yi Qiao pointed forward, fourth senior brother, I am hungry, how about we find a place to eat? He immediately replied, okay, let us go. The two of them arrived at a restaurant together. The staff greeted them very enthusiastically, inviting the guests inside. After a while, the staff brought out 2 bowls of noodles. Here are the noodles for the 2 guests. Yi Qiao's eyes sparkled. The moment the bowl of noodles was placed on the table, she started kicking Zhang Shi's leg to remind him, fourth senior brother, pay the bill. He was also very generous, so he agreed immediately. Okay. While the two were enjoying their meal, a person walked in and mocked them. Oh my, is that the Eternal Light Sect? Tong Jian, along with a group of people, walked in with an arrogant and overbearing aura, acting as if the sky was the limit. Yi Qiao slurped her noodles in confusion. Who is this? Seeing Tong Jian, an enraged guest jumped to his feet. Tong Jian, why is it you again? Zhang Ji only glanced at him in assessment. If he wasn't mistaken, that was an inner sect disciple of Question Sword Sect. Hearing this, Yi Qiao leaned in and whispered, Question Sword Sect is expected to rank first this year. He responded with a simple Song Jian walked over to that guest. He grew angry. Song Jian, do not go too far. The person beside him tried to stand up but was pushed down by his men. Hearing this, Song Jian stepped on the chair. What's the hurry? I haven't done anything yet. He put on an arrogant face, clapping his hands loudly. You people from Eternal Bright Sect are nothing but trash. From now on take a detour when you see us, got it? That guest angrily shoved Song Jian's hand away, but could say nothing. Song Jian still wore that arrogant face that made everyone want to punch him. What am I wrong? On the other side, Mu Zhangxi gripped his sword tightly, trying to restrain himself because Cloud Middle City banned fighting and drawing swords. Even though he was trembling with anger, he still calmed himself down. Calm down, calm down. Yi Qiao innocently slurped her noodles, asking her fourth senior brother, is Question Sword Sect always this arrogant? Brother Lion explained, they are the #1 cultivation sect. They've looked down on us for a long time. On the opposite side, Song Jian was still bullying them. He could only sit and eat calmly, because the two sects had a grudge. Meeting always meant conflict. At this moment, Yi Qiao wiped her mouth and asked, Fourth senior brother, are you full? The question puzzled Zhangxi. I'm full. What is it, little junior sister? Suddenly, Yi Qiao picked up the bowl of soup. She stood up abruptly amid Zhangxi's stunned surprise. She walked over to Song Jian. You are Song Jian. Hearing this, Song Jian turned around angrily. So what? Before he could do anything, he heard a loud crash. On his head, droplets of water began to trickle down. That guest was utterly bewildered. An entire bowl of noodles had been dumped on top of Song Jian's head. He was so angry he couldn't speak. Yi Qiao was extremely pleased. You unfilial brat. How dare you speak to your father like that? Done with that, she immediately ran away. Run quickly. While Zhangxi still didn't understand what had happened. Like a gust of wind, she pulled Zhangxi along as they ran. He looked back in confusion. Droplets of water on Song Jian's head kept dripping down. The bowl of noodles fell off his head. He was still dazed and didn't understand anything. Yi Qiao and Zhangxi had escaped outside. Both of them burst out laughing. Yi Qiao held her stomach laughing. From the moment he walked through the door, I already wanted to do that. Zhangxi praised her. Little junior sister, you are truly savage. He felt satisfied because he had long disliked Question Sword Sect, but always endured it following the elder's advice. Recalling the scene of Yi Qiao dumping noodles on Song Jian's head, he felt extremely gratified. Today little junior sister handled it so cleanly. He pulled Yi Qiao closer. I heard there's a strange phenomenon in the Demon Beast Forest. Usually a treasure is about to appear. Do you want to go check it out? She happily replied, alright, since we're already out, let's go join in the fun. Inside the Demon Beast Forest, Yi Qiao was fiercely slashing, wind-severing slash. Right after that sword strike, a demon beast fell to the ground. She stepped on its head. She didn't feel tired. The Demon Beast Forest wasn't dangerous. There were only a few beasts of low cultivation for practice. On the contrary, she felt confident. Since her first training trip, she had become more accustomed to fighting demon beasts now. Zhangxi, being combat-loving, found it boring. This bunch of demon beasts offered no challenge at all. He approached Yi Qiao, calling to his little junior sister. But before he could finish speaking, a panicked scream rang out. Heng Dao, both angry and frightened, ran over to warn them, run quickly. This thing knows how to peck people. Hearing this, Yi Qiao was not panicked. She even had time to assess Heng Dao. This person is really enthusiastic. Suddenly, the Red Phoenix charged towards Yi Qiao and Zhangxi. He was not afraid, slowly drawing his sword. Right after that, he swung a very powerful sword strike. The sword strike shot straight forward. After that, he had to step back. At this moment, he realized something was wrong. His expression turned serious. Golden Core mid-stage. Hearing this, Yi Qiao was terrified, encountering a Golden Core mid-stage demon beast. Seeing Zhangxi clutching his arm in pain, she grew worried. Fourth senior brother is also a Golden Core, but at the early stage, one realm lower is a world of difference. After that, the Red Phoenix charged at Heng Dao, causing him to flee in fear. The scene before her made Yi Qiao anxious. She placed a teleportation talisman on her chest. The best way now is to use the talisman. She bent down to pick up a stone. If no one helps, that person being chased will get pecked full of holes. Saying that, she picked up the stone and threw it straight at the demon beast's head without hesitation. Scram. Immediately, it turned its head to look at her with eyes burning with fire. It charged to peck Yi Qiao, but she quickly dodged away. Just as its beak was about to snap at her hair, Zhangxi standing beside drew his sword, wind-severing slash head shave. As soon as he finished speaking, Half the fur on the demon beast's head flew off. Hang Dao was bewildered. Why are you shaving the bird's head fur like that? After having its fur shaved off, the enraged phoenix charged at Zhang Shi. Behind him, Yi Qiao threw another stone, hitting its head, and called out, "Look over here." With its head swollen from the hits, it turned its furious gaze toward her. Without any panic, she ran over and shouted, "Come here." Zhang Shi also joined in, making it spin around in confusion. Hang Dao stood to the side watching, his mouth agape in shock, and thought, "Can you really do that?" He gripped the coiled rope tightly, suddenly recalling something. That is right. Right after, he threw the rope to Yi Qiao. "Brother, catch it." Yi Qiao caught it swiftly. Looking at the rope in her hand, her eyes lit up. Is this the legendary precious demon binding rope? Without hesitation, she threw it toward the red phoenix. The rope split into a long segment, causing it to panic considerably. Despite that, it still angrily craned its neck to bite the rope. Again, "I will bite through it." This scene made Yi Qiao very proud. She never expected this stupid bird to fall for such a trick so easily. At that moment, she waved her hand and shouted loudly, "Tighten." As soon as the words left her mouth, the rope immediately cinched the phoenix's beak shut. It struggled furiously but could not loosen the rope. Hang Dao watched from the side. If a demon beast like this loses its mouth, it is completely useless. His words were bold, but his legs were still trembling uncontrollably. Yi Qiao noticed, "Straighten your legs before you talk." Hearing this, he replied sheepishly, "I am a key cultivator. Fighting is a sword cultivator's job." He looked dissatisfied and curled up in a corner. In the sect, I was protected. Outside, I also have a bunch of people protecting me. But Yi Qiao did not mind. She had heard that redbird feathers could be used to make defensive artifacts. These words left Zhang Shi stunned. "How did you know?" Yi Qiao crouched down to stroke the bird's feathers. "I read it in a book." A scheme flashed through Zhang Shi's mind. Then selling this red bird to the City Wind sect would definitely fetch a high price. Yi Qiao was more cunning. "Do not sell it yet. Pluck all its feathers first, wait for them to grow back, then pluck them again. That is called long-term development. You have to think ahead." After hearing this, Zhang Xi's eyes sparkled. "A master. Sister, you really are my senior sister." Heng Dao felt a pang of regret. Why did I never think of long-term development? I always use things up on the spot. On the other side, Zhang Ji crossed her arms and asked, "So, where should we tie it up for now?" Yi Qiao was quite worried. "How are we supposed to take this bird back to the sect? The demon binding rope is not even ours." Heng Dao immediately stepped forward and said happily, "That demon binding rope is my gift to you." He beamed, "I am a key cultivator. I do not lack artifacts. I came to the demon beast forest to find materials for forging, but I ended up tangled with this." He looked puzzled. Normally, a high-level creature like this only appears in the deepest parts. For it to show up here today is very strange. He then asked, "You heard that there might be a treasure in the demon beast forest and wanted to check it out, right?" The two of them nodded vigorously. Seeing this, he felt a little embarrassed but still spoke up. "Want to come with me? I am Duan Heng Dao." Zhang Shi reached out her hand in response. "Zhang Zhai." Yi Qiao did the same. "All right, I am Yi Qiao." As soon as the words were spoken, the three clapped hands together, forming a three-person team. Suddenly, Zhang Shi grew excited. "Let us give ourselves a name. It is our first time forming a team." He raised his hand happily and laughed. "How about the Three Sword Wanderers?" The name left the other two bewildered. Yi Qiao curled her lips, unable to offer any comment, while Heng Dao was still pondering it. Then he broke into a bright, flower-like smile and praised, "This name is pretty good." After that, he ran over to Zhang Shi and said, "Brother Mu, you are truly talented." This disappointed Yi Qiao. "Fine, Three Sword Wanderers it is. If nothing unexpected happens, this team will probably disband soon." Shortly after, the three went deeper into the forest. Yi Qiao spoke up. "It feels like there are far fewer demon beasts around here. We have barely seen any." Zhang Shi replied, "Maybe there are quite a few cultivators inside. Everyone wants to see what treasure is being hidden." Suddenly, Yi Qiao accidentally stepped on a branch on the ground. Sound of sword fighting rang out, drawing the attention of the three. Looking at the people scuffling in front of him, Yi Qiao recognized them immediately. Han King. "Why do I run into this familiar group everywhere?" Han King turned around in surprise. "Yi Qiao?" He flashed a smug smile. "Have you come to deliver yourselves to death?" His face clearly showed malice. What a coincidence. "I was just in need of a bunch of trash to pave the way." He thought the commotion in the demon beast forest was caused by spiritual energy manifesting. Looking at the demon beast, he hatched a sinister plot. There must be a golden core demon beast guarding that spiritual energy. I will set up a formation, trap the rogue cultivators and the demon beast together, and use them as bait. When the Everbright sect people arrive, I will trap them too. On the other side, Heng Dao leaned in worriedly and whispered into Yi Qiao's ear, "They are direct disciples of the Moonlight Pure Sect." Yi Qiao was surprised. "How do you know him?" His voice trembled slightly. "I once played a trick on him." Suddenly, the ground where they stood trembled slightly. The demon beast was charging toward them ferociously. rushed forward intending to attack the three of them. Seeing it, Zhang Shi panicked. Late-stage golden core. Are you insane? A late-stage golden core demon beast should not be this close to the surface. In contrast, Han King was not afraid. He held up a talisman and began to chant, Yi Qiao, you all can slowly endure the demon beast's rage. He threw the talisman at the demon beast. The spiritual energy this time is definitely mine. The talisman stuck firmly onto the demon beast's body. This action only made it more ferocious and even stronger. The sight made Yi Qiao panic. It is a demonization talisman. Han King is truly vicious. Looking at the bloodshot eyes of the demon beast as it glanced over, she thought, the higher its cultivation, the smarter it is. But the demonization talisman makes it lose its reason, and it will just attack the nearest person. Immediately after, it swung its mace-like tail straight at Yi Qiao. With just one strike, she was sent flying far away. She crashed to the ground, creating a terrible explosion. Even so, she still managed to force herself up, but it did not let go, still charging forward in relentless attacks. At this moment, Zhang Shi finally realized the danger. He reached his hand out toward Yi Qiao, his little junior sister. They tried to grab each other's hands, let me take you away. But before they could act, both were caught by the demon beast's jaws. Both of them fell into its mouth. Being swallowed inside, they were somewhat relieved to realize that it did not chew its food. Yi Qiao stamped her foot, but this place was too foul-smelling. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi was trying to swallow the pill, which was not too hard to swallow. Suddenly, Heng Dao also fell down from above. Seeing him shake his head, Yi Qiao was helpless. Alright, the three sword wielders have gathered. Zhang Shi was curious, wondering who the next person to enter would be. Inside the rhinoceros' belly, Yi Qiao clasped her hands in prayer, hoping it would be Song Hanqing. Seeing that, Zhang Shi also followed suit, hoping that person would run into trouble. This scene scared Heng Dao pale. You two are truly wicked, but I also hope it is Han King. Suddenly, Han King also fell down from above. He landed right where Heng Dao was, causing him to be knocked away. His face was scrunched up. What kind of smell is this? Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi on the other side were overjoyed. Han King had not yet recovered his wits, and was stunned when he saw Miss Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao pointed at him smugly. Who are you trying to scare? You couldn't beat my senior brother outside, and now inside the demon beast's belly you still dare to act arrogant. She even put on a cocky CEO expression. Maybe you don't understand the situation. Each of us punching you once would be the end of it. This rendered Hank speechless. Zhang Shi raised his hand, realizing if everyone's spiritual energy was sealed, my spiritual power seems to be suppressed. Hearing this, the other three also shook their heads. I can't use it either. Heng Dao was confused. What is going on? Han King propped himself up and replied, perhaps inside the demon beast's belly there is something that seals spiritual power. Qiao offered an idea. Let us split up and search, find that thing, and it will be done. Half an hour later, Han King angrily punched the ground, searched for half an hour and found nothing. The demon beast's digestion is too fast. If this drags on, everyone will die. He pointed and shouted loudly, if you want to die, then die yourself. I am the heir of the Song family, the top disciple of Yuking's sect, while you are just a bunch of commoners. Hearing this, Heng Dao was helpless. Oh, revered here. The problem is if we don't find a way out, everyone dies anyway. Yi Qiao could not help but sarcastically retort to Han King, thinking of a noble person like you dying with me. I am not afraid. In her heart, she despised people who put on airs. Having said that, she jumped down below. Whether Han King dies or not, I don't know, but I have already found a way out. Going down, she looked up, sensing something was inviting me to come closer. Yi Qiao slowly took step by step forward. It seems to be over here. Suddenly, a staff appeared before her eyes, leaving her bewildered. A staff. She stepped forward and pulled the staff out without any fear. No wonder this rhino went insane. Being pierced by a black staff. How could that not drive it mad from pain? Is this staff the cause of the forest rampage? Unexpectedly, Zhang Shi appeared behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Yi Qiao. Heng Dao also curiously came closer. Yi Qiao, what are you holding in your hand? Hearing that, Yi Qiao smugly held out the staff to show off. The magic tool I just found. Heng Dao doubted. Is it that random? Just picking something up makes it a magic tool? Zhang Shi was also surprised. A magic tool? What are you going to name it? Yi Qiao thought. The saying goes, a gentleman does not take what belongs to others. She happily raised the staff. Then let us call it Spring Shoot. The name made Heng Dao uncomfortable. What does it have to do with the saying, a gentleman does not take what belongs to others? I do not understand. Your nonsense has its limits. Zhang Shi outwardly happy. The name is not very good, junior sister, but inwardly he was helpless. Others are sword masters and my junior sister is a sword master. Oh no, this is not even a sword. At this time, Han King finally cursed. Have you all gone mad? Are you not in a hurry? We have to get out or we will turn into a pool of blood. And you still have the mood to chat, treating the demon beast's belly like a playground. Zhang Xi still helplessly replied, we cannot use spiritual power here. How can we get out? Heng Dao came up with an idea, use the sword to cut bit by bit, but it would still take a few days. Seeing them so leisurely, Han King grew even angrier. His face darkened. Yi Qiao, do you know something? Facing the question, Yi Qiao smirked and replied, take a guess. He stepped closer and asked, what do you want, spirit stones or something else? Of course, the Yuking sect talisman cannot be given to you. Hearing this, this, Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi waved their hands in disdain. Who wants your talismans? Zhang Shi thought to himself, the little junior sister is blessed by the heavenly Tao. Does she lack talismans? Yi Qiao flashed a bright yet sinister smile. I do not need talisman. She stepped forward and pointed at Han King. I need 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, along with the inner sect mental cultivation method and talisman manual of Yu King sect. Han King smiled sinisterly but was puzzled, taking the inner sect talisman manual back for Chaming sect to study. Does she not know that learning talismans from two sects will lead to key deviation? Thinking this, he threw the items to her. I will give them to you now, but you must save me. Yi Qiao's eyes lit up. Fine then. Facing death, she was still unhurried. But you wait a moment. Let me count to see if it is enough. After saying that, she opened her spirit stone pouch and began counting them one by one then two. At the top of the cave, water began to drip down, but she still calmly counted 3 then 4. Han King was furious, thinking this person was crazy, sitting leisurely counting spirit stones in the middle of danger. Yi Qiao dusted off her hands. The amount was just right, not a single stone missing, then said thank you. Next, she pulled out 3 hammers from her sleeve. She cheerfully lifted one leg to prepare to throw, shouting for everyone to dodge. Since she could not use spiritual power, she would have to use physical force to fight the demon beast. She squinted one eye, taking aim for a long while. Then she threw the 3 hammers straight ahead, causing a huge explosion. Outside, the rhinoceros beast roared in agony. The smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated, revealing a large hole, and all 4 of them pulled each other out through it. After getting out safely, Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi chatted happily together. At this moment, Yun Kui and her group walked over. She cheerfully called out, "Big senior brother." With a worried expression, she ran to Han King and asked if he was all right. Her eyes were glistening as if she was about to cry, saying the elders sent her to help because they knew he had fallen into the stomach of a demon beast. Han King suddenly felt annoyed. He frowned and asked who this was. Yun Kui explained this was senior brother Yi from the sword-asking sect, traveling the same path as her, and praised him for being formidable. Although uncomfortable, Han King still respectfully bowed his head to thank him for taking care of the little junior sister. After saying that, he grabbed Yun Kui's hand and prepared to leave, but she pulled her hand back, showing displeasure. She stepped closer to King Han, saying this place was dangerous. Traveling with a group of talisman cultivators was unsettling. Better to follow a more powerful sword cultivator. Han King gritted his teeth in anger. His face changed color, saying an inner disciple of a sect cannot be a coward and abandon their companions. The Moonlight Pure sect must maintain its face. On the other side, Zhang Shi, who was watching from the side, immediately recognized the familiar voice and exclaimed in surprise that it was King Han. Yi Qiao was stunned upon hearing this, so that man was actually the male lead in the original text. Looking at King Han's handsome face, she suddenly remembered that he once dominated the cultivation world. Zhang Shi happily confirmed that the person was indeed King Han. He did not stop praising him, calling him the second naturally born sword bone of the sword path, forming a core at 16, reaching late-stage golden core at 18. Even so, he still brought up Xing Yun, saying their own senior brother was not inferior either, once known as a dual paragon with him. Hearing that, Yi Qiao was extremely surprised, so the senior brother once stood shoulder to shoulder with the male lead in the original text. The two of them were still whispering among the crowd. Suddenly, Tong Jian pointed at them and yelled, "It was you." Remembering the time a bowl of noodles was dumped on his head, he angrily tattled to the senior brother. He said these two were the ones who dumped noodles on my head. At this time, Yun Kui put on a fake, innocent expression and called out second senior sister. Hearing that, Yi Qiao felt uncomfortable. She had left the sect long ago, yet was still called second senior sister, as if wanting to remind her of the difference. Just as Yi Qiao thought of that, Tong Jian loudly ordered to surround them. Do not let them escape. Han King remembered the time Yi Qiao took his spirit stones and also looked furious. He ordered his subordinates to go help. One of them replied yes. Seeing this, Heng Dao stepped back in fear, saying he was not traveling together with those two. He pointed at Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi, saying if you want to fight, fight them, leaving Zhang Shi stunned by his ruthlessness. At this moment, the group of Moonlight Pure Sect disciples rushed forward to attack, but Zhang Shi was not afraid at all, confidently saying he could handle them with one sword. Yi Qiao stopped him, telling him not to use his sword, because we are outnumbered. If King Han acts, it will be hard to retreat. Having said that, she immediately used the treating green wind lightness skill and flew away. Gliding in the wind, Zhang Shi suddenly understood. So learning treating green wind was for escaping. Ever since meeting the little junior sister, they were always running. Suddenly, Heng Dao appeared beside them, asking if they were not rogue cultivators. Yi Qiao irritably told him not to pop out again. The group behind still insisted on pursuing. Yi Qiao panicked that they were about to catch up. She flashed a proud smile and pulled a talisman out of her sleeve pouch. Immediately, she threw that talisman out in front. The talisman stuck firmly onto Tongjian's forehead, causing him to panic, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, he staggered, his entire body convulsing. Then he collapsed to the ground, leaving the group of disciples stunned, no one understanding what happened. This scene also stunned Hang Dao, wondering what was going on. Tongjian and his group of disciples lay sprawling on the ground, writhing like snakes. The disciples nearby trembled in fear, some asking if this was the sword-asking sect, others saying it was terrifying, not knowing what was wrong with them. Looking at Tongjian lying on the ground, murmurs of discussion rose everywhere. Two of Tongjian's disciples fearfully crawled into the bushes, saying, "Let us withdraw." Suddenly, Yi Qiao stopped and turned her head to eavesdrop. She tugged Zhang Xi's clothes, saying she had told him not to wear sect robes, wandering everywhere, just embarrassing himself. Behind them, soft sounds were heard. Just a small sound, Zhang Xi detected that about a dozen or so demon beasts were approaching. Exactly as he said, a pack of ferocious wolves was approaching. Seeing them, Zhang Xi and Hang Dao were terrified. As for Yi Qiao, she placed one foot on the sword. Then she dashed forward, starting to run. Zhang Xi and Hang Dao also stood on their swords. Hang Dao held on tightly in fear, thinking this spirit beast was insane, as if it had smelled a bone and was relentlessly chasing. Yi Qiao fled in panic. The reason for the spirit beast's rampage was unclear, but the staff found in the rhinoceros' belly was truly strange. Thinking this, she immediately pulled out the staff. She held the staff and waved it in front of the spirit beasts. Suddenly she understood. It turned out they were not chasing us, but chasing this staff. Hearing this, Hang Dao was astonished. What is so fierce about it? The top 10 on the spirit weapon ranking list have no item like this. Qiao looked at the staff smugly, thinking it must be quite valuable, otherwise why would so many spirit beasts be chasing it? The more she spoke, the more helpless Hang Dao became. No matter what, in the end, all you care about is whether it is valuable. Qiao sighed, having never been chased so fiercely in her life, even if it was just a pack of spirit beasts. Half an hour later, the three landed safely. She said it was fortunate the spirit beasts had low cultivation, making them easy to drive away. Only then did Hang Dao breathe a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands in a joyful thank you and said, "I will go back first. My senior brother has probably arrived at Cloud City. I must hurry back for the meeting." Zhang Xi asked curiously, "Are you here for the secret realm in a few months?" The Cloud City secret realm opens once every 100 years, containing many ancient spirit herbs and treasures. Every opening stirs up a storm. Hang Dao stated, "That is correct. There is a great secret realm in a few months. The treasure-seeking beast appears. Try to seize the opportunity. Maybe I will be lucky enough to contract a spirit beast." He asked gently, "Which sect do you two belong to?" "I am a direct disciple of the Wind City sect. Feel free to visit if you have time." Zhang Xi confidently introduced the Eternal Light sect. Hang Dao was stunned upon hearing the name, the Inner Sect. If it is the Golden Core stage, it can only be from a reincarnation. Afterwards, Zhang Xi also introduced the cute little junior sister. "This is my little junior sister. The two of us are out training together." Seeing that both carried the aura of the Eternal Light sect, Hang Dao was dazed. The Eternal Light sect is famous for being gentle and kind. Today I have truly seen it. He cupped his hands in salute and said goodbye. "Then we will part ways here." Yi Qiao said she would meet him at the competition. Hang Dao readily agreed, but inwardly he was reluctant, thinking he did not want to run into Yi Qiao on the battlefield as she would cause an earth-shattering commotion. As soon as he finished speaking, Hang Dao turned and left, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He asked mysteriously, "Do you two not feel something is wrong?" The three looked at each other in confusion, still not understanding the problem. Finally, Yi Qiao used her divine sense to observe for a while and said, "It truly is strange. It feels like there is a barrier around us." Hang Dao also realized, "The Great Secret Realm. It seems we have entered the place where the Great Secret Realm was opened. When a secret realm appears, it envelops the surroundings like a piece of land. The only way out is to wait a few months." Hearing this, Zhang Xi was surprised. Wasn't the secret realm supposed to open in a few months? Why is it open early? They understood that Golden Core cultivators could roam freely in small secret realms, but in a great secret realm, elder escorts were needed. Now with 2 Golden Cores and 1 Foundation establishment, could they survive leaving the great secret realm? Yi Qiao saw them overthinking and patted their shoulders to comfort them. "It is fine. There are still people from the Moon King sect and the Sword Inquiry sect here with us. We are not alone." After hearing this, Hang Dao frowned with a disbelieving expression, saying, "That does make the mood a bit better. You really know how to comfort others." Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind them, drawing their attention. Yi Qiao turned into a squirrel and nimbly climbed up a tree. The other two looked at her dumbfounded. After settling on a branch, she patted the spot beside her. "Hurry up here, I have a feeling some drama is about to happen." Zhangxi obediently climbed the tree. Heng Dao naturally felt like an outsider, disdainfully thinking, 3 direct disciples hiding in a tree to watch a show. How shameful is that? But Heng Dao did not want to be left out. He also wanted to eavesdrop immediately, so he climbed the tree and told himself, forget it, no one is watching anyway. As soon as she saw the people below, Yi Qiao immediately recognized them as the Moon King Sect and the Sword Inquiry Sect. Below, the atmosphere was tense with chaos. 2 men were glaring at each other. Han King instructed Yun Kui, junior sister, it'll be dangerous following this brainless sword cultivator. King Han heard someone provoking him and immediately drew his sword in a threat. You want to die? Han King did not back down. He pulled out a talisman to challenge him to a duel. If you have the guts, try it. Do you think your sword inquiry sect rules the world? Yun Kui hid behind him trembling. Han King was annoyed by the arrogant attitude of those people, thinking, the great secret realm has opened. The 2 sects cooperating is the best, but the sword inquiry sect has been domineering the whole way. How can I tolerate this? Suddenly, Yun Kui grabbed Han King's sleeve. She weakly called out, senior brother, Yi did not mean that, he just wanted to protect me. Hearing this, Han King felt as if slapped in the face, furious beyond belief. We have lost all face, and you little junior sister are still going to fawn over the sword inquiry sect? Yi Qiao on the tree was enjoying the drama, wanting to remind them, run kids, it seems Yun Kui's fish pond has exploded. Seeing Yun Kui acting pitiful, Yi Qiao immediately remembered her setting. Yun Kui was a charmer with suitors everywhere. In the novel, Han King was once seduced by that innocent personality, but now he did not like her yet, and this favoritism angered him. Below, Han King was enraged. Little junior sister, what do you mean by this? Suddenly, Yun Kui ran out of his arms and went to King Han's side. I will go with senior brother Yi then. After joining the Sword Inquiry sect, she even said, senior brother, do not worry, I will take care of myself. In her heart, she clearly understood. The great secret realm was dangerous, of course following King Han was safer. A bunch of talisman cultivators, needing protection when it counted, were no match for a sword cultivator. This action humiliated Han King. He was so angry he could not speak. His own junior sister running to another sect, politely put it was being knave, harshly put it was being an ungrateful turncoat. Han King saw there was nothing more to say and told his companions, let us go. Then the 2 groups went their separate ways. After the storm had calmed, Yi Qiao jumped down from the tree. She landed safely and said to the 2 on the tree, let us go too. Heng Dao followed Zhangxi as they jumped down, unable to keep up with her train of thought. Go where? Yi Qiao brushed the dust off her hands. Go find treasure. Did you not want to find the treasure-seeking beast? Let us try our luck. Yi Qiao was confident thanks to her knowledge, remembering that in the original text there was a guardian beast, but it was the female lead's pet. Though she had no bond with it, the grand secret realm still had many other spirit beasts. Heng Dao suddenly hesitated, bewildered, telling her that the 3 of them might be too weak for the grand secret realm. Yi Qiao, full of ambition, confidently replied that they would just go and have fun together. Seeing her take this so lightly, Heng Dao thought, who plays games in a dangerous place like a grand secret realm? Did she think they were going on a trip? Looking at her confident expression and sparkling eyes, Heng Dao felt a chill in his heart. After a while, he was persuaded by her gaze, her ambition infecting Heng Dao. He reluctantly agreed, but his heart was eager to give it a try. After speaking, they left. Heng Dao's heart was still full of concerns, but he thought just do it, staying alone would be dangerous too. They walked for a long time, the sun about to set behind the mountains. Yi Qiao said it was getting dark, they should find a place to rest for the night and act again tomorrow morning. They chose a safe spot, lit firewood, and rested. Yi Qiao let the other 2 sleep first, keeping watch while reading a book to practice talisman arts. The book from Ming Sect had formation and barrier-breaking talismans, overloading her brain, but she finally absorbed some knowledge. She turned to look at the 2 sleeping like logs, saying forth senior brother and Heng Dao were sleeping deeply, unaware of the dangers around. Suddenly feeling inspired, she said she would just practice drawing talismans while keeping an eye on the surroundings. The next morning, dawn broke and their firewood gone out. Yi Qiao had stayed up all night and drawn 4 thick stacks of talismans. She tiredly stretched, saying she had unconsciously drawn so many talismans, a bountiful harvest. Finished, she went to wake everyone up, saying someone was coming. Heng Dao groggily woke up and asked who. He heard Yi Qiao's calm reply. She said she had sensed people nearby since before dawn, and now they were approaching them. Surprised, Heng Dao asked how she could tell someone was coming from so far away. Sea of consciousness width was related to cultivation level. He was at the golden core stage, and she was only at foundation establishment, so why was hers wider than his? According to Heng Dao, the strongest divine senses belonged to talisman cultivators, pill cultivators, and artifact cultivators because they used incantations, making their sea of consciousness wide and sensitive. But Yi Qiao was just a sword cultivator. He gloomily watched her shake Zhangxi, calling for 4th senior brother. Yi Qiao cutely pulled out a stack of talismans and asked if they wanted to play a game of frying talismans. Who wanted to fry? Zhang Shi, just waking up and dazed, saw her talismans and immediately perked up, cheerfully saying of course he did. Taking his own talismans, Zhang Shi breathed a sigh of relief, thinking fortunately this time, there was someone to take the heat. He would not be tormented. On her side, Yi Qiao eagerly handed talismans to Heng Dao. Heng Dao gladly took them, looking at them intently and saying that many talismans meant Ming Xuan must have drawn them for a long time. He really doted on her. He then asked what their effects were. Heng Dao thought to himself, a talisman cultivator could draw 5 talismans a day. Drawing more would affect the sea of consciousness. In Changming Sect, only Ming Xuan was a talisman cultivator. He was really good to his junior sister. Seeing his excitement, Yi Qiao felt something was off, but let him continue the misunderstanding. She considered that in the competition they were rivals, so she should not reveal her ability to draw talismans. Then she said most of them were formation talismans. With a few offensive ones, he could use them freely. She had plenty more. Heng Dao admired the talismans, having long dreamed of having a senior brother who could draw talismans. So when he could not win a fight, he could use talismans to blast his enemies to death. Suddenly, someone behind them asked which sect's disciples they were. Yi Qiao immediately turned around to look. The moment she looked, she was shocked, feeling as if she had strayed into a green meadow, her eyes suffering a heavy burden. The sect was just so green. Knowing when to compromise, Yi Qiao immediately asked which fellow Taoist sect he was from. The blue-robed man replied, Suan Yun sect. Hearing his unyielding tone, Heng Dao pulled Yi Qiao aside to whisper. He knew they were a large sect, not equal to the 5 sects but still renowned. On the surface, they pretended to be a righteous sect, but behind the scenes they were connected to demonic cultivators. Hearing this, they both understood. High EQ interpretation, connected to demonic cultivators. Low EQ interpretation. Their actions are no different from demonic cultivators. Seeing them whispering, the blue-robed youth, thinking he was being bad-mouthed, shouted loudly, demanding they hand over their treasures, or he would kill them on the spot. His words enraged Heng Dao. He was about to retort, but Yi Qiao stopped him, telling him to wait. She covered Heng Dao's mouth with her hand, communicating with her eyes. What joke was this? How could they reveal their sect now? They made enemies. They had to drag the enemy's sect into it. Smart people did not let their enemies know their next move. Yi Qiao pulled out a talisman and slapped it onto the blue-robed man's head, saying, why talk so much? Just use talismans. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a stack of talismans at the faces of the blue-robed group. A few caught off guard were hit by the thick pile of talismans, like stones hitting their faces, and they sat down heavily. Yi Qiao tossed talismans as if throwing money, excitedly shouting to try the talismans, the paralysis talismans. Zhang Shi got an idea and suggested trying the stench talismans. Finding it fun, Heng Dao also shyly said he would join in. He followed Yi Qiao's lead, but still felt that Changming Sect had talismans for everything. It was so unorthodox, really scary. He silently thought of Ming Xuan, who was supposed to be a true talisman cultivator. Why was he following crooked paths, causing him to sneeze continuously even from afar? The Shuan Yun sect group could not take it anymore and called for their senior brother. Several disciples helped their senior brother up, saying someone with this many talismans was probably from Yu King sect. The blue-robed senior brother deduced that most talisman cultivators from major sects were in Yu King sect, infamous for fighting over resources without any regard for face. Suddenly recalling Ming Xuan, Changming sect also had a talisman cultivator, but he was famously gentle, upright, and simple-minded. Ming Xuan sneezed again. From this, the blue-robed senior brother concluded they must be direct disciples of Yu King sect. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. Han King leaned against a tree, looking at the scene, then suddenly called out to Yi Qiao. Seeing Han King, Yi Qiao had an idea and yelled loudly, "Senior brother Song, come save us." She pretended to tattle, saying these people dared to provoke their Yu King sect. They truly did not want to live. Hearing this, Han King asked in doubt, "What do you mean?" He was perplexed, thinking, what does our Yu King sect mean? Who is us with you? Seeing the leader appear, the Xuan Yun sect's senior brother, enraged, vented his anger on Han King. Yu King sect will fight you to the death. He did not waste words, brandishing his sword and attacking. Han King awkwardly told him not to listen to their lies. They were from Chang Ming sect and Chang Feng sect. Han King helplessly cried out that he did not know them. A moment later, he realized this was Yi Qiao's dirty scheme. He thought Yi Qiao was damnable, causing trouble and framing them. The Xuan Yun man angrily said, "You don't know them. Who are you fooling? Didn't you just arrive and call her by name?" The Xuan Yun sect junior disciples, seeing their senior brother talk too much, urged him to stop listening to him. They should go up and teach him a lesson. Yi Qiao looked aggrieved, her voice coquettish as she said senior brother Tong could not do this. She was an inner disciple of Yu King sect. He really hurt her. Seeing her about to play tricks again, Han King immediately shouted, "Shut up, are you all blind?" He kept proving it. Could you not see they had 2 sword cultivators and 1 key cultivator? Yu King sect has no key cultivators, only a single sword cultivator as a direct disciple. Yi Qiao would not suffer the loss. She yelled, "You dare call us blind? Even if you are the senior brother, do not say that." The Eshwanyan sect disciples could not hold back anymore. They chanted, "Do not let Yuking sect escape. Want to see what a bunch of talisman cultivators have to be proud about." After a while, both sides rushed into a fight without mercy. Yi Qiao kicked a Xuanyan sect disciple. He asked who kicked me. She quickly answered Yuking sect. Next, she kicked the backside of a Yuking disciple. He asked who kicked. She immediately replied Xuanyun sect. The two senior brothers of the two sects could not take it anymore. They grabbed each other by the neck and yelled, "I will fight you to the death." Seeing the situation growing more chaotic to her advantage, Yi Qiao quickly dusted herself off and left, not forgetting to call everyone. Watching that scene, Zhang Shi clapped his hands, praising the little junior sister as too skilled. Hang Dao beside him also gave a thumbs up, thinking learned it. Masterful move. They walked deep into the forest. Suddenly several holes appeared before their eyes. Yi Qiao looked at them and asked, "What are these?" Suddenly from under the holes came a squeaking sound. A rat with two sharp fangs crawled out. Just seeing it, Yi Qiao got startled. Hated rats since childhood. Hang Dao warned, "Be careful. That is a white-furred fire rat." He said their teeth are poisonous. Though their cultivation is not high, they come in large numbers and are very hard to catch. As soon as he finished, a horde of rats burst out before them. Zhangxi swiftly drew his sword and shouted, "Watch me." Seeing the senior brother only focused on attacking the front without watching the back, Yi Qiao yelled to remind him, "Fourth senior brother, be careful." Zhangxi immediately retreated back to everyone's spot. By now they were surrounded by the pack of fire rats. Zhang Xi swung his sword fighting for a while but grew more exhausted. These things could not be killed off. It was not a good method. Yi Qiao dodged while thinking. Each hole only had one fire rat and they had their own pattern. She looked at the holes on the ground. Visualizing the sequence numbers seemed to have understood the principle. Each one prevented cultivators from killing them all. Quite clever. Suddenly she spoke up to ask, "Is there a hammer?" Instantly Heng Dao answered, "Yes, I am a key cultivator. I have every kind of magical artifact." He took out a hammer with a compass pattern and asked, "What do you need a hammer for?" Yi Qiao hoisted the hammer onto her shoulder, aggressively saying, "Hit the rats." She pointed at several holes and continued, "Listen to my command. I will teach you all to deal with these white-furred fire rats quickly." Yi Qiao began to assign tasks. Fourth senior brother, go over to that row of holes. Heng Dao, go to the other side. She confidently said, "I remember the order. The rats enter and exit their dens, guaranteed with just one hit." However, Heng Dao was still worried, telling her, "Do not trick me. What if you remember wrong and we get bitten?" Zhang Shai patted his shoulder and said, "Rest assured, my junior sister never forgets anything she sees. These matters are trivial." As soon as he finished, Heng Dao gripped the hammer tightly to join the rat-smashing game. He said, "All right." After the ready cry, Yi Qiao raised her hand high. She quickly slammed the hammer down with a thud. It hit the rat right on the head and she shouted, "Begin." The three of them went wild, smashing non-stop, determined not to let any escape. Yi Qiao also reminded them to finish off the remaining ones. Half an hour later, rat carcasses were piled high like a mountain. The group looked on helplessly. Heng Dao suddenly spoke up, "Taking these back to refine tools to sell would be worth quite a bit of money." Qiao came closer, picked one up and put it in a bag, thinking, even though she hated rats, making money was more important. She really needed cash, would not miss any opportunity in the cultivation world. Without money you cannot do anything, and she swept them all into her spatial pouch. Seeing her talent and temperament, Heng Dao admired and said, "Yi Qiao would be suited to being a key cultivator. Such a memory, it is a shame." Seeing someone trying to poach his junior sister, Zhang Shi immediately blocked and said, "This is our sect's little junior sister. Who would want to be a key cultivator?" Heng Dao, the artifact refiner, raged in his heart. "Do you know how much money this pile of magical artifacts of mine is worth?" Meanwhile, Yi Qiao seemed to be attracted by something. She signaled them to stop and asked, "Do you all hear something?" Yi Qiao released her divine sense, using it to observe several miles around. After a while, she saw a small red chick hopping about. Her eyes lit up, thinking a chicken, meat to eat. She hurriedly called her senior brothers, "Come follow me." The little chick did not know the danger behind it, still leisurely strolling around. When she reached out to grab it, it quickly escaped. Chicken could not fight a human. In the end, Yi Qiao still caught it. She even asked, "Where do you think you are going?" "Just seeing food." Yi Qiao's saliva drooled from hunger. Zhang Shai approached and said, "A red bird this small." But in Yi Qiao's head there was only eating. She looked at the chicken with gleaming eyes. A bit small, but grilling it would still work. The chicken was shocked to hear that. Heng Dao observed it struggling and said, "Perhaps it is a demon beast." Yi Qiao did not believe it. Looking at the proud chicken, she wondered, a demon beast? She poked its cheek and said, "What demon beast looks like this?" The chicken felt insulted, glaring at her irritably. Yi Qiao did not believe it and said, "See, it is just a chicken." Suddenly, the wound on her finger caused by the chicken turned into a red thread, enveloping them both. Thus, they accidentally formed a bond successfully. Suddenly, Yi Qiao became a proper master. She did not know what to do. Chicken also felt something was wrong. It thought painfully that even though it came looking for a master, it did not intend to bond with this kid. The chicken preferred Yun Qi's bearing, had longed for it since the first time. Its chosen master was that girl in pink clothes with the extreme quality ice spirit root. Looking at that person, then at its current master, the little chick could not help itself. pecked Yi Qiao's feet several times in anger. Being caught and bonded by this sly kid was truly humiliating. Yi Qiao also could not stand it. She kicked it away as it shrieked, "Let go of me, you filthy beast," making Heng Dao and Zhang Shi watch helplessly. Suddenly, Heng Dao moved closer and picked up the little chick. He patted its head, saying that the two had signed a contract, and unless one of them died, it could not be undone. But in his heart, he secretly thought that every cultivator carefully chose their spirit beast, who would be as careless as those two clowns. Hearing this, Yi Qiao had no choice but to give in, accept her fate, and asked if it could fly. Heng Dao frankly replied that it could not. A dangerous glint suddenly appeared in Yi Qiao's eyes. She stared at the chick in his hand, saying it was so fat. How about braising it? Then she asked which was tastier, braised chicken wings or clay oven roasted chicken. Upon hearing this, Heng Dao's mouth watered, saying, "Let's braise it, I like that." As soon as he finished speaking, the little chick went from being touched to feeling a chill, thinking, "Are you two even human?" His conscience suddenly returned. Heng Dao shook his head vigorously and said no. He told Yi Qiao maybe it wasn't really a chicken, and besides, it was still small and had no meat, at least raise it a bit more first. What he meant was, we cannot roast it. He felt like he had almost lost his way. Heng Dao reminded Yi Qiao that now the two of them were one. If it died, she would suffer the backlash too. At that moment, Yi Qiao had to give in, dropped the matter, and said she would raise it for now. Thinking about having to use this chicken as a mount, Yi Qiao could not stand it. She remembered that Yun Kui's mount was a King Luan, a celestial blue phoenix with soaring immortal aura, while she could only ride a chicken that could not fly. Zhang Shi approached and hugged the chick, saying it was an immature spirit beast with a slow growth rate and needed to be raised in a place with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zhang Shi patted its head as he spoke, saying just like a girl at 18 will change, it might become more beautiful when it grows up. The little chick was extremely satisfied upon hearing this and lay still in his hand, enjoying it. Hearing this, Yi Qiao felt her purse was threatened. She still wanted to be a great furnace burner, and now she had to spend money on rearing it too. Forget it, she better think of a way to stuff it back into the furnace. Heng Dao could not bear to watch the pitiful chick go into the furnace, so he stepped in and said these were fire attributes, spirit crystals he had saved up, originally meant for artifact forging, but they could also be fed to spirit beasts. He opened his own egg, revealing a pile of spirit crystals inside. Heng Dao asked if they should try feeding these to it. During 3 days in the spirit beast forest, Duan Hong excavated a fire attribute spirit crystal and handed it to the chick. He explained that this type of crystal was usually found in extremely hot places, and if one was lucky enough to come across it, they should thank the heavens. Yi Qiao looked at his earnest expression and said she knew what that was. Suddenly, Yi Qiao remembered that in the original story, Yun Kui made a contract with a treasure-seeking beast in the secret realm, using it to find a fire attribute crystal mine. She divided it equally with the sword-questioning sect, but under King Han's instigation, she took more than half. As soon as she finished thinking, Yi Qiao grabbed the chick, squeezed it into a flat cake, and said she knew where the fire attribute spirit crystals were, and would take them there shortly. Thinking about the unnamed beast, Yi Qiao came up with a name and asked for its opinion, saying, "I'll name you Fire Chicken. What do you think?" Upon hearing this name, the chick felt deeply insulted and struggled violently, unable to bear it. Yi Qiao saw its reaction and immediately understood. "Oh, you don't like this name." After it pecked her until she had tomato sauce all over her head, Yi Qiao thought of a new name and said, "Got it. Since you are a chicken, I'll call you KFC Chicken." Actually, this name has a deep meaning. KFC Chicken is KFC. The chick was stunned upon hearing it. Yi Qiao then started spinning tails smoothly, pouring oil into its mouth, saying, "In our place, this name is only used by the coolest people. Ordinary folks have no right to it." Upon hearing this name, the little chicken knew that only truly stylish people could have the coolest name, KFC Chicken. It accepted it contentedly. Seeing the chick had settled down, Yi Qiao turned around and said, "Now that it has a name, let's go find the fire attribute spirit crystals." As she recalled, the great secret realm had arrived ahead of schedule, and it was hard to guarantee whether Yun Kui had already obtained the treasure-seeking beast and found the mine, so she absolutely could not let that woman steal the march. Yi Qiao enthusiastically shouted, "Let's move out." Then the three of them, each riding a flying sword, took off. While traveling along the way, Heng Dao suddenly felt a strange liquid drop onto his hand. Sensing the danger, he said, "The rain in this secret realm is corrosive. I have a defensive magic tool, but it consumes spiritual power. Do you want to use it together?" Upon hearing it consumed spiritual power, Yi Qiao considered whether it was worth the spiritual energy drain. Zhang Shi also felt it was not good, worried that if they exhausted all their spiritual power, what would they do if they encountered an enemy? Hearing this, Heng Dao was also at a loss, asking then what should we do? At this point, Doraemon-esque Yi Qiao had no choice but to take a huge cauldron out of her magical pouch and said, "I have a big cauldron I usually use for alchemy. She proved to them that it was not the tools that were useless, but only them. Yi Qiao told the two to use this to shelter from the rain, and they would arrive after walking a bit further ahead. Hang Dao wore the cauldron on his head, feeling it was not right, and asked using an alchemy cauldron. He grew more and more suspicious whether Everlasting Dawn Sect had changed its ways. The only alchemist in Everlasting Dawn Sect was Zhu Yu, and after Ming Xuan went mad, Zhu Yu also started taking unconventional paths, resorting to using a cauldron for alchemy. Yi Qiao seemed to understand his thoughts, sighed, and said there was no money, get it. Hearing this, Hang Dao suddenly said he hoped that when they met in the competition, she could go easy on Soaring Wind Sect. At this point, it seemed he had finally seen her true strength. Everlasting Dawn Sect had always been underestimated, but this newly accepted junior sect sister was full of surprises. After walking for a long while, they finally reached the spirit beast forest, the volcano. Seeing the sky had stopped raining, Yi Qiao shouted that the rain had finally stopped. She tried to observe the area ahead and said the fire attribute spirit crystals were right up front, just a little more perseverance. Meanwhile, the others were all tired of her chatter. Suddenly, a little python appeared before them, and it even bared its teeth at them a few times. The little python from just now, which looked petite, had now turned to a giant python. Yi Qiao was unaware of the uninvited guest's appearance and was puzzled as to why they were standing still in place. She turned around to ask Fourth Senior Brother Hang Dao, and the two of them, trembling with fear, pointed forward as a signal. After turning around, Yi Qiao still did not see the python in their line of sight. It was only then that she thought, right, secret realms often have illusions that bewitch the mind, and if one's heart was not firm, it was easy to lose oneself. Yi Qiao guessed that the two of them had probably seen an illusion. Then she took out a bottle and opened it. The fragrance from the bottle wafted out, and Heng Dao and Mo Jiangxi immediately regained their clarity upon inhaling it. He asked about the heart-clearing pills, and Yi Qiao replied correctly, giving them to the two. Drink up quickly. After saying that, she tossed them a few pills. Heng Dao ate one while asking how she had so many pills. Third Senior Brother gave them to me. Third Senior Brother stuffed a bunch into my hand. Now I don't have much of anything else left. Just the most heart-clearing pills. They went deeper into a cave, and before their eyes laid several spirit crystals gleaming and sparkling. Little Chick saw them, and it was like love at first sight, falling for them instantly. It kept letting out a few cries and then charged over to the spirit crystals. Yi Qiao quickly noticed as well. She rolled up her sleeves, deciding to become a mining worker, and said hurry up and chisel all these crystals down. While they were busily digging, a few rumbling sounds came from above. Good-for-nothing Chick had been wandering around all this time, having no idea how far it had drifted. While it was still shaking and wobbling, all its movements had been monitored by the meat-based camera all along. Leopard was staring at the little chick without missing a single move. It slowly approached the spot of this fat little chicken, preparing to have a feast. Fortunately, the chicken was alert, and the little chick immediately turned to look behind it. The moment the chicken threw a glance, the leopard immediately tucked its tail in fear. The brother chicken did not forget to threaten it with a sound, causing the leopard brother to instantly become as docile as a dog, turning into a fake leopard. The leopard was utterly miserable. It was starving but had run into a big shot it could not mess with, so it could only stand and watch. On the other side, after the hard work of digging the mine, they finally finished. Yi Qiao contentedly stretched her arms and said they had finally cleared it all, but the KFC chicken had eaten a third of the fire element crystals. Looking at the plump chicken lying comfortably beside her, Yi Qiao thought to herself that she wondered if it had eaten a bit too much. Seeing her pluck a few of its feathers, Jiangxi said eating a lot was a blessing. With the heavy lump of meat pressing on her shoulder, Yi Qiao helplessly said who could afford to raise it. She felt it was like swallowing a whole sticky rice cake. The deeper they went, the more uneasy Yi Qiao felt. She said it was strange. There should normally be a beast guarding the mine, so why was there nothing around? It turned out the beast protecting the mine was scared by her chicken and was now hiding in a corner, sitting and reciting sutras, hoping they wouldn't come back. They had traveled a long distance. Jiangxi asked where to go next. Yi Qiao replied she didn't know. They should just keep walking. Suddenly, someone loudly called out to them. A group of rogue cultivators ran up to Yi Qiao and demanded the crystals back. Hearing this, Yi Qiao calmly asked if the crystals had their names written on them. The rogue cultivator was furious, clenching his fists ready to strike. He said he discovered the mine first, but was afraid of the golden core beast, so went to call for help. But when he returned, there was nothing left. He had no choice but to attack, but his assault was dodged by Yi Qiao. She also quickly grabbed his wrist tightly. Next, Yi Qiao displayed her martial arts, slammed him to the ground, and asked, "What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly." Looking at the enemy lying flat like a shrimp, Yi Qiao smugly thought he was also at Foundation Establishment. Losing would be an insult to Elder Wan Yu's strict training. The rogue cultivator on the ground couldn't believe it. He thought he was pinned down by a weak girl. Wasn't a talisman cultivator supposed to be bad at close combat? Understanding his doubt, Yi Qiao used her old trick to frame someone someone else. I am a direct disciple of Yu King Sect, she said, then kicked him straight in the waist. After that, she loudly lectured him. If you're not convinced and have the guts, go talk it out with the senior grand disciple. The group of rogue cultivators immediately took the bait. So you are Yun that Yu King Sect recently took in. We knew those people were shameless. Seeing they had successfully misunderstood, Yi Qiao continued her masterful acting. How dare you, insulting my sect, making Heng Dao and Zhang Shai fidget restlessly. Yi Qiao smugly thought she intended to frame Han King, but among the direct disciples, only Yun Kui was the junior sister, so she went with the flow. She quickly took out a talisman and shouted loudly, "Binding talisman." One after another, the talismans flew toward the rogue cultivators. They were terrified. She truly was a disciple of Yu King Sect. Who else would be so despicable? Only then did Heng Dao understand her intention. So when faced with trouble, she shifts the blame to an enemy. Wherever they were, rumors among the people spread fast. The news that Yu King Sect had obtained the fire element crystals spread everywhere. Cultivators from various sects received the news and kept discussing it. They heard someone discovered a fire element crystal mine in the secret realm, but Yu King Sect took it all. Robbing a major sect was no different from seeking death. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Don't be afraid, even if they are Yu King Sect, they are only talisman cultivators. We outnumber them. What is there to fear? Share the crystals equally if we get them." Everyone's fighting spirit rose. On the other side, Han King had finally finished dealing with the Xuan Yun Sect group, and they were on the run. Han King tiredly gritted his teeth and said that crazy Xuan Yun Sect was hard to shake off, but at least they finally escaped. The junior brothers hearing this flattered him, saying thanks to senior brothers' many schemes they escaped. That little Yi Qiao definitely had issues. What they do to offend her? Han King's face darkened, his voice full of hatred, saying she was an ungrateful wolf. Next time they meet, he would not let her off. He knew there were many opinions in the sect about Yi Qiao leaving, perhaps because Cheng Ming's sect promised her a direct disciple position, so she betrayed them. Suddenly, in the bushes, several rogue cultivators were watching and discussing them heatedly. Hearing the noise, Han King turned around and asked who it was. Rogue cultivators stopped hiding, ran out and questioned if they were from Yu Ming sect. Trouble after trouble, Han King glared and asked what they wanted now. He thought Xuan Yun sect was enough trouble, now even rogue cultivators dared to provoke him. The rogue cultivators heard his provocation and got angry, rushing to attack. No need for politeness. Let's find the Yu King sect disciples. Han King didn't expect them to be so aggressive. He stood frozen. Knowing he couldn't just stand there, Han King had to use a tactic. He told the junior brothers to form a formation on the spot. He quickly took out talisman charms to create a shield blocking the rogue cultivators' attacks. The rogue cultivators only thought about the crystals, angrily shouting to hand over the crystals now. Yun Kui, if you have the guts to take them, then don't open a barrier. Han King gritted his teeth in annoyance. What had Yun Kui taken from them? Killing and stealing treasures in a secret realm wasn't rare, but didn't she know to cover her tracks? On this side, Yun Kui was taking a hit even while sitting idle. She, who was being mentioned, was humming a tune nonstop. Just then, King Han approached and asked if junior sister Yun was alright. Seeing her senior brother's concern, Yun Kui replied she was fine. She didn't know who was setting her up, puzzledly wondering why she had been sneezing continuously. Suddenly, a rabbit appeared before her. It hopped out and then clung tightly to her leg. Yun Kui picked it up and praised it so cute. She couldn't help but hug it tightly and said she wanted it as a contracted beast. King Han wanted to advise her but was too late. She immediately bit her fingertip. A stream of red thread flew out, enveloping the person and beast. The contract was successfully formed. King Han helplessly said if this was just an ordinary beast, the contract was no different from signing with a cute symbol. He liked his junior sister's softness, but her naivety was sometimes headache-inducing. Hearing this, Yun Kui calmly said as if it were nothing, like deciding what eat today. It's fine, senior brother, I signed a master-servant contract. If it's useless, I'll just kill it. The rabbit was terrified upon hearing that, yet King Han even dotingly said, alright. Meanwhile, the little rabbit trembled, thinking I knew it, humans are all useless. Suddenly, Yun Kui noticed it wanted to say something. The rabbit jumped down, waving its paw to signal them to follow. Yun Kui understood and asked if it wanted to lead her somewhere. A moment later, the rabbit led them to a forest full of mushrooms. Yun Kui quickly picked some to take back. Looking at the mushrooms in her hand, she suddenly exclaimed that the little beast had led them to find so many spiritual herbs and fruits. Seeing it praised, the little rabbit happily squeaked a few times. Yun Kui quickly realized it wanted to say something. She immediately translated its speech for everyone. It seemed to know another place where fire elemental crystals were hidden and could lead the way. The disciples of the Question Sword sect, hearing this, excitedly said what were they waiting for? Yun Junior's sister should quickly call the treasure-seeking beast to lead them. Earlier they thought the senior brother was carrying a burden. Who knew her spirit beast could find so many good things? Yun Kui happily replied no problem, feeling satisfied thinking they had finally been accepted by the Question Sword sect. Half an hour later, they arrived at the place and stood frozen. The pile of fire elemental crystals had vanished. The cave was completely empty with nothing left. Yun Kui awkwardly turned around and shook the poor little beast frantically, asking where the crystal vein was. Seeing her frenzy, the frightened rabbit bit down hard on Kui's hand. She cried out in pain and had to let it go, and the rabbit immediately ran off. It ran deep into the forest all the way until nightfall. At that moment, it burrowed straight into the feet of Yi Qiao and the sleeping Kang Duck chicken, startling the two awake. Yi Qiao groggily turned to ask what had just burrowed into her lap. Opening her legs, she saw the pitiful face of that poor rabbit. Yi Qiao picked it up and praised it, saying this little one was so cute. Heng Dao and Zhang Shi were also awakened. They came over and said this was likely the treasure-seeking beast that had already been contracted by someone else. Hearing this, Yi Qiao immediately recognized from the original novel that the treasure-seeking beast was prepared for Yun Kui. She realized it was the beast by Yun Kui's side, also her right-hand helper. Just as she thought this, Yi Qiao lifted it up and asked if it was lost or ran out on its own, but she did not know its eyes were fixed on the flute at her waist. Suddenly it struggled and cried non-stop, pointing at the flute. Yi Qiao had to hold it firmly to make it stay still. She set it on the ground and told it to go away, saying she had no hobby of raising spirit beasts for others. Little Beast, thinking of being abandoned, was terrified and clung tightly to her neck, refusing to leave. Yi Qiao helplessly let it lie still on her neck, and the rabbit also did not want to leave her, because thinking of the fire-tempered owner Yun Kui was unbearable. Looking at the spirit beast in her hand, she wondered if this was the treasure-seeking beast causing trouble with Hui, and Zhang Shi also thought it would not leave for now. He offered the idea of waiting to find out who its owner was and then return it, but suddenly a big idea popped into his head. Traveling with a treasure-seeking beast meant they could pick up treasures, right? He lifted it up and said, "Come on, what sleep, go to sleep." Turning around, he pointed in a direction and commanded it, "Let us go treasure-seeking." Watching his actions, Yi Qiao proudly thought that the fourth senior brother used to hesitate and leave things for others, but now he was decisive. Young ones were easy to teach. Early the next morning, everyone led each other to the foot of the mountain. Not long after, they found a spirit crystal cave. Heng Dao found something he liked. Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi, seeing this thing, only thought of a mountain of money. The two brightened their eyes and shared the same brainwave. Yi Qiao looked mesmerized, smiling unconsciously. No wonder the author wanted to give the treasure-seeking beast to Yun Kui. It was truly a great treasure. Because the little guy had done a great deed, Shang-Chi gave it a crystal as encouragement, saying, "Good job, reward for eating." Elsewhere, Yun Kui and King Hen rode their swords to find a cocked beast. She asked aggrievedly where my treasure-seeking beast had gone. Clearly she had scared the little guy away herself. Now she was sad. She could have relied on its aura to find it, but it kept running wildly around the secret realm. Suddenly she saw below in the secret realm was Yi Qiao, and in her hands was her treasure-seeking beast. At that moment she yelled out, "They have found it." Then the two descended to where Yi Qiao was. Yun Kui approached and clearly saw the treasure-seeking beast in her hands, immediately recognizing it as her own. She opened her mouth and said, "Please return the treasure-seeking beast to me," thinking in her heart that Yi Qiao had seen the beast's ability and wanted to claim it for herself. Yi Qiao, hearing this, responded straightforwardly, "Okay." Then she shook herself to make it jump down, yelling, "Pikachu, let go of me quickly." The little guy had no intention whatsoever of returning to its owner. The fire chicken, seeing it clinging so tightly to its mistress, got very angry, flew down to chase it away, crying out as if to say this is its contracted person. Yun Kui was so angry she became furious. She cleared her throat and commanded the treasure-seeking beast to come back. The little guy, tears streaming down, cried out a few times, meaning it did not want to return to that she-devil. Unable to chase it away, Yi Qiao shrugged and said to her, "It is not that I am unwilling, it just does not want to go." She grew angrier the more she heard, but had people around, so had to maintain civility and did not retort to her. While she was still standing there stunned, she immediately thrust a check in front of her face, saying, "Exactly, this is the bill, please pay the fee." According to her words, the senior brother just fed it 5 spirit crystals. You have to pay 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, not too much, right? Hearing those numbers, Yun Kui felt as if struck by lightning, her face pale as she asked if she was a robber. Seeing Yun Kui hesitate, she rubbed the treasure-seeking beast's head while threatening, "If you do not pay, I will keep it as mine." Thinking back to the scene of the empty spirit crystal cave, Yun Kui vaguely guessed whether when the beast led her to the cave there were any items or not. Could it be? She asked suspiciously, "Was it you who took those spirit crystals?" She did not deny it but kept nodding, saying, "Yes, it was us." Then feigning weakness, she turned her head to look at King Han and called him senior brother Yi. Easily shedding crocodile tears, she asked, "What should I do now?" Resolving it for her, he threw 50,000 high-grade spirit stones to Yi Qiao. The group of questioned sword sect disciples witnessing this all gaped, thinking why was the senior brother paying for Yun Kui's spirit beast. Yi Qiao counted the spirit stones before everyone's astonished eyes. They were shocked, thinking 50,000 high-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. Zhang Jian could not stand it anymore in discontent, pointing at her and yelling loudly, "Are you people of the Zong sect so poor you have gone crazy?" She still paid no attention to him, only focused on admiring the spirit stones in her hand, saying, "How did you all know? Indeed, I am so poor I cannot sleep. You great geniuses of the Question Sword sect, give a little more, please." Fan Ha, who had endured all this time, finally spoke up, saying that the people of your Ming sect had gone too far. Faced with the threat, she calmly replied, "How could that be? I even wanted to thank you for the gift from the Cloud Sword sect." Remembering the matter of returning a favor in kind, she immediately threw the treasure-seeking beast back to its owner, saying that was right, returning it to you. Then Ha saw her attitude and his face darkened. Before he could react, Zhang Ji made a move. He stepped forward to Yi Qiao's side to protect her, saying it was indeed right to thank the Cloud Sword sect for the gift, because worrying that the little junior sister would be bullied had stressed her out. She alone brought along a group of vengeful flames. He had to bear part of the burden. Feng Dao also poked his head out at this moment to provoke, thanking the Cloud Sword sect for the gift. He thought although he usually did not dare to provoke sword cultivators, no matter what Yi Qiao said, she was still his friend. Cloud Sword disciples, seeing the attitude of the three, were all fuming with anger. Zhang Jian thought if it were only Yi Qiao, he would have taught her a lesson. But beside her there was not only Zhang Shi, born with a sword bone, but now the Soaring Phoenix sect had also joined in. He growled out, "Could it be that you hold a grudge against me for criticizing the Ming sect's gates earlier, and that is why you acted now?" Arrogant, he pointed directly at her and continued, "If you have the skill, then take first place this year." Without any worry, she replied cheerfully, "Alright, wait and see." They who originally thought the people of Ming's sect always ranked last, laughed. Zhang Jian sarcastically asked her if she was that confident. He chuckled inwardly. "Just a bit of arrogant talk really makes me laugh." Seeing them start to mock his junior sister again, Zhang Shi drew his sword, saying, "You ask why we are so confident." The sharp sword was drawn with a swish. The group that was laughing moments ago now fell silent. He continued saying, "Since he was born with a sword bone, why should he not be confident?" The atmosphere at this moment was dead silent upon seeing Zhang Shi no longer yielding. The group of Cloud Sword disciples held their swords trembling, thinking to themselves how infuriating. But Zhang Shi, at 16, already possessed the strength of a golden core, undeniable. As soon as he drew his sword from its sheath, our life-bound swords trembled. The attitude was more relaxed than ever, he thought. Having been by the little junior sister's side for so long, he seemed to have become more confident too. Before, when seeing disciples from other sects, he was used to enduring. But now it was different. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he was ready to charge forward at any moment. Subconsciously, he snorted, thinking of the King Han before him, supremely confident that even someone who stood at the pinnacle of the sword path like King Han was far inferior in strength. King Han, however, was very calm. He said placidly, "Then see you at the grand competition, waiting for your performance." At this moment, Yi Qiao cheerfully replied, "See you at the grand competition." As for Yun Kui, she turned around to look but still did not see King Han seek revenge for her. So she put on an act, saying, "Second senior sister, I and master really miss you." Outwardly, she pretended to be nostalgic, asking when she would follow them back to the sect. But inwardly, she was plotting a dirty scheme. As soon as disciple Yi saw Yi Qiao, he felt something was wrong. Zhang Jian heard her words and immediately questioned, "Second senior sister, do you know each other?" He wondered, is Yun Kui from the Moon King sect? How do these two core disciples know each other? Her green tea tone was bitter. She said senior sister was cherished by master since childhood. Later, something unknown happened and second senior sister suddenly left the sect. A group of Cloud Sword disciples, hearing her fabricated story, turned to look at Yi Qiao with judging eyes, thinking that once a teacher, always a father. Yi Qiao abandoning the master who raised her from childhood to run off to another sect. Was that not an ungrateful person? Suddenly someone made a move, charging forward. It seemed they were aiming directly at the White Lotus, Yun Kui. Zhang Shi could not endure that woman's nonsense any longer, so he took his sword and charged forward to give her a slash. Yet King Han timely used his sword to block that strike. Yun Kui let out a frightened scream. Then she fell to the ground, looking at Zhang Shi in confusion. He spat out a torrent of curses. "Yun junior sister, today my little junior sister did not hit you because she has class, but I hit you because you do not." Continued, "If you do not accept, then let the people of your Moon King sect fight a battle with me." Saying this while flicking his sword in another arc. Actually, he did not think she wanted to belittle Yi Qiao, but rather thought Yun Kui just now had wanted to quietly pull strings and steal little junior sister back to the Moon King sect. No way. Yi Qiao looked at him and let out a surprised sound, adding one point of affection for this look. She thought when her fourth senior brother was not being funny, he was still handsome. Seeing King Han bend down to ask her, "Yun junior sister, are you alright?" she was stunned. Her eyes were tearful as she looked at King Han. Then she wailed and threw a tantrum, thinking she was being bullied. Why did not disciple Yi help her teach them a lesson? This scene was all too familiar to him. He covered his ears tightly and groaned, Here we go again, his heart full of anticipation as he wondered when it would be over. Night fell. Inside the secret realm, the three people, Yi Qiao, Zhangxi, and Heng Dao, were resting after a day of fun. Heng Dao picked up Yi Qiao's confiscated beitin, saying he guessed Yun Kui's treasure-seeking beast was tracking the scent of this stick. He offered to help her avoid high-level demon beasts by drawing a sealing talisman, remembering to call out, "Whichever demon beast comes will be screwed." Yi Qiao thanked him for the kindness. While Heng Dao was drawing the sealing talisman, she asked, "What is the longest number of days one can stay in the secret realm?" Heng Dao answered without needing to think, "For the Grand Secret Realm, the short stay is about 5 days. Hearing the answer, she was furious and immediately asked back, "Is that so? Then isn't it ending tomorrow?" Letting out a sigh, she said, "I was still having a great time." He looked at her as if looking at a person of this world who would be happy to escape trouble like her, thinking she was indeed very happy. The only ones hurt were the Moon King Sect, who had been framed. Thinking it over and over, he looked at her with great fondness. But traveling with Yi Qiao was truly very interesting, as long as one cleaned up the mess afterward. While drawing the sealing talisman, he thought to himself sadly, "Why does our sect not have someone like the junior sister?" Completing the seal around the confiscated baton, he handed it back to her, explaining that time was short, so this was a temporary seal to dispel it, just use spiritual power to break it. Then he curiously asked Yi Qiao and Zhangxi, "That's right, why did you two come down the mountain?" Thinking back to it made her dejected. She sighed and answered, "Because it was so boring in the forbidden area. We took the second senior brother's teleportation talisman and snuck down the mountain." The deeper she thought, the more worried she became. She continued, hoping the senior brother would not find out the two had secretly run outside. Otherwise, Xingyun might crack on the spot. After one night, the sun had now risen to the top of the mountain. The sound of people whispering and discussing rang out. The secret realm is about to close. Everyone look for the exit together. After one night, the group from the Moon King sect had already been reduced by 80%. Walking along the path, leading were Yun Kui and King Han, followed by the people of the Moon King sect, and finally was her Zhangxi and Heng Dao. Looking at those people ahead, she immediately guessed they had encountered a group of rogue cultivators hunting them, which was why they ended up like this. Suddenly, Hen King stepped forward and blocked Yun Kui. He put on a serious expression and asked her, "Little junior sister, did you take the fire-type essence stone?" She pitifully denied, no, thinking in her head, "Wasn't that fire-type essence stone all gathered by Yi Qiao? Why ask me?" King Han spoke up to defend Yun Kui, asking, "Do you want to claim it for yourself?" Han King heard this and was furious inside but could do nothing, so he changed the subject. "Yun junior sister, the exit of the secret realm is about to open." She turned sharply, kicking Han King out of sight, then said to King Han, "Yes, let us go then." She pulled a scroll from her robes, saying, "I have a map of the secret realm and know the safest path." Watching the crowd eagerly prepare to follow Yun Kui, Yi Qiao thought, "The exit location is random. Cultivators have to find it themselves." She stood, recalling the novel's content. Yun Kui had a map, but she was the one holding the script. In her mind flashed a scene from the original text, following Kui, even on the right path. The casualties were horrific, as the whole group encountered a great demon at the nascent soul stage, costing many rogue cultivators their lives. Then she remembered Yun Kui's greed. After killing the demon beast, he took the spirit fruit, inadvertently triggering a barrier that trapped everyone, leaving them unable to call for help. Seeing this, she immediately spoke up. "Does anyone want to come with us?" The crowd immediately looked at her with probing eyes. One person even said, "You are only at Foundation Establishment. Why follow you?" The woman used her sweet voice. "Senior sister, do not cause trouble. I have a map." Her expression turned serious as she warned, "I advise you sincerely, do not go. But if you have already chosen Yin Kui, then consider my words unsaid." Her hands clenched in frustration. She thought traveling with the female lead would mean they would not die, but an ordinary passerby would surely be implicated. At this moment, everyone thought Yun Kui's words were the most reasonable. He had a map and was traveling with disciples from the sword-asking sect, which was quite safe. Knowing exactly how they would choose, she sighed in resignation, as expected. Suddenly, a few people spoke up, suggesting they follow her. She replied, "All right, let us depart." Seeing that someone finally trusted her, her heart softened, and she said cheerfully, "Let us set out." Half an hour later, inside the secret realm, Yi Qiao's group had already safely found the exit. She pointed, "Look, the exit is ahead." The others clasped their hands in gratitude. "Thank you." The person in white robes turned back and waved in a friendly manner. "Until we meet again." Suddenly, Heng Dao's hand slapped onto her shoulder with a thud. He said with a smile, "Yi Qiao, could you be a fate study cultivator? The path you led was so smooth. We encountered not a single demon beast." Hiding the fact that she held the script, she replied, "Of course not, I was just lucky." She broke into a cold sweat at the thought. She could not say she was one who held the script. Hang Dao's eyes crinkled into a smile as he slapped her shoulder again. Then your luck is truly good. Enthusiastically heading towards the secret realm's gate, he said. It is less than 2 hours until it closes. Let us hurry. She stood still, speaking mysteriously. I am waiting a bit before going. Kiao said seriously. I want to go catch a few demon beasts. Hang Dao suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned back, frowning, and thought worriedly. The demon beasts in the grand secret realm were at least at the mid-foundation establishment stage. He was afraid she would be eaten by a demon beast, wondering. She is at early foundation establishment. Is she asking to be captured? Suddenly Yi Qiao answered quickly and seriously, startling him. He did not walk anymore, stopped hesitating, then grew extremely conflicted, his body twisting like a coconut worm. Finally he sighed in resolution. Fine, I will go with you, he thought to himself. Having spent many days together, he could not just abandon her. Zhangxi, who had been invisible all this while, finally spoke up. He asked with a headache, then where do we go to catch demon beasts? Inwardly he lamented, this little junior sister really likes to court death. Truly a headache, but what could he do about his little junior sister? He had to put up with it. Seeing that everyone was following her, she happily replied, do not rush. Let us go watch the excitement first. Elsewhere in the secret realm, just as in the script, the group following Yun Kui was trapped inside a barrier. Someone complained, what kind of leading is this? So chaotic. You chose this yourselves, and now you blame her? Not only did you encounter a great demon with heavy casualties, but you also triggered a barrier and cannot escape. The beauty pretended to be weak, leading everyone into disaster, only to hide behind Han King and mutter apologies. Suddenly, a talisman floated down from somewhere, landing right before Han King. He caught it, read the information through the sound transmission talisman, then looked outside the barrier. What a surprise, 3 people were standing right behind him, none other than Yi Qiao, Zhangxi, and Hang Dao, waving in a friendly manner. Friendly as it was, why did it feel so bitter? Han King's mouth hung open as he screamed internally. Why is it the 3 of them? The sky was clear and the sun bright, yet some people had to suffer being trapped in a barrier. Truly pitiful. At this moment, Han King still held the sound transmission talisman in his hand. He ground his teeth, ready to curse. Yi Qiao. Before he could finish his sentence, she began to chant. Then she severed the sound transmission talisman. Watching him curse helplessly, she remained happy, as she could not hear a thing anyway. All his curses were blocked by the barrier. Zhangxi pointed at Han King and asked, why did you sever the sound transmission talisman? Did you not want to hear him curse? She crossed her arms and replied, I do not want to hear it. My self-esteem is too high. He truly admired his little junior sister and praised her, as expected of you. And King cursed for a while, so furious his face darkened as he panted heavily. Meanwhile Yi Qiao outside remained cheerful, thinking to herself, he must be out of breath by now, time to talk. He pulled out another talisman, approached the barrier and prepared to attach it. With a whoosh the talisman pierced through the barrier and stuck to Zhangxi's hand. He took the talisman, turned around, and handed it to King Han. Big senior brother, for you. King Han took the talisman and read, do you want to get out? She happily transmitted her voice into it. How about this? You all from the Moonlight Sect and the Sword-asking Sect make a bid. She continued, for spirit stones that satisfy me, I will think of a way to release you. Han King and King Han, standing inside, were so angry their eyes nearly popped out with stars. Both were squeezed for their money until their purses got cancer. Hang Dao asked her in confusion, are you really not afraid of being framed during the grand competition between the 2 sects? She just shrugged and replied calmly, since I have already offended them, I might as well offend them thoroughly. When you are deep in debt you stop worrying, and a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Hearing her mention spirit stones, King Han saw hope. He raised his sword and shouted, I do not believe I cannot get out. He struck the barrier fiercely with his sword, but the result was this bounced back inside. King Han coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood in pain. Seeing this, Yun Kui quickly ran over to support him, asking worriedly, senior brother Ye, are you alright? The loving scene of the male and female leads played out. She wiped the blood for him. He affectionately called her junior sister Yi. He called out softly junior sister Yun, truly not knowing what to say. Cough interrupted the romantic atmosphere. Yi Qiao clapped her hands and praised how beautiful. She silently marveled that this was truly the dragon-proud heaven cultivation version. She recalled the original text. King Han exhausted his spiritual power and coughed blood from the backlash, only then leading everyone out of the secret realm. That was their emotional turning point. While she was feeling smug, Han King was so angry he could not speak. He threatened Yi Qiao, I know you have a way if we die here. Did the elders of Wenjian Sect teach you to stand by and watch someone die? Han King underestimated her boldness. She sat down leisurely and said, you die first, then I will be framed for standing by and watching you die. It would not be too late then. Han King was furious. He charged straight at the barrier, just waiting for it to break so he could rush out and bite her. He finally regained his reason, calmed down, and cursed silently. Damn it. He pointed straight at her face and asked, "How many spirit stones do you want?" She fiddled with the fire chicken and asked back, "How much do you think the lives of Wenjian Sect are worth?" And King quickly offered a price of 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. She let out a scornful snort. Is the precious direct disciple of Wenjian Sect only worth that much? He was shaking with anger again, asking himself how could someone like her exist in this world. Yi Qiao, do you not know the meaning of moderation? Seeing he did not answer, she snorted and then grinned. She continued to ask, did you King Sect offer a higher price, huh? Seeing her smugness, he could only fall silent and think, staying inside the barrier is better. She put on a villainous face again and asked, so the direct disciple of Yu King Sect is not even worth 100,000 spirit stones? By her heart-shattering question, he looked at her with the ugliest expression ever. She had successfully dug into his pockets again. He shouted in anger, 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. I do not have any more. He cursed fate for making him fall for a woman, wishing he could turn back time to stay away from Yoon. She had already prepared an IOU, pulled it out and handed it to them for their endorsement. She said with a face full of revenge, then I invite you two to press your fingerprints on this paper. King Han and Han King could only swallow their bitterness and press their fingerprints on the IOU. Afterwards, Yi Qiao said calmly, let's go. Heng Dao and Zhang Shi stared wide-eyed. You just swindled 150,000 and still have not saved anyone, but you are already planning to leave. Heng Dao asked her where she was going, guessing in his heart, could it be that she only intended to trick them for money? She explained unhurriedly, catching demon beasts was what I said from the start. Saving this group of people was just incidental. Scene change, Yi Qiao sneaked over to the entrance of a cave where a group of demon beasts were sleeping soundly. While others were trying to avoid demon beasts, she used stones to wake them up. The two largest demon beasts were awakened by the commotion. They saw her and her contracted beast licking their lips in provocation, as if inviting them to fight. With their demon beast nature, they immediately charged to attack in anger. Seeing them enraged, she still cheerfully played a game of chase. Only when they got close did she pretend to be panicked and run very fast. The entire secret realm was noisy with the sounds of her and the demon beasts chasing each other. Running out to where Heng Dao and Zhang Shi were, she shouted for them to run quickly. Yi Qiao ran around in panic. Heng Dao, not understanding, asked why. She shouted, behind me there are 2 golden core, 6 late foundation building, and 8 mid foundation building demon beasts chasing us. As soon as she finished speaking, the horde of demon beasts was already right on their heels. He looked at the ferocious demon beasts, his face turning pale, laughing through tears. Hating her so much he could only think, how come so many demon beasts are chasing you? What the hell did you do, Yi Qiao? Arriving at King Han and Han King's place, they also heard the noise like a cat playing with a mouse. Han King saw this scene as if seeing the god of death rise from the grave. In front, Yi Qiao led Zhang Shi and Heng Dao. Behind them was an army of high-level demon beasts. She shouted and charged through in one breath. In her mind, she had calculated, the barrier only allowed living people in, not demon beasts. As the demon beasts crashed loudly into the barrier, the 3 of them managed to jump inside. Han King angrily asked her, you led all the demon beasts here, what did you do to them? Qiao answered calmly, nothing. I am waiting for them to wear down the barrier, then I will make my move. The demon beasts outside were like hungry tigers, continuously attacking the barrier. King Han could not think of a better plan, so he cursed her, you profit from such tricks, you will fall one day. Yi Qiao was unconcerned. She did not even turn around. She said, I do not believe suffering loss is a blessing. If you want to suffer, then suffer yourselves. She turned to ask Heng Dao, do you have a precise net for catching demon beasts? Heng Dao always had magical instruments ready. He pulled out a net and handed it to her. He said, this net is very good. Taking the net, her eyes lit up. She silently admired. The standard cultivation magical instruments are always prepared. My accuracy is top tier. Qiao thought and then happily continued. Then I am relieved. Later you follow my lead. We will play a game of catching fish together. The demon beasts outside were still trying to break the barrier, constantly clawing at it. Constant dripping wears away stone. The barrier was gradually cracking from the beast's claws, and Zhang Shi reported it was about to break. Heng Dao, meanwhile, already had the net in hand, waiting only for the order to capture the demon beasts. With a loud bang, the barrier was pierced by a demon beast's claw. Everyone scattered in panic, and Han King shouted a reminder that the secret realm would close in less than an hour, telling them to run. The moment had come. Yi Qiao called out, tighten the net, and Heng Dao immediately followed the order. He threw the net at the group of demon beasts that were now out of control. One demon beast was caught in the net, and the rest fled in fear. As he gathered the net, he realized that Yi Qiao had provoked the demon beasts. As long as he didn't go with her, it was safe, and the beasts had exhausted themselves breaking the barrier, making capturing them easy now. He thought further. She had angered the beasts into breaking the barrier, not only tricking the 2 sects out of spirit stones, but also using the net to catch the exhausted beasts. She had planned it all. Then he wondered, but how did she know there was a barrier here? After a while the harvest was complete. Everyone ran out of the secret realm gate, all panting heavily, and Zhangxi said they finally made it out before the realm disappeared. Hang Dao said to her, I have already put the demon beast we just caught in here. Yi Qiao thought for a moment, then shared, since you contributed, and you need materials for artifact forging, the demon beast bones are yours. He happily accepted, saying they could take the inner core, thinking the gains from this trip were huge, enough artifact materials for a long time. Suddenly Yi Qiao was stunned as if remembering something. She kept looking around for the fire chicken. That's right, where is my chicken? The barrier didn't allow demon beasts in. KFC must have run off when I entered. Yi Qiao panicked and searched. Zhangxi pointed at the top of her head, saying it was right there on her head, seemingly trying to make a nest, and she was startled by KFC's cry. Pulling the fire chicken down, she scolded quietly, don't make a nest on my head, but it remained stubborn and wouldn't listen. Looking at the flying piece of meat in her hand, she decided to teach it a lesson since all demon beasts understood human speech. Suddenly, she remembered the creature she and Zhangxi had ridden a few days ago. Placing the fire chicken on her shoulder, she asked Zhangxi, fourth senior brother, that red bird we tied up with the demon beast binding rope. I think it's still tied to a tree. Qiao happily monologued, we were going to experience riding a bird, and then conveniently bring it back to the sect. After looking around for a bit, she joyfully shouted, found it, the red bird is here. This unfortunate creature became the mount for the two people from Changming sect. It helplessly served as a mount, its life no longer having any regrets. Hang Dao bid them farewell, saying, then we part ways here. He said thoughtfully, see you at the grand competition, and the other two said in unison, see you at the grand competition. Pulling the reins to ride, Yi Qiao said, we've been sneaking down the mountain for so long, the sect leader and senior brother probably know by now. Let's fly up quickly. The red bird outwardly complied but was unwilling inside, being bossed around by her, its inner self screaming. With a whoosh it flew straight into the sky, taking the two of them back to the Yellow Springs, back to the sect. Riding on the red bird's back, they kept swaying back and forth. Yi Qiao struggled to control it, sighing inwardly that riding a bird was indeed too difficult. In a moment they were back near the main peak of Changming sect. As they were about to dive straight into the room, Yi Qiao shouted, stop. She shouted with difficulty, we've arrived, we can go down here. Redbird struggled and let out a piercing screech. Yi Qiao and Zhangxi were like they were in a dangerous ride. She panicked and screamed, we're about to fall. Then a sky-shaking scream. What was bound to happen finally happened. Outside, Changming sect was very quiet. Everyone was drinking tea and eating pastries in the extremely comfortable floating pavilion space. Changming sect had guests. One person said, Elder Zhao, your sect's scenery is truly beautiful. Before finishing the sentence, a loud crash sounded from outside. The shock was so great everyone saw what fell from the sky, Yi Qiao, Zhangxi, and the bird thrashing about. Yi Qiao was not worried. She sat up and waved her hand, greeting second senior brother, third senior brother, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhao glanced at her from the corner of his eye. He asked, back already, you little brats. A girl was silently judging. This person is Lin Lin, a direct disciple of Bai Shui sect. The girl next to her sweated and hummed in agreement. She was Miao Yan, a direct disciple of Bai Shui sect. Thinking this was the first time she saw a sword cultivator not riding a sword but flying around on a bird. Elder Zhao was about to explode but held back because there were guests. He said, you two arrived just in time. These two are direct disciples of Bai Shui sect. Take them on a tour of Changming sect. Qiao obediently agreed, breathing a sigh of relief because there were guests. Otherwise, Elder Zhao would have started his lion's roar berating. Watching the retreating back, Elder Zhao finally left. Miao Yan looked at Yi Qiao sighing. She thought she had heard that Changming sect had recently taken on a new direct disciple. She looked and assessed. The 5 sects chose the best disciples as direct disciples, but this girl's aptitude seemed very ordinary. Ming Xuan said to Yi Qiao and Zhangxi, finally you're back, you refused to come back. The master was about to go down the mountain himself to catch you. Zhu Yu leaned against a pillar. The cold handsome guy said, for 5 days now, look at the state of you two. He assessed the disheveled appearance of the two, and asked if they had been wandering outside. Yi Qiao kicked the wretched red bird lying on the ground, saying, we gained a bit more knowledge. Do we have the ability to drag trash back or what? Lin Lin appeared behind Xu Yu and asked Xu Yu a question. Taking out an exclusive pill of Yi Qiao's, she asked if this type of pill had been circulating in Chengyunzhang recently. He looked at the pill, which seemed somewhat familiar, and pondered for a moment. Ming Xuan also came closer to look at the pill and said it felt familiar. Zhu Yu was horrified, thinking the pill was too ugly to circulate in Cloud Center City. Suddenly mentioning Yi Qiao, he exclaimed, remembering that his junior sister had made a similar one before when she was practicing alchemy for fun. Hearing that, she recalled the pill she once made, which she had taken to Cloud Center City and entrusted to a medicine shop to sell before she went on her training journey. That pill looked like a piece of dung floating down a river, and back then, it was so ugly no one was willing to sell it, but now it had become a circulated pill. Lin Lin looked at her in shock, speechless, a sword cultivator who had a dream of alchemy and even acted smug about it. Before Lin Lin could recover from her surprise, surprise, Yi Qiao waved her hand and left, telling her third senior brother to continue accompanying the two ladies from Bichui Sect as she was going to the library. Mingzuan also quickly said he would go along as he had long since wanted to stop chatting with them. Lin Lin watched them and fell into silence, not knowing what to say. She was quite surprised and admired them, seeing how good their relationships were, since in a sect, direct disciples often fought amongst themselves. Zhangxi shyly replied that it was not wrong. Before their little junior sister arrived, they seldom made friends. Watching the backs of the cheerful brother and sister pair walking together, he thought that this unity was entirely due to their little junior sister's astonishing social skills. Afterward, Yi Qiao and Mingzuan arrived at the library. As soon as she reached the Grand Library, Steward Yu called her over, saying she had come at just the right time to help copy books, so she had to sit down at the desk. She felt unwilling inside, lamenting how she was being exploited as soon as she returned. In her mind, she pictured throwing down the pen in a huff, wanting to study the mental cultivation method and appendix of Song Huangqing, conveniently comparing it with the appendix of Changming Sect. She suddenly turned back and asked Steward Yu if a talisman master's nose bled the first time they drew a talisman, because in the past she had experienced nosebleeds after exhausting her divine sense. He calmly answered that it did happen, though of course there were individual exceptions. He pointed at Mingzuan, who was reading a book, citing him as an example, such as your second senior brother, telling of his growth process. He could draw talismans at age 7 and was brought to the sect at age 10. The exhaustion of divine sense never appeared on him. That was the talent of a genius. Yi Qiao blurted out that in this life, she hated talent dogs the most. She even snapped the brush in her hand, hating even more that she was not a talent dog. Steward Yu looked at her bluntness and did not know what to say. He thought that the girl clearly did not treat him as an outsider, as others would hide their jealousy deep in their hearts, but she just said it outright, giving him the nickname Talent Dog. He turned back and told her to copy faster, as it was almost mail time. Yi Qiao quickly picked up her writing speed, repeatedly saying she was on it. Night fell on the main peak of Changming Sect, and inside the room, Elder Zhao angrily snorted, saying that his newly accepted disciple and Zhangxi had returned. Sect leader Qin Fan asked who had persuaded them to go down the mountain. Elder Zhao slammed his cup down on the table and said that was still a question. Hitting the nail on the head, he said that besides that girl Yi Qiao, who else could it be? Before she arrived, no matter how rebellious Zhangxi was, he never slipped away from the sect. Sect Master Qin Fan calmly waved his hand, advising them not to underestimate and waste the youth, as the kids were at an age fond of making trouble. Elder Zhao sighed and said his meaning was that the two of them caused mischief every day, and asked what did that look like. Qin Fan gloomily followed up, saying he was right, that the kids needed to be taught a lesson. He said to summon Yi Qiao to the main peak later. However, Yi Qiao was already fast asleep and snoring by then. Half an hour later, she had to wake up, the fire chicken on her head still looking dazed. Yi Qiao, still sleepy, asked her master what business he had with her in the middle of the night. Looking at the bird on her head, he asked in a fluster what that thing was. She reached up to catch it, startling the bird, and said this was her contracted beast. Looked at the bird about to ask its species, but she answered first, asking her master if he knew what kind of demon beast it was. He summoned a volume of the strange beast record from somewhere. He searched for a while and then declared there was no record of a similar demon beast or its young in the book. He asked her back suspiciously, could it be that she really made a contract with a turkey? Looking at the judgmental fire chicken, Yi Qiao also couldn't believe it. Was it really just a chicken? But it was still her contracted beast, so she proudly told it was fine. It was no ordinary chicken but a KFC. The fire chicken helplessly chirped chip chip, meaning for her to let go. Qin Fan asked her if she had confidence in making the top 10 in this year's Grand Sword competition. Hearing this, a crow flew by dragging an ellipsis. She thought what a difficult question that was, old man. Yi Qiao refused to get up, lying on the ground and shouting, if she had no confidence then let her die. Qin Fan was stunned seeing this. He held his forehead, tears welling in his eyes, too exasperated to say anything. Seeing that throwing a tantrum was useless, she suddenly asked her master if the grand competition was only for the direct disciples of the 5 sects, as she had always heard about it but never knew the rules. Qin Fan changed his attitude and patiently explained that was correct. Each person brought a recording stone for the elders to observe inside the secret realm. Qiao gleefully asked if it was a real-time broadcast, thinking in her head that it was no different from a modern live stream. He frowned and replied that every action of theirs would be seen by the entire cultivation world. He patted her shoulder and instructed her not to cause any trouble. Yi Qiao's eyes sparkled as she replied that she was a good person. How could she cause trouble? After speaking, Qin Fan pushed her out of the door mercilessly, telling her to scram and go to sleep. Next day, with clear skies and birds singing, Yi Qiao was at the training ground with Zhangxi and the elder. The elder sternly said the grand competition was coming soon, so they must not be lazy. Now he would teach them some combat techniques for battle. His eyes were serious as he told them to watch closely. The elder's hands immediately reached around from behind Zhangxi. In the blink of an eye, he was overwhelmed. He threw a powerful blow, sending the opponent flying far away. Yi Qiao trembled, thinking the elder was truly formidable. Before she could even see his movements clearly, fourth senior brother had already been sent flying. She was thinking, she realized the elder was looking at her, so she immediately went on guard. The elder laughed, saying it was Yi Qiao's turn. Without saying a word, she immediately turned and ran, planning to use lightness skill to escape. The elder shook his head and yelled at her to come back, saying it was the first time he saw someone who immediately fled after being unable to fight back. Yi Qiao ran at full speed, believing that of the 36 strategies, fleeing was the best, and she was determined not to turn back for fear of being hit. But before she could run far, the elder caught up and blocked her path. He glared at her, saying speed was useless. With that, he struck, landing a powerful kick on Yi Qiao. She immediately stumbled backward, falling hard to the ground. At this moment, Yi Qiao could only kneel there trembling. The elder taunted her again, asking what she was waiting for. Suddenly, he attacked, but Yi Qiao nimbly dodged in time. The elder was intrigued, praising her decent reflexes. He raised his leg again, preparing for his next move. A powerful kick landed on Yi Qiao. The elder held his stance while she sprawled painfully on the ground. Still unsatisfied, he shouted for her to continue, even though she was already in excruciating pain. The elder frowned, asking if she had given up or reached her limit. Yi Qiao lay flat, speaking in despair for the elder to just hit her, leaving him speechless. She thought helplessly that she couldn't escape even by running, so all she could do was take the hits. What else could she do? The two stared at each other in silence when suddenly Zhang Shi ran over, exclaiming it was meal time. Hearing about food, Yi Qiao's eyes lit up. She was famished. She shot up, but the elder stopped her, saying she had to finish the attack before she could go eat. Yi Qiao tightened her fists and replied to the elder, feeling her strength returning, and asked him if he saw any chance for her. The elder chuckled, asking if she meant she wanted to go eat. She rubbed her belly sheepishly and gently nodded. Instantly, the elder threw a punch straight at Yi Qiao's face, stunning her. However, she still managed to dodge in time. Yi Qiao used her ultimate technique again, activating her lightness skill. She quickly dodged behind the elder. Seeing her opponent right in front of her, she swiftly threw a punch. Unfortunately, the elder had anticipated it and smugly blocked the attack easily. He struck back, and she was fortunate to dodge. The two were locked in a stalemate, one attacking and the other defending. Finally, Yi Qiao grabbed her weapon. He focused, shouting the move Clear Wind style, First Form. A powerful move was unleashed, creating a surge of sword aura. Too fast and sudden, the elder could only raise his hand to block. His sleeve was torn to shreds, and he asked in surprise where she had learned that move. Yi Qiao stammered, scratching her head as she thought of how to answer. She said she learned it by watching fourth senior brother use it, then joyfully asked if she had passed the test, forcing the elder to nod. Sect leader Qin Fan had been sitting there for some time, smiling as he watched her scamper off to the dining hall. The elder looked at him thoughtfully, praising Yi Qiao's imitation ability, but regretting that the grand competition was approaching. Qin Fan sipped his tea, replying with a smile that rankings didn't matter, as long as she was safe. The elder agreed, saying he would continue to teach the disciple until the grand competition. The next day, Yi Qiao wondered why second senior brother hadn't come to tease her like usual. Mingxuan often used to ruffle her hair, calling her little potato. When she asked third senior brother, she learned that he had been exhausting himself drawing talismans in his room. Sighing, Yi Qiao decided to ask him to join her for a meal, no matter how busy he was. She saw second senior brother with obvious dark circles, and he asked her what was wrong. Mingxuan's room was filled with talismans, and he calmly invited her in. Yi Qiao stood frozen at the scene, wondering how long he had been holed up in there. He asked tiredly if she had also come to persuade him to rest. Yi Qiao shook her head, saying she respected his efforts, but reminded him there was still over a month until the grand competition, so there was no need to rush. Mingxuan calmly replied that he wanted to break through to the golden core stage. Yi Qiao's eyes widened, stunned, as she asked why he was in such a hurry. He ruffled her hair, putting on a troubled expression as he said it was the pressure of being a genius. Yi Qiao curled his lips, frowned, his face full of helplessness. Mingxuan calmly picked up the talisman, saying that his family was the main branch of the eight great prison clans. Before Mui arrived, he was the fastest cultivator among the direct disciples of Trungming Tong. Mingxuan held the talisman and continued. At age 15, he had reached the peak of foundation establishment, but since then he had made no breakthrough. He went on to say that his family scolded him for not trying hard. His father sighed when sending messages, and he was mocked by the other four branches. Yi Qiao's eyes widened and his mouth hung open, listening until he was stunned. He immediately patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying he understood. This time it was Mingxuan's turn to be embarrassed, thinking that in the original story, he fell into demonic obsession because of these rumors. Time flew and an incense stick's time had passed. Everyone appeared in brilliant, resplendent red robes. Senior brother Xing Yun looked at his sleeves emanating a gorgeous, vivid red noble aura. His face twisted, and he blurted out a word, ugly. Zhang Shi appeared beside him to console him, saying it was fine. Even if the sect robes were ugly, they couldn't hide senior brother's aura. Yifam, Xuyu, and Mingxuan all came to console him one after another. Senior brother Xingyun heard his brother's consolations and chuckled, thinking these kids were two in sync. They arrived together at a place with charming scenery and majestic mountains. Everyone stood before the large ship and sighed in admiration. They all discussed animatedly, saying that this was truly the bearing of a direct disciple of the sect, so imposing. Surrounding people cheered them on, telling them to work hard. In the crowd, Yi Qiao saw Du Chun greeting him, saying it had been a long time. Yi Qiao yawned lazily and replied in return, long time no see. Du Chun squeezed his way closer to Yi Qiao and asked how being a direct disciple was if he liked it. He heard Du Chun's question and sighed, saying it was okay, but compared to it, the outer sect was still better. In his heart, he recalled his days in the outer sect. At least no one watched him train, while now he'd be beaten on the road even if he wasn't beat up in training. The people around felt puzzled, thinking he was deliberately showing off. After a while, the large ship rose into the sky. Yi Qiao stood at the ship's railing, constantly exclaiming, was this a flying ship? It was so cool. Looking down, Yi Qiao thought to himself, it felt like an airplane in the modern world. Old Qinfan walked over from afar with a few identity cards, saying these cards represented their identities. He continued, when the steward of Vun Qiamtong arranged accommodation, they just needed to show the card. Yi Qiao held the card, thinking about the unwritten rule of the cultivation world. The 5 great sects had to gather at the leading position's territory. He calculated further, 100 years ago, the leading position belonged to Vun Qiamtong. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of melancholy. He looked at the vast, open sky, wondering what events would happen on this trip. A moment later, before the hall of Vun Qiamtong, the whole group behind Yi Qiao strode in arrogantly. Shangxi fiddled with his card and said, I heard Nyat Daintong is arranged in the courtyard next to ours. I don't know what the steward is thinking. I feel like he wants to cause trouble by putting us so close together. From a distance, Xing Zhai let out a contemptuous laugh. He and his group sneered, isn't this Ming Xuan of Chuang Mingtong? He continued, many years have passed. You still haven't broken through to core formation. Not stopping there, he mocked again. I truly don't know how a waste who hasn't broken through to core formation has the right to participate in the competition. It's an insult to Trung Mingtong. Hearing this, Ming Xuan could only sigh in despair. Yi Qiao, standing afar, thought to himself, he finally understood why Ming Xuan was so worried, to the point of falling into demonic obsession in the original story. Hearing Xing Ji mock Ming Xuan, Zhang Shi angrily drew his sword. Fortunately, Xing Yun, standing beside him, stopped him, saying that fighting was forbidden before the competition. Though very angry, Chu Han maintained his reason, saying don't make a move, we haven't entered the secret realm yet. Xing Zhai heard this and thought, so they weren't fooled. He had expected Zhang Shi to strike first and break the rules to lose points. The two sides were tense when suddenly Yi Qiao arrogantly strode forward. He raised his hand and waved nonchalantly, much to Xing Zhai's astonishment. Zhang Shi saw this and thought, this is bad, little sister master is causing trouble again. Xing Ji saw Yi Qiao strike up a conversation and said provocatively, are you that early foundation establishment cultivator that the sect leader recently took as his little sister master? He continued his provocation, an early foundation establishment, a peak foundation establishment. Two trash still want to participate in the competition. Hearing this, Yi Qiao nodded frantically, confusing Xing Ji, and said, right, you are very right. He said back angrily, are you mocking me? Yi Qiao immediately denied it. No, I agree with you, what's the problem? Xing Ji, finding he had met his match, could only choke out the word you. He pointed and said, knowing your trash is good, then turned to Ming Xuan, saying he couldn't break through to core formation in 3 years, yet still had the courage to compete for the last place. It was a shame. Ming Xuan was sad but went along saying, right, I am indeed trash. He immediately counterattacked, saying Trung Ming Tong is just a bunch of trash. If you're not satisfied, then capture us. He thought of Yi Qiao's words. Why walk the path others talk about? Walk the path that leaves them with no way forward. Ming Xuan went further, saying we are the last place. We are happy. No more arguing. What's the problem? Yi Qiao thought, well done, second senior brother. His eyes lit up, thinking know the wrong and correct it. If it's not possible, then let it be. You mock as you please, we will not change course. At this moment, Xing Ji was tongue-tied, only stammering out a few words of you. A thought suddenly flashed through Ming Xuan's mind, that letting go was actually this joyful. Due to his failure to provoke everyone, Xing Ji could only blurt out the phrase, it's infuriating. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qiao suddenly shouted for everyone, saying that the Cloud Sword sect was hitting people, leaving Xing Ji confused. Framed by Yi Qiao, Xing Zhai angrily prepared to draw his sword, saying detestable. Seeing Xing Ji provoked, Zhang Shai and Xu Yu added fuel to the fire, saying it was common for the mighty Cloud Sword sect to bully the weak, with Zhang Shi continuing that they were long accustomed to such contempt. Angered by the false accusation, Xing Ji challenged Zhang Shi to a fight if he had the guts. Heng Shi tightened his hold on his sword, thinking that these long bright sect people must have a flawed script, since no one had looked down on them. Then looked at Zhang Shi, who was pretending to tremble, wondering wasn't he the most hot-tempered person before. Seeing their junior enraged, Xingji's senior brothers quickly intervened, telling him to stay calm before the competition, as fighting would lead to confinement in the restricted grounds and point deductions, adding not to bother with that useless one. It wouldn't be too late to make a move inside the secret realm. Xingji felt his teammates were right, so he calmed down and shouted at Yi Qiao that he would definitely not let her off. In this face-off, Yi Qiao achieved a complete victory, nodding and saying his words were truly reasonable. Brushing past the failure, she continued to taunt by telling everyone to go back to their rooms. Seeing Yi Qiao completely ignoring his words, Xingji was furious and said it's infuriating. The news of the argument spread widely, with people buzzing about how Chu Xing of the Question Sword Sect had supposedly looked down on the other 4 sects. In an instant, the rumor had spread everywhere. When the rumor reached Miao Yan, she wondered if the Cloud Sword Sect could really be that arrogant. Lin Lin eagerly said beside her that although they had high hopes this year, the other 4 sects were no pushovers either, and crowing like that before the competition had even started. The scene shifted to the lodging of Elder Wang of the Cloud Sword Sect. Elder Wang angrily asked the disciple before him why he had looked down on others before the fight, and who taught him to do that. Xingji replied aggrievedly that it was just some ordinary pre-battle taunting. His face twisted in anger as he thought he had never said that, wondering who on earth had set him up. After hearing this, Elder Wang was annoyed and shouted that regardless, he must not trample on the dignity of the other 4 sects, creating drama before the competition even started. Did he have no brains? Having said that, he turned and left, ordering Xingji to obediently stay put before the competition and not run outside to disgrace the sect. The scene shifted to the lodging of the sects participating in the competition. Qinhuai looked out the door and said to himself, I have investigated. He smiled and continued. The source of this drama was Yi Qiao, the little junior sister of the Long Bright sect. The hand of Hengdao holding a brush suddenly stopped, and he asked in confusion Yi Qiao. Seeing Hengdao's reaction, Qinhuai asked if he knew her, to which Hengdao nodded eagerly. He said with a bright smile, not just acquainted, but the truth is I have been looking forward to her appearance. Seeing his brother blinded by love, Qinhuai gently tapped Hengdao on the forehead. He said she was just an average-grade spirit root little demon at the initial stage. Could it be that going out had made him lose his mind? Qinhuai continued that it was better to look forward to Yun Kui of the Moon Pure Sect instead, hearing which Hengdao felt helpless. Qinhuai tapped Hengdao on the head again, causing him to irritably shake off his hand. Annoyed, Hengdao warned Qinhuai that Yi Qiao was very formidable, and he needed to be careful of her inside the secret realm. Hearing this, Qinhuai was speechless, thinking there was a need to be cautious. His little junior brother had really fried his brain. In Floating Life City, the atmosphere was bustling and lively. People walked back and forth, chatting and laughing, creating a vibrant scene. Group of 4, Yi Qiao, dressed in red clothes, looked around excitedly. Yi Qiao, her eyes sparkling, looked around and asked if this was the territory at the foot of the Question Sword Sect, Floating Life City. To a poor wretch like her, everything seemed to glitter, and she thought to herself that shops everywhere must be expensive. At this moment, Yunkui's group had also arrived and spotted Yi Qiao hesitating over whether to buy something. Seeing her, Suchuo angrily emitted killing intent, gritting his teeth as he called out Yi Qiao. Hearing the call, Yi Qiao turned her head. Seeing that the newcomers were them, she asked irritably what was the matter. Yi Qiao quickly stepped back, wearing a vigilant expression as she said the competition hasn't even started yet and they already want to get friendly, leaving Suchuo confused. He thought angrily who wanted to get friendly with her. At this moment, another person called Yi Qiao junior sister. It was Di Chen, a disciple of the Moon Pure Sect. Hearing this, Yi Qiao took note. Looking into the original's memories, she saw he was a senior brother who had grown up with her, had once been kind to the original, but had snatched her floating duckweed grass. Before she could say anything, a figure blocked her view. Ming Xuan stood in front, sparkling as he responded, "Don't you people have your own junior sisters? Why are you eyeing my little junior sister so greedily?" Hearing this, Di Chen darkened and said, "Don't think that because you are from the Ming family, I am afraid." The moment he prepared to step forward, Ming Xuan immediately extended his fan forward to block him. He pushed Di Chen away, grabbed Yi Qiao's hand and said, "Then we'll see once inside the secret realm. For now, please stay away from our little junior sister." Just as they were about to leave, another call of Yi Qiao rang out, drawing her attention. Suchuo's face was black, his whole being dark and gloomy, as he said he hoped she would not regret her decision. He clenched his fist resolutely, saying that after entering the secret realm, he would no longer hold back. Yi Qiao turned back to look at him with contempt, thinking to herself as if he had ever really cared about the original before. If he truly had any pity for the original host, he would not have acted this way. Then he would not have taken the floating grass that the original host painstakingly gathered to win favor with Yun Kui. Before leaving, she happily turned back, hummed a tune, and raised a fist to taunt Suchuo. It made him frown, unable to utter a word in reply. Next, Yi Qiao raised her middle finger. Everyone was stunned, wondering if that was a special incantation gesture. That moment, Shang-Chi stepped forward, saying to lose the fight but not face, and asked the junior sister to show some respect. Immediately after, all four of Yi Qiao's group simultaneously raised their friendly finger forward. Seeing this, Yunqi's group was extremely irritated, speechless, feeling insulted. I angrily spoke up, asking what they meant by insulting us. Hearing that, Yi Qiao mischievously replied that this was the new incantation gesture of our Changming sect. Zhang-Shi beside her also kept nodding in agreement. Watching the scene, Yunqi thought that the disciples of Changming sect were very protective of their second senior sister. Recalling the past, she secretly felt a pang of fear, wondering how the formerly boring and gentle second senior sister came to be so loved. Thinking this, she nervously clenched her hands, telling herself that she and that sister were not the same. Amid the floating dust of life, she arrogantly thought she was the true genius of the celestial sect, while the second senior sister was nothing. After the argument, Yi Qiao's group watched Yunqi's group leave in anger. Zhang-Shi grumbled, saying those troublesome pests were finally gone, truly a narrow path for enemies. That moment, he suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh right." Zhang-Shi grabbed Yi Qiao's hand, dragging her along while saying he heard many cultivators were betting on the competition, so let's go check out the big casino in Green City for the excitement. Inside the casino, the betting tables for the various sects were already set up, with people bustling in and out noisily. Before the betting table, people stood packed tightly, each contemplating who to bet on. A thud startled the waiter, and on the table appeared a bag of spirit stones. Yi Qiao proudly said, "All these spirit stones are bet on Changming sect." At that moment, everyone exclaimed, and the waiter quickly accepted the bet of 50,000 spirit stones. Seeing her make such a bold move, Zhu Yu approached and asked if she had recently come into money. Yi Qiao covered her mouth shyly and replied, "Not at all, this was given by Han King." In her heart, she calculated that he still owed her over 100,000 spirit stones. Hearing her answer and seeing her expression, Zhu Yu fell back, wondering how many people the little junior sister had already bullied. Just then, Zhang-Shi astonished everyone by placing 200,000 high-grade spirit stones on the table, all bet on Changming sect. Ming Xuan sighed, also took out his 300,000 high-grade spirit stones and placed them on Changming sect. Seeing everyone's decisiveness, Zhu Yu thought that hesitating would make him lose face. Unwillingly, he took out his spirit stones, saying the total was 750,000. If they won, they'd happily go home. If they lost, they'd go to the mountain peak. Thinking of losing and having to jump off the mountain, he couldn't help but think nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones was a huge sum. If they lost, they'd only have to jump from the tallest peak. Yi Qiao extended her hand, calling second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother. Her whole body glowing, she said, for 1,000,000. The other three placed their hands on hers, saying in unison for 1,000,000. Each was determined not for anything else, but precisely for that 1,000,000. We must secure the first place. Planning to win, Yi Qiao said to discuss the strategy. Zhu Yu and Dan Zhao of the Wenjian sect were troublesome sword cultivators. Ming Xuan said before the fight to suppress King Han. Zhang-Shi thought Yu King sect was also very troublesome. Seeing them discuss, the others secretly thought targeting the Wenjian sect first was a bit too confident. As dusk slowly fell at the Wenjian sect, a voice rang out, finally done playing around. Seeing Xing Yun leaning against the door, Yi Qiao ran over and called out big senior brother. He extended his hand and said, "We must go to the secret realm opening location tomorrow. The first round is the Void Secret Realm. Whoever hunts the most demon beasts wins." Hearing that, Yi Qiao wondered, hunting demon beasts in the Void Secret Realm, huh? She recalled the original story. The first one eliminated was third senior brother. She had to find a way for him to survive until the end of the secret realm. The next day at the competition viewing area, every seat was already packed. Girls crazily cheered for their idols. Zhu Yu, go, Hang Dao, look here. They also competed to see which side could shout louder, "King Han, I love you, Qin Huai, agree with me." Someone wept. The top sect of the cultivation world must be our Wenjian sect. At a corner of the observation area, the three elders of Changming sect looked around. Elder Zhao worriedly asked why the kids hadn't arrived yet. A whoosh of wind swept by, and sharp-eyed people pointed and shouted, "Quick, look, Changming sect is here." They saw Yi Qiao's group sword riding in the air, led by Yi Qiao controlling the sword. Behind, Zhang-Shi lamented, finally made it in time. Who knew they'd oversleep on such an important day? Suddenly, Yi Qiao slammed on the brakes, shouting stop, causing the senior brothers behind to wobble and nearly fall. Zhang-Shi was caught by Zhu Yu, and before he could regain his bearings, he spoke up to remind her. Yi Qiao sheathed her sword and the group hovered in the air. Zhang-Shi asked why they suddenly stopped. After that, Yi Qiao's group successfully landed. They still didn't forget to strike a pose, looking handsome and beautiful. Everyone who saw the scene was speechless, unable to say a word. Yi Qiao and the senior brothers were puzzled. She looked around and asked why everyone was staring at them. Hearing that, Zhang-Shi raised a hand to pose, narcissistically saying it was probably because they looked very handsome. At that moment, Xing Yun appeared behind the two, saying, "You fools, we're in the wrong place. This side is for Yu King sect," making the two blush with embarrassment. Elder Zhao stood behind the group, angrily gritting his teeth and calling Yi Qiao Qiao, Zhangxi. Qin Fan could only slap his forehead, helplessly thinking it was over. They had lost face at the assembly. Yi Qiao and Zhangxi ignored it, smugly thinking that as long as they weren't embarrassed, others would be the ones embarrassed. It was just a wrong place, no big deal. Seeing their appearance, the surrounding crowd jeered, saying those fools who came to the wrong place were people from the Eternal Bright Sect. How amusing. Watching Yi Qiao walk confidently, those people whispered that their little junior sister was only at mid-foundation establishment this year. She would surely lose. Suddenly Xing Zhai blocked in front of Yi Qiao's group, opening his mouth to taunt them. You people. Before he could finish his sentence, several senior brothers walked right past him, causing his face to flush red with embarrassment. Xing Zhai angrily pressed his philtrum point, screaming in his mind that when they entered the secret realm, he would make the Eternal Bright Sect look good. At this moment at the competition viewing area, suddenly Heng Dao called out from afar. Yi Qiao, hearing someone call her, turned her head back. Seeing this, Heng Dao also replied arrogantly. Facing a group of people in dark purple clothes, she covered her eyes with her hand. Yi Qiao exclaimed, way too purple. Qin Huai, seeing his senior brother acting childish, gave Heng Dao a knock on the head, telling him to speak more properly, thinking to himself that his little junior brother had gone on a training trip. How did he end up mixed up with the Eternal Bright Sect, a foundation establishment cultivator that Heng Dao eagerly fawned over? Heng Dao held his head bowed down, and turned to say to his senior brother, you wouldn't understand, I have my own thoughts in mind. You basically don't understand, Yi Qiao. From the stands, someone shouted loudly, greetings everyone. He was the MC of the event. The long-awaited competition between the sects was about to begin, and he raised his hand and pointed at the screen. Next, the image retention stone would live broadcast the situation inside the secret realm. Please look at the big screen. He pointed at the forest, continuously introducing the competition venue. The participating disciples would all randomly fall into the illusory secret realm. It was currently nighttime there, with low temperature and high humidity. The scene shifted to where Yi Qiao was. She stood before a majestic mountain landscape. This place made her so cold she had to hum something. Yu, seeing Yi Qiao seemed about to fall ill, asked worriedly, little junior sister, are you okay? Yi Qiao replied, it's fine, I didn't expect the secret realm to be this cold, but our luck isn't bad, we actually fell in the same place. Zhu Yu did not deny it, saying indeed, earlier I used my divine sense to check. There is no danger around, but we still need to quickly gather the senior brothers. Yi Qiao swung a branch to clear a path, speaking continuously. Then I'll clear the path ahead. Third senior brother, use your divine sense to find people, big senior brother and them. This is my first time in a big competition. I don't understand the rules. Can third senior brother explain? Zhu Yu, hearing Yi Qiao's question, enthusiastically explained, it's mainly about hunting demon beasts. Whoever has the highest count wins. He said the token represents each person's identity. If it's damaged, you're eliminated. The jade slip in your hand shows the ranking of each sect. Currently leading is King Han. Second is Qin Huai of the Clear Wind sect. Third is Han King. Yi Qiao listened for a while and roughly understood, so that's how it is. The old soul Yi Qiao didn't take it seriously. Anyway, there are 5 days left, let them hunt first. Zhu Yu added, agreed, let's lie low first. Unbeknownst to them, this entire scene had long been recorded. Everyone in front of the screen, hearing their conversation, burst into laughter. Other sects were fighting to the death. Why did the Eternal Bright Sect style turn into 2 old people going for a stroll? Elder Zhao, seeing his disciple change like this, darkened his face. Clearly Zhu Yu used to be an upright child. How did he now become someone without any ambition? Old Duan Yu beside him had no better expression, saying Zhu Yu is fine, but that Yi Qiao is only at the early stage of foundation establishment. No matter how you look at it, she can't protect Zhu Yu. Then he thought, a pill cultivator is even harder to protect themselves than a talisman cultivator. They can only provide pills to teammates, completely useless. On the other hand, the big screen showed a scene of Xingji. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Xingji was chasing towards the Eternal Bright Sect's direction. Did he want to settle scores with them? The crowd pointed and talked. The Eternal Bright Sect only had Zhu Yu and a Foundation Establishment junior sister. It seems they will be eliminated first this time. What a pity. In the forest, Yi Qiao was still unaware of the impending disaster, calmly asking Zhu Yu, right, third senior brother, do you have an alchemy furnace? Lend it to me to try. Zhu Yu, without needing to know what the little sister planned to do, took out the alchemy furnace, replying of course he had one. Seeing the alchemy furnace, Yi Qiao said with interest, this thing must be quite heavy. After enlarging it, it must be 100 caddies. She felt she could take a look herself. Hearing the bad news like a bolt from the blue, he stammered back, try what? Yi Qiao did not rush to explain, only hinting that he would know soon. Third senior brother, just wait for my command. After saying this, Yi Qiao sank into thought. She had to make sure third senior brother survived until the secret realm ended. She couldn't let him be eliminated first like in the original story. Xingji looked down from above at Yi Qiao in the pitch black night. Taking advantage of her inattention, he thought that Zhu Yu and Yi Qiao falling into his hands was their bad luck. Then he rushed down to where they were standing. As if sensing the killing intent, both looked up at the sky. Yi Qiao said, careful. Fortunately, both both took a step back just in time, dodging a sword strike from Xingji. From the force of the attack, a loud noise erupted, smoke billowing everywhere. Xingji, seeing the two flustered, said smugly, Xing Yun and Zhang Shi aren't here, are they? Yi Qiao retorted sarcastically in a provoking tone, isn't that obvious? If they were here, would it be your turn to act tough here? Xingji, enraged by her words, said in a low voice that he was about to be eliminated, and still running his mouth. He continued to channel his energy, a reddish light slowly gathering in his palm, saying, don't worry. With your senior brother accompanying you in defeat, you won't be lonely. Then Xingji rushed quickly towards Xu Yu. He struck a palm towards Xu Yu. Fortunately, Xu Yu managed to dodge, causing Xingji to miss and hit the ground. Before he could stop, Xingji struck another palm at Xu Yu's leg, causing him to almost fall. Yi Qiao, seeing this, yelled out, oh no, can't dodge, third senior brother, where is your alchemy furnace? Hearing Yi Qiao's words, Xu Yu had no choice but to take out his sacred alchemy furnace. Without saying much, he enlarged the alchemy furnace and smashed it straight into Xingji. Xingji was hit in the face by the alchemy furnace and sent flying 80 meters away. He was defeated because of this, lying on the ground thinking, wasn't it said that pill cultivators were weak and couldn't take care of themselves? Old Steward Yu, seeing Xu Yu's domineering action, asked Elder Zhao in confusion, are all your eternal bright sect pill cultivators this savage? Elder Zhao coughed in embarrassment, thinking to himself that it was that Yi Qiao who had yelled to smash him earlier that made Xu Yu act. Even an old fossil like him wondered who taught that girl this trick. Everyone in front of the big screen laughed in unison, saying although the starting point was unethical, in theory it could be done. Such a strange way of thinking. So awesome. Back in the forest, Yi Qiao walked over to Xingji and began to interrogate who would be eliminated first. Saying this, she poked Xingji's forehead, making him extremely frustrated. Xingji angrily opened his mouth to say you, but was immediately popped a wind spirit pill into his mouth by Xu Yu. So surprised that Xingji had swallowed the spirit pill down his throat. Just as he realized, he turned around to act spoiled. You are something, Xu Yu, daring to feed me a wind spirit pill. In his heart, he thought, Xu Yu's previous moves were too chaotic. The alchemy furnace could change size, suddenly growing large and striking out. How could he react in time? Xu Yu and Yi Qiao smiled cunningly upon hearing this. Yi Qiao said that not only would they feed people the wind spirit pills, but they also wanted to use them. She thought making use of such trash like this was very environmentally friendly. After the fierce fight, Yi Qiao grabbed Xingji by the collar and dragged him across the ground, showing him no respect. Xingji's face darkened. He could only blurt out Yi Qiao's name. He lifted his head in resentment and asked, Yi Qiao, why didn't you just directly crush my identity card? Who are you insulting? At this moment, he could only yell in despair, I will not collude with you. Don't you dare try to use me. Yi Qiao was amused, juggling Xingji's card while saying, don't be like that. Let's go find Han King to play. Saying this, she leaned down close to Xingji, keeping a kind expression on her face as she said, at that time, you just need to hinder him. Xingji fiercely objected. You're dreaming. I would rather die than listen to you. Who do you think you are? He thought angrily. Xu Yu is bad enough, but Yi Qiao, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, dares to order me around. Yi Qiao saw this youth was beyond help. She waved Xingji's card and asked, you're not willing? Suddenly she stopped, smiling eerily. Fine. Her gaze turned sharp. Then from now on, when you go out, you will be known as the one eliminated in the opening round of this year's competition among the Southern Sect disciples. Then she smiled brightly and said directly to him, that's the first thing. She spoke each sentence with logic. Your swordsmanship talent isn't top tier, but at least you're top when it comes to being eliminated first, right? Hearing this, Xingji's face turned pale. He tremblingly imagined the scene of being mocked by everyone. His pupils wavered. Xingji thought this trip was too embarrassing. He could imagine how the sycophants in the cultivation world would gossip and laugh at him. Thinking this, he clapped his hands together and said to himself. Xingji's mind suddenly became strangely clear. He said to Yi Qiao, I've just thought it over. I've decided to cooperate with you. Xingji asked back with a dark expression. However, do you even know where Han King is? As he spoke, he thought he had to drag Han King down with him, so his own embarrassment wouldn't be revealed. Yi Qiao was satisfied, smiled and replied, of course. In her mind, according to the original story when the male and female leads were in their prime at Song Yu, this Han King was in the secret realm diligently hunting demon beasts. She sighed. Sometimes she felt sorry for him, because he fought for the sect's glory while his junior sister ran off on dates. In another location, sounds of slashing echoed from the forest in the quiet night. Han King, after a period of hard work, stood panting from exhaustion. Appearing from somewhere, Xingji suddenly called out, startling him. Maintaining a cautious attitude, he turned and asked, what are you doing here? Xingji pretended to be evasive. Nothing much. I came to find a partner to cooperate with. He continued pretending to be naive, explaining that they could join forces. As he spoke, he thought, although he didn't want to follow Yi Qiao's orders, he was already in their hands. If he could delay the Moon King sect before being eliminated, there was no loss. And King replied coldly, reason. He thought the Sword Inquiry sect was currently ranked first on the name card. Unless something unexpected happened, their position would be stable. He clenched his fist, thinking that Xingji coming to find him now was definitely a trap. Not wanting the prey to be too cautious and foil the plan, he put on a serious face and said, we cooperate to find Yi Qiao for revenge. Hearing this, Han King wavered and asked back, oh, elaborate. At the viewing area, the crowd buzzed with discussion. So funny, just how many people has this junior sister of Eternal Dawn sect offended? They wondered. Han King before mentioning Yi Qiao was uninterested. Han King after mentioning Yi Qiao was, oh, elaborate. Meanwhile, Xiu Yu and Yi Qiao sat high up, looking down at the two of them. This is the first time I've watched such an exciting competition. Don't stop, give us more, we like watching. Sitting quietly, Yi Qiao suddenly jolted. She thought it was time, and she jumped down shouting as she jumped, Han King, I'm coming. Fortunately, Han King quickly realized and dodged one of Yi Qiao's strikes. He thought, damn it, ambushed by Yi Qiao. I need to use my escape talisman immediately. As he spoke, he pulled out the talisman, and at the same time, Yi Qiao managed to step back. She had already distanced herself from him, then turned and said to Xingji, what are you spacing out for? He wants to escape, quickly hold him down. Meanwhile, he was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Xingji understood after a moment, then rushed over and pushed Han King to the ground. Han King froze and asked back, what? Han King's face contorted as he was pinned to the ground, while Xingji laughed joyfully because the first person eliminated wasn't him. Then Yi Qiao cheerfully removed the identity card from Han King's person. She mercilessly crushed the identity cards of Han King and Xingji, ignoring Han King's shouts to stop. Voice echoed in the night. Han King eliminated, Xingji eliminated. On the other side of the forest, Xing Yun and Ming Xuan were bewildered, not understanding why Han King and Xingji were eliminated so early. Xing Yun spoke, that fast. He wondered. According to the past, the fastest eliminated ones were usually the alchemists. Ming Xuan also wondered. The first ones eliminated are Han King and Xingji. Could it be that the Sword Inquiry sect and the Moon King sect clashed, fought viciously, and immediately crushed their identity cards upon meeting? Back at Yi Qiao's location, Han King lay flat on the ground, dejected, thinking life held no more regrets. After overcoming his anger, he shouted at Yi Qiao, it was you were the one who ordered Xingji. Yi Qiao, with the victor's mentality, spoke up, don't wrong me, we were partners in crime. She thought, how could a mutually beneficial situation be called ordering someone around? She leaned down low to tease Han King. Senior brother song. Has no one ever told you the importance of team spirit in a grand secret realm? Han King was so angry he could spit blood. He thought who would go find their own enemy to cooperate with. If I hadn't known that Xingji and Yi Qiao were in a fierce conflict, I wouldn't have let my guard down. Saying this, he looked up at Yi Qiao and asked, why did Xingji listen to you? Yi Qiao cheerfully replied, maybe he thought being eliminated alone was too lonely, so he wanted someone to accompany him in elimination. As she spoke, she formed a heart shape with her hands. That's called two people walking hand in hand on the road of elimination. Han King was furious. Then suddenly from Han King's body and Xingji's body, a stream of light burst forth. With a whoosh, the two were teleported outside the competition area. A voice from the crowd asked, Han King, how does it feel to be eliminated first? He was furious, his face dark, clenching his trembling palm. Then suddenly he whirled around to look at Xingji. Han King raised his hand to punch Xingji. He thought if it hadn't been for this brat stabbing him in the back, he absolutely wouldn't have been eliminated so easily. However, Xingji quickly dodged Han King's attack. He said, why are you hitting me? It was Yi Qiao's drunken talk. I was also threatened by her. After speaking, Xingji looked at Han King with a remorseful expression, suggesting that next time they enter the secret realm, they should cooperate to take out Yi Qiao first. But Han King had been tricked by Xingji before. He only coldly uttered one word, scram. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, swearing never to believe Xingji's words again. Yi Qiao held the ranking card to check the order, seeing Cloud Sword Sect in first, Wind City in second, and Moon King still in third place. She fell into thought, calculating that Han King had been eliminated, and Yun Kui was probably busy being in love with King Han, so he wouldn't have time to chase the rankings. Suddenly, Su Yu turned to ask. He always felt the cultivation speed of that junior sister from Moon King Sect was not quite normal. He questioned Yi Qiao. This situation was either due to overusing medicine or relying on a fortuitous encounter. In half a year, a gold ore cultivator like her was truly hard to find in the cultivation world. Yi Qiao remembered what Yin Yun once said about catching locusts and handing them over to the medicine shop, after refinement, sending them to the Dung Mansion. She believed Yin Yun's spiritual root was damaged before but later healed. Thinking of this, she could only sigh. Perhaps she did have some kind of fortuitous encounter, nothing strange. Yi Qiao secretly thought of the female lead's halo, maybe a demon king or a ghost lord would take the initiative to form a contract with her. As long as she clung to the right big shot, anything was possible. Suddenly her face froze as she thought of something. Little bird sleeping on her head was awakened. She still did not know what species KFC was. It did nothing but eat and sleep. Soon it was dawn, now it entered the second day. Qiao and Xu Yu ran to Mingxuan's location. She shouted, "Second senior brother, I finally found you." After speaking, she looked around for the others, asking where the grand senior brother and fourth senior brother were. Mingxuan fanned himself, saying he had not seen Zhangxi since entering the secret realm, and the grand senior brother had gone to Keeman Beasts. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent emanated from Mingxuan. He said the grand senior brother saw that their sect had only killed 53 demon beasts, could not stand it, and wanted to gather enough to make it 100. Then he laughed contemptuously. Right, Han King and Xing Ji were eliminated on the first day. Upon hearing this, Yi Qiao could not help but feel proud, bragging to him that she did it. While they were talking, Xu Yu sensed someone approaching, reporting that there were 2 golden core cultivators. Mingxuan also felt something was wrong, worrying that if they were sword cultivators, they would be doomed. He said earlier while with the grand senior brother, he feared nothing, but now there was only the Foundation Establishment junior sister and the weakest himself. While the three were busy talking, 2 figures were strolling towards them from afar. They were Qinhuai and Hangdao. Qinhuai drew his sword while saying it was quite a coincidence, and Hangdao looked gleeful to meet Yi Qiao. Qinhuai did not stop, turning to scold Hangdao for being obsessed with girls, telling him to stop hanging Yi Qiao on his lips. Yi Qiao was bewildered by these words, thinking to herself, with this demeanor, is this person not a good guy? Her face darkened. Qinhuai was a golden core sword cultivator. The 3 of them combined were no match for him. Thinking this, Yi Qiao turned to look at her 2 senior brothers, telling them to give her their identity tags. She would come back to save them later. Mingxuan and Xu Yu trusted her and handed over their tags, both saying simultaneously, okay. Qinhuai scoffed upon seeing this, wondering if giving the tags to a Foundation Establishment cultivator was useless or if Yi Qiao had some real skill. Yi Qiao retorted she had never offended them. Thinking back, within the secret realm she and Hangdao had gotten along quite well. Qinhuai laughed and replied of course not. The tense dialogue made Hangdao observe carefully, fearing the 2 would start fighting. Suddenly, Qinhuai sneered wickedly, saying to avoid any accidents, she should still be eliminated, raising his sword and pointing it at Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao secretly glanced at Mingxuan. Seeing that second senior brother was setting up an array, she had to buy time. Suddenly, she raised her hand in front of Qinhuai, saying, I was wrong. She clasped her hands with a remorseful look, asking, how about we negotiate a bit? Qinhuai heard the apology but was determined not to let it go, raising his hand to channel his energy, causing the wind to swirl into gusts. 3 swords suddenly appeared before him. He said, today you are dead for sure. The 3 swords shot like projectiles towards the 3 people where Yi Qiao was standing. Just at that moment, Mingxuan finished setting up the array, throwing 3 talismans towards the incoming swords. Talismans flew into a circle surrounding Qinhuai. They transformed into a barrier with tightly bound chains, locking Qinhuai inside. He was trapped, his face darkening, thinking to himself he had forgotten there was a talisman cultivator in the way. Qinhuai was annoyed, repeatedly pounding hard on the barrier with his hands. Yi Qiao outside gleefully stuck her tongue out to taunt. What am I wrong about? I am not wrong. Qinhuai was helpless, only gritting his teeth, thinking the little junior brother was right. This person was truly detestable. Mingxuan standing beside looked flustered, urging Yi Qiao to run quickly, stop playing around. While Hangdao was trying to help Qinhuai, Yi Qiao quickly turned to flee. Even though he liked Yi Qiao very much, Hangdao still blocked her, shouting, do not think of escaping. He thought in a competition one cannot go easy. As he spoke, he performed a spell causing a red silk ribbon to chase after Yi Qiao to capture her. Seeing this, Yi Qiao worried she would be caught. Fortunately, Xu Yu quickly came up with a plan, shouting, cauldron, go up. Just as Hangdao's silk ribbon shot forward, it wrapped around Xu Yu's alchemy cauldron, allowing Yi Qiao to escape. Xu Yu smiled, thinking it was a success. Yi Qiao was also happy, praising third senior brother for doing well. Hangdao stared blankly upon seeing this, not understanding who taught him to use an alchemy cauldron like that. While Hangdao was thinking, Yi Qiao hurriedly ran away. Yi Qiao ran ahead, Hangdao chased behind. How was this different from playing a game of tag? She thought she would have to stop to ride her sword, but being chased so closely gave her no chance. She had to find a way to escape on her own, find something outside to help. While thinking idly, she noticed birds flying in the sky. A bold idea popped into her head, got it. Without hesitation, she materialized a rope. Yi Qiao controlled the rope to grab the leg of a bird flying by. She gripped the rope tightly as if it were a lifeline. The bird pulled the rope, lifting her into the air. She still turned back to wave playfully at Hangdao, saying she would be away tonight, leaving him stunned. Hangdao recognized it as the love-binding rope he had given Yi Qiao. He could only stand and look up, thinking to himself that this item had an automatic function for spirit beasts, but could not be used so recklessly. Audience watching on the big screen grew even more excited at Yi Qiao's actions. Elder Wang of the Sword Inquiry Sect applauded with delight, saying the Talisman Sect was truly extraordinary to let Qin Huai of the Windward Sect hold out for so long. The Elder of the Windward Sect retorted that their sect had no disciples eliminated on the very first day. Elder Wang felt bitter inside, but maintained a calm facade on the surface. No matter Xingji was eliminated, but they still had the high-ranked disciple of the Moonlit King sect accompanying them. King Han was displeased hearing this. You two quarrel, but in the end, why does the Moonlit King sect get hurt? Inside the secret realm, as Yi Qiao flew farther away, she called back a taunt. Bye-bye now. Unwilling to accept this, Heng Dao took out a bow. He aimed precisely at the rope Yi Qiao held, ready to shoot. Just as he drew the bowstring tight, a shout rang out. Don't. Ming Xuan forcefully shoved Heng Dao backward, making him yell in disbelief. A few seconds later, Heng Dao was pinned to the ground, furious, shouting, "You people have no shame. You never acted like this before." Ming Xuan pressed down, holding Heng Dao fast, smiling calmly as he asked, "Does keeping one's face keep you from being eliminated?" Seeing she had ascended to a safe height, Yi Qiao calculated silently. She took out her sword, preparing to execute a movement technique. Then she lightly rode her sword in the air. After stabilizing, she politely waved to the large bird and said, "Thank you for the ride." Having said that, Yi Qiao took out her artifact to remove the confinement. She drew out a map to observe, saw the areas marked in red, and smiled with interest. "This place has the most spirit beasts. Let's head there." The scene shifted to the spirit beast concentration zone, where they were inhaling the fluctuating spiritual energy in the air. Having pinpointed the location, the herd of spirit beasts went mad, their eyes blazing bright, roaring as they charged rapidly toward it. At this moment, Yi Qiao was still flying her sword at high speed in the air. Landing safely, she struck a pose with her artifact in hand, winking as she said, "Don't be obsessed with me, I am a legend." Outside the observation zone, someone exclaimed, "Who is the flashiest in the cultivation world? Yi Qiao deserves that title." Just then, she smiled mysteriously, ready to act. Another person wondered, what is she planning? That stance is clearly not good. Zhangxi raised his hand toward the distance, saw someone flying a sword ahead, followed by a herd of spirit beasts of all kinds, recognized it as his junior sister, and exclaimed in surprise. Zhangxi froze, realizing this scene was far too familiar, and sighed for a moment. Fearing his junior sister might get hurt, Zhangxi glanced at Xing Yun. "Senior brother, let me go find junior sister." Xing Yun calmly replied, Two rode their swords flying close to Yi Qiao. Zhangxi, unconcerned with his image, waved and called out loudly, "Junior sister." Yi Qiao turned back cheerfully. "Fourth senior brother, you came just in time." She casually tossed her artifact to Zhangxi and said, "Catch." He reflexively caught it, still not understanding anything. The two locked eyes in midair. While Zhangxi was dazed, the herd of spirit beasts had already changed direction, charging straight at him. Sensing the danger, Zhangxi tossed the artifact back down into Yi Qiao's hand, making her stare wide-eyed in shock. The two kept tossing the artifact back and forth, making the herd of spirit beasts circle back and forth in dizzying confusion. Xing Yun watched that scene, intrigued and eagerly anticipating, thinking to himself, "Wants to play." While having fun, Yi Qiao suddenly remembered something important and called out loudly for both senior brothers to hear. Yi Qiao continued, "Second senior brother and third senior brother have been captured by the people of Windward Sect." Hearing this, Xing Yun and Zhangxi's expressions darkened, their brows furrowed with worry. Returning to the spot where Ming Xuan and Su Yu were, they were now tightly bound by Qin Huai. Ming Xuan showed no fear, calmly saying, "We don't have identity badges. Are you sure you want to keep spending your time with us?" Ming Xuan's eyes were filled with pride, emphasizing, "I warn you, soon our junior sister will come back and beat you to death." Zhu Yu nodded with a smile. "Beat you to death." Qin Huai's anger turned to laughter. He crossed his arms and asked, still so confident, "Are you pinning your hopes on a small chance? What can she do?" Heng Dao stepped forward nervously, suggesting, "Maybe we should just leave?" Heng Dao frowned, calculating. Not getting the badges anyway. Staying here gave him a bad feeling. Qin Huai got angry, glared at him, and snapped decisively, "No." He continued irritably, "Her senior brothers are in my hands. I don't believe she won't come back." Behind them, the silhouette of someone flying a sword came swooshing over. No sooner had Qin Huai finished speaking than Yi Qiao appeared above them, raising her artifact, shouting loudly, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, I've come to save you." Ming Xuan saw Yi Qiao waving from her flying sword and happily replied, "Didn't expect junior sister to be this fast, but what is she holding in her hand?" Zhu Yu stared intently. "Looks like the fire stick she always wears on her belt." Qin Huai sneered coldly, his eyes sharp, "And she dares to fly back toward me?" He gripped his sword tightly. "Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I have no choice but to kill you." Before Qin Huai could make his move, behind Yi Qiao there was already a massive army of spirit beasts flying rapidly in this direction. As they closed in, he finally noticed the countless spirit beasts with fluctuating power all around. Panicking as he wondered, "Spirit beasts, Their numbers were overwhelming, and they were strong combat types. Qin Huai's legs began to tremble violently. He froze for a few seconds, and the herd of spirit beasts had already thundered right up to his face. Qin Huai frowned, both scared and puzzled. That many spirit beasts? Without another word, he turned and grabbed Hang Dao, dragging him away, shouting loudly, "Retreat!" As he ran into the forest, Qin Huai still wondered, why are there so many spirit beasts appearing? The number is terrifying. Relying only on himself and Hang Dao, they cannot fight back. Qiao didn't let up. She loudly chased after them. "Hey there, where are you running off to?" Just as she was about to mock a few more words, a large python suddenly appeared behind her, opening its blood-red mouth, with two long fangs as it lunged at her. When it was about to strike, Zhangxi rushed over from nowhere, using his flying sword to sever the python's head, then sternly said, "Do not dare harm my little junior sister." The scene shifted to Ming Xuan and Su Yu, both of them squinting with smiles as they watched Xing Yunanti himself, endlessly thanking the great senior brother. Outside the observation area, everyone was buzzing with discussion. An elder woman sipped her tea and praised, "This is the first time I have seen such a well-coordinated performance." Then she glanced at Elder Duan Yu sitting next to her, complimenting that the sect master of your sect trained them well. At this moment, Duan Yu's face was still full of surprise. The elder from Chengfang sect furrowed his brows and said, "Yi Qiao's spiritual sense seems different from ordinary sword cultivators." He turned to Elder Zhao and asked in doubt, "Are you sure she is a sword cultivator? Such spiritual sense intensity is only possible for talisman or alchemy cultivators." Hearing this, Elder Zhao was also puzzled. The next second, Elder Zhao calmed down, shot a sideways glare at the other, and said irritably, "What do you mean? The girl holds a sword and uses the sword techniques of Changming sect. What more is there?" In his heart, he was still displeased, thinking that they still suspected his sect of hiding something. The elder from Chengfang's sect timidly looked at the angry Elder Zhao, sighed, and said, "Old Zhao, are you still not happy? The cultivation world has seen sword and talisman dual cultivators before, though they are few." Then he secretly speculated, judging by Elder Zhao's demeanor, he seemed unaware of it too. Inside the secret realm, Yi Qiao was determined to play it through, riding her sword to chase after the Qin Huai brothers who were fleeing with their heads in their hands. Behind her was a whole horde of beast spirits. Qin Huai angrily threatened loudly, "Do not come over here." He yelled while running for his life, "If not, once the secret realm ends, I will not let you off." Yi Qiao did not care, sped up to Qin Huai's side, and said with a deep expression, "It is fine. After you are eliminated, you can join Han King and Xing Jie for revenge. I have already named you the Alliance of Avengers." Seeing Qin Huai did not reply, she leaned close to him and asked with a sinister smile, "What do you think? Is it good or not?" Qin Huai's face had turned black with rage. Meanwhile, in the observation area, Han King and Xing Jie each looked helpless. Both awkwardly thought, "Thank you very much." Back in the secret realm, Yun Kui saw a very interesting scene from afar. Yi Qiao gleefully chased after Qin Huai and Hang Dao. Yun Kui exclaimed in surprise, "It is the second senior sister and people from Chengfeng sect." Yi Qiao, along with Qin Huai and Hang Dao, enthusiastically engaged in a chase, also noticed King Han and Yun Kui's group in the distance. With a mischievous expression, she laughed and said, "Who would have thought people from Wenjian sect are here? Perfect timing." She was already scheming in her mind. Without further ado, she immediately turned her sword and flew toward King Han and Yun Kui's group. The two of them looked up at Yi Qiao in confusion. Following Yi Qiao's direction, the horde of beast spirits also quickly ran toward King Han's group, letting out fierce roars. Terrified, Yun Kui ran to hide behind King Han and murmured softly, "So many beast spirits, too scary." Without delay, King Han drew his sword and forcefully slashed at the beast spirits, shouting loudly, "Scatter." He looked at the scene before him, puzzled as to why there were so many beast spirits, seemingly unable to be eliminated, coming wave after wave. Yi Qiao deliberately circled King Han and Yun Kui's group a few times, drawing their attention as well. Yun Kui suddenly understood and angrily pointed at Yi Qiao, shouting loudly, "It is her senior brother Yi. She lured the beast spirits here." She speculated in her mind that the treasure-hunting beast kept rubbing against that staff earlier. There must be a problem. King Han assessed the situation and gave the order, "The number of beast spirits is too great. Let us retreat first." Upon receiving the order, the Wenjian sect disciples and Yun Kui turned around and fled. Yi Qiao saw this, chased after them with his flying sword, and shouted provocatively, "What are you running for? Didn't you say you wanted to eliminate us?" He smiled brightly and smugly continued, come now, I have 3 identification tags of 3 direct disciples on me. Don't hesitate to attack me." Qin Huai gritted his teeth in anger, thinking despicable Yi Qiao is too despicable. In contrast to senior brother Qin Huai, Hang Dao beside him had tears streaming down his face, helplessly thinking being friends with Yi Qiao is fun when harming others, but being her opponent is miserable. It seemed time to decide. Yi Qiao stopped riding riding the sword and stood still in midair. Immediately after, she turned around and launched an attack, thinking it was time to increase the elimination count for my Changming sect. Yi Qiao decisively slashed at the group of demonic beasts. The huge giant python in an instant slashed into pieces, while she also descended to the ground. The moment she landed, Yi Qiao immediately threw a vital treasure towards Xing Yun, saying, "Senior brother, catch it." Xing Yun let out an acknowledgement, gently raised his hand to catch it, happily thinking it was finally my turn to play. He used a technique as fast as the wind and moved away. Whoosh sound, before he could even see the wind step, Yi Qiao also stood frozen watching. She admired with eyes shining, exclaiming in her heart, "So fast, this wind step technique of senior brother has reached the pinnacle." Yi Qiao was too absorbed in thought and didn't notice the demon beast attacking her from behind. Fortunately, Zhangxi timely attacked and slashed the demon beast, saving her from danger. He asked curiously, "What are you spacing out for, little junior sister?" Zhangxi enthusiastically looked at the surrounding scene, saying, "How fun, this is truly exciting." After saying that, he swiftly advanced to fight the demon beasts, growing more excited as he fought, declaring loudly, "I am determined to play until the secret realm ends." Zhangxi had never felt so satisfied, raised his sword, and smugly thought, "In previous major secret realms, we were always chased to despair by direct disciples of other sects. This time we have turned the tables, we can celebrate." 3 days in the sky above the void secret realm, countless swords rained down on the demon beasts. The people of Chengfeng sect and Wenjian sect were still desperately fleeing. Ming Xuan suddenly exclaimed in admiration, "Worthy of being little junior sister. This is probably the first time since the grand competition started that someone has driven the direct disciples of 3 sects to flee with their heads in their hands." Immersed in thought, Yi Qiao loudly said, "Second senior brother, third senior brother, what are you two still standing around for? Quickly follow King Han and snatch his kills." Du Yu and Ming Xuan both widened their eyes and dumbly asked back, "Snatch what?" Yi Qiao explained quickly while waving her hands and feet. "You know the idiom about the stupid bird being killed just before the finishing blow, right? When King Han is about to kill a demon beast, you two suddenly strike from behind him and finish it first. This can be recorded in our own hunting count. The image of that dumb bird being finished off just before his final move, making him cry, is truly vivid." Chu Yu and Ming Xuan said, with full admiration, "Great master, we have seen the light." At this moment in their minds, Yi Qiao was like a towering great master, emitting a dazzling halo around her. Next, Ming Xuan quickly took out a stealth talisman and stuck it on himself and Xu Yu. At this moment, King Han had just finished slashing a ferocious demon beast. He paused for a moment, raised his hand to wipe his sweat, looking tired. Ming Xuan and Xu Yu, after applying the stealth talisman, went to ambush right behind King Han, ready to steal his kills. Thus, whenever King Han beat a demon beast close to death, the two would rush forward, one throwing talismans and the other a pill furnace, together finishing off the demon beasts, leaving King Han bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Demon beasts killed by the two brothers kept accumulating beyond count. The plan succeeded perfectly. The two of them landed on the ground in front of King Han. Then they both turned around, raised their thumbs, and laughed, saying, "Stealing kills is absolutely wonderful." What a scene. On the other side of the void secret realm, a man was holding a jade slip to check the situation of the sects. At present, Changming sect had 2,000, Chengfeng sect had 3,000, Wenjian sect had 5,000. It turned out that person was Su Chuo of the Yu King sect, and everyone was astonished upon hearing this. He worriedly asked how the number of demon beasts the 3 sects killed had increased so quickly, and where they were found. He thought to himself that he had scoured the entire map but found no lairs, and the demon beasts in the human world seemed to have vanished. At this time on the competition platform, a group of men were discussing. Someone said to go find Yi Qiao because the demon beasts were all driven away by her. Another side worried about the Yu King sect. Time passed quickly, and the trial ended after 3 days with a loud explosion, teleporting everyone out of the secret realm. The host announced loudly that the 5 days were over, and all direct disciples had been brought out. A large screen appeared, and he continued, "The rankings of the 5 sects: Cloud Sword Sect 200, Everlasting Bright Sect 150, Soaring Peak Sect 100, Azure Water Sect 50, Yu King Sect 0. The rankings were announced one by one, and as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qiao's group was also teleported out. 4 senior brothers and 1 junior sister walked out proudly in order. The surroundings buzzed with noise. Yi Qiao unintentionally looked toward the Cloud Sword sect and saw them staring fixedly at her. She was dazed and confused, staring back at them. Their gazes met. King Han suddenly flew into a rage, stood up abruptly, and shouted loudly that she was mocking him. Everyone hurriedly held him back. Seeing this, Yi Qiao whistled, squinting her eyes proudly. A moment later she stopped, but still kept a proud expression, taunting him. She continued provoking, replying that she wasn't allowed to be happy. The senior brothers chimed in, saying that was right, their everlasting bright sect was in second place after all. During the day, the competition observation area was still very crowded with spectators. Han King was furious, clenching his trembling fists and said, "You people, the The shout immediately drew the attention of both Yi Qiao and King Han. Yi Qiao saw King Han looking at her, turned around and smiled warmly, provoking him until his face darkened. King Han held back his anger, turned around coldly, and said, "Let's go." On the platform, people were discussing animatedly. Some said the Cloud Sword Sect was first, but not as happy as the Everlasting Bright Sect. Others mocked King Han for being paranoid. The person opposite nodded, thinking the Cloud Sword Sect was arrogant, and it was strange they weren't paranoid facing this situation for the first time. Suddenly, someone remembered an important matter and loudly asked everyone who they had bet on. A few said they bet on the Cloud Sword Sect. Others bet on the Soaring Peak Sect, but someone argued, saying the talisman cultivators of the Yu King Sect were very strong. After hearing this, that man thought, touching his chin, and then decided that if everyone was betting on other sects, he would bet on the Everlasting Bright Sect. At this time, the elder of the Soaring Peak Sects darkened in anger, thinking that if Yi Qiao obediently returned to the Yu King Sect, he could overlook her mistakes. Qin Fan of the Everlasting Bright Sect looked around, furrowed his brows, and asked where Yi Qiao was. Zhang Shi, acting like he knew the junior sister best, rubbed his chin and said she was probably asleep, tossing and turning. She must be very tired. Late at night, at the lodging area for the sects participating in the competition, Yi Qiao was sound asleep, snoring loudly on the bed, dreaming sweet dreams. While deeply immersed, she was grabbed by the collar and dragged up by Elder Duan Yu. He said seriously for her to get up and look at the matter in the secret realm. Yi Qiao sat cross-legged on the bed irritably, rubbing her eyes. The elder was helpless, closed his eyes, and asked what the staff in her hand was. Yi Qiao did not hide it, took out the staff and handed it to the elder, then explained she picked it up. Its name was Duo Sun. She didn't know what it was, but it was very attractive to demon beasts, and she appraised it as a good item. The elder picked up Duosun, examined it carefully, then said to go find some key cultivators to inspect it later. Suddenly, the elder shifted his attention to Yi Qiao, saying there was another matter. He smiled warmly, reached out with his large hand and patted Yi Qiao's shoulder, saying well done, making her break out in a cold sweat. After speaking, he turned and walked away. Yi Qiao watched him, her whole body trembling as she rubbed her shoulder, complaining about how strong Elder Duan Yu was. At this time, Yi Qiao's 4 senior brothers all came to the door, kindly asking if she wanted to go to the Drunken Tower to celebrate. After thinking it over, Zhang Shi rubbed his chin calculatingly and said everything in Floating Life City was expensive. A meal would cost at least 100 high-grade spirit stones. A moment later, her face fell, and she schemed maliciously, telling the senior brothers if that was the case. Yi Qiao continued, how about going to the next door sect? The senior brothers still didn't understand her meaning. Yi Qiao's eyes sparkled brightly, excitedly imagining the scene of her riding on top of Han King, with him below humiliated and turned angry. She tyrannically stripped his gold coins, saying Han King still owed money, and taking his spirit stones to eat wouldn't hurt. A moment later, the night outside the courtyard was still quiet. Zhu Yu was sweating at this time, seeing the junior sister's expression, and asked how much he owed. Yi Qiao quickly extended her fingers to count 1, 2, 3. After counting for a while, her face fell and she said over 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, even the KFC sitting on her shoulder was startled, let alone the senior brothers. All 3 senior brothers were terrified, crying in their hearts over 100,000, this little brat. Ming Xuan was the first to calm down, firmly grabbing Yi Qiao's hand and saying, let's go collect the debt. Ming Xuan pulled her hand and walked angrily, fiercely saying they couldn't let the Yu King sect benefit so easily. After taking a few steps, someone grabbed the clothes of both and pulled them back. It turned out to be Zhu Yu. He hesitated and asked if going to collect a debt late at night would get them punished. Only then did Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan calm down to think. After considering for a moment, Zhu Yu added that showing up at their doorstep would be seen as provocation and result in deduction of competition points. Suddenly, the sound of a gong rang out. It turned out to be Zhang Xi. He excitedly raised the gong and said, wasn't it simple? Use this. Zhang Shai explained with interest, we'll block their door with the gong. I don't believe the Yu King sect can save face. Zhu Yu thought it over then said it wasn't good. We might all be punished collectively. The senior brother, who had been silently leaning against the wall watching, hearing this calmly glanced and said it was fine, we're in second place. Ming Xuan nodded in agreement, saying right, we just got the second place, the master won't punish us. Yi Qiao beside him also nodded vigorously. After encouraging themselves, Ming Xuan became roguish, pulled out a few talismans and smiled smugly, saying they were amplification talismans. They could use them to shout later. Zhang Xi's eyes widened excitedly, saying leave it to me, I'll handle this. At the Yu King sect's courtyard, there was not a single person. In a room, Han King frowned and said coldly, are you crazy to dare enter the Void secret realm with the Cloud Sword sect person? It turned out Han King was talking to Yun Kui. He continued that the 2 sects were enemies. Once King Han made a move, she would be the first to be eliminated. Then she acted pitiful, crying and apologizing, her image seemingly glowing in Han King's eyes. He was stunned, and his anger immediately dissipated. He sighed helplessly and instructed, the next match is on the ancient ancient battlefield. Do not go with the questions swords again, understand? Yun Kui still calmly replied yes. Han King returned to a serious expression, asking about Yi Qiao. Did our Moonclear sect have such a shameless person before? He thought to himself that if such a person existed before, given her abilities, how could they only be known now? Yun Kui nodded, recalling that the second senior sister was originally quiet and reserved, but somehow after going down the mountain, she had completely changed. Before he could finish, a loud noise suddenly erupted outside, startling the birds. Following that was a person shouting, Moonclear sect owes debts and does not pay, startling Han King and Yun Kui. Zhang struck another heavy beat. He shouted with enthusiasm, Moonclear sect owes debts and does not pay. Another drum sound rang out, Su Yu said, playing the striking game. A clang cut off the words to add more momentum. Mingxuan responded, angrily saying, not even worth a pig or dog. A thump followed the rhythm, Yi Qiao concluded, utterly devoid of conscience. Drumbeat now served as the beat for the rappers. Xingyun held back his laughter until his body shook, finally unable to hold it in and burst out laughing. Afterwards, Uncle Xingyun covered his face and told himself to hold it in, thinking to himself why he was here. People from other sects curiously came out to see. A man asked, what is going on? From another sect, two women tilted their heads and wondered to themselves, has the demon lord invaded the cultivation world? A knowledgeable person answered, Moonclear sect owes debts and does not pay. Qin Fan darkened his face in anger, thinking that familiar voice was his few disciples. They had just obtained the second position. Could they not be honest for once? Banging outside grew louder. Moonclear sect owes debts and does not pay. Han King held the bag of spirit stones borrowed from his senior brother and hurriedly said, coming. He muttered how troublesome it was, told everyone to be quiet. Then someone suddenly called Han King. He turned around and saw the master. The master said to give him the spirit stones. Let him go talk to Yi Qiao. And King obediently handed them over, thinking to himself that no matter how the people of Long Bright sect acted outside, they would be ridiculed. Since the master wanted to go instead, that was great. He went out and saw Yi Qiao and the group standing there. Yi Qiao mischievously greeted, oh, Sect Master Yun. She propped her hands and asked, Han King did not dare to face me, so he called you out to deal with this. Yun Yin looked displeased upon hearing this, but he still had to concede and handed over the bag of spirit stones. Mingxuan quickly stepped forward to take it and said, thank you. He took the money bag and sniffed it, secretly marveling that shamelessness was the real skill. The debt collection speed was extremely fast. The debt collectors left happily, chatting about going to Drunkard Tower to eat roast chicken. As he was about to leave, Yun Yin called out twice Yi Qiao. He said sternly, is this how the Chaming sect taught you to disrespect your elders? Yi Qiao turned back and glanced when she heard this. He shamelessly said, if you admit your mistake and leave Changming sect, I will consider leaving a spot for you after the competition. Mok Yunhai was displeased, turning around to question on Yi Qiao's behalf, leaving a personal disciple's spot. Yun Yin still thought contemptuously, personal disciples are geniuses with superior spiritual roots. Even if Yi Qiao performs well, I would not consider it. Zhu Yu spoke up, how about your esteemed sect goes get some sleep? Mok Yunhai thought Yun Yin had been kicked in the head, who would abandon being a personal disciple to become an inner disciple at Yu King sect. He pointed at himself and affirmed, old man Chaming, sect is poor, but we are personal disciples, the hope of the cultivation world. Ming Xuan fanned himself mockingly, sometimes I admire your sect's confidence. Ever since I failed to break through to core formation, I have always been insecure, but seeing this insecurity is also a virtue. Yi Qiao grew bolder, raising her stinky finger and saying, I am a disciple even Yu King sect, far away, cannot obtain. Qin Fan from afar watched the exchange between the two sides. He saw Yi Qiao's way of responding and sighed in admiration. Well done. No need to save face for this old loser, daring to bully my Changming sect members. Yun Yin could not argue back, extremely bitter, grinding his teeth to spit out two words, you people. At this moment Qin Fan stepped forward and called out, Daoist Yun. Stroked his beard and told him not to be angry. The old man still spoke slowly, my few worthless disciples have troubled you. Qin Fan stood in front of the group led by Yi Qiao to shield them, and said calmly, tonight they are happy for securing second place. You understand. The words were light but struck Yun Yin's pain as his sect was last. His face changed color, and he said dangerously, is that so? Qin Fan replied nonchalantly, is it not so? He kicked Mok Yunhai's leg, saying luckily sect leader Yun is not one to hold grudges, now get going quickly. The group of troublemakers only left a single word, yes, before scampering away hastily. Yun Yin could do nothing, cursing Qin Fan inwardly for the old bastard deliberately waiting until Yi Qiao's group had finished speaking before appearing. A few days later in Yi Qiao's room, she held her brush and thought, having heard that ancient terrain is always changing, easy to step on dangerous formations, so modifying talismans is very important. Yi Qiao concentrated on drawing while calculating. Changming sect's only spell talisman master is the second senior brother, and recently he has been staying up late drawing talismans to win. She looked at her work, initially wanting to share the pressure, so she tried drawing a few four-direction talismans. She kept failing and got angry, crumpling them up and throwing them away, lamenting how difficult it was. She kicked the pile of failed talismans in frustration, thinking that the four-direction talisman was truly difficult, having drawn so many without a single success. Qiao held the talisman in her hand, telling herself to carefully preserve the gift from her second senior brother. He had once said this type of talisman was very difficult to draw, and he had failed many times, before finally succeeding with 3. She consoled herself that she was not a professional talisman master, so constant failure was not a big issue. Next, Yi Qiao tightly closed her eyes, trying to focus as much as possible. After drawing for a while, she felt as if she had grasped the feeling, so she tried again. Streams of energy flowed out with each stroke of her brush. Then she seemed to drift into another world, her body floating ethereally. Yi Qiao's entire room suddenly emitted a dazzling flash of light. The talisman flew up, making her watch happily, proudly feeling that this time she had been blessed by the heavenly Tao and succeeded. Suddenly a very loud sound rang out, startling Ming Xuan, who was nearby. He looked toward the window and discovered the supermassive light from that person in Aunt Tan's vlog. Ming Xuan had to exclaim in praise, "Amazing, another heavenly Tao blessing, I wonder who it is." Si Ling Trang. Out of curiosity, he went to Si Ling's room. Unexpectedly, he waved his hand in denial, saying not to falsely accuse me. Ming Xuan stroked his chin and confidently replied, "So you are not curious about who caused such a big commotion?" Hearing this, Si Ling also became curious, wondering who it might be. So the two of them dragged each other off to find out who the culprit was. In the blink of an eye, the two leopards reached the eldest senior brother's room. As soon as they reached the eldest senior brother's room and opened the door, they saw a bewildering scene. He looked blank and asked back, "What do you want to do?" while holding a noose in his hands. The two did not bother to stop the eldest senior brother from dealing with himself, slammed the door shut, and said, "Sorry to disturb, please continue." The two hugged each other and quickly slipped away. Everyone was already used to the eldest senior brother putting the noose necklace around his neck. They walked and walked until they reached the garden. Outgoing Ming Xuan waved to call the youngest junior brother. Zhangxi was practicing swordsmanship here, and it looked quite promising. Before he could show off much, he was gently taken down by his opponent with a single kick. Lying on the ground, Zhangxi's face was pale and he kept groaning in pain. He whined, asking the elder to go a bit slower, to give him a chance to react. However, Duan Yu looked at him and commented that your speed is slow. In battle, who will wait for you to draw your sword before striking? On this point, you must learn from Yi Qiao. Either launch a surprise attack, or grow through underhandedness. He ordered Zhangxi to stand up and continue. Ming Xuan and the other stood watching, completely dumbfounded. So they again chose to ignore it and slip away, not forgetting to express sympathy with their mouths. So pitiful, so pitiful. At this moment the scene shifted to Yi Qiao's room. Inside was the divine and elegant talisman. She was still sitting dazedly, holding the talisman she had drawn. A door opening sound startled her. Turning her head, she saw Ming Xuan and Si Ling standing there. Her mouth asked what was wrong, but in her heart, she cursed them for being aggressive from morning to night. Could they not knock properly? The talisman in her hand was still glowing, drawing their attention. So the two of them were astonished to realize that the heavenly Tao blessing was from the youngest junior sister. Ming Xuan spoke first seriously. "The person lucky to receive the heavenly Tao blessing is you, little junior sister." Yi Qiao nodded in affirmation. "It is me. What is it?" The two of them gaped and exclaimed, "Is this the legendary sword talisman dual cultivation? It is still the first time we have seen a living person." Ming Xuan quickly embraced Yi Qiao and said, come on, little junior sister, tell us, are you a practitioner of sword talisman dual cultivation?" Yi Qiao originally did not want to say, but she replied helplessly, "If it is according to your standards, then I am indeed a practitioner of sword talisman dual cultivation." Si Ling beside her then exclaimed, "Little junior sister is the genius underestimated by everyone, right?" After pondering for a while, he suddenly said, "I feel there is a problem with your spiritual root." But deep in his heart, he thought, it is rare for an inspection to have a problem. Sword talisman dual cultivation. The breadth of the sea of consciousness must be greater than others. How could it possibly be a mid-grade spiritual root? Hearing this, Ming Xuan immediately scolded, "Why think so much? Anyway, this year our sect has 2 talisman masters." He turned around and clearly shouted, "I declare the next match will be the world of our Changming sect." Next, Ming Xuan turned to ask her, "Does Yun Yin know you can draw talismans?" Because he knew the braggart Yuding sect was a place for basic talisman masters. All talisman masters go to them. He secretly imagined in his mind, if Yun Yin found out the person he personally drove away was a talisman master, he would definitely regret it. Unexpectedly, she replied, "Of course not. But the truth is, the original body was a genuine sword cultivator. After leaving the Yuding sect, I learned to draw talismans." Ming Xuan quickly grabbed her hand and whispered, "So you must have learned talisman drawing at the Yuding sect for over 10 years, then came to bless our Changming sect, right?" Yi Qiao was completely dumbfounded, unable to tell the truth. "I came to Changming sect purely because this sect always ranks last. Its negative attitude is very suitable for someone without ambition who does not want to put in effort." Ming Xuan, meanwhile, continued happily patting her shoulder, saying, "With a genius like you in Changming sect, I am relieved." He held her close and whispered, "So now I will start slacking off." Seeing him on the verge of tears, Yi Qiao could only helplessly call out, "Hey." Si Ling saw his affectionate way towards Yi Qiao and had to comment, "The expression on your face looks so so stupid, like a fool. He was completely unconcerned, even raising 2 fingers and saying, "You just do not understand the pressure of being the only talisman master." So Ming Xuan held Yi Qiao tightly, ignoring her attempts to break free. In his mind, he kept fantasizing about the next match. The entire sect putting their hopes on me, it is truly suffocating. Now that I have little junior sister, I can relax a bit. She finally managed to break free and quickly said, "The commotion from the heavenly Tao just now was too big. Soon people will definitely come to probe for information. We can use a bait to catch them by surprise." Yi Qiao tried to cover Ming Xuan's mouth to stop him from talking. Xiling, standing by and watching the two of them bicker, could no longer bear it and called out to the little junior sister. She finally spoke up to instruct, spread the news that the heavenly Tao blessing was for the eldest senior brother. Then they will naturally let their guard down against us. Xiling asked anxiously about the senior brother. Ming Xuan calmly replied, "Don't worry, they can't beat the senior brother." Yi Qiao suddenly remembered she had protective talismans, so she pulled them out to show him. Surrender talisman, trap talisman, concealment talisman, and a few auxiliary ones. She gave them all to him to keep, making Ming Xuan ask back, "What about you then?" Only then did Yi Qiao show off the Berserk Bull talisman, saying if she pasted it on an enemy, he would see them all scatter, and they could use a recording stone to watch it daily for fun. She pulled out another one, saying it was called the Wild Dance of Demons, which could make the inner disciples dance wildly. Ming Xuan looked at her sly smile, just silently endured it. Seeing him silent, she acted spoiled, blaming herself for bothering the talisman masters. He thought the little junior sister had too much free time, even drawing portal talismans for fun, but then he thought silently. Ming Xuan picked up the talisman, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. If it really worked, maybe we would see King Han and the senior brother holding hands and dancing. After hearing his opinion, she exclaimed, "You are right, that really is something to look forward to." Ming Xuan changed the subject. There was still half a month until the new match. Let us seize the time to draw talismans. He hugged her, deciding on his own, "We finish drawing in 3 days and 3 nights. Then we go to sleep." Hearing about the hard work, her face changed color, showing reluctance. Seeing this, Ming Xuan tempted her. "Think about the 1 million spirit stones as the bet. If we win first place, the money would be much more." Hearing about money, her eyes lit up. He asked, "How about it? Want to work hard with me?" Yi Qiao happily replied, "Okay." Waiting for that exact answer, Ming Xuan conjured up a pile of premium brushes. He began advertising, "These are top-grade wolf hair brushes. Pick whichever one you like." She raised her hand and pointed at the brush that looked the most special, saying, "I will take this one." After trying a few strokes, Yi Qiao had to exclaim, "This brush really feels smooth to use." After drawing a few lines, she was dazed. Top-grade spirit tools were indeed far better than mid-grade. Drawing was so smooth. Ming Xuan stood watching her draw, praising her talisman drawing speed, which would make the old masters in the sect admire her. The faster a talisman master, the stronger their talent and divine sense. Suddenly her nose bled, dripping directly onto the talisman with a soft plop. She was helpless, not understanding why this happened to her. She used her sleeve to wipe the blood, then collapsed onto the table, worrying Ming Xuan. She said disappointedly, "I get dizzy when I draw too much." She thought silently, if I did not get dizzy, I would be rich by now. Ming Xuan understood her meaning, looked at her asking, "Getting dizzy after drawing like this? It is not kidney deficiency, is it?" She rolled her eyes at him and replied, "You are the one with stage 1 kidney deficiency." 3 days later, the rooster crowed signaling dawn. Qiao yawned, complaining that she was finally done drawing. She cheerfully took several talismans to show off, inviting the second senior brother to go sell talismans. It would be a waste not to sell after drawing so many in 3 sleepless days. Ming Xuan looked at her seriously and asked, "The sect has rules against selling privately, right?" She calmly shook her head. Sneaking off was fine. If caught, they could hide in the restricted area. He helplessly agreed. Yi Qiao planned to earn money. Ming Xuan smiled quietly, thinking since having their little junior sister, they entered the restricted area daily like it was home. This laid-back life, though not making them stronger, was very comfortable. The scene shifted to floating life city bustling with people. After a bit of tidying, she turned and told him, "We will set up the stall here." Yi Qiao vigorously hawked the talismans. Ming Xuan stood beside her grinning while watching the stall, but after a while it was completely empty with no customers. He wondered, talismans are hard to come by. Why is no one approaching us? Yi Qiao helplessly explained it was because there were too many scammers. She had tried selling once before, even doing worse than the little talisman booklet seller next to them. After hearing that, he picked up a blast talisman. Ming Xuan was determined, maybe we should demonstrate its power. She broke into a cold sweat and said, "Next time I see you, we will probably be in the Sword Inquest Hall of the house. Cloud Center City does not allow drawing swords. Floating Life City does not allow destruction." As he looked helplessly at the sky, a commotion suddenly drifted over. The crowd pointed and rushed over. "The Moonlight Sect talismans are on sale. Hurry before they are gone." Before the two was a scene of chaos. The masses pushed each other to buy moonlight talismans. He and she gaped in shock at the sight of things selling like hotcakes. Ming Xuan fixed his hair, then told her, "Let me go see what moonlight sect talismans are like." He tried to squeeze into the crowd. Everyone was trying to buy not just one sheet, but several. Ming Xuan picked up one sheet, sniffed it, and evaluated. "The drawing is terrible. When did moonlight sect talismans become as bad as trash?" Upon hearing that, the customers scolded him for talking nonsense. Yi Qiao helplessly asked, "Have you never been beaten by anyone when out in the world before?" He gallantly replied, "How could that be? I am a direct disciple." Suddenly he seemed to have an idea, exclaiming, "Got it, I have an idea." Ming Xuan took out paper and brush, drawing a few lines. He held up the paper he just wrote on, raising it high and shouting, "Our talismans are the authentic ones from the Moonlight Sect, 50 high-grade spirit stones each." The crowd turned and scolded, "Even the sect enforcers are not as shameless as you. 50 high-grade stones. Are you robbing us?" Ming Xuan was not discouraged. He flaunted the talisman, saying this one was refined by a direct disciple. He thought to himself, "As if we are not direct disciples, we are direct disciples of the Moonlight Sect." Qiao happily chimed in, saying the two of us were direct disciples of the Moonlight Sect. Then she gave him a thumbs up, secretly praising in her heart, "Brilliant, we avoid punishment," and also dumped the blame on the Moonlight Sect. The crowd still did not believe her, sneering contemptuously, "You say it is so. Where is the proof?" Ming Xuan did not say much, directly using the talisman to perform a spell. He stuck it on the forehead of a rude customer nearby. That man was instantly sent flying over 100 meters, screaming in panic and terror. After the demonstration, he waved the pile of talismans arrogantly, saying, "See, the talismans you bought are not as effective. This one has an instant effect." The crowd was slightly embarrassed, thinking to themselves that the talismans they bought were indeed not as good as this one. Gaining momentum, Yi Qiao climbed onto the introduction table. Besides the talisman from earlier, there was also the explosive talisman, which could push spiritual energy to its peak in an instant, with effects lasting half a cup of tea. With this item, she simply launched into a round of introductions. Another person spoke up, saying that the few direct disciples of Moonlight Sect from the grand competition a few days ago didn't look like this. She didn't let him continue, leaning her face close to manipulate his psychology. "How are they not the same? Think carefully, didn't those direct disciples look very handsome?" He thought for a moment and replied, "It seems so." At this, Yi Qiao suddenly turned ugly, saying that if Cao Mei said good-looking people were endless, perhaps you misremembered. That guy dazedly responded, "Oh." And so after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, two of them had sold out their goods and began packing up. She and her friend happily high-fived, celebrating today's success. Ming Xuan held the bulging money pouch, chuckling inwardly. So making money is this fun? No wonder little junior sister was always so keen on it. Time flew by, and before they knew it, half a month had passed. At the square, she and her senior brothers had just entered when they heard a shout, "Eternal Light Sect has arrived." The nearby fans threw flowers to cheer, "Go Ming Xuan!" He also forcefully caught the flowers from his fans, not forgetting to wink in thanks, making several girls on the stands blush shyly. The others saw how beloved Ming Xuan was and couldn't help but scold in disgust. "How disgusting." Another senior brother said, "No choice. This match is the home ground for talisman cultivators. Just let him pretend." Then came the sound of powerful footsteps. The cheering squad from her team had also arrived, looking quite determined, believing they could win. One of them began to take a deep breath, preparing to shout their idol's name. The whole group yelled loudly, "Yi Qiao, the best in the whole arena. Yi Qiao, the most beautiful sweetheart. Yi Qiao, knock them down." Those confessions from her little junior brothers felt like slaps to her face, leaving her both embarrassed and helpless, with a hint of anxiety. Another junior brother nearby also shouted, "Elder Yi, can you get first place?" Qiao waved happily, turned to look, and responded with a yes. Han King watched this scene with obvious irritation. He folded his arms and said, "What makes you so confident?" He was thinking, the ancient battlefield was the domain of talisman cultivators. How did she dare to be so arrogant? She refused to be outdone, snapping her fingers in response. Understand what needs to be understood. He had a huge question mark in his mind, not knowing what she meant by that. The two senior brothers nearby immediately added smugly, "Yeah, understand what needs to be understood. That's right, understand what needs to be understood." The two looked at each other, and then said about Yi Qiao, "Our junior sister is the first person in the cultivation world to dual cultivate the sword and talisman. Ever since the grandmasters of the 5 sects ascended, Sword Inquiry Sect and Windrise Sect are no problem. Our Eternal Light Sect is the most awesome." Zhangji watched the three of them shaking their hips to provoke Han King, wondering what kind of trick they were up to. Xingyun heard this, turned around and scolded. Don't ask. If you ask, you'll understand that everyone understands. He heard this, then choked back his tears and replied, okay. After that, he started sniffling in grievance, not understanding why he was scolded. He wondered to himself, are the four of them planning to isolate me? Everyone understands something, so why won't they tell me? Xingyun walked a short distance before noticing Zhangxi's unusual behavior, but he had no idea why. Back where she was, the group looked very smug, puffing out their chests with pride. Meanwhile, Han King was fuming with frustration. A shout of, "It is me again," came from afar, dispelling the awkwardness. A brother in long robes rushed over with great vigor. "It is me again." So this was the host. He began introducing the secret realm for the second round of the competition, the ancient battlefield. It was about to start. Had the core disciples of the various sects already received their maps? He showed off the soul-severing staff and continued. One thing to note, after deliberation among the elders, borrowing too many outside items is prohibited. Mu heard this and complained. What does she mean? The people from Cloud Sword Sect really have no sense of decency. On this side, Yikiao secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, I never planned to use the soul-severing staff to start trouble. Doing that would probably get me beaten up by fans of the other sects. Host continued, now please invite the core disciples of the sects into the secret realm. The entrance has been opened. And so, one by one, the core disciples entered the secret realm. Senior disciple instructed his beloved junior disciples. You and Ming Xuan would be better off splitting up. You are both talisman cultivators. When the time comes, one of you leads a senior brother. Your survival rate will be higher if you gather together, but the effectiveness is far worse than acting separately. After hearing this, she clasped her hands and prayed. Then it is up to fate. The group finally finished entering the secret realm one after another. Inside this place, it was called the ancient battlefield. Dust flew everywhere in thick clouds and Yikiao had to rub her eyes. At this moment, she spotted Ming Xuan and quickly called out, "Second senior brother." He also replied, "Is it you?" The two looked at each other in dismay, complaining about their bad luck, all because of Su Yu's crow mouth. Now, out of nowhere, the two talisman cultivators ended up together. At this time in the viewing area during the day, every action of the contestants was being broadcast live. Two elders were watching, chatting animatedly. Elder Zhao wondered, why does that disciple Yikiao seem to loathe Ming Xuan? Is it not good to have a talisman cultivator as a companion? Tin Fan pointed at the projection and continued, I think both of them dislike each other. Elder Zhao stroked his beard and commented, this child Yikiao has always had very good luck. Was she not alone last time either? And as soon as she set foot here, she met Ming Xuan. Qin Fan nodded in agreement, but inwardly sighed. No matter what, traveling with a talisman cultivator at least ensures your safety. The scene shifted inside the ancient battlefield, and the two sibling disciples of Yikiao's group were still strolling along. Ming Xuan told her, so far Cloud Sword Sect has already hunted 2 demon beasts. Not only that, Yikiao also remarked on how fast they were. Suddenly he noticed strange activity up ahead. He immediately stood up to shield her. There is a demon beast ahead, estimated to be late Foundation establishment stage. Right in front, a large fat spider monkey had just appeared. He turned pale with worry and warned, it is a man-eating spider. Yikiao did not hesitate and drew her sword, saying, second senior brother, let me deal with it. You stay behind and provide support. The spider began attacking the two with silk from its mouth. Ming Xuan dodged successfully and retaliated with talismans. The spider was now completely motionless. Yikiao immediately raised her sword and charged forward. A powerful slash came down like a storm from Miyagi. He landed safely and eliminated the monster. Yikiao looked at him joyfully, and he smiled back. The two of them happily looked at each other, and then high-fived in celebration. Ming Xuan guided, saying that killing the demon beast made the Grandmaster furious. She thought if no one disrupts it, it is fine. If someone does, Jing will immediately collect the demon beast. She turned to Ming Xuan anxiously, saying that encountering a late Foundation establishment demon beast was harder than the previous battle. He replied that the ancient demon beasts were not weak in strength, and this was only the beginning. While they were talking, two people suddenly called out to Yikiao. He turned around and recognized Heng Dao and another unfamiliar person. Ming Xuan saw at a glance that it was a key cultivator from the Clear Wind sect. He cast a spell on the talisman and loudly called out the name Shenzuwei. In his heart, he calculated that 2 golden core key cultivators were not frightening, but this battle would be difficult for them. Before she understood what was happening, both sides were very tense. They looked at each other with eyes full of anger. Yikiao sweetly pulled out a handkerchief, her face blooming like a flower as she said, I am Ye Yu of the Great Ming Lake. All three of them froze and were speechless seeing her attitude. The audience gossiped, wondering what trick that side was playing. That girl had yet to break character, still pretending to be a lady. The onlookers did not understand and shouted for them to just start fighting. The person on the other side asked his teammate, brother, do you know Yikiao? That man shook his head with a grim face, screaming inwardly, who knows her, what the hell is Yi Yu? Yi Qiao moved closer and said that they should discuss cooperation. Heng Dao stood blocking, demanding that she step back, threatening to call the second senior brother if she came any closer. They acted this way because the last cooperation had gotten them eliminated. Yi Qiao tried to coax them, saying it was not easy to meet like this, and they could join forces to deal with the Moon King sect first. No one responded, so Yi Qiao turned on the waterworks, asking Brother Duan if he had forgotten the days they relied on each other inside the demon beast's belly. Shen Ziwei was suspicious, relying on each other. Heng Dao was both embarrassed and dissatisfied, saying to speak properly, that was falling into the demon beast's belly. Yi Qiao continued to lure them, saying that in the ancient battlefield, talisman cultivators with their myriad schemes were the most troublesome. She gave an example: the Moon King sect has 4 talisman cultivators. If you do not ally with us, they will surely take first place. Do you want to watch them snatch the top spot? Only then did Heng Dao speak up, asking why they should trust her. She presented her reasoning, saying they only had 1 talisman cultivator and were not much of a threat. So, was it not good to ally and deal with the Moon King sect first? He heard this and found it tempting, so he began to consider. The everlasting Ming sect was the most harmless sect aside from the Bixi Water sect. The previous battle they took advantage, but in this battle the danger had greatly increased. Only Ming Xuan was the talisman cultivator. Heng Dao hesitated for a long time. Finally, he made a decision and extended his hand, saying happy cooperation. Yi Qiao boldly shook his hand and shouted happy cooperation. She pulled out a piece of paper and said, I will start laying things out. It was a map. Yi Qiao pointed here and there, saying these places were demon beast lairs. The Moon King sect, wanting to be first, would surely come here. The 3 people listened attentively, and she continued if they were fast enough, they could ambush them. Yi Qiao enthusiastically said, this was the only path that led to the inner disciples. Heng Dao looked at her expression and broke out in a cold sweat, silently cursing her for being devious. She pointed on the map and said, you can set up an ambush pit here. After hearing this, Heng Dao quickly stopped her, saying, hold on. He questioned, we are true key cultivators, not idle villains. Inside he was roaring, does she even know what a key cultivator is? He crossed his arms in disagreement, saying in 1,000 years, which real key cultivator ever set traps for people? She patted his shoulder and said, you can be the first villains. Upon hearing this, his eyes sparkled and he immediately agreed, fine. The 2 high-fived in determination, forcing the Clear Wind sect to take first place. Seeing her rapid transformation, the audience remarked, was she ever in multi-level marketing? One group worried, Heng Dao, an honest man, has fallen. Who would do something like this with Yi Qiao? On the other side, there was the sound of a hand slamming on a table. Yun Yin angrily cursed, not competing properly, only thinking of these shameless underhanded tricks. Duan Yu praised, I think it is good for Yi Qiao to train their vigilance. The 2 masters nodded in agreement, saying those kids were used to being prodigies. Going out and encountering evil cultivators, they would not be able to withstand them. This was wisdom. Heng King and Su Chuo were still on this side, moving slowly and calmly. Su Chuo smiled cheerfully, praising the Grand Master for helping them easily avoid the formations and kill the monsters. Those sword-questioning sect swordsmen were probably still trapped. And King's face was full of narcissism, about to boast, when he suddenly fell into a deep pit. He panicked and screamed noisily. He almost fell into the net set by Yi Qiao's group. Luckily, he was quick, and Han King released a green talisman. Then he lightly stepped onto it. Thanks to that, he flew back to the ground. He breathed for a moment and then cursed idly, wondering what kind of asshole dug a pit here. Chu, being clever, immediately threw a stone to test it. Seeing it was safe, he called out to senior brother Heng, saying there were no pits over there and to come this way. The 2 held hands and carefully moved to the right, but escaping was not so easy. They had only walked a short distance before they triggered another trap. Before they could regain their bearings, they were dragged away like sacks of sand. Both were caught and hung suspended from a tall tree. Yi Qiao saw that the plan had succeeded and giggled. She even walked over to taunt them, saying, oh, so you're all hung up now. Han King was at the peak of his fury at this moment and gritted his teeth as he cursed, Yi Qiao, you are the one. The 2 trapped men howled in agony, shouting that the people of the Wind sect had ambushed Yi Qiao. Struck in a sore spot, Heng Dao could only stay silent and think, I used to be a good person until I met Yi Qiao. Ming Xuan stood there laughing gleefully, saying, your day has come too, Han King. The reason I did this is because the Moon King sect looks down on talisman masters from other sects. I was attacked before, now it's my turn to be smug. 2 brothers, Heng Dao, searched the bodies of the Moon King sect disciples thoroughly. After searching for a long time, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't find the token anywhere. King laughed in reply, saying, of course I hid it. Do you think I'm still as naive as I was the first time? Yi Qiao ran over and snatched the green pouch from his body, saying that if there was no token, she would just grab his mustard pouch. She rifled through it excitedly, wondering what kind of talisman was hidden inside. From inside the pouch, she pulled out a pair of extremely eye-catching, bright red shorts. All 4 people froze, staring intently at the pouch. It turned out to be his underwear. The group hurriedly said in embarrassment, hey Han King, is this your birth year? Little junior sister, don't take his talismans anymore. These men are too dirty. Seeing his secret exposed, he could only curse in shame. What are you looking at? You two just wait. We're all competitors. What's wrong with me carrying personal items? It's none of your everlasting Dawn Sect's business. The audience buzzed with discussion, cursing that this group of core disciples was disgusting and untrustworthy. Is this the future of the cultivation world? They asked. They always thought core disciples had noble bearing, but the result was, Yi Qiao's group meanwhile started discussing how to deal with him now. She waved her hand to brush it off, saying to just lock him up for now, and if that wasn't possible, to find someone to guard him. I think our senior brother is a good fit, but we have to find him first. Heng Dao, hearing this, immediately followed up, then we'll go too. The group split up and left, leaving the two Han King brothers shouting in despair. Hey, don't go, come back and let us down? In another development, two people were talking. Yunqi, since we've met by fate, why not cooperate? She raised a finger and swore. The people from the King Sect won first place. We only need third. Hearing this, Yunqi rejoiced secretly and said, we can cooperate, but what do you plan to do? Miao Yan said frankly, the Cloud Sword Sect is forced to find a cooperative talisman master. Among the 5 gates, the Everlasting Dawn Sect is the weakest, so they will seek to cooperate with Ming Xuan. Her eyes were full of cunning as she said, as long as we eliminate Ming Xuan, the Cloud Sword Sect will be dealt with. Outside, the spectator stands were now in an uproar. Everyone assessed, Qin Huai of the Wind Sect probably wants to eliminate Ming Xuan, except for the Cloud Sword Sect. All the other sects want Ming Xuan dead. Ming Xuan, being mentioned so often, sneezed. They said, if Ming Xuan doesn't die, can the Cloud Sword Sect not be wiped out? His death is the best outcome. Elder Sun, who was watching, said in surprise, these two kids are faster than the others. He found it strange and said, this isn't right. How can Ming Xuan avoid all the formation traps? He hadn't stepped on a single formation, something even sect leader Han King couldn't do. At this point, he couldn't help but suspect, though of course it was a different matter with 2 talisman masters. Elder Sun turned to the sect leader beside him and asked, Qin Fan, are you hiding an ace up your sleeve? Finally, as the match was about to reach its climax, the gossiping crowd exclaimed, He Wenki of the Blue Water Sect has run into the Everlasting Dawn Sect. There was drama to watch. The two teams met and immediately locked eyes with cold, sharp stares. Miao Yan smiled lightly and said, I didn't expect our luck to be this good. If Ming Xuan were with Zhang Shi, I would have to be careful, but I can fight Yi Qiao. She pulled out a vertical flute to perform a spell, determined to have a proper duel. She blew out clear, melodious notes and segments. A stream of energy began to appear, following the rhythm of the music. Yi Qiao was affected by the demonic sound and exclaimed, My head hurts so much, what is this? Ming Xuan beside her held his head and quickly replied, This is sound-based martial arts. According to him, the Blue Water Sect had several alchemy cultivators arrive safely, clearly indicating they had other magical artifacts. In the cultivation world, there were people who used bows, flutes, swords. Cultivators used many different types of magical tools. Ming Xuan paled as he looked at this scene. He hurriedly took out a soundproofing talisman. Yun Kui didn't stay idle. He cast a spell to break the talisman and shouted, Break! 2 siblings, Yi Qiao, were being protected by the talisman. Then it suddenly burst into flames in Ming Xuan's hand with a whoosh. He hastily threw it down and cursed. Damn it, Yun Kui's formation technique prevents me from using talismans. Miao Yan said sinisterly, Sorry Ming Xuan, your threat level is high, so we have to deal with you first. Yun Kui did not hesitate and began to launch a direct assault. After the 2 words go go, 3 talismans flew towards the Yi Qiao siblings. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao's face darkened. Alright, you're forcing my hand. Then Yi Qiao drew her sword and made a clean, decisive slash. Then he turned around and quickly reminded, Second senior brother, your gong. Yi Qiao pointed at the 2 girls and told them to take it out and try beating it. The 2 young ladies here were a bit intimidated after hearing that. Ming Xuan did not hesitate either, pulling out his weapon and sighing, didn't expect that gong to have a use. The 2 of them were delighted, one beating, one blowing, the scene no different from a festival where they lamented together. Clanging and clashing sounds echoed noisily across the horizon. Zhang Shi from afar had to remark, so lively, is someone getting married inside the secret realm, with gongs and trumpets. Seeing this, Zhu Yu turned to remind him, don't think about that now, quickly find junior sister and second senior brother. Those 2, one at the basic stage, the other at the peak of the basic stage. If they run into Yi Qing'an's group, they will only be eliminated. Zhang Xi listened to the complaint and said irritably, I know, with Yi Qiao there, why aren't you at ease? With her it will be fine. Zhu Yu could only helplessly hold his head and reply, but I'm afraid Yi Qiao will do something. Over at Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan's spot, the sound of the trumpet and gong rang out without stopping. Blew once and completely drowned out Miao Yan's. Even she could not stand that funeral-like trumpet sound, cursing. It's too noisy. Do you even know how to play musical instruments? So annoying. Cai Yaoyuan felt deeply offended and decided not to let this slide. She drew a lifelong lesson. Next time I enter a secret realm, I must bring earplugs. Seeing that she had put down the flute, Yi Qiao immediately shouted, An opening. After that, she cast the gentle breeze art, a gust of wind swirling around the sword as it shot forward. The sword stroke cut through the magic formation on the ground that Yunkui had created. The formation slowly cracked and then disappeared. On the screen, the scene of Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan from earlier was displayed. The Grand Elders outside also praised, found the weakness of the formation so quickly. She truly understands formations. Qin Fan heard this and said smugly, perhaps breaking the Moonclear Sect's formation is too easy. I trust Yi Qiao is skilled, but if it weren't for her accompanying Ming Xuan today, Ming Xuan would definitely have been eliminated. Yun Yin Nan saw that old man's smug expression and could not help but say, you're going too far. What do you mean, breaking the formation easily? Inside the secret realm, the four of them stared at each other, suddenly frozen stiff like glue. To break the silence, Yi Qiao suddenly shouted, in broad daylight like this? The other two heard her say that and had no idea what she meant. Suddenly she grabbed Ming Xuan's sleeve tightly and shouted, run. The Fox Lure Hilda version was truly excellent. Miao Yan and Yun Kui had not yet reacted before they had already run off. Yi Qiao knew that of the 36 strategies, retreat was the best, because the two of us were simply no match. This was the first time Ming Xuan had retreated so early, and he asked in confusion, we retreat without a fight. Are we fleeing? Qiao immediately corrected him. What fleeing? We call it a strategic retreat. To her, retreating was just a plan to preserve strength, so they ran extremely fast so the two behind could not catch up. After running for a stretch, Ming Xuan looked at the command token in his hand and said with a smile, our sect's position is about to take the lead. He looked at her smugly and said, do you know, all these people now think I'm a natural-born genius, and all the hatred is directed at me. The more he thought about it, the more relaxed Ming Xuan felt. He saw this as a bluff for them. Who knew that our sect was actually just two nobody talisman users? Everyone thinks I raised the ranking thanks to my profound knowledge of formations. After hearing this, Yi Qiao let out a breath. It's been tough on you. Wait until you get eliminated, I'll lead our sect to victory. Ming Xuan replied courteously, I thank you. Suddenly at that moment, a sword flew in front of them. It struck down once before the feet of the two, the sword blocking the path, not letting them pass. Yi Qiao and Ming Xuan reacted swiftly, stepping back to avoid the blow. She looked at the remaining rubble and cursed. Who has no virtue, suddenly attacking like that? Immediately after, a voice called out, Yi Qiao, Ming Xuan. It turned out to be Qin Huai and Di Chen, who upon meeting immediately spoke up, running into us means you're out of luck. Seeing that the newcomer was Qin Huai, Yi Qiao began to worry again. It's you all? Looks like the Windrise sect has teamed up with the Moonclear sect. Hearing her say that, Qin Huai felt insulted. He raised his sword and said, save your breath, prepare to die. Having said that, he slashed a strike toward Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao also reacted quickly, throwing her own sword out, but as soon as her sword touched Qin Huai's sword, it was cut in half. Seeing her beloved sword being bullied, Yi Qiao said dejectedly, this sword has been with me for so long, and now it's broken. I'll go back and ask Master for another one. Qin Huai went along with her words. Then I'll grant your wish and send you back immediately. The elders outside witnessed Yi Qiao struggling to dodge Qin Huai's attacks repeatedly. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Don't be so violent, you broke my sword and still keep going. How can a cultivator fight without a sword? Qin Fan also noticed her disadvantage, and said as long as Yi Qiao holds out and doesn't let Qin Huai target Ming Xuan, then Ming Xuan can deal with Di Chen. The two elders saw their own kid being bullied and were helpless. At this point, dodging was useless for Yi Qiao. Both old men lamented that their disciple never learned how to run away, truly hating iron not becoming steel. Seeing her dodging with all her might, Ming Xuan called out, little junior sister. Hearing her second senior brother call her, Yi Qiao knew dodging was not the way. She had to think of a plan. Over by Ming Xuan, his opponent was Di Chen. This guy attacked with talismans while saying, having trouble saving yourself, and you still worry about Yi Qiao. Suddenly, Ming Xuan's mind raced, and he thought of a plan. Got it. Ming Xuan shouted loudly, Yi Qiao, for our million. Upon hearing million, the treasure hunter Yi Qiao instantly turned into a wolf. She let out a roar and charged like a madwoman at Qin Huai. Her eyes sparkled with diamond light, her mind filled with ready cash, as she rushed into attack. Yi Qiao would not let anyone touch her hard-earned nest egg. She used a wind kick straight into Qin Huai's face to show him the power of capital. Still not satisfied after one kick, Yi Qiao delivered another. This time Qin Huai blocked it. He even counterattacked, less smug now. Faced with Qin Huai's powerful attack, Di Chen and Ming Xuan immediately dodged. Chen took the opportunity to charge toward Ming Xuan. Ming Xuan suddenly pulled out a mystic plaque and proposed an exchange of tokens. Di Chen was naturally no fool. He said, fine, you give yours to me first. As soon as he finished speaking, the two seemed to understand each other, their eyes locking and sparking with tension. Then, without warning, they both crushed the tokens in their hands in unison. Immediately, a notification bell rang. Ming Xuan of Ming Sect and Di Chen of Yu King Sect had been eliminated. Confirming both were out, Ming Xuan feigned heartbreak and asked where the trust had gone, irritating Di Chen into retorting. Qin Fan watched Ming Xuan sacrifice with emotion, silently praising Yiqiao for giving it her all. Seeing this, Elder Zhao grew even more despondent, lamenting that with the talisman cultivators gone, there was nothing left to play for. Di Chen and Ming Xuan were teleported to the waiting hall, where the eliminated gathered. The two went their separate ways, refusing to look at each other. As soon as Ming Xuan stepped out, the spectator stand exploded with cheers and questions about his mood. Knowing he was beloved, Ming Xuan turned back to reply. No particular mood, his spirit was still with them. That remark only drove the fans wild. Ming Xuan thought to himself that being eliminated was fine, getting out was a relief. Over here, the Wenjian Sect group was using their swords to poke and prod at the formation, trapping them. They had no idea how many days they had been locked in. King Han spoke up, noting that 2 talisman cultivators had been eliminated on the first day, then looked back at his own sect still stuck. The junior disciples suggested finding talisman cultivators to cooperate with, but Ming Xuan was already eliminated, so what could be done? Hearing this, Xingzhai immediately criticized, saying those talisman cultivators were blind, all flocking to Yu King's sect. That remark was like rubbing dirt in Wenjian Sect's face. King Han helplessly thought they could not even make the top 3. After a moment of thought, King Han suddenly remembered Yiqiao, wondering if someone had been forgotten. The scene shifted to Yiqiao and Qin Huai, who had been fighting for a while without a clear winner. Qin Huai was panting heavily, admitting he had underestimated his opponent. He had to reevaluate Yiqiao, never expecting to be held up by her for so long. Yiqiao said calmly the genius assembly had the senior disciple and King Han. She even smugly added that another underestimated genius was herself. Seeing her elated expression, Qin Huaisei said to wait until she got out of his hands before speaking. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from behind. The newcomers were Heng Dao and his senior brother, who shouted that their senior disciple had arrived. Seeing 2 more people, Yiqiao spread her fingers to count. She suddenly pointed at them and asked if 3 against 1 was not embarrassing. The 3 from Changfeng Sect were stunned, thinking Yiqiao was the most shameless one of all. Qin Huai understood best. She was the one without any morals. Yiqiao turned her seizing morality baton into a heated weapon, saying if they were not talking morals, then do not blame her. She had tried not to affect her senior brothers, and now that the second senior brother was gone, there was nothing left to worry about. The audience saw her gun and suspiciously asked what it was. Qin Fan did not know but still acted profound, calmly maintaining an air of mystery. Suddenly, a talisman flew out. Yiqiao fired it from the gun, boldly telling them to try its power. The bullet speed was too fast, even Qin Huai could not dodge in time. Another strange talisman flew out. It stuck right on Qin Huai's forehead. Yiqiao introduced it, the Ha talisman. The talisman took effect. Qin Huai's facial muscles could not help but curl into an M shape. He suddenly burst into laughter like a madman. Then he started playing a game of tag in the mystic realm, shouting and chasing everyone. The other disciples were disgusted, commenting that his laughter sounded like a lecherous old man, asking how Ming Xuan had been so corrupted as to give that talisman to his junior sister. In the elimination area, Di Chen also judged, wondering why she would draw such a freakish talisman. Ming Xuan was innocently wronged and took a painful hit, just standing still to defend himself. Only Chen Ziwei remained alert, seeing Yiqiao about to flee and shouting to chase her. But the Ha talisman was still in effect. Heng Dao hugged Chen Ziwei's leg and laughed foolishly. His face was frozen in a grin as he said the spiritual energy was too strong. Chen Ziwei feared his pants would slip, yelled for Heng Dao to wake up, and nearly slapped him twice. The time it took to burn an incense stick had passed. Qin Huai and Heng Dao finally returned to normal. They looked a few years older. Chen Ziwei asked in despair what to do next. Chen Ziwei stated the rankings. Yu King Sect was first, Changming Sect second, their sect third, and Wenjian Sect was probably trapped. Heng Dao even boasted that at least they eliminated Ming Xuan, and knowing Yiqiao was tough to deal with, just leave her be. Qin Huai was dejected, saying the focus this time was Yu King Sect. Another night of stars and moon, Yiqiao was riding her sword, flying off to find her senior brothers. Suddenly, she spotted a light and exclaimed that she had found it. She approached the formation that was imprisoning her 3 senior brothers. Then, she kept waving her hand to call her senior brothers. They were like computers with their power cut off. None of the 3 moved at all. Helplessly, Yiqiao used a strong psychological tactic. She took out a horn and blew it into their hands. Unexpectedly, it worked, and all 3 senior brothers jolted awake. Zhang Shi recognized her and immediately called out that Nose Alive had returned. As soon as the greetings ended, he insinuated that this horn of hers sounded like the drum inside the secret realm, and the horn blowers were her and Ming Xuan. Seeing her senior brother criticize her music taste as strange, Yiqiao could not take it. She argued back that it was using resources reasonably, then angrily smacked his hand. Yiqiao asked for information about Miao Yan. The name Miao Yan knows musical instruments, must be careful, she thought, but in the short term Miao Yan did not want to fight them. After hearing this, Zhang Shi's mouth was faster than his brain. He suggested using the horn to counter sound techniques. He still had Ming Xuan's talisman to amplify sound. Then they would all beat her. Yiqiao Kiao ignored that foolish senior brother. She turned to ask the other two why they were trapped. Before entering the secret realm, the second senior brother had used up all the formation-breaking talismans. Shang-Chi started tattling, pointing at the senior brother. Yi Qiao helplessly said his luck was really bad, always leading everyone into formations. This was already the 30th formation. All the formation-breaking talismans were used up. Looking at Tu Fei and Xing Yun, Yi Qiao thought dejectedly, if this were a game, Xing Yun would definitely be the type of incredibly unlucky person. Afterwards, she kindly pulled out a formation-breaking talisman. Yi Qiao pasted it on the formation surrounding everyone. After a moment, the formation shattered and everyone was freed. Yi Qiao turned back and told her senior brothers, the formation is broken, let us go. The three senior brothers looked at her like she was a treasure, proudly shouting no wonder she was their little junior sister. At this moment, the second day on the ancient battlefield had arrived. Yi Qiao was testing her lightness skill, constantly jumping back and forth, slashing a few small monsters. Seeing her stop due to exhaustion, Xu Yu quickly pulled out 2 medicinal pills, telling the little junior sister to eat some spirit pills to nourish herself. Zhang looked at the token in his hand. The result pleased him. Moon King Sect is first, we are second. It seems they will soon cross paths with us. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at Yi Qiao, who was eating Xu Yu's pill, then said, let us go to the next place to kill monsters. But as soon as he took one step, Zhangxi stepped right into a formation. Afterwards, he was quickly sucked into it. Zhangxi shouted in fear, save me. He could not die alone, so he quickly grabbed the legs of 2 senior brothers and dragged them along. Xu Yu saw that this guy was as persistent as a leech. He pulled out 4 medicinal pills, saying these formations are so troublesome, quickly let go, or I will use pills to trip you. Xing Yun was even more domineering. He drew his sword and sliced off the corner of the robe that Zhangxi had grabbed. Yi Qiao watched her senior brothers argue like children. Let go or save me. She dared not look straight. Could the 3 senior brothers be a bit more reliable? She honestly moved closer to observe the formation trapping Zhangxi, then said this formation is somewhat similar to Moon King sects, probably left by some disciple. Just hearing that, Xing Yun felt it was unfair. He spoke up saying, I will go fetch Han King here. Yi Qiao stopped him, saying it is not necessary. I have found the formation I. She thought smugly inside, thanks to Han King's generosity. The inner sect spell book of Moon King sect. Letting you see it means actually letting you see it. After thinking, she gripped her divine artifact tightly and threw it straight forward. The moment the magic artifact touched the formation eye, it exploded. Finally, Zhangxi was released. The green air around his feet disappeared. He sighed in relief and shouted the formation was broken. Zhangxi turned into a child, crying and whining, calling senior sister Yi too formidable. In the competition viewing area, they saw the scene just now and fell into silence. Yun Yin saw Yi Qiao's performance. He angrily scolded, how dare she? She secretly learned Moon King Sect's formation, breaking it from the outside while saying she had not learned it. Who would believe that? Seeing someone about to falsely accuse his student, Qin Fan spoke up to restore justice for her. Are the formations used not meant for people to learn? Elder Zun heard this and could only say, is this the key point? The key point is that Yi Qiao is actually a talisman cultivator. The woman beside Elder Zun also spoke up. The dual cultivation of sword and talisman is your ever-bright sex trump card. Old Qin Fan became even more proud upon hearing this, saying you're allowed to hide your final moves. Why not let our sect have an additional genius? We call it strategy. Suddenly she gripped Duan Yu's hand, asking, have you all known about this for a long time? This Yi Qiao is actually a dual sword talisman cultivator. She did not know. Even the elders within the sect were unclear. Duan Yu put on a deceitful expression, thinking out how he beat her blooming every day and felt regret. If he had known, would he have ever beaten Yi Qiao? A talisman cultivator in the lower cultivation world is a treasure. Switching back to Yi Qiao, at this moment she was asking her senior brothers if they had encountered Han King on the way. Zhangxi pulled out a stone, saying, yes, I used a recording stone to record it. Next time on the forum we will see who does not admit it. I used 6 recording stones and can sell them for 10 high-grade spirit stones. Just hearing about a chance to get rich. Yi Qiao grabbed it, immediately demanding a share. Seeing this, Zhangxi helplessly asked based on what? She began to constantly recount her contributions. The person was found by me. Without me, could you have taken the picture? Zhangxi had to compromise. Fine. Then at that time I get 60% and you 40%. Yi Qiao, satisfied, shouted joyfully. Suddenly, Xu Yu patted Yi Qiao's shoulder and announced, I received news that Blue Water Sect and Moon King Sect are cooperating. City of Wind Sect is temporarily not cooperating. They are currently in 4th place, their lowest ranking ever. Hearing that, Yi Qiao speculated, then find Sword Inquiry Sect to cooperate. She touched her talisman and said, coincidentally I have some talismans that can be used to negotiate an alliance with them. Scene change, a sword light flew towards the blue-colored formation. The formation that had trapped the people of Sword Inquiry Sect for a long time had been broken by King Han. He looked at the formation before him, thinking this formation is considered broken. Suddenly, Xingji discovered that behind them someone was spying. Han patted King Han's shoulder and called him senior brother. It is people from Ever Bright Sect. Yi Qiao saw that they finally took notice. She then said, "Do not be agitated. This time I came to cooperate. I have the talismans given by the second senior brother. You are quite weak in breaking formations." King Hen knew she was hard to deal with. He went straight to the main point. "What do you want to do?" Yi Qiao said honestly, "You know the situation now, our Everbright sect prioritizes dealing with Moonlight sect. If I have the formation-breaking talismans, I can help you all escape this place." The two were spiritually connected, looking at each other for a long time. King Hen was silent for quite a while. Seeing his senior brother being troubled, Xingzhai spoke up indignantly, "Whatever you people intend, we will not agree." Before he could finish, King Han stopped him, saying, "Maybe we handle the second, and you handle the first." Hearing this, Xingzhai tried his best to dissuade him, asking why the great senior brother would agree with them. But the knave kid did not know that King Han, a wolf in sheep's clothing, was harboring a scheme, waiting until she used up all the formation-breaking talismans before dealing with her. Even then, it would not be too late. He was very pleased with this thought, because Cloud Sword sect had always ranked first. After the agreement, Yi Qiao and King Han immediately set off. Yi Qiao spoke up, saying that the safe path avoiding all the formations was all thanks to my second senior brother's talismans. Yi Qiao used Ming Xuan's reputation to boast. Second senior brother's techniques were indeed useful. King Han actually believed it, and he was unconvinced, thinking that even though Ming Xuan had been eliminated, his strength was still so formidable. King Han's expression turned gloomy. He speculated, could this be the difference between family backgrounds? In the observation area, although Ming Xuan was not fighting, her name was constantly brought up. She said helplessly, "If you all believe the devilish words of my junior sister, then I thank you for your high regard." As soon as Xingzhai heard this, he did not believe it. Is he that powerful? Could he really be eliminated? Zhang Shi, who had been dejected, flared up and shouted after hearing this, "He is truly annoying. I want to stab that purple-clad man to death with a single sword." Zhu Yu had to quickly stop him and tell him to calm down. Whether Xingzhi did not hear or was pretending not to, he turned back and added fuel to the fire. "What is the point of going there? What are you two useless fools making a fuss about?" At this point, Zhu Yu could not hold back any longer. He was ready to pull out a bottle of cyanide and said, "Fine, I will go poison him to death." Now Zhang Shi had to stop him. "Calm down a bit, Zhu Yu." Suddenly the sky began to pour rain. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding why it was raining at this time. Yi Qiao reached out her hand to catch the falling raindrops. She sensed a familiar taste, and the raindrops even felt warm when they fell. Was this not the acid rain from before she transmigrated into the book? Seeing this, King Han turned around and asked his junior brothers if anyone had brought defensive magic tools. Unexpectedly, the junior brothers answered in unison that they did not. They were poor. Faced with such honesty, King Han was speechless. He knew magic tools at Wind Edge Sect were too expensive, impossible to buy in this lifetime. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao pulled out a pot and put it on her head. She offered a creative idea, "How about you all wear a basin or a pot too?" Zhu Yu came closer and patted her pot a few times, asking, "Where did you get that?" Yi Qiao answered honestly, "Borrowed it from the kitchen." Then she asked, "I have 3 more, do you want them?" Upon hearing this, the senior brothers' eyes sparkled, and they said in unison that they did. And so, 4 pots were brought out to take shelter from the rain. The pot maker probably never imagined this scenario. Outside, everyone burst out laughing at the sight of the 4 pots in the rain. They laughed heartily and remarked that Yi Qiao, this time entering the secret realm, did not bring ordinary things, but brought everything else. The Cloud Sword sect disciples beside them were stunned into silence. The 4 people from Everbright sect applied the rule that as long as they were not embarrassed, others would be the ones embarrassed. They calmly wore their pots, which annoyed Yi King and He Er, thinking it was far too ugly. But considering it from one angle, he also had to admit it seemed quite useful. Then King Han put on a friendly expression and asked, "Do you have any more pots?" Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao said they were all gone. She admitted she did not buy in bulk, so why would she naturally bring so many pots into the secret realm? Outside the arena, watching his disciples perform, Qin Fan said, "Cloud Sword sect and Moonlight sect are both using spiritual power to resist the corrosive rain. This path consumes spiritual power. It is not as good as learning from Yi Qiao and wearing a pot." He did not know that Yin Yin and Elder Wang had already swallowed a pile of hot peppers. Qin Fan smirked smugly, looking irritating, but they could only swallow their anger. After a while, the rain finally let up. Seeing the rain stop, Yi Qiao took the pot off her head and said, "We have reached the beast nest's lair." Then she turned around and told everyone, "The Moonlight sect people are definitely also heading this way." Hearing this, King Hen replied, "Moonlight sect is about to arrive. They have 3 talisman cultivators and 1 core formation stage sword cultivator." He said decisively to Xing Yun, "I will handle their sword cultivator. It will be faster if you are with me." Turned out King Han wanted to probe Xing Yun's strength, as he had never seen him make a move. Looking at Xing Yun's slender frame, frame, King Han had some guesses, and this was a perfect chance to see his swordsmanship. Thinking of this, his eyes sparkled like a puppy's. Xingyun looked back at him, not knowing what to say. Unexpectedly, Xingyun turned away, pretending to be dumb, and said, "I do not understand what you are saying." This sentence was like a bucket of cold water thrown on King Han. Hearing this, King Han was genuinely angered. He gritted his teeth and said, "We cooperate. Everbright Sect just needs to show good faith." Unexpectedly, Xingyun pulled Yi Qiao out to stand in front of him and said, "The good faith of our Everbright Sect is all right here." Xingyun was confident, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at King Han, wanting to convey the meaning of dual cultivation of sword and talisman. He did not know that King Han, upon seeing Yi Qiao, had already been holding back a lot. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yi Qiao had to speak up. "Do not be angry, we can help." "Okay." She confidently showed her attitude. "Can you really not trust our Everbright Sect? We are all honest people." Thinking of this, Yi Qiao felt that the current script was all wrong. According to her memory in the novel, Yunku was always by the male lead's side. With her as the talisman cultivator, Cloud Sword Sect would have smooth sailing. Now Moonlight Sect had been messed up by her interference to the extreme, and Han King was so furious he drove Yunku away, causing her not to be beside King Han like in the original work. Suddenly Xu Yu moved close to her and whispered, "Are we really helping Han King? Do you believe that after dealing with Moonlight Sect, King Han will come after us?" Yi Qiao knew her senior brother was worried, so she turned and said, "It is fine. It is not like I am a good person anyway." On the other side, Yunku was walking together with the Moonlight Sect group. They were venturing deeper and deeper into the secret realm. Just at that moment, they came face to face with another group of people. As soon as he saw them, Han King realized these two sects had joined forces. He wondered, had Cloud Sword Sect not always refused to ally with weak sects? His junior brother spoke up, "King Han wants to rely on the talismans Ming Xuan left behind to have an advantage in the secret realm. These brainless sword cultivators, who knows what they are so worked up about all day?" Outside, everyone witnessed Su Chuo's words. They found it unfair and said, "He calls others brainless, yet just a few days ago, he was the one captured and locked up." And Yin heard every single harsh word perfectly. He thought, Yi Qiao is a dual cultivator, which is different from those brainless sword cultivators. If she had stayed from the start, Moonlight Sect would have had 2 sword cultivators, 5 talisman cultivators, one of them being a dual cultivator. These words were like a mockery of his selfishness. Yin knew it but could not argue, only able to endure it silently. Finally, for the sake of face, he had to say, "It is only a mid-grade spiritual root. Even if she is a dual cultivator, she is still just a novice." Elder Zhao heard this and retorted, making him freeze in shock, "Are your high-grade spiritual roots not the ones at the bottom? Having a high-grade root does not change the fact that you all came in last." On this side, King Han also spotted the Moonlight Sect group. He shouted out a name, Han King, and then drew his sword, flying forward. King Han blocked their path and said, wanting to take the lead, "Do not even dream about it." Seeing his threat, Han King was not one to back down either, immediately mobilizing his spiritual power. Their 2 streams of spiritual energy clashed, creating harsh sounds. Both fought with increasing fervor, neither willing to yield. They had moved too far from their original starting position. The wind they created was no different from a storm. Yi Qiao had to struggle hard to withstand it. She silently assessed that the power of the 2 golden cores was truly too strong, making it difficult even to breathe. Suddenly, Xingyun, standing behind her, dispersed his spiritual power to envelop Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao dazedly turned her head to look at her senior brother. She happily thanked her senior brother, because with his pressure shielding her, she felt much more comfortable. After that, she quickly retreated behind her senior brothers and asked them to block for a bit. The girl busied herself doing something behind them. Yi Qiao circulated her energy, focusing her spiritual power into her palms. Her hands moved gracefully. Each finger led a stream of spiritual energy. Yi Qiao shouted, "Solidify formation," and a golden formation immediately appeared around the 4 senior brothers and sisters. The people outside were surprised again and again, exclaiming to each other that Yi Qiao had set up a formation herself. She had secretly deployed it as soon as she arrived, truly trapping herself. Outside, the sounds of weapons from King Han and Han King continued without cease. At this moment, Han King finally noticed Yi Qiao's birdcage-like formation, wondering why she hadn't trapped the people of Changming Sect inside. Han King thought hard but couldn't understand. Could this be the confinement formation that Su Chuo had dropped? Yi Qiao took advantage of the mechanism where those outside couldn't see inside, shouting that if we can't get out, what should we do? The girl helplessly cried for help, begging someone to save them, causing Han King and King Han to immediately stop their fight. But both thought the same, who cared about those people. Seeing the plan succeed, Yi Qiao smugly said to let them fight. After their energy is exhausted, we break the formation and collect the rewards. After a while, King Han and Han King fought until they were exhausted, panting heavily. Finally, they had to stop fighting to catch their breath. Yi Qiao, like an audience watching a show, commented that King Han was weak, beaten by Han King until he couldn't get close. Su Yu mimicked her expression, saying talisman users are still formidable, and decided to be nice to Mingzhuan from now on. Seeing this, Yi Qiao stood up quickly, urging everyone that the solidifying formation has no killing power, it's about to disappear, get ready to help King Han. Then a water stain began to appear on the formation. The water stain slowly cracked, causing the entire formation to dissipate. Xingyun said everyone go deal with Song Hanqing. He calmly assigned tasks, Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi go deal with the others. Having said that, Xingyun stepped in front of Han King, declaring I'm serious now. But Xingyun seemed to feel something was wrong and immense pressure. Suddenly, Xingyun sheathed his sword. He trotted away, saying he was fooling that man. Han King had lived so long but was fooled for the first time, unable to call Xingyun back. This guy retreated without fighting. The two of them were like children playing tag. Xingyun even made funny faces to anger Han King. The latter cursed him to stop running if he dared. On the other side, Yi Qiao was targeted by Su Chuo. He said sorry, no longer considering past ties. He summoned a talisman and threw it towards Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao quickly dodged her head to one side, avoiding the attack. Unexpectedly, another talisman appeared, sticking firmly onto Yi Qiao's shoulder. That talisman was like a boulder pressing on her back, making Yi Qiao unable to move. Su Chuo successfully subdued her, reached out to take the token, excitedly looking at the girl he had controlled. Su Chuo didn't expect Yi Qiao could still move, even kicking him once. He stepped back, surprised, asking why. Su Chuo lay on the ground trembling, asking clearly it was my paralysis talisman. How can you still move? Yi Qiao took the chance to grab his token, saying why are there so many whys? After taking it, Yi Qiao happily looked at the token in her hand, showing a satisfied smile. At this moment, Su Chuo began to act weak, begging second senior sister. She crushed the token without any mercy, then coldly said sorry, I too won't consider past ties. On this side, Yi King couldn't take it anymore, so he asked the two if they were done yet. Han King and Xingyun had been chasing each other all this time, now finally tired, standing there panting heavily. Just at that moment, a flying sword shot over. King Han pressed his sword against Han King's neck. He viciously said, crush it yourself or we help you. Han King thought fearfully if eliminated, Moonlight Sect could still be third. Powerlessly, Han King took the token, telling himself this competition has proven Moonlight Sect. I am indifferent now. Then Han King crushed the token without any hesitation. Near Zhang Shi, the task was also completed. He had crushed another token. Done, he didn't forget to report back that this side was finished too. The Moonlight Sect people were trembling like headless snakes. Yi Qiao looked at them thinking now only Yun Kui remains. The four of them called Yun Kui's name in unison, then together looked towards her. Yi Qiao quickly grasped the battlefield situation. She swung her staff and charged straight at Yun Kui. Just as she was about to hit, King Han stepped in to block with his sword. The two weapons clashed with a sharp ring. King Han glared at Yi Qiao with a cold gaze, declaring she was not to be harmed. Outwardly loyal, he inwardly calculated that the weak-minded Yun Kui was easily manipulated and a good choice for a guide talisman, while the Changming sect members had lost their use. Knave Yun Kui stood behind King Han, completely unaware of his intentions, and instead was moved to call out senior sister Yi. Zhang Shai appeared, taunting King Han that turning on people after using them was not right, making him somewhat uneasy. King Han replied without hesitation, blaming their own stupidity. Yi Qiao did not want to waste words on such people, so she activated the four-direction formation. Instantly, King Han and the Wenjian sect group were affected by the talisman, bound tightly by chains. The Wenjian sect members cursed loudly in dissatisfaction, claiming the Changming sect resorted to sneak attacks when they could not handle the fight. Some wondered if the Changming sect only had one talisman cultivator, and she had already been eliminated. King Han turned his head and was startled to see Yi Qiao with a triumphant expression, her hand still maintaining the talisman technique. It was then King Han realized with shock that Yi Qiao was a talisman cultivator. Re-evaluating everything, he understood why the Changming sect members remained calm after Mingxuan left, and why she had enough power to cooperate. Yi Qiao laughed delightedly like a victor. She lifted her chin and retorted King Han's earlier words, blaming their own stupidity. Immediately after, her attitude changed. She grew serious and pointed her staff straight at Yun Kui, declaring she was the next target. Yun Kui was terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. But Yun Kui still forced herself, threatening loudly that if her second senior sister insisted on targeting her, she should not blame Yun Kui for being rude. She too began setting up a formation, raising both hands. The formation gradually appeared around Yun Kui, causing her clothes to flutter in the wind. Yi Qiao was not to be outdone. She also cast a corresponding formation, calculating carefully in her mind. She thought to herself, since Yun Kui's formation was ready, so would hers be. At that moment, Yi Qiao's formation was unleashed with a thud. As she cast it, Yi Qiao calmly asked Yun Kui if she had ever experienced the power of two formations combined. It was then Yun Kui suddenly realized that combining two formations would create an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, and colliding them could only result in an explosion. The light from the two formations colliding stunned the group bound by chains. Before they could steady themselves, a huge explosion occurred. The blast knocked the entire Wenjian sect group, King Han and Yun Kui, to the ground. Yunqi lay on the ground coughing harshly. Seeing all her opponents severely injured, Yi Qiao waved her hand and ordered their command tokens crushed quickly. During the day, on the ancient battlefield in the quiet scene, a voice announced that all members of Wenjian Sect and Yu King Sect had been eliminated. Miao Yan heard this and froze, exclaiming that it was only the third day and both sects were already completely wiped out, wondering what had happened. At that moment in the competition observation area, a crowd gathered, chatting animatedly. A few men theorized that two formations combined would be like two furnaces stacked together, bound to explode. They concluded Yi Qiao used this method to eliminate the Wenjian Sect direct disciples, and could not help but admiringly call her the strongest disciple of her generation. Su Chuo approached Han King, saying the formation Yi Qiao used belonged to Yu King Sect. Han King frowned angrily, suspecting she had learned it secretly before leaving the sect. After speaking, Han King felt confused again. No, when he met Yi Qiao in the secret realm before, she was very weak. So could she have started learning only after receiving the mental cultivation method and talisman books from the inner sect? But it had only been half a year. Han King looked towards Yun Yin, silently calculating that he would have to discuss Yi Qiao's matter with his master after the competition ended. Back on the ancient battlefield, Yi Qiao stood looking at the injured Yun Kui lying on the ground. Yun Kui trembled as she asked how she dared to secretly learn the sect's formations. Yi Qiao spread her hands, calmly replying that she had been an inner sect disciple. Learning a few formations was normal. In her heart, she thought she would rather die than admit she studied the talisman books at midnight. She had to appear as if everything was above board. Unexpectedly, a large pit appeared right before Yi Qiao. The senior brothers and Yi Qiao curiously approached the edge of the pit. Zhangxi analyzed that a pit this big did not seem to be caused by a formation explosion, but rather looked like someone had dug it beforehand. Suddenly, Zhangxi got excited and laughed loudly, mentioning a rumor in the cultivation world that throwing someone you hate into a pit could curse them, then enthusiastically suggested trying it on their master. Zhu Yu was dumbfounded, while Yi Qiao generously said if it were Yun Yin, she would have a way to deal with him. Group discussed carelessly, unaware that outside, three people were furious at their words. The elders of Changming Sect frowned and gritted their teeth, helplessly exclaiming, "Those rebellious disciples." Zhangxi excitedly proposed throwing him down to sea, and Yi Qiao happily agreed. Zhu Yu looked at the two with suspicion, while the grand senior brother tried to sneak away. The two of them skipped hand in hand towards the pit. Zhu Yu quickly grabbed Xing Yun, who was about to escape, sighed helplessly and said, "Grand senior brother, we should go too." The whole group stepped down into the deep pit. In the pitch-black darkness, Zhangxi trembled and cried out that it was too dark, followed by a pained yelp. Yi Qiao quickly created a fire talisman to see the situation. The firelight. Zhu Yu glanced at Zhangxi and coldly asked if he was alright. Zhangxi had bumped his head and blood was flowing. At the same time, something whisked past. Zhangxi, holding his head, pointed in the direction it went. Yi Qiao was suspicious, while Zhu Yu said it was just an illusion. Only after everyone had spoken did Xing Yun speak up, saying it was a demon beast. Hearing his senior brother say it was a demon beast, Zhangxi ignored his bleeding head, fiercely drew his sword, and announced he would take care of it. He was brimming with fighting spirit when Zhu Yu interrupted, advising him to stop the bleeding first. The group was about to charge forward when Yi Qiao raised her hand to stop them, telling them to wait, and to leave a few female demon beasts. Zhangxi, wiping blood, asked in confusion why only females should be left. Yi Qiao did not answer immediately. She turned to look at Zhu Yu with an amused expression and asked if the second senior brother had any heat-inducing pills. Zhu Yu blushed, hugged himself, and asked back if she was too boy-crazy. Yi Qiao's face darkened as she walked over and knocked hard on his head, scolding him for being the pervert. She then explained that female demon beasts, once in heat, would emit a scent to attract males, and they could be used as bait. Zhu Yu nodded in understanding, saying it seemed feasible, but that he was an orthodox alchemist. Zhu Yu thought more and frowned, worrying that if his old man found out he learned heat-inducing pellets after joining the sect, he would be furious. Thinking of something, Yi Qiao suddenly raised one finger. He looked normal on the outside, but inside he laughed cunningly and replied, 1 million. Zhangxi beside him looked at Zhu Yu with some confusion. At this moment, no one knew where he had pulled out a large, gleaming golden furnace, sat upright and focused on studying books, and loudly reminded everyone, "Shh, be quiet." After thinking for a moment, Zhu Yu raised his hand to imitate Yi Qiao and said clearly, "I understand, it's better to prepare more." Then he set to work. During the day at the competition observation area, the crowd curiously asked each other what their 1 million was. Suddenly someone speculated it must be related to the secrets of Ming Sect. Another person added, "Speaking of which, if Patriarch Shu finds out about Zhu Yu making lust elixir, he will definitely be scolded." Time passed quickly and incense stick's time had gone by. Many demon beast carcasses lay scattered on the ground. Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi panted heavily as they looked at these demon beasts. Yi Qiao suppressed a smile and said, "Ahem, the effect of the lust elixir is really good, attracting so many demon beasts." Zhu Yu pulled out the ranking board. He was still 300 short to surpass Moon King Sect and take first place. If they went back along the old path, their position would be more secure. Zhang Shi hesitantly offered an opinion, but since they were already there, why not continue forward and see? Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi's eyes sparkled as they simultaneously raised their boards in agreement, while Xing Yun sighed warily and looked around, knowing his opinion didn't matter. Zhu Yu felt helpless, glanced and touched the surrounding cliff walls to find clues. This type of stone probably wasn't struck by cultivators of the 5 sects, but looked like stone from the demon realm territory. At the same time, Xing Yun spotted a door and immediately called out, "There's a door here." Yi Qiao shot forward like an express train. Yi Qiao observed the door covered in countless strange symbols. She impatiently reached out to touch it, hoping to find a clue. Zhu Yu behind her saw this and warned, "Don't touch it carelessly, it looks dangerous at first glance." Xing Yun behind them also slowly reached his hand toward the door. Xing Yun seemed compelled. He wiped his hand across it and muttered nonstop, "Wrong, too ugly." After speaking, he didn't hesitate and quickly swept his hand to erase all the symbols on the door. The audience watching laughed uproariously, telling each other to give up because they were never normal, finding the viewing angle of Ming Sect's inner disciples quite amusing. Contrary to the audience laughing their heads off, the 3 elders of Ming Sect all hid their faces, looking extremely embarrassed. At that moment, Ming Xuan outside angrily bit his clothes and growled, "Hateful, I want to go play with them too." Han King sat opposite and looked at Ming Xuan with a contemptuous gaze, truly asking for death. Han King had been teleported to the observation area behind Ming Xuan. Ming Xuan smiled leisurely. "I thought it was a pig squealing. Turns out it's the genius of Moon King Sect. You and Question King Sect have both been eliminated, yet you still have the mind to care about us." Struck by Ming Xuan at his sore spot, Han King gritted his teeth and warned, "Don't go too far." Someone from Moon King Sect behind angrily said, "Is no one going to fight him with me?" The person next to him sighed and advised, "We'll get points deducted, calm down." Back in the cave's secret realm, a map appeared in front of Yi Qiao. She curiously asked, "What is this?" Xing Yun raised his eyes, thought, and then replied, "A bit like a medium for maintaining a secret realm." Zhang Shi's eyes lit up with excitement. Spiritual energy to activate a secret realm must be good stuff. What if we take it? Xing Yun felt helpless towards this 4th junior brother. No one has tried it before. Zhu Yu stared at the map and added, "Let's try it later." Suddenly, a blue light pillar appeared near where Yi Qiao was standing. From within it came a voice calling out, "Little girl." Yi Qiao was startled and frowned, turning her head to look around and hesitantly said, "A ghost." Zhu Yu and Zhang Xi both shook their heads and replied in unison, "I don't believe it." Yi Qiao turned her head angrily, "You dare to mock my words." Xing Yun glanced toward the source of the sound and said in a low voice, "Be serious, show that old man some respect." Yi Qiao refused to accept and retorted sarcastically, "Senior brother's respect is calling him an old man?" Then the 4 of them all turned to look at the light pillar like a formation, inside which a man was imprisoned. The man trembled and said, "Little girl, I've been trapped in here for decades." Yi Qiao listened attentively and the man continued, "I didn't expect to finally wait for someone." He clenched his hands, tears in his eyes as he begged, "You're a talisman cultivator, right? Follow my method, and once we get out, I will repay you." At this moment Zhu Yu frowned warily and stepped forward to shield Yi Qiao. She was startled and didn't understand what was happening. He thought to himself, this old man is probably of the demon race. Yi Qiao stuck her face out from behind her senior brother and said, "But I'm just a basic early stage cultivator." The man in the light pillar laughed it off. "I can teach you how to open the formation. It's very simple." But he thought to himself, were the standards of inner disciples in the cultivation world now so low, or was she a special genius? He sighed and began to demonstrate. Yi Qiao watched closely, and when he finished, she said, "I've seen it." She silently memorized it, then thought, many cultivators outside were watching. If she learned this heretical technique and went out, she would be punished. But if she just memorized it to learn later, they wouldn't know. The man's eyes sparkled with expectation as he asked, "Have you learned it?" He smiled cunningly with satisfaction. Trapped for 100 years without seeing anyone, his soul was nearly dissipating. If he escaped, he would immediately seize the body and nurture his demon god. Yi Qiao waved her hand and shook her head repeatedly. "Too difficult, can't learn it. Why don't you change to a simpler method?" The man was angry but still nodded. Fine, fine. He thought to himself, I'll endure it. Back in the observation area, Han King thought smugly. Such a simple formation breaking method, and Yi Qiao couldn't learn it. It seemed she couldn't be as good at formations as Moon King's sect within half a year. Half an hour later, the man asked impatiently, "Have you learned it yet?" Yi Qiao slowly gave a perfunctory reply while still fiddling and calculating with her hands. "Almost got it." Then she asked further, "You really can't get out?" Man pretended to be pained. "That's right, little girl." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiao smiled brightly and narrowed her eyes. "If you can't get out, then I'm relieved." The man stared in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Yi Qiao's senior brothers also stared at her with wide eyes. While everyone was still dazed, she quickly grabbed the map scroll. Without any explanation, Yi Qiao smiled brightly, turned around, and skipped away, not forgetting to shout loudly, "Let's go." Everyone was far away, but the man still yelled angrily, "Come back, you come back." He cursed in his heart, hateful, tricked by a little girl. "It seems my fate ends here." At this moment, the secret realm shook and swayed as if it were about to collapse. The bewildered Action spoke, could the secret realm have ended early? With doubt in his heart, what unexpected event had occurred after all? Hengdao's senior brother read the ranking. Yu King Sect still topped with 4,300 points, Changming Sect was second with 4,000, and Chengfeng Sect was third with 2,200. Qin Huai laughed upon hearing this, saying Yu King Sect was eliminated. Changming Sect only needed to wait a few days to be certain of first place. Unfortunately, they did not expect the secret realm to close early. Thinking of that, his face showed excitement. He crushed the token to leave, then quickly complied. Following were Heng Dao and the Chengfeng Sect senior brothers. Sounds of tokens breaking rang out one after another. On Yi Qiao's side, the space shook violently. She stopped speaking breathlessly, not expecting taking the scroll away would cause this place to collapse. Glancing around, Yi Qiao asked how many more monsters did we lack to be first? Xu Yu looked at the cards and calculated, replying 300 more. Chengfeng Sect and Bishui Sect had left. Only the four of us remained in the secret realm. Yi Qiao was energized upon hearing this, raising her treasure weapon excitedly. Only 300 left. She smiled brightly and shouted to the senior brothers, "Then we just need to fight enough." "Just right, I want to try the second chapter of Kingfeng Art." Xing Yun folded his arms in thought. Oh, she wants to learn the second chapter of Kingfeng Art. Turning around, Xing Yun saw the herd of demon beasts right ahead. They came just in time. Without further ado, he advanced toward the demon beasts, saying as he walked, "Little senior sister wants to learn the second chapter." Then watch this, his hands already ready to unleash the move. Xing Yun leaped up, striking a move at the demon beasts. Yi Qiao watched attentively. His move was powerful and decisive, finally sweeping away the herd of demon beasts. After a round of dealing with them, Xing Yun sheathed his sword, slowly advancing forward. At this time, all around him were scattered rocks from the move's aftereffects. That was the second chapter of Kingfeng Art. Finishing the move, he turned his head and asked Yi Qiao, "See that?" Yi Qiao and Zhangxi's eyes lit up. They clapped repeatedly, admiringly saying, "So impressive." At the observation area, Elder Duan Yu frowned and said they were crazy, worrying inwardly that the secret realm was about to collapse, yet they stayed there comprehending sword techniques. After being demonstrated by Xing Yun, Yi Qiao calmed her mind, closed her eyes, and recalled every move. She thought deeply, her hand tightly gripping the sword art diagram. Having someone demonstrate firsthand really was different. She confidently advanced before the ferocious demon beast, thinking in her mind, "I have comprehended it." Without hesitation, she charged straight at the demon beast while it also prepared to attack. Yi Qiao swung a very powerful blow at the demon beast. She slowly executed the move she had just learned, her hand gathering a strong force. She unleashed the move continuously, sparks and lightning exploding in succession. After a while, she sheathed her sword, having just performed the second chapter of Kingfeng Art. At the same time, Xu Yu shouted, "That's enough, we are first place." Yi Qiao smiled contentedly, took out her token and crushed it, saying, "Then let's hurry and leave." The three Changming Sect elders finally dared to sit down and sigh in relief, inwardly thinking these kids were finally coming out. Bishui Sect elder gently praised, "It had been a long time since I saw personal disciples so brave. The vast secret realm would not collapse that quickly." Just as Yi Qiao and her teammates were teleported out, the crowd could not help shouting loudly, "Yi Qiao is out." The noisy crowd calling her name left her stunned. Yi Qiao. Some excitedly ran over to surround her, giving flowers and gifts, even trying to befriend her, saying they had heard of her fame. Just coming out, Yi Qiao was a bit dazed by everyone's enthusiasm, not knowing what to do. Amid the excitement, a loud scolding suddenly came from behind, who collapsed the secret realm, startling Yi Qiao. Four siblings were about to quietly slip away when Elder Wang angrily roared, "Yi Qiao, Xu Yu, Zhangxi, and Xing Yun." Elder Wang's eyes were bloodshot, his anger soaring as he cursed, "The four of you get out here, pay compensation." The more he thought, the more aggrieved he felt. If not for Yi Qiao, the 10,000 Sword Sect would not have finished last in the second competition, an unprecedented event in 1,000 years. Qin Fan walked over from afar to mediate. Sooner or later the secret realm would close. Paying compensation would hurt the atmosphere. Elder Wang did not say another word, raising his hand to block in front of Qin Fan. "Stop, there is no good atmosphere between me and Changming Sect." Elder Wang questioned Qin Fan, "Do you know how dangerous an early secret realm closure is? Pay up." Qin Fan forced back his hard atch with a pitiful expression, took out a money pouch and handed it over, saying just give money, right? Elder Wang did not stand on ceremony, snatched the money pouch, secretly delighted but pretending to be indifferent. That is acceptable for now. At the same time as Yi Qiao was discussing the secret realm matter with her siblings, a loud call of her name was heard. The call drew attention. She and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. At this time, Han King approached with a sulky expression and asked, "When did you learn formation techniques?" Yi Qiao thought it was nothing, stuffed her mouth, casually replied, "Learned a few months ago. From now on call me a humble genius, thank you." Suddenly, she smugly approached Han King, holding a magical artifact, saying, "Remember to speak more politely to the first place winner of the second competition." Nighttime at the Sect's lodgings. Yi Qiao collapsed onto the bed sighing, so tired, finally get to rest. Suddenly, the chick rushed out from somewhere and bumped into her. Seeing the chick holding its beak up arrogantly, Yi Qiao's eyes sparkled as she praised, "Oh KFC, you have gotten prettier after a few days of not seeing you. Not wasted effort raising you." Just as Yi Qiao put the chick down, it approached the scroll, curiously examining it, chirping. Seeing this, she explained, then reached for the scroll. "This is a scroll from the secret realm. I have not studied it yet." Out of curiosity, she decided to take the scroll and go find the senior brothers to ask about it. Incense sticks time after she found the senior brothers. In Zhu Yu's room, the scroll on the table had the chick beside it. He said he had seen this spiritual energy in a book. It is probably the Shanghai map ranked 3rd. When Yi Qiao held the guqin, he crossed his arms and frowned, saying that the mysterious key was very useful, and he heard that within the scroll there was a painting that could trap an enemy in memories. Hearing this miraculous function, Yi Qiao's eyes lit up, and she eagerly said she wanted to try entering it. She was determined to try, instructing that if she fell into a stupor, to kick her once. Zhu Yu happily nodded, radiating an aura of reliability. He quickly unrolled the scroll and read aloud the name Mountains and Rivers painting. Yi Qiao was immediately enveloped by streams of light from the scroll. She fell to the ground abruptly. As she slowly woke up, she felt something was off. Before her eyes appeared a shimmering, translucent door. She was full of curiosity. What was this? Pushing the door lightly, she saw a girl typing diligently on a computer, and was shocked to realize this was the place where before her transmigration, she used to stay up late designing. She jolted awake from the nightmare, still haunted by it in her mind. It was truly terrifying. Seeing her awake, Zhu Yu quickly asked what she saw, while her spirit was still collapsing. Zhu Yu secretly wondered. The little junior sister entered and immediately woke up. Could the spirit key ranked in the top 3 be so useless? Yi Qiao covered her face and sighed, saying she saw a life of proletarian slavery. Zhu Yu became even more confused, not knowing what she was talking about, but was already used to it. Calming her mind, Yi Qiao resolutely tried again, saying she probably didn't open it correctly before. Zhu Yu nodded. Zhu Yu again opened the scroll and chanted the incantation. A few seconds later, Yi Qiao saw a fat man scolding her painting as terrible, saying it had no theme and to paint it again. Immediately she jolted awake, so much so that even Zhu Yu was startled. Zhu Yu sighed and held the scroll, thinking that this spirit key was indeed useless. By this time it was late at night, the courtyard was eerily silent. Yi Qiao sighed, ran her hand over the scroll, then pushed it toward Zhu Yu, saying to throw it away. She lowered her head, somewhat reluctant but helpless, saying that this mountains and rivers embroidery should stay far away from her. Zhu Yu was still full of questions. Yi Qiao broke out in a cold sweat, never expecting this painting to make her remember her entire modern life, but she felt no nostalgia. Just then, Zhangxi pushed open the door and barged in. Zhu Yu had barely glanced when Zhangxi excitedly called out little junior sister, 3rd senior brother. Zhangxi proudly pointed at himself, saying that he and the 2nd senior brother had grilled meat in the yard and was inviting everyone over. Putting aside the matter of the scroll, the 3 went out to the yard, gathered together to grill meat and chat. The fresh, delicious skewers of meat, steaming hot and just cooked, were arranged on plates, still sizzling enticingly. Zhangxi and Yi Qiao ate excitedly without stopping, holding skewers of meat full of greed. Ning Xuan ate while staring intently at Xing Yun standing behind Zhu Yu, urgently asking if it wasn't done yet, saying Brother Wei was hungry. The fragrant aroma of grilled meat from their group drifted far away, reaching the residences of other sects. Han King inhaled the breeze carrying the meat's aroma, silently exclaiming in his mind how fragrant. He and Su Chua were drinking tea and eating fruit, and he casually asked what was happening nearby. Su Chua replied it was said they were celebrating. Seduced by the meat's aroma, Su Chua couldn't help but drool, walking toward the fragrance, thinking it smelled so good. Han King also coughed awkwardly, saying, "Let's go check the neighboring sect," walking with a wry smile. Soon Han King and Su Chuchua approached Yi Qiao's place, and she also noticed the arrivals. Immediately she turned around and said loudly, "If you want to eat, pay up first." The 2 people behind were startled. Han King reached out holding an item and said 3 spirit stones, thinking that since he had already come, he couldn't back out over a few spirit stones. He quickly sat down next to Yi Qiao, reluctantly handing it over, but she had already snatched it away swiftly. Zhangxi took a few skewers of meat and walked over to Han King, saying, "I can't eat any more here, take these." Zhu Yu also generously stepped up and offered his food, saying mine are for you too. And King looked at the plate full of food, his eyes gleaming, involuntarily swallowing his saliva. Half an hour later, many skewers of meat were still on the plate, not yet eaten by him. He ate until his stomach was round and full, lying on the chair rubbing his belly in satisfaction. Yikiao stared at Han King, puzzled, asking, "You're done eating, so why haven't you left yet?" Han King sat up with a start, frowned, and replied, "What are you shooing me for? Don't you see there's still food on my plate?" Yikiao asked in disbelief, "You plan to eat all that here, can you even finish it?" Han King looked at her as if she were an idiot. After saying this, he turned his back and walked away, holding the plate of food, thinking smugly that the people of Eternal Brilliance Sect would never trick him out of his money again. Waiting for Han King to walk far away, Ming Xuan wondered what was wrong with him. Yikiao followed up, sighing that he had changed a lot lately. Shang-Chi heard this and immediately raised his hand holding his chin, putting on a puzzled and innocent look. Yikiao and the KFV sitting on her head immediately turned to mercilessly snatch the spotlight, saying he was more brain dead. After that, on the way back to her room, Yikiao coincidentally saw Qin Fan, and she quickly stepped forward to greet him. He nodded and then said there was good news, and one piece of news that was neither good nor bad. "Which one do you all want to hear?" Yikiao quickly asked what the good news was, Elder. Qin Fan replied that the good news was the secret realm wouldn't activate until 2 months later, so they could rest easy. Hearing this, Yikiao and the others cheered happily. Everyone's eyes crinkled with smiles as they jumped up in celebration and clapped. After a pause, Ming Xuan asked the elder what the news that was neither good nor bad was. In the still night, head elder Qin slowly answered that someone had entrusted a mission to the 5 sects. These 2 months they might not get to rest. Their joy had barely lasted before hearing this. They all froze, their expressions full of fear and panic. Ming Xuan resolutely shook his head, saying they wouldn't accept any mission that required the 5 sects to step in. They didn't do bad things. Qin Fan squinted his eyes and smiled mysteriously, speaking vaguely that this time's reward. Then he emphasized it was a chaos pearl, the image of a pearl with earth-shattering power appearing in their minds. Both Ming Xuan and Zhu Yu were astonished when they realized it was the chaos pearl. Zhu Yu thought further. This pearl was the creation that initiated heaven and earth, said to carry the karmic opportunity left by the heavenly Tao. Qin Fan stepped forward and smilingly patted Zhang Shi on the shoulder, saying this was a mission entrusted by the city lord of Cloudwater City. He encouraged everyone, saying the demon race had been making big moves recently, and whoever solved the problem would get the pearl. Then he looked at Yikiao, telling her to stay, which stunned Zhang Shi, who was standing beside the elder. Zhang Shi was unwilling, pointing at Yikiao, who was covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, asking why she got to stay. Qin Fan, upon hearing this, immediately sneered, asking him back if he had a foundational spell. Ming Xuan heard this and saw an opportunity. He stepped forward in front of the elder, raising his hand to say he had a top-grade foundational spell. But Qin Fan frowned and bellowed, telling him he had to go too, and not to make excuses. Yikiao stood beside them smiling brightly, comforting the senior brothers, telling them to rest assured she would remember them. She squinted with a smile, clasped her hands flatteringly, saying that even if her body wasn't going, her soul would always be with them. Qin Fan nodded. While she was happy, Yikiao heard Qin Fan say she wouldn't be free either, and her face immediately darkened. He said he had already found the little grandmaster to train her reaction speed and formation magic. At that moment, a man appeared near them, yawning while covering his mouth as he walked, his expression nonchalant. He was Shi Chuxu, the peak master of the Talisman Peak, his face listless as he wiped his tears and said he had arrived. Though not yet fully awake, he tried to act spirited, introducing himself as their little grandmaster, Shi Chuxu. He quickly came before Zhang Shi, asking if he was Yikiao. Zhang Shi was bewildered. Shi Chuxu pinched Zhang Shi's cheek, smiling as he said he looked dumb but still managed to get top ranking. Zhang Shi was helpless. Yikiao was shocked, frowning as she asked if he was blind. Did her name sound like a man's? Ming Xuan stepped forward awkwardly to comfort her, saying the little grandmaster had been mentally deficient for years, and even the master ignored him. Hearing this, Yikiao felt even more helpless. Zhang Shi rubbed his red cheek, pointing at Yikiao and saying she was the one he was looking for. Only then did Shi Chuxu realize he had mistaken the person. Shi Chuxu forced a smile, patting his head and stubbornly saying he already knew. He was just waiting for someone earlier. Seeing the time had come, Qin Fan frowned and coughed to remind them to set off quickly. He instructed Xing Yun and the 4 others to go to Cloudwater City, and if they encountered danger, to crush the Jade Slip. Before leaving, Ming Xuan reminded the dazed Yikiao that the little grandmaster was very wicked, and she should stay away. Zhu Yu sighed and told her to be at ease. As soon as Ming Xuan's group left, Shi Chuxu immediately approached Yikiao. Before she could react, he snapped his fingers. A formation appeared beneath the feet of the two, and Shi Chuxu announced lightly that they should finish early so he could go back to sleep. He smiled harmlessly with squinting eyes, his hands forming a seal as he asked if she was ready. Not giving Yi Qiao a chance, the formation began. Before her eyes appeared a massive pillar of light along with lightning bolts, and she was stunned, asking why there was Sword Kai. Her mind in turmoil, she panicked and started crying, about to turn and run, screaming that there were fireballs and not to come near. Shi Chuxu looked at her and sneered, saying he saw some memory stones. It seemed she liked beating up enemies. As Yi Qiao dodged a fireball while yelling, he continued saying if she met someone with faster reactions, she would be suppressed. The attack stopped. Yi Qiao's body was covered in wounds, tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. She looked at the Grandmaster, who continued speaking. So, Shi Chuxu smiled with squinting eyes, took out a talisman, and said, "Let us continue." Yi Qiao was dumbfounded, her face pitiful, tears streaming down. A loud explosion rang out. Only the sound could be heard, but the person was not seen. The one-sided battle continued once more. The next morning, sunlight shone brightly across the courtyard. Yi Qiao's body was full of injuries, tears still lingering, struggling to get up, thinking that at least she found the array eye to get out. The little Grandmaster still had a bit of conscience. She closed her eyes, not daring to think of what would have happened if she hadn't. She wouldn't have lasted 3 days. As she wallowed in self-pity, the Grandmaster came out from behind, stretching and yawning widely. He nodded, smiling as he praised her for getting out quite quickly. Yi Qiao turned back to look at him with grievance, dazed and uncomprehending. Grandmaster raised his hand to set up another formation. She struggled to pull his clothes, tears falling as she spoke pitifully. She pleaded while grabbing Shi Chuxu's hand, begging him not to continue, asking if Ming Xuan had suffered the same. Shi Chuxu smiled innocently and answered yes. Hearing the answer, Yi Qiao despaired and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Shi Chuxu was puzzled. No way, just this much. Ming Xuan and Su Yu from before were tougher. He recalled a fond memory. At that time he was too happy, so he researched ways to roast kids' butts. The image of Ming Xuan wrapped tightly like a silkworm cocoon hanging from a tree, crying loudly. Shi Chuxu rubbed his chin and smiled triumphantly, thinking that was a precious memory. Just then Qin Fan appeared and saw Yi Qiao lying motionless, immediately alarmed. Without asking anything, he raised his hand and hit Shi Chuxu hard on the head, bellowing to ask what he had done to his disciple. Shi Chuxu had a big bump on his head, laughing it off as he said she was fine. Yi Qiao weakly lifted her eyes to look, tears glistening as she asked the little Grandmaster if he had a teleportation talisman. She bit her lip with determination, thinking she wanted to go find the eldest senior brother. She didn't want to learn formations in this life anymore. Shi Chuxu calmly said there was no teleportation talisman, but she could use the warp array. He smiled as he presented his reasoning, saying that while the warp array took time, it could send many people at once. Having said that, his face turned serious as he cast the warp array and asked Yi Qiao if she wanted to learn, he would teach her. Yi Qiao was bewildered and let out a cry as the warp array had already enveloped her feet. She frowned with both dissatisfaction and fear, crying out no. Shi Chuxu activated the warp array, and she was shot straight up into the sky, no trace of her to be seen. Qin Fan behind him was also stunned. Qin Fan's face darkened as he looked at Shi Chuxu, who was smiling harmlessly, his heart full of anger. A second later, Shi Chuxu turned back and said that his grand disciple was nowhere to be seen. Qin Fan's face had already turned pitch black, his brow deeply furrowed. Unable to hold back any longer, Qin Fan harshly struck Shi Chuxu's head with a powerful blow. He frowned, his fist still trembling, and yelled loudly, asking where Yi Qiao was. Shi Chuxu, knocked down, was face first on the floor. Still in that unsightly position, he replied that it seemed she had been taken away by the warp array. He lifted his head, continuing that he didn't know exactly where she was sent. He could only wish her good luck. At this moment, Yi Qiao had already been teleported by the warp array to an unfamiliar location. Yi Qiao stood in the middle of the golden leaf forest, dusting off her clothes, looking around in confusion, not knowing where she was. She sighed while looking in one direction, lamenting that both the teleportation formation and the talisman were good, only the location was not fixed. Seeing the surroundings were deserted, KFC wanted to fly out to play, but was grabbed by her. Yi Qiao said she must first find a safe place to observe the situation. She thought for a moment, then stuffed KFC into her sleeve, saying its red color was too conspicuous and it needed to hide. After hiding KFC safely, Yi Qiao sighed in frustration, blaming the unreliable little martial uncle for only asking for a teleport talisman, but ending up being sent far away. As she walked forward, she told herself that from now on she must definitely stay away from that martial uncle. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of a group of people came from afar. Yi Qiao was strolling leisurely, but upon hearing the commotion, she quickly found a place to hide. Waiting for the group to pass, she used an invisibility talisman to stand up and observe. Shocked to see they were all wearing iron armor, she thought this place actually had a military camp. Seeing her bright red outfit was too different, she quickly thought she must change into different clothes immediately. A troop of soldiers continued walking evenly in strict formation. Yi Qiao quietly trailed behind the soldiers, cautiously watching their every move. At an opportune moment, she decisively covered the mouth of the last soldier and knocked him unconscious. She quickly dragged him into the bushes, silently apologizing in her heart for the offense. Soon enough, Yi Qiao was wearing the soldier's full set of armor. While adjusting the helmet, she frowned, worried that this place was dangerous and she had to find a way to escape immediately. As she was thinking, she was suddenly hit hard on the head by a large hand. The soldier behind her knocked on her head while scolding her in a strange language. He pointed at her, scolded for a while, then asked loudly. This time she understood, lowering her head and thinking to herself that he took her for a soldier slacking off. Finding the reasoning plausible, Yi Qiao decided to continue following the troop. She thought running now would mean death, so she pretended to wait for a chance to slip away. After walking for a while, she overheard the soldiers talking. One laughed loudly, saying that tomorrow the Cloudwater City would gather in full force. The other replied that the 5 great sects would come and never return. Catching a few words, Yi Qiao deduced they were the demon race. She was confident in her language learning ability, understanding more by listening. Walking until nightfall, they arrived at the demon race camp with countless tents, indicating a very large army. A large bonfire was lit amidst the silent and cold night. Sitting around the bonfire with the soldiers, Yi Qiao smugly thought the demon language was not difficult for her. She spoke up in that tongue, asking when they would reach Cloudwater City. The soldier answered curtly, in 2 days. Yi Qiao continued communicating, asking why they were not hurrying on their way then. The soldier sneered, saying the group of direct disciples had already arrived at Cloudwater City. Capturing them was only a matter of time. They were waiting for the Saintess to arrive to be sure. Yi Qiao asked worriedly the Saintess would come too. She frowned. The master had never mentioned a demon Saintess. In her mind appeared the image of a dangerous beauty. She thought this mission was not simple. Yi Qiao thought until cold sweat broke out, worrying that the intelligence of the 5 sects had flaws. Lost in thought, the soldier beside her said proudly and loudly, once the Saintess's team arrived, they would give those direct disciples a good thrashing. Yi Qiao stood up nervously, trying to stay calm as she told him she was going to relieve herself. As she walked, she calculated she must quickly use the communication jade to contact the master and report the information she had gathered. Thinking so, she quickened her pace towards a secluded area to act. Looking around and seeing no one, Yi Qiao softly called out, blazing fire pierces the heavens. She quickly took out the communication jade and channeled spiritual power into it to make contact. Fan received the signal, saw it was Yi Qiao contacting him, and was so happy he almost cried, saying there was finally news. Yi Qiao saw the elder's speechless expression through the jade and quickly asked where she was sent, and if it was dangerous. Yi Qiao rubbed her head and laughed awkwardly, saying people might not believe it, but I am currently in the main camp of the demon race. Qin Fan glared angrily at Shichuksu, his hand gripping the man's collar tightly. Shichuksu knew he was wrong, avoiding the elder's fierce gaze. After the elder finished speaking, he stubbornly defended himself, saying that she wanted a transfer talisman, and he generously gave a transfer formation. He raised his hand to remove the elder's hand. Not wanting to argue, Qin Fan turned to Yi Qiao, worriedly telling her to be careful. The demon race was not an easy place to escape from. He would send someone to support her. Yi Qiao replied that she could not escape for now. Pausing for a moment as if thinking of something, she snapped her fingers, her face full of cunning as she smiled and said there was something. Since I have already entered the demon territory, let me join this mission too. When the time comes, remember to share the reward with me. At that time in Cloudwater City, every household hung lanterns, lighting up the entire sky. Inside an inn, candlelight was still brightly burning. Dongxi lay on the bed yawning widely, lamenting that he did not know where to find the demon race, with not a single clue. Ming Xuan sat beside him, resting his chin on his hand, helplessly wondering what the little junior sister would do in this situation. Just as he finished speaking, Ming Xuan's communication jade lit up with a ring. Everyone was startled and a familiar voice rang out. Hey, hey, hey. Yi Qiao's image appeared, and the 4 senior brothers gathered around, their eyes wide with surprise as they looked at her, calling out little junior sister. Seeing them, she happily smiled and greeted the 4 senior brothers, whom she had not seen for a long time. After the greeting, Yi Qiao became serious and urgently asked them if they could look up information about the demon Saintess. Quickly give it to me. Ming Xuan asked back worriedly, the demon Saintess also wants to come here. Wasn't the mission said to be not dangerous? Yi Qiao reminded the 4 senior brothers that this mission was very dangerous, with 7 or 8 people from the demon side at the Golden Core stage. Ming Xuan asked suspiciously how she knew there were 7 or 8 people. Yi Qiao nonchalantly spread her hands, saying I am with the demon race right now. You brothers quickly look up the specific situation, the more detailed the better. Ming Xuan was shocked upon hearing this, his eyes wide, jaw dropped, thinking in amazement that they had no leads yet the little junior sister had already run off to the demon race. Afterwards, Ming Xuan lowered his head and covered his face helplessly, lamenting whether this was the difference between people. Su Yu silently rubbed his chin in contemplation. After a while, Su Yu spoke to the little junior sister, saying that they were looking for information in the city, but had not found any useful clues yet. Yi Qiao was slightly stunned as he reminded the senior brothers. Could it be that they had not thought of making a move from the city lord's mansion at the same time, while he secretly thought they had not considered that the problem in the city was not the city itself, but the city lord's mansion? Zhang Xi, with an innocent expression, spoke up, saying that was right, the city lord was indeed very strange. He suddenly became serious and said not to mention where a small town got a chaos pure pill, but he asked for our help yet provided no clues, and every time we asked, he gave vague answers. Xing Yun also added that this matter was not simple. Let us hold a meeting and discuss with the disciples from other sects. As soon as Xing Yun finished speaking, the entire table fell into a terrifyingly silent atmosphere. Zhu Yu then broke that tension by starting to analyze, based on the clues the little junior sister had provided. He slowly and carefully analyzed that the demon race had a holy maiden of the primordial infant stage. Shangshai dropped his head onto the table and groaned that one primordial infant could beat 3 late-stage core formation cultivators. This was fundamentally not a mission we could accept. He, as if wanting to give up on the meeting, said could it be that the information from the 5 sects was problematic? Was their intelligence network that useless? Mingxuan also had a doubt similar to his senior brother, saying perhaps it was a training exercise to test our ability to adapt to situations. Seeing everyone dejected, Han King grew irritated and slammed the table, shouting that if we keep on like this, we will only be running in circles here. I plan to go to the demon territory to scout and gather intelligence. After speaking, he stood up abruptly and asked for everyone's opinion. Does anyone want to come with me? Ting Han, seeing Han King so eager for battle, said I want to go too, I will go with you. Ming Xuan seemed hesitant upon hearing the decision of those two. He asked, are you two really planning to go? From what I know, the demon territory has 7 or 8 core formation cultivators. You going will likely get you caught. Hearing this, King Han showed a hint of disregard. He told Ming Xuan that the reason the people of Bright Summit Sect always rank last is because they are cowardly. Zhang Xi flew into a rage upon hearing this, ready to jump into a fight. Do you want to fight or not? King Han showed no fear in the face of Zhang Xi's provocation and said, as if I am afraid of you. King Han's provocative remark made Ming Xuan and Su Yu stop Zhang Xi to avoid a scuffle between the two sects. Su Yu said, forget it, fighting harms the harmony. If you two want to go and go. Ming Xuan added, right, anyway if someone wants to die we cannot stop them. Han King and King Han were furious upon hearing that. They ignored the people of Eternal Bright Sect. King Han said bitterly that talking to them is useless. Let us go. Time passed quickly like a dog running through the fields, and before long it was 3 days later. Yi Qiao and the people of the demon race were standing in the shadows keeping watch. Suddenly someone spoke up saying, have you heard? Our Lord just captured 2 direct disciples. Yi Qiao was bewildered upon hearing this. She ran over to the group of demon cultists and asked who was captured, her heart full of worry hoping it was not those senior brothers of mine. The demon cultist replied without the slightest suspicion. It seemed to be from Sword Inquiry Sect and Moon Clear Sect. Yi Qiao was stunned upon hearing this. Hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was Sword Inquiry Sect and Moon Clear Sect, so no rush, they deserved it. At the same time, she thought about the hierarchy within the demon cult. The class division of the demon race was very severe. She thought the great demon lord imprisoned in the secret realm earlier was at least an elder-level figure, so he did not speak in a bird-like language nor wear gray robes. As she thought, Yi Qiao imagined the image of the great demon lord. Then she smiled happily and said, got it. Tonight I will go visit the 2 captured direct disciples. Yi Qiao held the pill in her hand, thinking she would take it to conceal her cultivation level, and draped a purple robe over herself, wearing the clothes of the demon race. Boom, we have a fake demon named Yi Qiao. At that moment she confidently walked as if walking a fashion runway into the enemy base. Yi Qiao strode forward boldly, each step exuding an overwhelming aura, without the slightest fear of being discovered. The demon race people used their own language to discuss who she was. They asked each other curiously, but no one had an exact answer as to who the person sent from above to supervise them was. Then suddenly, someone from behind called out to her in the demon race language, addressing her as a stranger. Yi Qiao confidently showed off her individuality by replying in the demon language, saying, the Holy Maiden sent me to inspect the 2 direct disciples you captured. Although they had some slight doubts, the demon people could do nothing because she outranked them. Then she turned around and kicked the person who had just questioned her, while shouting loudly, what are you standing there for? Do you want to die? The others who saw this were terrified. They could only obey Yi Qiao's orders and dared not resist. Then another person stepped forward to flatter her, saying, so it turns out you are the great one sent from above. Those 2 direct disciples are in the prison now, and he wondered what the Holy Maiden had said, asking which great lord you were. Hearing the question from the person opposite, Yi Qiao flashed a cunning smile and replied, oh, you want to know who I am? He spoke while smiling, at the same time releasing a killing intent that made the other party tremble violently. He shook with fear and said, no, I dare not. I will lead you there now. Inside the dark prison where Han King and King Han were being held, Yi Qiao asked the demon who was leading the way how he planned to deal with the two direct disciples they had just captured. Hearing Yi Qiao's question, he gleefully replied, "Just lock them up for now. These cultivators care greatly about personal bonds. When the other direct disciples learn they are captured, they will surely come to rescue them, and then we will catch them all in one net." Having said that, he laughed loudly and continued to express his thoughts, saying these direct disciples of the cultivation world are not worth a glance, and one day the demon race will unify the cultivation world, never expecting that the person in front of him also belonged to the cultivation world. Yi Qiao listened to his speech and secretly thought, these demon people sure like to laugh loudly. Not long after, he led her the cell holding Han King and Ting Han. She thought to herself, I was just wondering who liked walking into death like this. Turns out they came here despite the risk of being captured. The two stopped in front of the cell door. She looked at the two people in the iron cage and thought, so they are a crouching dragon and a phoenix. In her eyes, King Han was no different from a phoenix, while Han King was like a crouching dragon. Yi Qiao stood before the cage, only able to sigh in exasperation at these two stubborn people. King Han suddenly shouted from inside the cage, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, one day I will raise the demon race to the ground. Yi Qiao tried to stay calm, but inside she felt like laughing so hard she would get internal injuries. Truly worthy of the arrogant dragon of the cultivation world. Even entering prison, he still did not forget to boast. He did not even look to see whose territory this was. The demon race person hearing King Han's words became angry and yelled back. At the same time he kicked the bound King Han, saying, how dare you be disrespectful to the great lord. King Han remained stubborn, retorting, if you want to kill, if you want to slash, do as you please. Then he continued loudly, we are disciples of the righteous path and will absolutely not bow our heads to you. Yi Qiao on the other side thought, he does have some spirit after all. Han King saw the situation was not good and spoke softly, King Han, if you do not want to live, do not drag me along. In his mind he thought, you act tough on your own but drag me with you. I do not want to die yet. Yi Qiao saw the situation was not good and immediately turned to scold the demon race person. What are you standing there for? Get out. The demon race person, hearing his superior say this, could only obey, saying yes, yes, I will go out right away. At that moment, Yi Qiao was still pretending to put on an act, asking what are you here at the demon race for? King Han was still stubborn, saying naturally, one day we will raise your Tynan race to the ground. Beside him, Han King said irritably, can you say a few less words? Then suddenly Han King seemed to realize something. But come to think of it, why do I feel that this demon race's voice sounds somewhat familiar? Having thought this, the two suddenly turned pale with fear. What is this in the middle of the night? Why is her gaze so strange? What does she want after all? Seeing their expressions, she froze for 3 seconds. After a pause, she burst into loud laughter, saying their faces were truly something, as if she had turned into a ferocious beast. She laughed hysterically at the dazed expressions of the two young men, who, though born on different days and years, shared the same thought. This demon race woman must be crazy. She took off her mask, revealing her lovely face, and asked if they remembered her, then bombarded them with questions. Surprised, shocked, thrilled, Han King and King Han saw Yi Qiao and their faces darkened like the bottom of a pot. At the same time, at the headquarters of the questioning sword sect, in the meeting room of the elders from various sects, Elder Son of the Soaring Wind sect asked how the situation was on everyone's side. Elder Wang of the questioning sword sect replied that King Han had entered the demon race dungeon, while the elder from the Moonlight Serenity sect was deep in thought. Ren Xia, the sect master of the Eternal Radiance sect, said his disciple was fine, that he was greeting disciples from other sects, then asked if everyone wanted to hear the commotion. After saying that, he leisurely took out his card and connected to Yi Qiao's location. Seeing this, the other sect masters fell silent, waiting for the result. In the demon race dungeon, the demons were calling for the guard outside the gate. Inside, Yi Qiao continued to taunt the two of them leisurely, telling them, hey King Han and Han King, how come after just a few days without seeing you, you've already been captured? What an unexpected duo. Then she rambled on endlessly even though they didn't respond. She smiled brightly, thinking to herself, one Han King and one King Han, their names were quite amusing. Suddenly King Han realized something. He asked in confusion how she got in. Han King tiredly thought that doing the same mission. Yi Qiao's methods were completely different. He said we stormed into enemy territory, while she sneaked in to become their leader. Yi Qiao quickly untied both of them. He pointed outside and reassured them, don't worry, I will get you out safely. Right after that, she smiled and said now. She quickly ran off, leaving them stunned, telling them we start the escape. Han King asked in confusion why they had to run. Didn't those demon folk obey her? She immediately explained that she had tricked them. She had only temporarily found a different colored outfit and said a few words. They were about to find out. Don't ask questions, just run. Meanwhile, the demon folk were carrying torches, searching everywhere. Suddenly, one of them shouted loudly that the 2 prisoners in the dungeon had escaped. Go find them quickly. The demon folk all rushed to search everywhere, while the 3 of them were huddled and hiding in a corner. Suddenly, Han King turned around and asked Yi Qiao, "Didn't you say you would get us out?" Yi Qiao calmly replied, "I said I would get you out, I didn't say now." Han King, annoyed, yelled, at the questioning sword sect headquarters, the sect masters wondered how 2 late-stage golden cores relied on one early-stage foundation establishment to escape together. Truly an absurd matter. And King held up a talisman and said there were a few left, but there were too many golden core demon folk. Using the teleportation talisman could easily reveal their aura. Moreover, they had set up a formation to cut off connections. Yi Qiao suddenly reached into her sleeve and took out something, saying she had a translocation talisman. Han King said irritably that if the transmission talisman was useless, her translocation talisman would be the same. Yi Qiao grinned happily and said, "Who said I wanted to get out?" She explained the plan to the 2 of them, telling them to hide carefully and not make her come rescue them again. Then with a thud she stuck the talisman on her body and said, "See you in a bit." After saying that, she vanished before their eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other blankly, asking what on earth she wanted to do. King Han didn't understand either, so he replied, "Who knows?" Outside, the demon folk were in an uproar. One said there was spiritual energy. Another said it seemed to be the women's bath. Go check it out quickly. At the women's bath, beauties were soaking in the cool water. Yi Qiao suddenly appeared from underground like a specter. She reached out and stole a set of clothes from a beauty, thinking to herself, "Sorry miss, I had to take this." Having thought that, she left a few high-grade spirit stones as compensation. The scene shifted to the rooftops of the demon race. King Han stood hiding behind a house, with the constant chattering of the demon folk outside. King Han decided to fight the demon folk, saying he would take them on. And King held onto the last shred of his rationality, furiously grabbed King Han by the collar and scolded him, "If you want to die, don't drag me along." This moment, Han King was extremely regretful, asking himself why he had teamed up with King Han in the first place. He was even less reliable than Yi Qiao. Just as he thought that, Yi Qiao returned in time, saying she was back. Having said that, she held up the set of clothes she had just stolen in front of the 2 of them. King Han saw the clothes and asked in confusion where the outfit came from. Yi Qiao said without a shred of remorse, "Stole it from the women's bath." King stared wide-eyed at Yi Qiao, bewildered, saying, she immediately retorted, "You're the one obsessed with girls." Having said that, she threw the demon race soldier clothes to the 2 of them, telling them to change into the soldiers' uniforms and follow her. Han King asked back in confusion, "What do you want to do?" Yi Qiao, while putting on the stolen outfit, said she had scouted information about the demon race saintess. She said that cunt wouldn't arrive for another 2 days, but she found the food hard to swallow, so she hadn't come yet. If they were fast, they could catch the big fish. King Han asked back, "You want to impersonate the saintess, are you sure?" Yi Qiao had already entered the role of the saintess, telling them, "What's with all the you, I, mind your tone when speaking to the saintess." The other 2 were just left dumbfounded, both thinking the same thing. Weren't you adapting to your identity a bit too quickly? Time flew by like a dog running across a field. A moment later, Yi Qiao instructed King Han and Han King that if the demon race asked, they should reply using the demon language she had just taught them. He asked them one more time to be sure, remember. Just then, a demon stepped forward, and Han King spoke up, "You have arrived." Yi Qiao pretended to wave them over like servants who had arrived just in time. As she spoke, she quickly set up the formation. Seeing this, Han King was stunned, wondering to himself what she was doing. Suddenly, a demon spoke up, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, who was this person? He could not see their cultivation level clearly. He recalled the rumors about human pills that concealed cultivation. Could they be the body shifters they were looking for? King Han, following Yi Qiao's plan, stepped forward to block in front of her and said, "Do you not even recognize your own saintess?" Hearing this, the group of demons all stepped back. Behind them, Yi Qiao was secretly delighted. No wonder he was the male lead. King Han's tone was truly imposing. The demon guard immediately asked, "Saintess, when did you return?" He looked at the 3 of them, thinking, those 2 men are late golden core. Is this person really the nascent soul saintess? Another guard said quietly, "Boss, I clearly remember the 2 body shifters from yesterday were also late golden core." The boss knocked on the guard's head and scolded, "Fool, do you think they would dare to come back after running away?" Yi Qiao laughed inwardly, "We did run, we tricked you." The demon boss said to Yi Qiao, "Saintess, we set out for Yunshu City." Saying so, she turned her back and coldly commanded, "Move out." As they walked, she seemed to remember something and said, "Wait." She turned back and asked, "Which way is the road out of the demon realm?" The demon, hearing this, grew even more suspicious. Could it be that the saintess had forgotten? Yi Qiao quickly thought of an answer. "I know, I was just testing your loyalty." And King inwardly assessed. Yi Qiao's action was deliberately arousing suspicion, but why? Suddenly the demon drew his blade, a flash of lightning ripping through the night. He dashed like the wind towards Yi Qiao. He leaped up, raising his axe to cleave straight down at her head. Seeing this, Yi Qiao merely smiled faintly. At that moment, Han King and King Han both thought, they're done for, making a move reveals everything. Though the axe came down, Yi Qiao remained unfazed because she had already laid down a formation beforehand. She turned around and smiled, thinking to herself she knew these demons were suspicious and had prepared in advance. She recalled that it was fortunate she had learned this formation from the old demon in the secret realm. It was the real deal. The two young men who had just escaped the prison breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had almost overturned the cart. The demon who had just swung the axe had his face contorted in confusion, wondering why his attack had disappeared. He saw Yi Qiao standing firm without a scratch, thinking the saintess's cultivation must be too profound. He widened his eyes, thinking to himself, no wonder she was the saintess. Unifying the cultivation world was within reach. Thinking this, he placed his hand on his chest and apologized. I have been rude, Saintess Great One. Yi Qiao said happily. Sun Wukong once said, taking blows makes you younger. The demon heard this and panted. Is that true, Saintess Great One? Yi Qiao smiled mischievously. Of course it is. Saying so, she slapped the one who had just tried to attack her, using the present as an example. After she finished hitting him, she had vented her anger and walked away leisurely. Han King, seeing her actions, froze like a statue. He was filled with questions. How did Yi Qiao know demon formations? Yi Qiao walked with the demons towards the exit of the demon realm, asking their names as they went. One quick-witted one answered, my name is Ada. Yi Qiao replied indifferently, go out and meet the others. As she walked, she thought, she must find out the demon race's strength, see how many golden stages they had. As they walked, Yi Qiao suddenly raised her hand to stop everyone. She spoke loudly, when we get out, I will show those body shifters who the true master of the cultivation world is. The demons saw her determination, their faces brightening as they cheered. Saintess Great One is majestic. On the other side, Han King and King Han heard this and grew weary of Yi Qiao's acting skill. Inside the tent, the firelight flickered in the quiet night. Yi Qiao lifted the tent flap and called, Ada, call all the ones hiding out here. Ada asked in confusion, why Saintess? Yi Qiao pointed at King Han and Han King. They are disturbing us. Ada, with his dirty mind, imagined a scene with the three of them, his eyes wide as he thought. The three of them. As he spoke, he imagined the Saintess Great One truly knew how to have fun. After driving those others away, Yi Qiao reached out and picked up a steaming hot bun from the plate. She brought the piping hot bun to her mouth to savor it, but as soon as she took a bite, her head became dizzy and her vision blurred. After eating exactly one steamed bun, she vomited bile and bile again. She casually threw away the half-eaten steamed bun, finding it utterly unpalatable. Then she gently rubbed her hungry stomach that was growling from emptiness, hugging her empty stomach and lamenting, if only there were some more plain buns. She suddenly understood why the holy maiden did not return. Spending all day eating this would make no one want to stay. Yi Qiao said to the two beside her, the demon race food was terrible, they probably had money. King Han and Han King upon hearing this grew curious, asking in unison what she planned to do. She smiled and asked back, did the two of them want to play an exciting, dangerous game? She propped her chin on her hand, thinking that since she was pursuing excitement, she must commit to it completely. At that moment in the Demon Clan's underground basement, she led the other two there, saying this was a Demon Clan restriction. Didn't they have anyone guarding it internally? Han King raised his hand to touch the barrier, but then he wondered, not understanding what was happening. He turned to Yi Qiao. I have some impression of this restriction, do you remember? Yi Qiao mentioned the old demon from the secret realm. Han King nodded, yes, I have seen it before. I can try to see if I can open it. Yi Qiao told King Han, then you do it. Your late-stage golden core cultivation can use spiritual power to amplify it. He turned and said that doing it would take some time, because the old man's formation was too complicated. After speaking, Han King raised his hand to circulate his inner energy. Yi Qiao, seeing this, said, I could do it too, am just lacking spiritual energy, but I have pills to replenish it. Han King was annoyed, won't you die if you don't speak for a day? If you are confident, then you go ahead. Yi Qiao immediately agreed, fine then. So saying, she poured the entire bottle of pills into her mouth. After that, she stretched her hand out and relaxed her muscles before circulating her energy. Qiao relaxed her body and closed her eyes. She raised one hand in front of her face. Her other hand gathered energy into a sphere. Finally, lines of text flowed out from her palm. Through that, the door before them was shattered. King saw that power and was stunned, his mouth agape. Yi Qiao clapped her hands, looking at him smugly, told you so, I could do it too. Han King blushed with embarrassment and asked, Yi Qiao, did you remember it just by looking? The door had just opened when she skipped forward happily, saying, don't talk anymore, hurry up and go in to see if there are good things. Before her eyes was a pile of dazzling, tempting treasure. Her eyes lit up, she turned to tell King Han, there are so many good things in here, weapons, pills, and cultivation techniques. How does our sect have so many? King Han said there's no key-gathering weapon, buying one in Feng Sect City is a bit expensive. Yi Qiao was still happily admiring the gold, silver, and jewels. Han King gently picked up a small compass, saying, I'll keep this, I need it for setting up formations, it will save time. King Han picked up a cool-looking sword from the ground, saying, I'll take a few. As he spoke, he drew the sword to inspect it. The other two only took small items, but Yi Qiao was different. She said, why choose? Just take everything that catches your eye. And King thought to himself, are you the demon clan or are they taking their things without any courtesy? Thinking that, he said, Yi Qiao, if the sect master took you in, would you become my junior sister? Kiao replied while scooping up gold. No, that is just a hypothetical. Yin, you would not keep a mid-stage key refiner like me, and you would not care either. King Han Eve is dropping on the side. Thought she spoke the truth, only now did I notice, Yi Kiao. The cultivation world only remembers special people. King Han continued, your memory is good. If you had shown this talent earlier, you would not have been unknown for so long in Yu King Sect. Kiao raised her hand to stop him. Stop, you all are just unwilling, because you cannot have it. She continued, so now that you realize I am more formidable than your talented junior sister, do you regret it? Then she stood up and yawned widely, saying boredly, stop thinking about it. I am a disciple you all will never have. Han King heard that and choked on the spicy remark, his face turning black. Indeed, he still wanted to hit her. The next morning at the demon clan camp where Yi Kiao was staying, she sat on the throne, intently looking down below. Person clasped their hands and reported, Cloudwater City sent news. Several direct disciples seem to have seen through our feigned external cooperation with the city lord. Unexpectedly, they have some IQ. Ade added, it's a pity they don't know our holy maiden has already broken through to nascent soul. Yi Kiao stood up and raised her hand with grand ambition. Very good. Then she gave the order, let's go. I will lead you all to raise the 5 sects. The whole clan heard this and shouted, raise the 5 sects. All chanted in unison, raise the 5 sects, raise the 5 sects. They did not expect that they had thrown themselves into the net of a notorious trickster. Shortly after, at the council hall of the 5 sects, Yi Kiao held something close to her mouth as if talking to someone. Her eyes were resolute. Holding the glowing card, she said, Senior brother, can you hear me over there? King Swan's voice came through the card. Little junior sister finally managed to contact me. Is everything all right over there? He asked if she could come back, so he could tell the senior brother to find her. Yi Kiao heard Ming Swan and replied, do not look for me, I have my own way to escape. She thought to herself, fearing the senior brother would be caught before even getting close, causing even more trouble. Yi Kiao suddenly realized something and quickly told Ming Swan that this communication was to inform him that the demon clan had about 20 core formation cultivators. Looking towards Ming Swan, Yi Kiao frantically said through the token that she knew nothing about Cloudwater City, asking everyone to prepare in advance, leaving Ming Swan utterly stunned. Ming Swan and Zhang Shi's faces paled upon hearing this. Ming Swan asked again to confirm the information, 20 core formation cultivators. Seeing so many core formation cultivators, Zhang Shi told Yi Kiao to run immediately, that they could not fight at all, thinking even the pure Chaos Master might not be able to contend. Zhu Yu took a small bottle from his person and told Yi Kiao that since the elder had given the task, he would definitely ensure their safety. Zhu Yu, holding the medicine bottle, continued that the bottle contained pills to conceal aura, suggesting the senior brother and Qin Huai go scout the enemy's strength first. Ming Swan found Zhu Yu's words reasonable and reached out to take the pill bottle. Ming Swan held the bottle in his hand, agreed with Zhu Yu's plan, and nodded in approval. From above, Qin Huai and Ming Swan spotted the demon clan's flying ship. Qin Huai said that was theirs. He realized Yi Kiao was right and could clearly sense the core formation cultivators, including 2 at the late core formation stage. Seeing the unstable situation, he thought to himself that he could not sense the strength of that young woman. Then he imagined, could the holy maiden before him already be at the nascent soul stage? Not yet knowing Yi Kiao was pretending to be the holy maiden, Ming Swan quickly drew his sword. Murderous aura surged from his body. He said, let me test her strength. Ming Swan darkened his face and threatened fiercely, let me see what ability she has. Suddenly, far away, Yi Kiao shuddered, wondering why her back suddenly felt cold. Seeing Ming Swan about to take a risk, Qin Huai quickly stopped him, saying the news from the 5 sects said the holy maiden had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, avoid seeking death. Ming Swan found this reasonable and stopped. As if his mind was cleared, Ming Swan understood and replied to Qin Huai, saying he would go report the news to the junior brothers. Meanwhile, at the Cloudwater City and area, Zhu Yu heard the news and was extremely surprised, asking back, is the nascent soul stage that formidable? Zhang Shi was equally bewildered, saying she brought 2 men along. Zhu Yu added, those 2 are both at late core formation, 1 on each side. Upon saying this, Zhu Yu broke out in a cold sweat, suspecting they were the holy maiden's male companions, and could not help but be shocked by the demon clan's strength. On Yi Kiao's side, King Han suddenly sneezed while walking. He wiped his face, thinking to himself who was speaking ill of them. That morning at the headquarters inn of Cloudwater City, the direct disciple of the Jasperwater sect pondered deeply, then told everyone they could not win. Miao Yan was dejected. If Han King were here, they would not be so passive. Seeing this, Lin Lin replied with difficulty, but he and King Han had already gone missing. Zhu Yu came up with a bold plan, suggesting they scout the holy maiden's strength, holding the mountain river map in hand. With that, he tossed the mountain river map into the air. The map unfurled, emitting a dazzling light that brightened the entire space. The treasure flew high up into the sky, and it landed on the demon clan's flying ship with a soft thud. Yi Kiao inside the cabin suddenly heard a falling sound. The noise made her suddenly reminisce about her days in the modern world. Yi Kiao frowned, thinking to herself what beautiful memories were there in the present. The 3rd senior brother using the mountain river map to probe her was really not well timed. The mountain river map in midair suddenly stopped shining, its light gradually fading. Finally, it flopped to the ground in front of the 5 sect leaders. Seeing this, Ming Xuan immediately scolded Xu Yu, complaining that the spiritual power it brought back was too weak, pointing down and asking if this was really the mountain river map. Criticized, Xu Yu flushed red and retorted, "Why not say the Holy Maiden was too strong, that the mountain river map could not withstand a single move?" Having said that, Xu Yu bent down to pick up the mountain river map. He rolled the map in his hand, feeling this scene was familiar, suddenly recalling past events. But after the little junior sister broke the illusion, they had found others to test and all were fine. Seeing Xu Yu's grim expression, Shang-Chi asked again if she was above the early nascent soul stage. Both of them, without prior agreement, thought of a woman with unparalleled power. Their faces turned pale with fear, thinking to themselves how terrifying. Xing Yun spoke up. "No," he continued, "do you not see anything wrong?" Ming Xuan suddenly wondered, "That is right, where is Yun Kui? Seems like she is not here." Hearing this, Lin Lin turned her head. "Ah, she has disappeared again." Miao Yan then said earlier she saw her walking very close to a man with higher cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhangxi grinned slyly, leaned into Su Chuo's ear and said, "Junior sister really has many men." Teased, Su Chuo was a bit embarrassed, pushed Zhangxi's hand away, and defended that the little junior sister was still young. Seeing this, Ming Xuan chimed in, saying it was true. They were exhausted setting up the formation while she went off flirting. Serves her right. After speaking, he thought seriously busting their asses like this and having a reward from Moonclear Sect would be infuriating. Yi Qiao, along with the Demon Realm man and 2 sailors, stood on the deck. Sensed a wave of spiritual energy and immediately reported to Yi Qiao, asking if something was wrong. Yi Qiao did not hide it, recounting that someone had just tested her with the mountain river map. She put on a serious face, saying she had deliberately revealed her spiritual energy when breaking the illusion to strengthen the demon clan's belief. They immediately became excited, saying the mountain river map was a 3rd-grade spiritual artifact that could even enchant nascent soul grandmasters, his eyes sparkling as he praised the Holy Maiden for unraveling it in an instant, truly omnipotent. Suddenly, he remembered something and reported back to Yi Qiao that Cloudwater City had sent news, saying a direct disciple of the Jasperwater sect had walked right into the trap. After saying that, he approached Yi Qiao and softly said that their city lord also wished to meet her. Yi Qiao did not hesitate and immediately agreed to the meeting. She turned and waved King Han and Han King over. The 3 of them huddled together, and she whispered instructions for them to prepare and set up a sound formation to capture them all. King Han was somewhat troubled upon hearing this, worried that having met the city lord before would expose their identities. Next morning, inside the city lord's mansion of Yanshu City, Yi Qiao sat upright on a chair with King Han and Han King standing majestically on either side. Yi Qiao immediately asked about the capture of the direct disciple of Bai Shui sect. The city lord stammered an admission, saying that man had been alert, and then suggested they strike before he could react. King Hua praised it out loud, but inwardly he was furious enough to want to kill the old city lord. Suddenly, the city lord of Yanshu City seemed to realize something, panicked and ran over to King Han, asking where he had seen him before, as his voice and demeanor were familiar. The city lord of Yanshu City suddenly shouted that he remembered. As he spoke, he pointed a finger at King Han, insisting that he was a direct disciple of Wenjian sect. Feeling he was about to be exposed, King Han immediately drew his sword in a threatening manner. Holding the sword and pointing it straight at the city lord, he coldly asked if he was tired of living. He then pointed at Yi Qiao, suspecting she was also a direct disciple of the 5 sects, someone he had never met, and believed they were planning to deceive him. Yi Qiao leisurely propped her chin on her hand, confirming that the 5 sects already knew all their plans, and that was how she got in. She narrowed her eyes at him threateningly, saying he still had a chance to surrender and repent. The old city lord trembled in fear but still pretended to justify himself, blaming the 5 sects for taking all the good things. Yi Qiao did not believe a single word. She waved her hand to give an order, promising to appoint him if he released the people, while also warning that she would not involve the innocent. Pressing her advantage, she threatened him, saying that allying with the demon race was an unforgivable crime, and if he failed, his entire family would not escape punishment. Yi Qiao leisurely sat back down, calculating that if he did not cooperate, she would knock him out and tie him up, since the sound suppression formation was already set. The city lord of Yanshu City pondered for a moment before agreeing to cooperate. Yi Qiao cheerfully said good, demanding that he release the people and confess about his collusion with the demon race. Utterly helpless, the city lord could only sigh and say he understood. Elsewhere, Miao Yan was surprised seeing Lin Lin return. Miao Yan, a direct disciple of Bai Shui sect, immediately asked what had happened. Lin Lin said she planned to investigate the city lord but was caught, then inexplicably released, and pointed toward the city lord, saying he had something to say. Hearing this, Miaoyan Suchuo and Dai Chen were all stunned, simultaneously demanding what the city lord was doing there. Pale-faced, he remorsefully confessed he had come to talk about his collusion with the demon race. He continued that the Sect tournament had drawn the demon race's attention to the direct disciples, so they had made a deal with him to harm them. Reflecting on his mistake, he admitted he was blinded by greed, only now realizing the 5 sects' direct disciples were not so easy to capture. Suddenly someone shouted very well, then jumped out and kicked the city lord hard. That person was Sing Zhai. He kept stomping on the old man, cursing him for deceiving innocent people for so long. Seeing the awkward situation, Miao Yan wondered aloud if the old man had gone mad, while Lin Lin replied in confusion. As night fell at the inn in Yunshui City, the group of demon race people shouted in unison, trampling the 5 sects and unifying the world. Xing Zhai looked down from above, exclaiming in panic that they had arrived. Ming Xuan and Su Chuo were calmly holding back the demon race people. Ming Xuan calmly ordered the activation of the formation. Zhang Shi was ready, loudly shouting to charge and destroy them. Immediately, the demon race and the 5 factions people engaged in a fierce battle. Qiao stood on high watching the magnificent battle below. She stood still from afar watching down, without taking any action. Zhu Yu looked up and saw a huge black shadow, exclaiming in fear how terrifying it was. He said in panic that Yi Qiao's face was pale, her head was very big, her shadow was enormous, no different from a demon. Hearing this, Ming Xuan also turned around in confusion and asked if that person was even human. Seeing her motionless thought, Yao Yuan asked Xingji why she did not act to save her own disciple. Xingji thought silently, analyzing that the villain in the story usually makes their move last. Lin Lin, while fighting, turned back and chimed in, saying she was waiting for everyone to exhaust their strength before acting. How cruel. She was also worried that King Han and Han King might have already fallen into that woman's hands. Ming Xuan, Miao Yan, and everyone looked down at Yi Qiao from above with worried eyes. Down in the forest, Yi Qiao seemed to sense those prying eyes, only thinking about their expressions. She crossed her arms, trying to hold back her laughter, not knowing what kind of monster they had imagined her to be. Seeing this from behind, Han King could not help but laugh, calling out to King Han. He cheerfully told King Han how funny the terrified expressions of their junior brothers looked. Han King suddenly understood the reason Yi Qiao had once chased them in the secret realm, then covered his mouth and laughed. In contrast, King Han sternly replied that he did not see it, and thought to himself that he did not understand why Han King had changed like this. From above, the 5 factions released immortal power attacks down upon the demon race, making them wail pitifully. The demon clan, struck with pain, fled in terror and scattered. Ada ran from afar to meet Yi Qiao, reporting that the Saintess and Sect Master of Yunshui King had betrayed them. His entire body was covered in syrup. Clutching his stomach, he asked that since the demons had lost, what should they do now? Hearing Ada's words, Yi Qiao responded cheerfully, saying it was her turn to take the field. Ada beamed with joy, his eyes lighting up and his pain vanishing as he praised the fearless Saintess. On the opposite side, the members of the 5 Finger sect were extremely tense upon seeing the demon Saintess taking the field. Yi Qiao, along with King Han and Han King, slowly stepped forward. The two sides faced each other in a tense atmosphere, with dust swirling all around. Suddenly, she parted her lips and let out a light, mischievous smile. Su Chuo, seeing Yi Qiao smile, broke out in a sweat and worriedly said she was smiling now. Zhang Shi was also bewildered, wondering if this was the villain's smile from the novel. Qin Huai beside him was no different, warning everyone to prepare as a fight was about to break out. Yi Qiao waited for a moment, then reached up and pulled down her veil. As soon as the veil was removed, Yi Qiao's face was revealed. She smiled and greeted them, saying they were all family and asking if they missed her after so long. Everyone seeing this was dumbfounded with surprise, their mouths agape as they called out Yi Qiao's name, little junior sister. Ming Xuan, unable to believe it, ran over and pinched her cheek, asking if she was really little junior sister. The demon clan was in chaos, shouting to ask why the Saintess was the little junior sister of the 5 sects. They buzzed with discussion, unable to understand what was happening. Ming Xuan, annoyed by their noise, angrily told them to shut their crow mouths. He loudly commanded everyone to continue fighting, and the demon clan immediately scattered like a disturbed wasp nest. The demon ringleader shouted a loud order, calling the humans a despicable lot. Xing Zhai, seeing those 2 young men dressed in demon clan attire, was utterly enraged. He gritted his teeth and roared, asking if the senior disciple had changed and why he had colluded with Yi Qiao and even become her bodyguard. At this moment, King Han removed his mask and replied that circumstances had forced him. Su Yu gently approached Yi Qiao, reporting that the sect master was urging them to return to the mansion immediately as there was an important matter concerning the reward. Having said that, Zhu Yu handed an item to Yi Qiao, leaving the chaotic scene for the 5 sects disciples to handle. Hearing this, Yi Qiao's face lit up with a joyful smile, saying that such matter could not be delayed, and that they should hurry back. A few days later, in the early morning at the Sword Inquiry Sect, Changming's sect leader and the 5 faction leaders stood before the crowd. Qin praised the completion of this mission as very good. Sai Yang rewarded Yi Qiao in front of everyone, stating that after the discussion of the sect leader and elders, the reward belonged to Yi Qiao. He asked if anyone had any many objections and then summoned a small orb. Suchuo heard this and immediately objected, saying he was not convinced. Zhu Yu whispered to Zhang Xi. The first person to protest was not Han King. Zhang Xi also spoke up as if convinced. Suchuo still disagreed, raising her voice to ask what right she had to take first place. Xingzhai, Qinhuai, Miao Yan and Di Chen all spoke up at the same time, insisting that Yi Qiao had done nothing. Old Qin Fan saw that everyone was dissatisfied with the result, so he said if you all feel dissatisfied. He turned to look at Yi Qiao and told her to show them the recording stone. Yi Qiao quickly agreed, taking out the stone as she spoke for everyone to see. Han King and King Han were shocked when they saw the recording stone. Han King wondered why Yi Qiao had brought such a thing along. That man gaped, thinking would everyone see the footage of them entering the prison and being toyed with by Yi Qiao? Immediately after, Yi Qiao raised the stone and said the images were recorded. After the stone replayed the entire incident, Miao Yan was completely convinced. She said it was amazing, she had her skills but lacked the courage, and even remembered the demon race language. Seeing this, Suchuo was left speechless, unable to say a single word. After watching, Ming Xuan sneered, so they had entered the divine prison. Ming Xuan turned to taunt Han King and King Han, saying he told them not to go, but they did not listen, so who could they blame? Xingji was unwilling, puffing out his cheeks and saying fine. He admits the credit goes to Yi Qiao, but in his mind he found seeing Yi Qiao obtain the Chaos Orb even more unbearable than being killed. After watching, Lin Lin admired Yi Qiao. She said, so this is the boss? The secret realm needed 2 sects to guard it. Lin Lin's face was flushed with excitement, thinking who said the boss was a trash little sister, she can really carry the team. Yi Qiao saw Lin Lin was excited and replied, alright, if there is a chance. Lin Lin was so thrilled she drooled and ran over to Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao smiled, thinking what is a girl? She is the coddled one. Suchuo saw Han King walk away and asked, senior brother, are we leaving? Han King was not convinced, replying, let us go. We will definitely show them in the next battle. Then the 3 of them, Suchuo, Han King and Lin Lin, turned and left. Unexpectedly, a purple aura surrounded and emanated from Yunqi's body. All of this was caught in the eyes of Yi Qiao's senior brother. He said the little junior sister of Yuding sect has a demonic race aura. Hearing this, Yi Qiao asked back, the Demon King? She thought so soon after the Poison Clan used men's power they had a Demon King already? Ming Xuan next to her offered a deduction. Probably not. Perhaps she convinced the demonic beast. Suddenly, an arm was placed on Yi Qiao's shoulder. That person spoke. I heard from the elegant melody fountain that she was seen walking with a man. Her speed of changing men is really fast. Yi Qiao was not surprised. She raised her hand as if in thought. Well, she is beautiful anyway. Zhu Yu, standing aside, thought, these people gathered together again like old gossiping village men. He mused, and yet the little junior sister is joining in to point fingers at others, but she herself is a girl. Thinking this, Zhu Yu's face darkened and he said to Yi Qiao, little junior sister, acting like this will not get you a cultivation partner. Zhang Xi pointed the clean silk fan directly at Yi Qiao's face. The wife of a sword cultivators is our sword. He hugged his sword and continued, in this life, once on the path of the sword, being alone is fate. A sword will never betray you. Yi Qiao took in this whole scene, clapping her hands in delight, thinking she did not expect 4th senior brother to have such enlightenment. How impressive. Zhang Xi was beaming with joy at his brilliant declaration. As they were gossiping merrily, Qin Fan arrived holding the Chaos Orb. He said, here Yi Qiao, the Chaos Orb is for you. Yi Qiao took the Chaos Orb in her hand, not knowing what kind of treasure it was, and asked her master what this orb was used for. Hearing Yi Qiao's question, Qin Fan could only sigh and say he did not know either. After hearing that answer, Yi Qiao froze for 3 seconds. She thought to herself, it seems she can only place her final hope on that unreliable junior master uncle. A short while later, in the guest hall of Sword Inquiry Sect, Yi Qiao ran in and pushed the door open, calling out for little master uncle. Seeing Ming Xuan was sleeping, she ignored it and quickly asked if he knew how to use the Chaos Orb. Ming Xuan was drowsy, rubbing his eyes and saying, maybe you should try swallowing it. Qiao looked at the huge Chaos Orb, worriedly saying she would choke to death. Saying this, she put the Chaos Orb away. Suddenly, Ming Xuan groggily noticed the sword on Yi Qiao and asked if this was her lifebound sword. Hearing this, Yi Qiao immediately explained, no, it is not a sword. Then she straightforwardly said it was a staff. Hearing this, Ming Xuan reached out and quickly pulled that object out. He held the staff in his hand and examined it. Even though it looked weird, it was indeed a sword. Yi Qiao felt enlightened, curiously asking what sword, a good sword. Seeing that she did not understand, Ming Xuan explained carefully, this sword is named No Sword Lord. He pointed to the inscription on the sword and gently continued, look, there is a name carved. Yi Qiao only now realized it, happily took the sword and jumped up. Seeing this, Ming Xuan thought, this is the first time meeting someone with thicker skin than me. Qin Fan's upbringing has truly paid off. Si Chuxu looked at the seizing order staff and answered the question. As for why it looks like a staff, because you are too weak. Spiritual tools will grow with their master, not be taken out to play with. Hearing this, this, Yi Qiao mischievously replied, but I have already named it Bamboo Shoot. Hearing this, Si Chuxu propped his chin on his hand, trying hard not to laugh as he asked, who taught you to name it like that? A spirit sword has its own spirit. When it develops intelligence, it will chase and hit you. At that, Yi Qiao wondered, do swords also have personalities? Si Chuxu leaned in and whispered, of course. Your senior brother's sword is Severance. It often looks down on his lifeless, indecisive attitude, so he rarely uses it. Suddenly at this moment, golden lightning flashed across the sky, creating a rumbling sound. Si Chuxu looked up at the sky, and his voice even made Yi Qiao's lightning tribulation pause to stare, then ask about the rare gold lightning tribulation. She immediately turned her gaze toward the door, judging that the direction likely led to the second senior brother's residence. Si Chuxu stood at the door looking at the lightning clouds, replying that the higher one's natural talent, the stronger the heavenly lightning, and Ming Xuan's tribulation would surely be no small matter. Hearing this, Yi Qiao trembled in fear, lamenting how terrifying it was, lucky that her own talent was average. Suddenly, as if remembering something, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed she wanted to go see if she could help draw talismans. Without further ado, she dashed past Si Chuxu, thinking that sword lightning could block it and that the lower one's cultivation, the smaller the tribulation's effect. She thought with her low cultivation, going there to join in the fun would certainly not be dangerous, and left Si Chuxu standing there alone. The black clouds in the sky continuously produced rumbling lightning bolts. Within the suburban forest, a figure was strolling along before suddenly plopping down on the ground. It turned out to be Ming Xuan. He let out a long breath and said that this place was far from the sword, inquiring Sect. So even if he created a big crater, he probably would not be charged for damages. Just then, a call of second senior brother sounded from afar. Ming Xuan looked in surprise towards the direction of the call, seeing Yi Qiao running over cheerfully, excitedly saying she would draw lightning blocking talismans for him. Before Ming Xuan's confused gaze, she stopped and said this position was quite safe. Yi Qiao sat a long distance away from Ming Xuan, leaving him helpless. She asserted that drawing talismans here would definitely not get struck by lightning. Seeing this, Ming Xuan said her actions really did not look reliable at all. Watching her enthusiastically draw talismans, Ming Xuan thought to himself that this was the first time he had seen anyone dare to sit beside someone undergoing a tribulation to draw. In another direction, Zhang Xi and Zhu Yu were looking towards the lightning clouds. Zhu Yu asked this was Ming Xuan's lightning tribulation and said the clouds were too big, truly terrifying. Suddenly, Si Chuxu appeared behind them, saying that was correct, but it was nothing surprising since Zhou Heng's lightning back then was even larger than this. Si Chuxu continued, adding that Yi Qiao was over there drawing lightning-blocking talismans for Ming Xuan, asking if they wanted to see her talisman drawing skill. He placed his hand on his chin and smiled, thinking that although Yi Qiao was a sword cultivator, drawing speed determined talisman success, and whoever had that speed was worthy of being a rare prodigy. After speaking, Si Chuxu grabbed the collars of the two people and dragged them away. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of Zhang Xi and Zhu Yu, he cheerfully told everyone to come see Yi Qiao draw talismans. At the place where Ming Xuan stood, bolts of heavenly lightning crashed down one after another with a rumble. A bolt of lightning struck Ming Xuan directly, causing him to scream in agony. Beside him, Yi Qiao was diligently drawing talismans on a rock, angrily asking just how many times this heavenly lightning struck in total. Si Chuxu had already dragged the two Zhu Yu to the spot, replying he did not know, that the higher one's talent, the more strikes, and reiterated that the big senior brother back then was chased for a whole day and night. Then he closed his eyes, clasped his hands in prayer, hoping Ming Xuan would be safe. Seeing this, Zhu Yu and Zhang Xi also followed suit, praying together. At this moment, from a distance, Ming Xuan, with disheveled hair and smelling of burnt, shouted, asking the little junior sister if she had the heaven-defying talismans for him. Hearing this, Yi Qiao waved her brush, drawing two talismans, then picked them up, cheerfully saying, "Coming, coming." Watching her actions, Si Chuxu thought to himself that Yi Qiao's talisman drawing was not only fast, but also astonishingly accurate. But cultivating both sword and talisman could only lean towards one type. He was certain she would belong to the talisman cultivators in the future. An hour later, dawn was approaching. Yi Qiao sat flat on the ground, massaging her hands, angrily asking when this heavenly lightning would end. Her hands were completely numb. Afterwards, she stood straight up, raised both middle fingers to the sky in a challenging manner, and shouted loudly, "Corncob." Seeing the situation was not good, Si Chuxu quickly hugged Zhang Xi and Zhu Yu and ran away, shouting to flee quickly, leaving Yi Qiao still aggressively challenging the heavens. Suddenly, the sky rumbled a few times before releasing a lightning bolt that struck Yi Qiao, making her bones visible like a shadow. Si Chuxu and the other two could only stand from afar, silently watching Yi Qiao be stunned stiff by the lightning strike. Afterwards, Shi Chuxu hurried over to ask if she was alright. The smoke cleared, revealing Yi Qiao with disheveled hair and a blackened face. She said she was fine, even in quite good spirits. She lifted her skirt hem, looking at the electric current emitting from it, saying she just felt a little electricity at the hem, inwardly complaining why no one told her heavenly lightning could understand human gestures. Suddenly, she sensed something within her body and let out an exclamation of surprise. She pointed at the spiritual root on her chest, excitedly saying, "Little junior sister, your spiritual root has grown." It suddenly extended a segment. Hearing this, the other three simultaneously bent their heads to look, exclaiming in surprise, "Spiritual roots can grow." Si Chuxu rubbed his chin, saying he remembered when she joined the sect and was tested, her spiritual root's attribute was lightning. Could it be that the lightning spiritual root knows how to absorb lightning? Looking at Zhang Xianshu Yu teasing Yi Qiao as a Pikachu, he thought to himself that lightning spiritual roots were very rare in the cultivation world. No one could bring out their effect due to low talent. Suddenly, Si Chuxu had an idea. In the future, whoever undergoes a sword tribulation should stand beside him and point at the heavenly lightning. He even marveled inwardly that spiritual roots could grow, truly miraculous. This moment Pikachu Yi Qiao had had enough, so she punched Zhu Yu and broke free. Zhu Yu ignored Yi Qiao throwing a tantrum, rubbed his cheek and asked the little senior uncle if he could actively undergo the lightning tribulation. After dealing with Zhu Yu, Yi Qiao turned to settle the score with Zhang Xi. As for Shi Chuxu, upon hearing the question, he said as for that, no one bothered to pay attention to Ming Xuan. Ming Xuan, having just endured the final lightning strike, weakly spoke up. Hey, none of you care about whether I live or die?" Seeing still no one replied, he could only cry silently in his heart, feeling there was no way to continue living. Finally, dawn broke. The black clouds had dissipated, restoring a clear blue sky. Ming Xuan lay flat on the ground, covered in dust and still emitting static electricity, grumbling that he had finally finished undergoing the heavenly lightning. At this moment, Shi Chuxu came and told everyone that he had to return to the Ming sect for a while to find information about the lightning spiritual root. He turned and instructed Yi Qiao, "Right, you can use the lightning spiritual root to refine the chaotic pure pearl and let it enter your danshin." Hearing this, Yi Qiao took out the chaotic pure pearl, asking, "Refine it with spiritual fire?" She let the chaotic pure pearl float, saying, "Let me try refining it." Next, she took out a flame-repelling talisman, and the fire from the talisman gradually surrounded the chaotic pure pearl. The fire burned the chaotic pure pearl, filling the space with smoke and dust. However, when the smoke cleared, the chaotic pure pearl was revealed without a single scratch, causing Yi Qiao to exclaim in surprise, "Oh, no reaction at all." She suddenly remembered something and turned around to say, "Right, third senior brother has a supreme fire spiritual root, right? Lend me some of your fire." Hearing this, Xu Yu raised a hand and generated fire. He shot flames toward the chaos orb, but it was also useless. The chaos orb remained intact, completely unharmed. Yi Qiao thought if even a top-grade fire spirit root couldn't refine it, what kind of fire had to be used? Suddenly, KFC crawled out from her sleeve. It flew off, leaving Yi Qiao utterly confused. KFC slowly flew to the chaos orb and spat a small flame onto it. Seeing that, Yi Qiao couldn't believe it, such a tiny little chicken. Strangely, the small flame merged into the orb and caused it to crack. Yi Qiao gasped in astonishment a few times. She quickly absorbed the chaos orb, never expecting such a small flame to have such a great effect. Zhang Shi watched KFC proudly puff out its chest. The chaos orb had been burned to pieces. He touched his chin amazed. A top-grade fire spirit root couldn't do it, but this chicken could. At that moment, Ming Xuan finished resting, sat up and said, "I know what KFC is." Ming Xuan continued, "We must return to the Ming sect, go to the archive pavilion to find materials." Seeing he was fine, Yi Qiao cheered. Second senior brother has finally woken up. Ming Xuan asked Yi Qiao, "How does the chaos feel in your danshin after being refined?" She replied, "My danshin is very hot, like having a fire burning inside." Then she closed her eyes and sensed her own danshin. It seemed like this could be used. She felt a source of fire running through her body. After sensing, she looked at her hands in utter amazement. She reached her hand out toward a withered, dead tree. A stream of blue light shot out, and the dead tree began to sprout new shoots. Zhu Yu was amazed. Such creative power could revive things. Just a little refining brought it back to life. No wonder the 5 sects used it as a reward. Yi Qiao excitedly hugged KFC, planning to return to the Ming sect during the break to find out what KFC really was. A group of young men and women arrived at the Ming sect's archive pavilion. Steward Yu stood up abruptly, shocked at the group in red robes. "What are you all doing here?" He snapped, "All 5 of you are here. Do you take this for a playground?" Yi Qiao was startled. Zhang Shi quickly waved his hands. "Don't be angry." Hurried over and placed a hand on the steward's shoulder. "We are just here to look up some materials today." The steward naturally did not believe him. The steward grew annoyed. "Fine, agreed. Just finish your search quickly and scram." He thought to himself, "Just a moment ago I thought I had a mental illness for being here." The group was delighted while the old man held his head, muttering about spiritual spirit roots maturing, turning this place upside down. That lot Yi Qiao came here again, truly not peaceful. With so many books on the shelves, where do we even look? Yi Qiao rubbed her chin, just hummed in agreement, this is too hard. Ming Xuan, tall, reached for a book, saying the starting point might be wrong. Don't look for KFC's original form among strange beasts. Yi Qiao was startled. Second senior brother looked at the book in his hand. It was a record of divine beasts. Ming Xuan handed it to his junior sister, telling her to look for records of divine beasts that had disappeared for 1,000 years. Yi Qiao took the thick book and sighed. All three focused on reading, along with the fire chicken perched on their heads. Zhu Yu spoke up. Vermilion bird, Zhang Shi suggested. It looks more like a phoenix. Hearing fourth senior brother's words, Yi Qiao looked and agreed more and more. She looked up at the fire chicken. How could a dignified phoenix chirp like this? She doubted, are phoenixes that rare? Yi Qiao looked at the fat bird on her hand, surprised. Why does it make a nest on my head every day? Second senior brother explained, blue luan, peacock, golden phoenix are all descendants of the phoenix. If it is a phoenix, one doesn't understand until the clan leader matures. Even if it waits until death, it will still be like this. Yi Qiao lost patience. Then what do I need it for? A divine beast that doesn't mature is useless. The bird chirped in agreement. The two of them discussed with dangerous expressions. I heard a phoenix can be reborn. Maybe we should throw it into a fire and try. The poor bird chirped pitifully between them. A hand grabbed the poor little chirping bird. Zhu Yu soothed the little bird, comforting it. If not, we'll chip in spirit stones to buy crystals to raise it. Ming Xuan thought about the scene of going to steal spirit stones. Wait until the Ming sect takes a break. Then go home, go to the treasure vault, and steal spirit stones to raise it. Yi Qiao was speechless. He tried to stop her senior brother, quickly changing the subject, asking when our sect celebrates the new year. A voice rang out, deafening her. Celebrate what new year? The Ming sect leader hurried them along. Quickly prepare, the next secret realm is imminent. Qiao was dejected. How did the rest time end so quickly? She felt disappointed, thinking to herself, I worked hard to graduate in the modern world, and here I still have to compete. Second senior brother asked, what did you say? What is celebrating the new year? Yi Qiao was puzzled. Yi Qiao asked back in confusion, you brothers don't celebrate the new year? The senior brothers replied casually, we have to cultivate. She lowered her eyes, thinking. Zhang Ji came from the mortal world. The other three senior brothers grew up in the cultivation world. Zhang Shi rubbed his chin. I used to celebrate the new year at home. There were feasts, but it was boring. Cultivation is more fun. Third senior brother was surprised. Feasts? What is your status? Does your family have a throne to inherit? Fourth senior brother laughed, bluntly saying, my family is in the imperial palace. Yes, there is a throne that needs inheriting. Oh my, where did those three people come from? Truly surprising. Yi Qiao made a respectful gesture to greet them. She lowered her head and said, I was rude, so you are your highness. Zhang Shi was also shocked. He sighed, feeling sad. Except for me, everyone else has a background. A hand reached out and grabbed fourth senior brother's cheek. Ming Xuan pinched. I'll come to your place next time. Zhang Shi winced in pain. Don't pinch the prince's face. The T-sect leader gets very angry. One for each to teach them a lesson about messing around. He got angry and told them to stop arguing and quickly pack up and prepare to leave. Each had a bump on their head, and the sect master was still up there. Xing Yun looked at Ming Xuan, tears streaming down his face, not understanding what was wrong with this guy. In the observation area, the Ming sect disciples were chatting lively. Finally, the third round came. On the stage, in front of hundreds of people cheering, an old man yelled, inviting the direct disciples of the 5 sects to come up. The female fans below the stage were incredibly enthusiastic, holding up signs and shouting nonstop, Yi Qiao. The other side was no less intense, chanting King Han. But it was nothing compared to an even crazier fanboy. Han King Gij, I want to bear your children. Seeing that, Ming Xuan and Shi could not help but laugh. Yi Qiao was a bit embarrassed but still spoke up to defend that Pan Nan, asking why they were discriminating against him like that. Words made Zhu Yu and Ming Xuan laugh even harder. Little junior sister, this is not a matter of discrimination. Su Chuo looked at the two laughing uncontrollably, wondering what they were laughing at. Han King could only sigh. Do not mind them. Even though he talked tough, he was still too sensitive. He had no evidence, but he just felt that the Ming sect group was laughing at him. Only they were never normal. All 4 disciples of the Moonlight sect discussed together. Han King spoke first. This round has many illusions, so we need many clarity pills. Then find someone from the Azure Water sect to cooperate. Su Chuo thought the plan might not succeed. Han King had his own thoughts. He wondered about Yi Qiao. That direct disciple named Miao Miao had once invited Yi Qiao. Was she really that charming? Yun Kui shyly spoke up. Senior brother can find the clarity pills. He looked at her, feeling the plan was not good, but we do not have the antidote pill. Yun Kui still suggested, we can trade with the Azure Water sect. They probably need this spiritual herb. Han King looked at his junior sister in surprise, thinking to himself, Yun Kui might be a bit dumb, but she is really lucky, and he immediately agreed. The participants had all gathered. The flaming mountain gate appeared, and the competition began. The organizer's voice echoed powerfully, inviting the participants participants into the secret realm. Flaming Mountain lived up to its name. Lava was everywhere, and it felt hot even from a distance. Yi Qiao was drenched in sweat, fanning herself with her hand. It is so hot. Behind her, the senior brother also spoke, truly a detestable place. As if agreeing with her, she turned around and saw her senior brother, waving. Senior brother, I did not expect to be in the same group this round. Looking at the serious young man before her, she was overjoyed inside. Having the strong senior brother there made her feel much more at ease. Yi Qiao opened her mouth wide and tossed a pill inside. She took the remaining pill and handed it to her senior brother. This place makes people impulsive. Take a clarity pill to calm down. Before he could touch the pill, two black beasts jumping in from somewhere, their claws aimed at Yi Qiao, who was scared as they snarled. Before she could react in a whoosh sound, senior brother used his sword to protect Yi Qiao. He struck the two feral beasts, making them cry out in pain. Xingyun coldly placed the pill into his mouth under her admiring gaze. Yi Qiao could not hide her admiration. Senior brother is so cool. The audience below the stage was astonished. Before they had only seen Yi Qiao fight. Now they saw the benefit of being with a sword cultivator. It really depended on them. Yi Qiao looked eager and pleaded, Senior brother, can I touch your sword? He remembered the time Zhang Shi hugged his sword tightly and would not let her touch it. Now her fourth senior brother was unwilling, like his wife being touched by a filthy man. But Xingyun was not like that. He immediately tossed his sword to her. Sure. She caught it stunned. You threw it like that. It will be mad. He replied calmly. My sword looks down on me, and I look down on it too. Yi Qiao covered her face in joy, thinking that from now on she must be nice to this dumb sword and not throw it like a soccer ball anymore. Suddenly, the senior brother spoke, startling her. We should go find the others. She looked at her senior brother and Jiang, happily replying, Okay. He looked at the extremely dangerous lava mountain. She gazed at Xingyun's back as if wanting to say something but then stopped. She looked around, feeling creeped out. I do not know if it is an illusion, but I feel like something is watching us. Suddenly, Yi Qiao's eyes widened as if she caught sight of something. She quickly grabbed her senior brother's sleeve, pointing ahead. Senior brother, what is that? Xingyun turned around, and she froze like stone. In the sky, an eagle was diving swiftly toward them. His gaze did not waver, unusually calm, a primal infant rock. She, however, did not, pulling him to run as fast as she could run. Yi Qiao ran and thought the higher the beast realm, the weirder they are. She thought snakes and rats were strange, but she never expected a primal infant rock beast to directly not even take human form. The senior brother just let her drag him along as they ran. He ran while looking back. The beast's eyes never stopped chasing them. There was something glowing in its mouth. Xingyun looked at it and sneered, truly ugly. He looked up at the beast still flying overhead. Then he threw something at it, making it freeze in place, calm. He smiled, the smile of a victor. Consider it tamed. Seeing that, Yi Qiao worried, Senior brother, do not provoke it. The beast grew even more frantic, diving straight toward the two. Yi Qiao was exhausted and scared. It is over. It is about to catch us. Xingyun had just grabbed Yi Qiao when she also used a technique, stomping hard on the room's wall. The wind blades that cut through the stone also pushed the primeval beast away. He decisively picked up Yi Qiao and continued running. Her face darkened in confusion. Did the secret realm even have a primeval beast? Xingyun answered while running, every large secret realm has a primeval beast. We were just lucky not to have one before. Sect Master Qin stroked his beard in thought, helpless that the first day was already this chaotic, wondering what the secret realm ahead would be like. Elder Sun looked and immediately exclaimed, what is that? Yun Kui hugged his spirit beast happily, for finding many heart-calming herbs. Elder Sun was surprised to see Yun Kui using the treasure-hunting beast to gather herbs, wondering if this type of spirit beast could also form a contract. The secret realm has been open this long. The woman had never seen anyone use a treasure-hunting beast to find spirit herbs, so she replied the child's luck was good, but that was cheating. The elder from Moonlight King Sect standing nearby curled his lip in disdain and asked, didn't the head of Ming Sect say that was a strategy? He looked at Qin Fan and said, allowing Yi Qiao to do it while forbidding us from using treasure-hunting beasts. Faced with the challenge, Elder Sun angrily retorted, no one is doing anything. What does it have to do with our everlasting Ming Sect? Elder Wang sensed the heavy gunpowder smell and raised a hand to mediate. There was no precedent for this in previous secret realms, but the heart-calming pill's effect is significant. It's normal for Yun Kui to have a spirit beast to find spirit herbs. He continued to change the subject, speaking loudly. Let's look at the situation of the other children. Switching to another secret realm, Ming Xuan and Zhang Shi were looking for a way to pass the trial. He seriously told Zhang Shi, in this formation, the pill cultivator is the key. We must quickly find Zhu Yu. Zhang Shi saw no problem and divided the work. You use divine sense. I'll use the sword to clear the path. The division of labor was clear. As soon as he finished speaking, they met the group from Sword Inquiry Sect. Xingzhai recognized them and asked, isn't this Ming Xuan? Ming Xuan remarked, what a coincidence. nonsense, I was just about to use a talisman to activate a technique. Xingzhai showed a triumphant look. Don't think I care just because you broke through to core formation. Ming Xuan found it amusing, hands on his hips retorting, why do you care if I broke through or not? Have you fallen for me? The other couldn't answer and simply scolded, you're disgusting. Zhu Huang, the little junior sister behind Xingzhai, had already drawn her sword, challenging, want to fight. Second senior brother, don't let him provoke you. Xingzhai also drew his sword, but was stopped by Zhang Xi putting an arm on his shoulder. It's only the first day, don't fight and kill, we can negotiate. He angrily pushed Zhang Xi away and shouted, I have nothing to negotiate with you. Xingzhai rushed in to fight, raising his sword at Ming Xuan and roaring, take this. Ming Xuan held a Vajra talisman to defend. It was immediately noticed by that Chu fellow. He directly thrust his sword through, the shield making a few clanking sounds. Xingzhai curled his lip in disdain and replied, Ming Xuan, even if you've broken through to Vajra, you're still nothing much. After that, he broke the Vajra talisman. The sword tip aimed straight at Ming Xuan, who was caught off guard by the broken formation and didn't know how to counter. Just as Xingzhi's sword tip was about to lunge, it was blocked by another sword flying in. Zhang Xi stood in front of Ming Xuan expressing displeasure, a mid-stage core formation cultivator challenging a junior. Aren't you ashamed? Ming Xuan behind him got angry and gritted out, Xingzhai is the one who forced me. Zhang Xi heard him speak softly and glanced over, just as he was telling our fourth junior brother to count to 3. After saying that, he actually counted 1. Xingzhi and his little junior sister were on high alert, their swords also ready to draw. Unexpectedly, Ming Xuan did a series of actions that stunned people, first sticking a talisman on his chest. Next, he hurriedly grabbed the hand of his fourth junior brother. Skipping the number 2, he went straight to 3 and ran. Indeed, of the 36 strategies, running is still the best. Xingzhai and the junior sister felt something was off. Wait, wasn't he supposed to count to 3? Where was number 2? Realizing that senior brother flew into a rage and shouted, Ming Xuan, you dare to play us. At this moment, the two who hadn't escaped far were being chased closely by the brother and sister, who even yelled, if you have the guts, stop running. Ming Xuan was both panicked and speechless. Who would be foolish enough to not run? You say don't run, so I won't run. Don't I need to save face? 2 running suddenly met the little junior sister Yi Qiao and Xing Yun, who were also running towards them. Zhang Xi was overjoyed. Little junior sister, big senior brother, you came just in time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Xi turned around. He told them to surround and attack the sword inquiry sect people together, to teach them a lesson. Just as they were about to gather and bully them, junior sister Yi pulled them to keep running, explaining don't turn around. Behind us is a primeval monster beast. Ming Xuan immediately added, coincidentally, behind us is Xingzhai and his little junior sister. Unexpectedly, Yi Qiao seemed to seize the opportunity and exclaimed, that's great. A few of them immediately slammed on the brakes, worried they couldn't escape the beast. Now they had found helpers. Second senior brother immediately coordinated, throwing a binding talisman at that black beast. It was instantly bound by the talisman, which turned into chains, locking it in place. Primeval beast blocked, could only let out harsh screeching sounds. The unpleasant noise forced Xingzhi and the 4 people standing there to cover their ears, not wanting to listen anymore. Unable to bear it any longer, Ming Xuan created a soundproof formation surrounding them, trapping both Xingzhi and that junior sister together with them. Having no other choice, Ming Xuan had to open with a truce offer. Xingzhi, let's cooperate for now. At this point, that Chu fellow was still stubbornly blaming, get lost, who needs cooperation? This beast was led here by you. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Zhu Huang's hand, intending to pull her away and urge her to leave this place. Suddenly, Xingzhi's entire body stiffened, and even after exerting force until he trembled, he could not move an inch. Turning around and seeing that Ming Xuan had stuck a talisman on him, he asked angrily, when do people seal that binding talisman on me? Ming Xuan sneered, still holding the talisman in hand, and replied leisurely, just a moment ago you chased me away like a dog, now I am not leaving, and I even want to give a passionate performance. Xingzhi was so angry he was stunned, and could only curse repeatedly, saying that with such a sharp tongue, you people would easily get beaten out there. Yi Qiao quickly chimed in, her attitude cheerful but her words sharp, essentially saying that if you do not help us, we will chase you away, and we will each go our separate ways. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them darkened their faces, unable to deal with the situation yet unwilling to compromise, their displeasure obvious. If you want to cooperate after killing the Yao beast, you must hand over its inner core and body to us. Ming Xuan immediately cut in to deny it. No, you do not understand the situation yet. Now is not the time for negotiating with you. There are 4 of us but only 2 of you. If we had not been in a good mood just now, we would have chased you away immediately. The faces of the 2 from the Sword Inquiry sect grew even uglier. Look, there are 6 people here, 5 of them at the Golden Core stage, yet they have to fight this Yo beast. Seeing Yi Qiao standing there dazed, suddenly the core formation beast roared and charged towards her, intending to attack. Yi Qiao was alert in time, swiftly dodging to the side like lightning. The Yao beast continuously attacked, and she was forced to use her wind sword to defend herself, making a counterattack far from easy. She continued by raising another explosive talisman high and throwing it at the beast. A deafening explosion rang out, shaking the very ground. But aside from making the core formation monster even more ferocious, the talisman did not harm it in the slightest. Young junior sister Yi had to switch tactics, tossing out a mist talisman to signal everyone to strike together. Zhangxi issued a challenge, shouting loudly, "Come on." The four of them immediately charged forward in unison. On this side, the Yao beast was not backing down either, its eyes full of ferocity staring fixedly at them. The many-eyed Yao beast flapped its wings and flew buzzingly, countless streams of black kai raining down upon their heads. Zhangxi quickly spotted the problem and urgently called out to her, "It won't do, junior sister, this creature has too many eyes. All our attack paths are seen through by it." Yi Qiao raised her short staff and seriously proposed, "I will draw the fire you brothers attack from the sides." Xingzhai showed dissatisfaction, arrogantly demanding to draw the fire. "You are only at the foundation stage, what makes you dare to charge forward?" He sneered, saying to rely on him. A hand reached out and pulled Yi Qiao back. Xingyun hesitated as he pulled her behind him and spoke up, "I can go." Yi Qiao flashed a triumphant smile, comforting her senior brother, "Trust me, I will be fine." Stepping forward, Yi Qiao pulled out 3 small gleaming bullets, full of anticipation. Tossing the bullets up, she used her staff to hit them towards the Yao beast. She thought to herself, one bullet has power no less than a golden core cultivator. Throwing a few at you, I do not believe you will remain unscathed. Bullets exploded upon contact with the Yao beast, but the core formation monster seemed completely unharmed. Grew even more ferocious, growling, "Damnable humans, I want to kill you." The spectators outside buzzed with discussion. Yi Qiao is only at mid-foundation stage, her spiritual energy is insufficient. Others worried, saying to let Xingyun go. How could Yi Qiao dare to? Elder Zhao watched while stroking his beard and thought, Yi Qiao has never actively sought death before. If she were certain to lose, she would have run away long ago. His movement abruptly stopped as he pondered deeply, wondering what she was holding onto in this situation. The large screen showed Yi Qiao using pills. Elder Wang exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, relying on recovery pills, does your sect have that much money?" At the observation area, Qin Fan was sitting on the platform when he was startled, recalling that before entering the secret realm, each sect distributed pills, but he asked himself in confusion, could it be that we gave Yi Qiao that many pills? At this moment, Yi Qiao had already poured the entire bottle of pills into her mouth. Then, before the Yao beast's fierce eyes, she provoked it, saying, "You cannot defeat me." Just as it raised its claw to smash Yi Qiao, she backed away while raising the pill bottle, beginning to advertise, "The pills from the Everlasting Radiance sect are 6 times stronger, endure internal injuries without retreat. Welcome to visit, choose me for alchemy." Next, she even did not forget to pose while showcasing the product she was promoting. Xingji, who was enduring the Great Fiend Beast's attacks, saw her like this and angrily scolded, "Can't you pick a better timing to speak?" Zhangxi quickly raised his ritual sword, executing the wind control art. Then, with one slash, he severed a wing of the great Yao beast. The injured Yao beast fell to the ground, while Zhangxi and Xingji also landed at the same time. Seeing their opponent lose ground, neither of the two was willing to concede, competing with each other. Zhangxi said, "I am faster than you." Xingzhai replied, "Without me, would you have succeeded?" At the observation area, the Sword Inquiry sect fans saw this and said Xingji was so strong his combat was not much inferior to Zhangxi, who possesses a heaven-born sword bone. The Everlasting Radiance sect fans also fiercely defended their idol, saying they had been at mid-golden core stage for a long time, while Zhangxi was only 16, still young. The spectators grew even more excited, their eyes sparkling, wanting to see them fight, though regretting that they feared they could not win. At this moment on the arena, the sky had already brightened. The Yao beast lying on the ground had stopped breathing, only remaining there to be melted by the heat. Zhangxi breathed a sigh of relief, wiping his sweat, and said they had finally taken down the Gurt core formation Yao beast. At that moment, a cloth bag was thrown heavily onto the ground. Yi Qiao stood before Xingji with her arms crossed, ignoring his dissatisfied expression, and said, "The Yao beast's body will be split evenly with you. We will take the inner core." Just as Xingji was about to lose his temper, Zhu Huang held him back, calling out senior brother. Then she pointed at Yi Qiao's group of 4 and said helplessly, "They outnumber us." Seeing Yi Qiao eat pills continuously earlier, Zhangxi pulled her arm and asked quietly, "Little junior sister, where did you get so many pills?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qiao replied, "I refined them myself." "Do you remember how awful my alchemy was before?" Recalling the painful memory of being purged, Qin Fan screamed that it was really cooking shit, terrifying Zhangxi. Yi Qiao ignored Zhangxi's buffer scales and narcissistically said that from now on everyone should call him the humble genius, and if they needed anything, just come to him. Seeing her sparkling eyes, Ming Xuan raised his fan to block and said he thought she was just messing around, not expecting her to persistently practice. Feeling the heat from the rocky mountain, Zhang Shi asked little sister if she had any cooling pills, because all three of them were fire spirit roots. Yi Qiao replied no, telling him to endure it. Thinking about the heat, she took out KFC and said this secret realm was only suitable for KFC. Seeing KFC excitedly fly away, she told it to find some fire-type stones to eat on its own. Before leaving, KFC chirped a few times in response. The four of them, including Yi Qiao, silently watched KFC fly away excitedly. Ming Xuan worriedly said he was uneasy about KFC leaving like that and suggested following it. He thought there were many beast masters, and if the Sect's divine beast got eaten, they would cry too late. On this side, Yunkui held her treasure-seeking beast in both hands, with King Luan perched on her shoulder, her whole body exuding a desire for praise. Then Lin and Miao Yen noticed her as soon as she arrived. Two discussed through their eyes, seeing that Yunkui was accompanied by two unusual beasts, one being a spirit beast and the other a legendary King Luan. Seeing their envy, Yunkui thought smugly feeling admired was great. This competition would definitely steal the spotlight. Suddenly, the King Luan on her shoulder spread its wings and flew away. She hurriedly asked where the King Luan wanted to go. The King Luan ignored her, flying straight ahead. It flew to where KFC was eating lava rocks. Upon arrival, it landed and chirped as if giving a signal. Ignoring the disdain, the King Luan lowered its head to show affection to KFC. At this time, Hen King walked over and saw KFC looking down on the King Luan. Hen King recognized KFC and warned that it was Yi Qiao's beast from the recently arrived Changming sect, and to be careful of traps. Yun Kui ignored him and stepped forward to call the King Luan back. The King Luan ignored her, continuing to flirt, even sticking out its pretty foot to seduce KFC. She thought angrily, first the treasure-seeking beast clung to Yi Qiao, and now even the King Luan was the same. It was unacceptable. She walked over and grabbed the distracted KFC while it was eating, causing it to chirp in confusion. Then Yun Kui threw KFC into the lava rock, causing the King Luan to curse her using beast language. Three of them, Han King, had darkened faces, their heads full of question marks, not understanding what she was doing. Just as Yun Kui was smug, a call rang out. Then Lin questioned why she threw Yi Qiao's beast into the lava rock. The group with Yi Qiao had just arrived and shouted upon hearing this. What? Ming Xuan asked again, did Yun Kui throw little sister's beast into the lava rock? Zhang Shi directly clenched his fist and shouted angrily, Yun Kui did it on purpose. Zhang Shi thought of Yi Qiao's expression and angrily scolded, throwing it anywhere but into the lava rock. If KFC wasn't a phoenix that loved fire, it would have died, and a dead beast would be a huge loss. Looking at Yi Qiao, who stood quietly but had a flame of anger rising from her, Yun Kui put on a pitiful act, crying and apologizing, saying she didn't expect it to fall in. It was probably fine. She secretly thought if something had happened, Yi Qiao wouldn't be standing still. Ignoring her, Zhang Shi angrily drew his sword and said he had to beat this idiot to death today. Zhang Shi quickly swung his sword towards Yun Kui. She screamed, only to see Zhang Shi's sword strike something in front of her chest. He was surprised and thought darkly, so she actually had a heart-protecting mirror. Zhang Shi snorted, saying Yun Kui had good stuff, but the heart-protecting mirror was already broken. At this moment, a shadow moved rapidly towards that spot. A foot took a running start and jumped. Yi Qiao appeared behind Yun Kui, stepping on her defensive talisman. Right before she could stabilize, Yi Qiao punched her once. Yun Kui trembled and fell down, crying out in pain. She called out to Yi Qiao, who upon seeing this taunted, not calling her second senior sister anymore now. She thought to herself anyone could speak politely. When Yun Kui opened her mouth, it was second senior sister. It was disgusting to hear. While she was smug, a beam of light shot up from behind her. Sword emitting sharp rays quickly blocked the beam of light. Xing Yun blocked in front of Yi Qiao and said, don't be afraid. A stern voice rang out, you people from Changming sect have gone too far. It was King Han standing in front protecting Yun Kui, saying the competition was no reason to bully her with numbers. Emboldened, Yun Kui said it wasn't intentional, what just happened was an accident. She wrongfully pretended the beast was fine, and that they were targeting her. Zhang Shi smiled with a darkened face and said then there was no other way Changming sect was like that. Don't ask about sect qualities. Xing Yun looked at Yi Qiao behind him and said, little sister, go take your revenge. Then, pointing his sword at King Han, he said, leave him to me. Yi Qiao happily agreed. Next, she flashed a thuggish smile at Yun Kui and said she had wanted to beat her for a long time. In response, Yun Kui ran away, and Yi Qiao excitedly chased after her. Yun Kui frantically threw out ice talismans, wind talismans, water talismans, and metal talismans. Yi Qiao frantically slashed through the bunch of talismans, complaining they were all junk. On the screen, a huge explosion occurred, smoke billowing everywhere. Elder Wang beside Yun Yin saw this and asked, Yun Kui was at the Golden Core stage, how could a mid-stage foundation establishment like Yi Qiao suppress her? What kind of teaching was that? He thought to himself, what ability could turn a genius with an extreme water spirit spirit root into a waste. Yun Yin replied, "Our talisman cultivation is different from sword cultivators who only know how to fight and kill." Right then, Qin Fan chimed in with a taunt. How did this child even form a core anyway? Heavenly lightning struck him. He didn't just take pills and survive, did he? In the forest the wind howled and the waterfall flowed. The audience below the stage chatted animatedly. It seemed no one from Moonlit Clear Sect had undergone tribulation recently. Elder Wang showed disgust, ignoring Yun Yin's gaze on him, saying that eating one was an insult to the righteous orthodox sects. Yin Yin was very displeased after hearing this. Yi Qiao also broke through quickly. "Why don't you suspect her?" A woman dressed seductively joined in their conversation. What was suspicious about a sword talisman dual cultivator breaking through quickly? Since ancient times, sword meant sword cultivator, talisman meant talisman cultivator, sword cultivators studied in battle. Autumn enlightenment came from drawing talismans. Dual cultivation of both paths only required grasping one to break through. Yin sneered with contempt. How fast could drawing talismans really be? Fast array deployment had nothing to do with drawing talismans. Enraging the sect master of Ming sect. Qin Fan naturally couldn't hold back. Being faster than you is enough. Though he boasted, his mind thought he hadn't seen Yi Qiao's talisman drawing skill, but that didn't stop him from bluffing. At this time in the Flaming Mountain secret realm, the wind howled and magma flowed. King Han used his sword to parry Sing Yun's sword aside. The senior brother replied, "Dream on." Looking at the two figures ahead blazing with anger, Zhu Huang and Sing Ji were startled. Zhu Huang quickly shouted, "Senior brother." Fear and doubt filled her heart. Why did the senior brother suddenly want to fight the people from Eternal Dawn sect? Zhang Shi jumped out from somewhere, blocking in front of them with his sword, threatening, "Do you want to join in too?" She hurriedly waved her hands in panic. What a joke. What does this have to do with me? When two countries fight, envoys are not beheaded. Don't get angry for no reason. Zhu Huang looked at the two sweating senior brothers and asked, "Are you pursuing him? What did she do to offend you?" Ming Xuan replied with an unhappy face, "She threw my junior sister's packed beast into the magma." His words startled the two people. She dared to do that. Zhu Huang backed away while looking at her senior brother. That Moonlit Clear Sect disciple really knows how to seek death. Let's not get involved in this. Her eyes seemed worried. Now Cloud Sword Sect didn't dare to fight Eternal Dawn Sect either. Yunqi offended others as soon as she arrived. Having this junior sister really made things difficult. Han King looked at Zhu Huang with a pained expression. She sighed in sympathy. Han King sighed with deep frustration. Where did Yunqi learn her talent for stirring up trouble everywhere? He sighed and fell into deep thought. Yi Qiao also caused trouble, but she could handle it. Su Chuo, face full of worry, begged his senior brother, "Let's go help little junior sister quickly." She probably didn't know that was Yi Qiao's packed beast and carelessly threw it away. Han King had no choice. Let's just go rescue her. We can't let her be eliminated. Shang-Chi looked at the man before him, stopping him. "Not so fast." Saying this, he drew his sword and chuckled. "We won't let you disturb little junior sister." Elsewhere, a more brutal fight was happening. She screamed, wanting to escape. Yi Qiao's face full of anger, kicked Yun Kui. After finishing the opponent, she made a beautiful landing pose, while the opponent fell flat on his face. She had wounds all over her face, acting pitiful. "Brother Yeek." Sing Ji was furious upon hearing this. "Who is your brother Yi? Stop getting close to our sword inquiry sect, or even without water, I'll make you wake up today." She looked extremely embarrassed, ashamed. She fell to her knees, her clenched hands trembling. "No one has ever humiliated me like this, all of it." Yunqi's face was full of resentment, tears kept falling. "It's all Yi Qiao's fault." Suddenly, Yunqi shook the bell bracelet on her wrist. Then she raised the bracelet high, making it ring out. Yi Qiao's eyes were full of fear. "Joyful bell." He shook the bracelet and smiled meaningfully. "Yunqi has so many good things. This is the 10th ranked weapon on the spirit artifact list." A beam of light shot from the bracelet in all directions, making everyone suddenly stop. Yunqi smiled smugly. The joyful bell can disturb consciousness. She looked at Yi Qiao before her, feeling victory was in her grasp. She just needed to seize the timing to counterattack. But she had underestimated Yi Qiao, who kicked her hard in the body, making her spit blood from her mouth. After knocking her down, Yi Qiao picked up the joyful bell. She smiled. "Don't waste your energy anymore." Looking at the sobbing, slumped Yunqi, the joyful bell had no effect on Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao squeezed with great force, destroying the lifebound spirit artifact. The backlash made Yunqi cough blood. Several audience members below felt regret. It was a shame the joyful bell was destroyed. The crowd kept lamenting, "The person is no good, but she has many good items." Ming Xuan smiled and threw out a fire-repelling talisman. Not to be outdone, Su Chuo also threw a water-freezing talisman. The two talismans clashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Su Chuo clenched his fists, watching his junior sister being trampled by Yi Qiao. He shouted with both anxiety and helplessness. "Don't go too far," he thought to himself. He really wanted to save little junior sister, but Ming Xuan was too tough to handle. Ming Xuan reached behind him to secretly throw a talisman, finding it ridiculous. Who is going too far? Weren't you the one who struck first? His talisman was a message transmission talisman. Zhang Shi struggled to break the formation with his sword. This formation by Han King was really formidable. No matter how he slashed, it wouldn't break. The second senior brother's talisman had flown to Zhang Shi. From junior brother, head southwest. That's the weakest point of the formation. After receiving the guidance, he raised his sword again. Then I'll try once more. The blade touched the formation's barrier. The formation shattered it into. Han King's face turned pale at this sight. Then he slipped behind him and scolded, "You can't even guard a waist," letting Ming Xuan throw a message transmission talisman away. Su Chuo hung his head in shame. He turned around and counterattacked. "You can only bully those in lower realms. Why don't you talk about your own problems? You can't even handle Zhang Shi and still want to set up a formation. I'm embarrassed for you." The bond between the two brothers truly cracked from this point on. "You what you?" Ming Xuan and Zhang Shi saw this and couldn't help sighing, wondering if they were having an internal conflict. Xing Yun and King Han were still engrossed in their sword duel. The two swords separated, pointing straight at each other. The wind whistled sharply as they simultaneously changed their stances. King Han raised his sword, looking puzzled, saying, "Your sword seems disobedient." Xing Yun also raised his sword, not denying it was a bit rebellious. Elder Wang watched this scene, sighed, saying the broken sword refused to acknowledge him. He kept fighting fiercely. No wonder the man and sword weren't coordinating well. He and the two girls looked at Qin Fan, cautiously asking how long this condition had persisted. Old Chen stroked his beard and said, "He doesn't want to admit it now, but sooner or later he will have to yield. His sword is a family heirloom, and this broken sword is the ancestral sword of the Zhao family. Only the future master of the Zhao family is qualified to use it. Even if it is unwilling to cooperate, no one but Xing Yun can pull it out." The battle was intense with thick smoke everywhere, and even the two junior brothers of Cloud Sword Sect were helpless. A hand was raised, forcing the two about to fight to stop. She quickly pulled the senior brother away, waving her hand and saying, "I am going to study with him," leaving the two bewildered. Xing Yun looked dumbfounded as Zhu Huang dragged King Han away. After running for a while, they stopped senior brother. She sighed and explained Yi Qiao's agreement was thrown into the lava by Yun Kui, and Eternal Bright Sect has every right to be angry. But Yun Kui is a woman. Is it appropriate for a whole group to gang up on her? The senior brother suddenly exclaimed, "But Yi Qiao is also a woman." Zhu Huang covered her face, helpless, saying, "Don't misjudge her gender just because she mingles with men." She brought out the ranking board, saying our Cloud Sword Sect is already in 4th place. She took the board to cover her eyes and asked, "Senior Brother Wan, which is more important, the sect's glory or protecting the flower emissary?" Xingzhai and his junior sister played off each other, saying, "Senior Brother, Yunkui will only be beaten once," leaving Han King speechless. Looking at the anxious and hesitant senior brother, if Cloud Sword Sect loses, the title of top sect could change hands. They both firmly grasped Han King's hands. Han King was dumbfounded as he was dragged away, saying, "Let's hurry." Yi Qiao stood with her hands on her hips, stomping hard on the struggling Yun Kuo. Zhang Shi was interested, saying, "Quickly crush her medallion and send her to the elimination area to drink tea." Han King looked at the three of them pleadingly, saying, "Don't crush it, I want her to apologize to you all." Ming Xuan picked up her medallion, aggrievedly saying our KFC's whereabouts are still unknown. Then he happily spun the medallion, saying what good would her apology do? Yi Qiao smirked with a cunning glint. "Perhaps you should buy back your junior sister." She directly asked him, stunned, "How much do you think she is worth?" And King was choked with anger. He clenched his fists, thinking that the King sect had money, but would not let the Chaming sect bully them forever. Su Chuo saw Yun Kui being bullied and could not suppress her anger. "You people suffered no loss." He stubbornly thought, "The one beaten the worst is my junior sister." Yun Kui is covered in wounds and bleeding from the mouth. Zhang Shi slowly raised his hand to his face, painfully said our spirit was damaged. Su Chuo choked out only the word person. Han King was calmer. "The IOU says you made her press her fingerprint." His gaze turned sharp as he looked at Yun Kui. He thought to himself, grievances have a head and debts have an owner. Yun Kui was still lying miserably in the distance. She was grimy with wounds, tears welling in her eyes, hating these people to death, knowing she would surely be pointed at outside. The IOU was brought before her. Yi Qiao showed no mercy, her movements decisive. Yun Kui clung to hope, her pitiful expression begging for Yi Qiao's sympathy. Seeing Yi Qiao unmoved, she had to press it as then. Just as her thumb was about to press down, Yi Qiao withdrew the paper, saying, "I changed my mind. You should still be eliminated." After speaking, she gave her no chance. Yi Qiao laughed and crushed her token, saying goodbye. Yun Kui was furious, struggling to sit up and grinding her teeth. "Yi Qiao, you played me." A green formation appeared beneath her. Yi Qiao, along with Han King and Su Chuo, watched Yun Kui gradually vanish. Su Chuo cried out in sorrow, "Junior sister." Han King saw Su Chuo's long and short tears of regret and sneered, "If you miss her, then go with her." Before Su Chuo could retort, Miao Yan stepped forward from behind, saying Yun Kui was eliminated. The alliance between the Bishui sect and the Yuking sect is over. Han King turned back with concern. Though unwilling, he had to sigh and reply fine. Lin Lin heard the alliance was dissolved and eagerly said to her senior sister, "Let us form an alliance with Yi Qiao. Zhu Yu is not here." Soon as she finished speaking, Zhu Yu appeared as if summoned. Miao Yan smiled gently, nodded and said, I will go seek cooperation with the Changming sect. Yi Qiao tilted her head from afar, her hand stroking her chin as she pondered the original owner's spirit root extraction plot. Then she mused, but since I am no longer a human tool, why was Yunqi's spiritual root not supplemented? Using spirit mushroom, Ming Xuan beside her also tilted his head, paying attention to his junior sister. Ming Xuan's gaze fell on the beautiful Yi Qiao, serious and absorbed in thought. After watching her carefully for a while, Ming Xuan softly said to Zhang Xi, I discovered that when my junior sister is not talking, she is quite beautiful. This only aroused Zhang Xi's curiosity further. He stepped forward to observe closely, making Yi Qiao embarrassed. After a while, he spoke up to confirm with Ming Xuan. As soon as the thought ended, seeing two senior brothers with faces discussing him, Yi Qiao angrily hit them hard on the head, shouting if no one cared about Zhu Yu's life or death. Big round bumps rose on the two senior brothers' heads. Yi Qiao frowned and angrily scolded them further for their moral decay. Cold hearts with no sect camaraderie, making them sweat with fear. Zhang Xi, while rubbing the bump on his head, took out a jade token and handed it to Yi Qiao, saying of course they cared. Look at this fake jade, third senior brother is alive and well. On Ziyu's end, the situation was completely unfavorable. Ziyu unluckily ran into Qin Huai. While he was worried, Qin Huai had already let out a cold laugh, saying what a coincidence. The image of Zhu Yu living well was clear. He encountered Qin Huai and Hang Dao. At this moment he could only stand still and take the hit. Zhu Yu felt frustrated in his heart, helplessly worrying about such bad luck. Why was he wandering alone for so long without seeing any sectmates and yet running into an enemy? Qin Huai was drenched in sweat, fanning himself continuously, and reluctantly asked Zhu Yu if he had any clarity pills. Zhu Yu flatly answered no, but inwardly sneered of course he had them, but they were for people in the sect. The Chen Feng sect bastards shouldn't even dream of it. Qin Huai said nothing more, reached out and grabbed the pouch hanging on Zhu Yu's waist, with a rogue attitude demanding to take a look. Zhu Yu swiftly gripped the command token tightly and replied that it was impossible. Knowing he couldn't fight back, Zhu Yu raised the command token in one hand, while the other hand clutched the pouch tightly, threatening that if they forced him, he would die right in front of them. Qin Huai paused. Zhu Yu continued, saying they were all golden core cultivators. We'll see if your speed is faster or if my hand crushes faster. This threat made Qin Huai reconsider. He was reluctant but had to withdraw his hand, thinking helplessly that he would actually resort to this hands-on crushing trick. Even Zhu Yu himself didn't expect it, secretly thinking the hands-on crushing trick of the grand senior brother actually worked. With a smug expression, Zhu Yu calculated that if they were eliminated, they wouldn't get the clarity pill or any pill at all. He held the token tightly, his resolve extremely firm. He raised the token, ready to crush it. Qin Huai hurriedly raised his hand to advise calm and talk slowly, while Hang Dao behind him also clenched his fists nervously. Hang Dao laughed awkwardly, saying they never intended to rob his pouch, they just wanted to trade. To show goodwill, Hang Dao took out his own pouch and said it contained various magical artifacts. Could they trade? His voice pleading. Inside, his heart ached deeply. He originally planned to snatch it empty-handed, never expecting Zhu Yu to play this trick. At the same time, on Yi Qiao's side, everyone discussed animatedly. Ming Xuan turned back to look at Miao Yan and Lin Lin, who were wide-eyed and holding their cheeks expectantly, quietly asking if they really wanted to ally with the Bai Shui sect. Zhang Xi frowned and objected. Xing Yun also frowned and replied that they were all alchemists. Yi Qiao's eyes lit up happily as she said allying would increase the pill supply. Yi Qiao thought happily that pills were very expensive. She and third senior brother couldn't refine enough for use. But cooperating with the Bai Shui sect was different. They could mooch off their food and drink. The plan was set. Yi Qiao decisively nodded and announced they could cooperate. She approached Miao Yuan and Lin Lin with a friendly face, extended her hand and said happy cooperation. Lin Lin happily grabbed Yi Qiao's hand, smiling brightly and said happy cooperation. After a slight pause, Lin Lin curiously asked who would lead the two sects alliance. The Changming sect members all glanced at Yi Qiao simultaneously, saying she would lead. Yi Qiao frowned worriedly upon hearing this. Before she could say anything, a man approached from afar, raising his hand to nominate himself as the leader. He introduced himself as Liu Yun, a disciple of the Bai Shui sect and junior brother of Miao Yan. Liu Yun stopped before Yi Qiao, crossed his arms and admitted she was famous, but was not an alchemist. She should follow him instead. Ming Xuan shot a sharp glance at Liu Yun, startling him, and asked if he was sure he wanted to lead. Liu Yun arrogantly nodded, saying if an alchemist didn't lead, then who else but you talisman cultivators? Ming Xuan was mocked, choked angrily, and couldn't say anything beyond the word you. Yi Qiao saw the tense atmosphere, gently tugged Ming Xuan's sleeve and advised him to let it be. second senior brother. She continued to advise Ming Xuan that the Bai Shui sect had many pills if they wanted to lead, then let them. After a few minutes of persuasion, Yi Qiao's senior brothers had to comply, letting Liu Yun lead. As Yi Qiao was dejectedly following the group, the KFC chick flew back, chirping its familiar chirps. Hearing this, Yi Qiao's eyes lit up. She happily looked at the KFC chick with affection. Letting KFC perch on her hand, Yi Qiao delightedly saw it could fly now, unlike before when it only hopped around. Mu Zong, hearing the chicken sound, glanced over and asked if it had found many rocks, if there were any changes. Yi Qiao smiled affectionately and hugged KFC to her chest. Yi Qiao smiled softly while stroking KFC, replying, "It's fatter now." Zhang Xi, upon hearing, also grinned with delight, his eyes narrowing. Xing Yun stared fixedly at the chick, stroking his chin, calculating that its realm would be higher when it woke up, thinking divine beasts and demon beasts break through much easier than cultivators. Seeing the Changming sect group lagging behind, Sai Dai Wen curiously tilted her head to glance. The sight startled her. She immediately turned her head and asked with a suspicious attitude, "Phoenix?" Ming Xuan loudly replied, startling Sai Dai Wen, saying, "Are you joking?" Then Ming Xuan continued to assert this was a chicken, emphasizing it's a chicken. Ming Xuan stubbornly refused to admit it, thinking extinct divine beasts had to be reported to the 5 sects. But if they said it was a chicken, who would dare claim the Changming sect was hiding a phoenix? Sai Dai Wen and Lin Lin could only convince themselves, smiling awkwardly and praising their chicken was quite beautiful. That matter passed, Sai Dai Wen and Lin Lin began to take out pills to distribute to everyone. Seeing everyone had received theirs, she leisurely said each person got a bottle containing clarity pills, rejuvenation pills, and pills for injuries. Yi Qiao excitedly shook the bottle, marveling that the big sect was indeed impressive. Ming Xuan brought the bottle to his nose, clicked his tongue in admiration of the faint fragrance, telling little junior sister to learn from this. Zhang Xi also sniffed it, then praised that this was real pills from trained alchemists. Xing Yun had never tested the potency of Yi Qiao's pills, asking second senior brother and fourth senior brother why they spoke of little junior sister that way. Was she always failing? Without saying much, Xing Yun quietly came over and placed his hand on Yi Qiao's shoulder. He softly comforted her, saying alchemists exploding their furnaces was very normal. Yi Qiao listened quietly. Suddenly, Yi Qiao turned to ask curiously, "Did third senior brother also mess up?" Xing Yun considered and nodded. Yi Qiao recalled the time third junior brother's furnace explosion was even more intense than the smell of her snail noodles. Back then his hair was ruined. Afterwards, Zhu Yu laughed it off and handed the letter to everyone. After listening quietly, Yi Qiao sighed and rubbed her hands, thinking she had never had an explosion, maybe because her equipment was quite sturdy. While Ming Xuan and Zhang Xi were happily together, Yi Qiao confidently declared that after the secret realm, she would go to the night market to buy furnace pills. Except for Xing Yun, everyone else smiled nervously in admiration at her bold words. Not long after, Miao Yan suddenly screamed in panic, drawing everyone's attention. She pointed toward the massive swarm of fire bees that was appearing. Giant fire bees flew in from somewhere, fiercely attacking the people below with their stingers. Liu Yun quickly assessed the situation and ordered a charge to destroy them. He took out his flute, ready to attack. Yi Qiao was not in a hurry. She quietly calculated. Flame mountain spirit beasts usually moved in groups. They had high cultivation but low IQ, so there was no need for a direct fight. She suggested a different approach, which made Liu Yun frown in anger. Already disliking Yi Qiao, Liu Yun turned back and snapped, "Mind your own business, I have my own way." He thought to himself that lately, Yi Qiao had become so famous that even King Han had been defeated by her. She was definitely trying to show off to steal the spotlight. Helpless Yi Qiao could only sigh, "Fine." She tiredly understood the temperament of the true disciples of the 5 sects. They were always rebellious and disliked anyone doubting their decisions. On the other side, Zhang Xi was continuously slashing several insects. Seeing the result, he was slightly dejected. "At this rate, we will still be stuck here by the time monkeys evolve into humans." Liu Yun quickly reminded him. "It is only the second day." Liu Yun said, "We have the pills, you have the strength. First and second place will eventually be ours." Hearing this, Ming Xuan, who was casting a talisman, had to think it over. He only wanted to get some pills on the side, not to be dragged down to 4th place. He thought dejectedly, "If it weren't for eating the benefits of others, I would have ended this cooperation long ago." One day later, at a certain place within the Flame Mountain secret realm, suddenly, someone said something had happened with the Everlasting Sect. The Moonlit Sect and the Windward Sect were quite surprised to hear this. The Sword Inquisition Sect heard this and said smugly, they actually ended up in 4th place. Han King mused, the Everlasting Sect cooperated with the Azure Water Sect, but were hindered by their pill cultivators. Having to both protect them and kill spirit beasts, 4th place is to be expected. Zhu Huang remembered Yi Qiao's talent, but Yi Qiao is not someone who would be affected. Qin Huai knew she had a sharp tongue and didn't care. Alone she is naturally fine, but in group cooperation, One must look at the bigger picture. Thinking of Yi Qiao in a difficult situation, Qin Huai could not help but want to drag her over to see. Two sects cooperating. All true disciples surely no will obey anyone. There are internal conflicts. Over on the other side of Flame Mountain, Yi Qiao's group was suffering but still happy. Yi Qiao suggested, Liu Yun, we will lose if we keep this up. If it does not work, let me lead the team. He did not reply. Knowing this kid was stubborn, Yi Qiao felt pain and her eyes reddened. It has been 3 days and I still want to win. Looking at her dejected appearance, Liu Yun did not believe her. How could a basic level cultivator like you lead the team? Yi Qiao was speechless. If I win, I get 1 million and can escape poverty. Lin saw this and immediately tugged at Liu Yun's sleeve. She pulled him aside and whispered, Third senior brother, Yi Qiao is very formidable. You have not done missions together before, so you probably do not know how she can turn the tide. Right at that moment, a fire ant appeared, crawling toward them. Ming Xuan quickly noticed and shouted, Fire ants! They are sensitive to smell and use it to locate us. Spread out and stand separately. Do not get surrounded. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of fire ants surrounded them. Cai Diyuan turned to Yi Qiao in confusion. What do we do now? She had no idea how to deal with so many spirit beasts. It was practically a disaster. Ding Yun said petulantly, Ask your junior disciple. We are just basic level cultivators. We dare not say anything. Liu Yun was not bothered and immediately assigned tasks. Ming Xuan and Yi Qiao will set up formations. The rest of you find pills to mask the fire ant's sense of smell. Sword cultivators, go deal with them. The group from Asura Water Sect searched high and low but could not find the required pills. Cai Diyuan had to say, there are none. Knowing the difficulty of the situation, Ming Xuan took out talismans to form a cage around them. However, the fire ants quickly secreted fluids that broke his formation. Ming Xuan saw what was happening and yelled, they can eat through formations. Hurry up, the formation is about to collapse. At this point, Liu Yun had to admit defeat and turn to seek help from Yi Qiao. Knowing the task was being pushed onto her again, Yi Qiao pondered deeply. She said irritably, you only think of me when things get difficult? Thinking this, she still took out several pills. As soon as they took them, they saw the pills had terrifying smells, from garlic and durian to stinky tofu, and even a putrid odor. Yi Qiao did not care and ordered, the 5 of you, each take 1 pill and do not spit it out. Miao Yan did not believe her. Can I hold it in? Looking at the durian-scented pill, Yi Qiao said confidently, it should be fine. Liu Yun looked at the pill and then at the fire ant swarm. He turned and asked, what are you trying to do? I asked you to think of a way, not to provoke the fire ants. Qiao said calmly, is this not a way I am thinking of? She ordered the 5 pill cultivators, all of you, take out your cauldrons and then climb inside. Yi Qiao handed them talismans. These are sealing talismans. Use them to seal the cauldrons to stop the fire ants from getting in. The cauldrons are very thick. They can withstand the ants gnawing. Liu Yun, in his teens, had never been told to climb into a pill cauldron. He said fearfully, you want us to crawl into the cauldron? Yi Qiao thought it was only natural. I want to crawl in too. If you can divert their attention and hide, why fight? 1 incense stick later, Yi Qiao's method proved effective. The fire ant swarm lay dead in droves. Yi Qiao poked a fire ant on the ground with a command stick. She was drenched in sweat and let out a long breath. That should be solved. Having finished the task, she turned back, come on out. Hearing the signal, the group from Asura Water Sect immediately opened their pots and crawled out one by one. Miao Yan said as soon as she got out, the smell of these pills is actually quite fragrant after a while. Lin Lin held a heavily scented pill and said, it probably is not too hard to eat. Ming Xuan could not understand their taste in food. He thought, saying such a bad pill is tasty? Are these pill cultivators insane? Do you guys know what you are saying? Liu Yun looked at his pill for a moment from the side, then popped it straight into his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, he felt his life was about to blossom. Liu Yin did not expect that the heavy-smelling pill would taste so good, and its spiritual energy was also very abundant. He looked at the pill in front of him and reasoned that as long as the effect was good, then for that alchemist, it was a good pill. Yi Qiao confidently and happily pulled out a recover spirit pill and threw it into her mouth, saying it was only natural because people from her hometown really liked to eat it. The whole group was completely unaware that all their actions were being watched by Shen Ziwei. Shen Ziwei looked at this wonder of the world and could not stand it. How thrilling the Clearwater Sect and the Everlasting Sect were eating feasts together. He immediately ran back to the sect to report the shocking news. Big senior brother, the Everlasting Sect, and the Blue Water Sect just ate feasts together. I am not joking. Hang Dao's mouth was faster than his brain, blurting out unconsciously, how hateful, not inviting me. Manhwa looked at his junior disciple in confusion and asked, "Are you crazy too?" Only then did Heng Dao snap out of it, embarrassed, waving his hand and saying it was just nonsense, you all continue. He just had a slip of the tongue. Recently those three sects often dragged him along to badmouth Yi Qiao. This time he misspoke. According to the information they had, the current rankings of the three sects were basically stable. Su Chuo beside him said, "So do we need to cooperate with the Blue Water sect?" But Qin Huai did not think so. What cooperation is there still? Shen Ziwei has already provided the location. In a while we will go rob their pouches. Han King also agreed, "Today if we do not fight, then we go rob pouches." Then he turned and said to Han King, "After the robbery run, split the pills evenly, and we will protect our people." Han King readily agreed to do the evil deed. Fine. Over here, the rogue cultivators saw them plotting evil deeds and said they had changed, no longer as simple as before. The alliance of three sects was rare. Yi Qiao truly made enemies of everyone. They looked at Yi Qiao being envied and hated and laughed heartily. The disciples of the three sects always suffered the worst because of her. It's over, the Blue Water sect is finished. The scene switched to Yi Qiao's side. Miao Yan made a discovery. She turned back to warn everyone that quite a few people were coming, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Xuan's foot stepped on a formation. Immediately that formation was activated. Ming Xuan quickly retreated, reminding everyone it was a talisman formation. Do not separate, there is a trap. Everyone quickly moved away from the formation as Ming Xuan said. However, Ming Xuan was not so lucky. He was trapped inside the formation. Ming Xuan knocked on the formation a few times, but to no avail. He helplessly cursed, "Damn it." Seeing the danger, Yi Qiao immediately pulled Linlin's hand and said, "Follow me." She knew for sure someone was setting a trap. The Everlasting Sect was in fourth place, no threat, so the target could only be the alchemist. But she had only taken a few steps. Immediately, someone chased after and blocked her. Do not think of escaping. It turned out to be Han King jumping down in front of the two of them. He quickly blocked their escape route. Han King looked at Yi Qiao with contempt, and he quickly cut the string of Linlin's pill pouch, and collected that pouch into his hand. Yi Qiao also did not see this move coming. She was truly fooled by them. These guys have improved. Qin Huai also could not sit still. He joined the robbery. The pouches of the Blue Water sect disciples were quickly cut by Qin Huai's kick. Even Sai Miao Yan was no exception. She knew the situation was bad and yelled, "Not good." Miao Yan saw her pouch fall and hurriedly reached for it, but was spotted by Xing Ji. He yelled White Moon Slash. Sai Miao Yan's pill pouch was thus knocked out of her hand. Then it landed firmly in Xing Ji's hand. This man said smugly, but then Miao Yan said angrily, "You people are going too far." However, the robber Xing Ji was proud of his action. All is fair in war. Qin Huai had also snatched Kiki's pouch. He said smugly, "The pouch is obtained. The pills must all be here. Let us go." Yi Qiao watched the back of Han King walking away. Suddenly she called out to Han King. He turned back to look at her in question. "What?" Yi Qiao approached and courteously patted his back a few times. He left a GPS-like mark on Han King's body and said nothing, just wanted to call someone. Han King mercilessly pushed her away. "Get lost." Yi Qiao did not mind casually saying it was just a greeting among experts. Today, fortune teller Yi Qiao is in a good mood, so she will give you a reading. She counted on her fingers and saw that his temper was bad. He would be cuckolded in the future. Yi Qiao knew it all. In the original text, Yun quid many pursuers, the grass on Han King's head had long turned green. Hearing her hint that he wore a green hat, Han King could not help but curse. "If you do not speak, no one will tell you to shut up." After saying that, he stalked off like a child. This person is really strange, suddenly patting my shoulder just to greet me. Am I familiar with her? The Blue Water sect watched the people of the remaining three sects leave happily, dumbfounded. Miao Yan saw that they were now empty-handed and could only say, "The pills and the pill furnace were all in the pouch. Now they are all stolen." Hearing this, Ming Xuan empathetically said that was it. If there was still a pill furnace, they could refine on the spot, but all the pill furnaces were taken. However, the chief was optimistic. The Empress lit the furnace. Yi Qiao her hands a few times and spoke, "Friends, do not worry. I ask you, have you ever heard of turning the tables?" They only knew about flipping the face. She said, "Tomorrow split into 2 teams. Follow my command." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared behind her. It was the ascetic monk Zhu Yu. He had finally found them. Zhu Yu called out tremblingly, "Little junior sister, Zhu Yu has been wandering for 3 days and finally found you." Ming Xuan, like a wife waiting for her husband, immediately teared up upon seeing Zhu Yu, saying he missed him after not seeing him for so long. Sun Wukong and Zhubaji rushed in, calling out the names Ming Xuan and Zhu Yu. Unexpectedly, Ming Xuan hugged Zhu Yu's thigh, causing the latter to frown and ask if he wanted to steal his pouch. When Yi Qiao met Zhu Yu, she immediately asked about the spirit mushrooms for alchemy. He answered honestly that he had them. Yi Qiao turned to the group from Bishui sect, who had clouds of mist over their heads. Zhu Yu looked in the direction Yi Qiao was looking and immediately realized that someone had cleansed their tribulation. Ming Xuan explained that the other sects had all learned to plunder everything from Yi Qiao, saying human hearts were truly fickle. Zhu Yu understood they had offended many people and asked what their next plan was, wondering if the 3 sects would form an alliance due to their great enmity. Yi Qiao entered a contemplative state, then said, "Perhaps we should." She cheerfully suggested they refine pills together. But the atmosphere grew quieter with no one daring to respond. Only Lin Lin asked, without a cauldron, what would they use to refine? All their cauldrons were in their pouches. Yi Qiao pulled something out of her magical pouch. Treasure made everyone's jaws drop. She solemnly asked if they knew how to use a large pot. Sai Diwan felt his profession was insulted, and the whole group shouted that they were alchemists, not cooks. Yi Qiao, someone who succeeded with her own unique path, confidently replied that she used it. Yi Qiao wondered if alchemists in the cultivation world were so rich that each person had their own cauldron. Miao Yan said that direct disciples had a few cauldrons and intersect disciples also had them. Yi Qiao was startled and asked again how they could be so rich. She couldn't believe it, feeling helpless and wanting to faint because it turned out only she was poor. Seeing her faint, Ming Xuan quickly ran over to comfort her, telling her not to worry, that he would take her to buy one later. His comfort was like salt on a wound. She painfully asked her second senior brother if he had ever heard that saying. Yi Qiao's face twisted with jealousy like a persimmon, saying being poor was fine, but a teammate's wealth made her hate it to death. Liu Yin looked at their sibling affection and couldn't help but ask if she knew alchemy or just knew how to use a pot. Hearing about her specialty, Yi Qiao immediately showed off, asking why alchemy couldn't be done in a pot. Liu Yin didn't believe her and told her to try it. Yi Qiao mobilized her spiritual power and channeled it into the pot, saying trying was fine. As she refined, she said she was casually making heart-cleansing pills, but without herbs. All she could make were scentless ones. After a while, she pointed the sky and shouted loudly, "It rises, so it rises." Qin Fan worried his disciple would become a laughingstock, wondering if it would succeed. The 3 remaining sects trembled, praying for her failure. If she succeeded, the cultivation world would have a tri-cultivator. A Grand Elder watched Yi Qiao perform on the screen. Her skills seemed proficient, but it was only the initial stage. She remarked that there was still the pill condensation and refinement stages ahead. One mistake and the cauldron would explode immediately. Yi Qiao thought about how many condensed pills to make. She could make 10 at once, but would need a long rest afterward. In the end, she decided to not care and made 5. Lin Lin looked at the result and shouted that her senior sister had made 5 condensed pills, then felt inferior because she could only make 3. Seeing the girl causing a ruckus, Sediwan covered his mouth and reminded her to be quiet. Miao Yan knew well that refining pills required silence, especially since Yi Qiao was using a large pot. She looked at the pot, thinking the pill emergence would be very grand. Elder Son asked Miao Yan how many condensed pills she could make, having heard she was once blessed by the heavenly Tao. Her master replied 8 and barely could make 10. Qin Fan, reaping the benefits, said this proved Yi Qiao was a genius for being able to make 5. She worried that if Yi Qiao succeeded, there would be a storm in the cultivation world. The pot finally boiled, then slowly lowered, emitting a thick cloud of smoke. Ming Xuan nervously asked if it was successful. Zhu Yu hesitantly said it probably succeeded, never expecting his little junior sister to be a tri-cultivator. Yi Qiao opened the pot, and everyone eagerly stared at it. Looking at the ugly pills, they couldn't help but exclaim that they were too ugly. Yi Qiao pouted in displeasure, defending her pills, saying their hearts were beautiful. Sai Diwan slowly took the most beautiful pill out of the pot. He sniffed it to judge its fragrance. He surprisingly praised its spiritual energy as being incredibly rich. Hearing Sai Diwan's praise, Liu Yin asked Zhu Yu, who spread the rumor that she was a grade spiritual root, but now she could be a tri-cultivator. Xu Yang shook his head, saying it wasn't a rumor. He looked at her confident figure and said that his little junior sister's spiritual root seemed unstable. Liu Yin looked at Yi Qiao, who was tasting a pill, and asked what her grade was. High grade. Lin Lin, who had once exposed her, boldly said it was superb grade. Zhu Yu interjected, saying it was above superb grade. Miao Yan suddenly said that above superb grade was divine grade. The audience outside was stunned into silence. The elders couldn't believe their eyes, commenting that Yi Qiao must be a newcomer who bought the VIP package, as divine grade was rare. Xu Miaoyan's master turned to ask Qin Fan, "Where did you pick up an outer disciple? Maybe we should go see if we can pick one too." He answered confidently, "Picked at Moonlight King Sect." Hearing this, the Grand Elder of Bishui Sect excitedly invited everyone to Moonlight King Sect to see if they could pick up a triple cultivator. Finding one would be a huge gain. The words were like slaps to Yun Yin's face. He thought bitterly, triple cultivator, why did I not see Yi Qiao's talent for talismans and alchemy before? Yun Yin clenched his thigh as he recalled it was all Yun Kui's fault, otherwise the obedient Yi Qiao would not have broken ties with me over a single spirit herb. Back to Yi Qiao, she said to everyone, "Alright, now the pot can be used to refine pills. Anyone who wants to try can come." Bishui Sect crowd immediately cheered excitedly. "I want to try." But every one of them bomb-making made Yi Qiao's pot. The whole group went from excited to silent like quails. Yi Qiao looked at them speechless. Her entire possession was only this alchemy pot. If they broke it, what could she do? Yi Qiao angrily scolded, "You all are crazy. Don't touch my pot." Liu Yin refused to believe he was inferior. He begged for one more chance. He said even if the pot burns to ashes, he must try. He already had a feeling. Trust him not to blow it up again. Yi Qiao saw Liu Yin's sincere attitude. She was a little touched. Finally, Yi Qiao helplessly told him to remember to pay back the spirit herbs used and the exploded pot after leaving the secret realm. Liu Yin saw she was already demanding repayment before anything was done. Though displeased, he still said he understood. Night the moon was clear and the wind cool, nothing better than a night outdoors. But the whole group had just finished alchemy. Everyone lay exhausted on the ground sighing. The pills were considered done, so tiring. Yi Qiao saw they were finished. She dusted her hands and said, alright, while the sky is still dark, let's go mess with the other 3 sects. Yi Qiao took the role of team leader, assigning tasks. Xu Yu, Zhangxi, Mian, go capture demon beasts, the rest follow me. She took out 2 firecracker pills and asked experience, did you all ever hear of guerrilla tactics? The group looked at the 2 round objects for the first time, blinking, asking what that was. Yi Qiao did not explain clearly, only smiled mysteriously, telling them to wait and see. Then she turned to ask Xu Yu, 3rd senior brother, do you have any poisonous spirit herbs? Xu Yu searched through his pouch and answered yes. He took out a pile of multicolored pills, and said some were toxic, some not, but many spirit herbs countered each other. Whatever poison she needed, she could mix herself. Liu Yin looked at the 2 sly foxes before him. He felt suspicious. Were you 2 really cultivating to save people? Yi Qiao felt wrongly accused. She had to correct, don't slander me. I am a sword cultivator. Liu Yin listened helplessly. A triple cultivator is capricious. Whatever he wants to be, he is. Then she suddenly asked, does anyone know how to use a bow? Then pulled out a bow from the man tribe. Lin Lin shyly whispered, I know a little. Yi Qiao saw her confidently volunteer and said, then you take the bow, coat poison on the arrows, aim at others and shoot. Remember to return it after use. Yi Qiao radiated a dazzling glow. She confidently said before she placed tracking talismans on King Han. Their whereabouts were in her hands. After speaking, Yi Qiao turned into an assassin. She looked at the 2 pills in her hand and said, we are in the dark, they are in the light. Ambushing is the most suitable. Back at the other 3 sects' camp, they were using an array formation to surround themselves and rest. By Sword Sect, Chenfeng Sect, and even Moonlight King Sect were all deeply asleep. The deep quiet night was the opportune moment for hunters. Yi Qiao and Lin Lin were ready in position. Yi Qiao saw the timing and ordered, the 3 sects are sleeping there. The one with the bow shoot. Lin Lin hesitated but still obeyed. Her bow draw was very steady. As soon as she released the string, the arrow shot away. Flaming arrow streaked across the sky and struck straight into the formation of the 3 sects. King Han, who was sleeping, was awakened by the arrow before his eyes. He jolted and shouted, someone's here. Hearing Yi Qiao say go, don't get caught, the group quickly fled. According to Yi Qiao's experience, guerrilla tactics where the enemy advances we retreat, the enemy retreats we advance. When the situation is bad we run. Those ambushed recognized her figure. King Han was annoyed at having his sleep interrupted. He said, it must be the Chaming Sect up to tricks. Assign night watch tonight. Sing Ji goes first, switch in the middle of the night. Sing Ji obeyed. Half an incense stick later, he could not take it anymore. Xingji shouted angrily, was Yi Qiao crazy, playing tricks a dozen times in half an hour? Every time he ran out the people had already fled. It seemed Yi Qiao wanted to torment him. She wildly played funeral music behind him. Xingji was furious but powerless. He cursed inwardly, here she comes again, messing around and beating the Asura drum. They were starting to mentally torture people. Sects harassed by Yi Qiao all night sat down to discuss. What were they playing? Su Chuo was headache, unable to follow Yi Qiao's brainwaves, not crushing tokens, not stealing pouches, just harassing to scare us to death. Qin Huai pondered and could not figure it out, told everyone to forget it and sleep. Even if they tried, they would not dare to fight us head on. Everything was going according to plan. Yi Qiao felt their vigilance had dropped. Then Yi Qiao turned and said to the senior brothers, let's go. Following Xingji's advice, they all just went to sleep then. They lay peacefully leaning on each other. But seeing them comfortable, Yi Qiao could not stand it. She threw 2 more pills at them. In the end, another chaotic uproar broke out. 3 sects were driven up a wall and down a pit by her. Xingji could not hold back this time. The beast within him rose. He roared, I will kill Yi Qiao. If the Chaming Sect people were not fast runners, I would beat them up. Next day, the sky was just turning from dim. But looking at the group from the 3 sects, everyone had dark circles under their eyes, all of them exhausted and weary. Su Chuo, having been active all night, looked pale and complained that the eternal bright sect, even if they couldn't win, was still disgusting. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, King Han suggested resting today, saying it wouldn't be too late to hunt demonic beasts on the 5th day. He thought he had been disturbed enough by Yi Qiao last night, and that his position was stable. If he didn't rest, his divine sense would collapse. Outside, the audience watched. Yi Qiao handled the situation brilliantly, commenting that this was guerrilla warfare, laughing that no one could match the 3 sects in cheap tricks against her. A group of rogue cultivators remarked that one's father is always one's father, and you are still just you. A moment later, a passerby stated that Yi Qiao's goal could be considered achieved, using a sneaky method to stall the time of the other 3 sects. The passerby said there were still 2 days left, with the Moonlit Clear Sect having 2,000 demonic beasts, the Sword Inquiry Sect 600, the Soaring Wind Sect 1300, the Eternal Bright Sect 900, and the Azure Water Sect 700. Back to Yi Qiao, she was thinking about delaying the 3 sects, feeling the difficulty was high, but retrieving the alchemy pouches would make it easier. After thinking it through, she informed everyone to sense the location of the alchemy furnace, and that they would go to their camp to retrieve the pouches tonight. Mingxuan questioned whether stealing the pouches was a good idea, saying they would be more vigilant at night after being attacked all night. Yi Qiao firmly believed they needed to put on an act during the day first, and only steal at night. She turned around and patted Mingxuan on the shoulder, asking him to come act, saying the second senior brother and the talisman cultivator were the most suitable. One incense stick later, the two arrived at the place where the three sects were resting. Qiao and Mingxuan hid behind a rock, seeing the direct disciples of the three sects resting, while Xingji was keeping watch. At that moment, an innocent Xingji walked closer, and Yi Qiao immediately initiated the plan, saying he had arrived. Mingxuan secretly tossed two talismans to trail behind Xingji, but this move was immediately caught by him. Xingji quickly slashed a sword strike, breaking the talismans, then said, "Sneak attacking. That's a dirty trick." Seeing the bait taken, Yi Qiao immediately pulled Mingxuan and ran. Xingji was furious, unwilling to lose his prey, and immediately unleashed a sword to chase them. The sword's path flew straight towards the backs of Yi Qiao and Mingxuan. She quickly pulled Mingxuan to slide to one side, dodging the sword light. The two immediately got into character, slamming their faces to the ground and howling in pain, shouting that the sword energy was too strong. Xingji saw them trembling on the ground, feeling something was off because the sword energy hadn't even touched them. This naive kid then figured that he must be so formidable that he could hit enemies from a distance. The audience outside saw him deluding himself, laughing so hard their stomachs hurt, remarking that the requirements for direct disciples were too high now. They had to know how to act. Fans of the Sword Inquiry sect found Xingji embarrassing and said angrily that only the Eternal Bright sect was this special. Unaware of anything, Xingji told his people that he had just encountered Yi Qiao and Mingxuan and had driven them away. He proudly stated that his single sword strike had made them both lie prostrate on the ground, and that if they hadn't run fast, they would have been eliminated. Han King felt this was familiar, so he asked Xingji again if he was sure they were injured. Why was the action so familiar? A distant memory suddenly surged in Han King's mind. Before, when he met two masked bandits, one woman handed him a box, and he believed it was a treasure, but it turned out to be just a half-bitten piece of cake. Seeing that he wasn't believed, Xingji started making a fuss, saying that one could doubt his character but not his strength. Seeing the kid was so lively, Han King helplessly said fine. Indeed, his strength was very great. Hearing the acknowledgement, Xingji puffed up with pride, and Han King hypnotized himself that Yi Qiao and Mingxuan had low cultivation levels, so it was not impossible for them to be injured. After hearing the whole story, Qin Huai asked, if they were injured, would they still come over tonight? King Han said probably not, since both were already injured, and the remaining alchemy cultivators lacked spirit, so they would rest tonight and continue hunting tomorrow. On the other side, Mingxuan marveled that the strange red fruit was truly excellent for making fake blood. Remembering Xingji's stupid look, Mingxuan couldn't help but laugh, saying that the kid was dumb but thought he was cool. Yi Qiao knew the plan was on the right track and said excitedly that they should wait until everyone let their guard down tonight before starting the operation. Everything gradually fell into silence. People from the three sects lay down to rest. Taking advantage of their lowered guard, Yi Qiao stealthily approached the place where they were resting. At Mingxuan's spot, he had already found several of his alchemy pouches. Mingxuan gently tiptoed and retrieved each pouch. After that, he didn't forget to raise his hand and signal to Yi Qiao that he had found the pouches. Next, the two cautiously returned, and on the way, Yi Qiao saw King Han's clothes. She immediately heard a noise nearby. Knowing her junior sister intended to steal the clothes, countless scenarios flashing through Mingxuan's mind. Lin saw Mingxuan return and shouted, Yi Qiao and the others are back. Upon arriving, Mingxuan immediately tattled on Yi Qiao, saying the little junior sister had stolen King Han's clothes. Zhangxi was stunned by his junior sister's actions. He asked, Yi Qiao, are you secretly in love with him to the point of stealing his clothes? Yi Qiao, upon hearing this, felt disgusted and retorted, you are the one secretly in love. Who told him to leave his clothes lying around while he slept? How can you talk like that? Thinking back, she thought she was a genius. If the clothes were just thrown about, she could conveniently take them. Who knows, they might even be sold as the clothes of a disciple from the sword questioning sect. Yi Qiao pulled out the bag of stolen items, telling everyone to look. Your alchemy furnace and spirit herbs must be in there, right? Lin opened the bag, disappointed, saying the elixirs were gone. They were probably eaten by them. Zhu Yu immediately suggested, if there are spirit herbs, let's refine the love rush pill tonight. Miao Yan's face turned red as she waved her hand. What's a love rush pill? Zhu Yu explained, a love rush pill is a kind of pill that drives spirit beasts mad with lust. Seeing their shyness, Zhu Yu spoke of the benefits. We have no time. If we don't use special methods, we will be last. Miao Yan had no choice but to nod. Mingxuan pulled out a few talismans, saying they would act tonight. Zhu Yu would use the love rush pill to lure the beast. I will set up the formation and Zhangxi will be in charge of killing. Yi Qiao added, the remaining person will hold off the three sects. Just hold on until the secret realm ends, then we win. She instructed, you all have the alchemy furnace. Tomorrow whoever comes close, throw the alchemy furnace out. Miao Yan didn't understand and asked how to throw it. Yi Qiao straightforwardly said, whoever comes, smash them with it. She stated a truth, under the alchemy furnace, all living beings are equal, but we are the supreme class. The next morning, people from the 3 major sects gradually woke up. Someone shouted, everyone discovered the elixir pouch beside them was empty. Xingjai asked in surprise, where is the pouch of the green water sect? Su Chuo, hearing this, immediately ran over. He pulled out his command token and read it, seeing the Bright Ming sect 3rd, green water sect 4th, puzzled why the rankings had changed. Su Chuo turned and asked Han King, how did they hunt so many spirit beasts in one night? Han King replied, they took advantage of our carelessness to steal our pouches. Han King frowned, Yi Qiao has too many tricks. There is still 1 day left until the secret realm ends. We cannot let this stand. Xingjie understood, assigning junior brothers to go out and find spirit beasts to stabilize the rankings. The junior brothers immediately obeyed. Manhwa suddenly spoke up. He warned, Yi Qiao might have set traps on the road. Everyone be careful not to fall for it. Right at that moment, an arrow shot forward. Han King shouted, there is someone, be careful. Fortunately, they dodged in time. Xingjie used his sword to cut the arrow in 2. Confidently looked down on someone. Yi Qiao, hiding in the shadows, saw them jumping into the trap of their own accord. She chuckled secretly, you all really are the most skilled. She grew even more pleased, saying this was only the beginning. She had prepared many surprises for you esteemed readers. Han King, still unaware, advanced towards the several bombs Yi Qiao had planted, and so the whole group inhaled smoke again. Han King, thanks to the Vajra talisman in his chest, only had his face slightly blackened, while Qin Huai coughed hoarsely, asking what the hell this was. Heng Dao recognized something familiar and shouted, it looks like Yi Qiao's stuff. This thing explodes and the explosion speed is very fast. King Han, accustomed to danger, immediately commanded everyone to scatter. He turned and told Su Chuo to go confirm the attack location. Today, he must deal with them. Su Chuo obeyed the order. He immediately probed into his divine sense. After that, Su Chuo spread his spiritual energy out for several miles around. After a while of searching, he managed to pinpoint the opponent's location. He shouted loudly, found them, and then dashed straight towards Miao Yan. Miao Yan panicked upon seeing the person approaching, but remembering Yi Qiao's instructions, she threw out the alchemy furnace, telling him not to come close. The small alchemy furnace, once thrown, transformed into a giant one, flying straight towards Su Chuo's face. He couldn't dodge in time, and the giant alchemy furnace smashed straight into his cheek. So unlucky Su Chuo fell unconscious. Yi Qiao stood watching, smugly listening to Su Chuo muttering about a lesson from Yi Qiao. Seeing that the bait had been taken, she threw the mist talisman and shouted, go. The mist talisman took effect. The group became shrouded in a thick, hazy fog, panicking and asking why there was fog here. Mist talismans, along with explosive shells and arrows, continuously shot forward. Heng Dao stood under the rain of weapons, nearly crying, exclaiming, oh heavens, here it comes again. With no other choice, unable to defend physically, Heng Dao had to shout out, Waitfield. Instantly, a giant bell enveloped him. Heng Dao hid inside the artifact, shouting for the senior disciple to take cover inside. It was too dangerous outside. Han King quickly took out a Vajra talisman and pasted it on himself to avoid the blows. Xingjie helplessly played around with Yi Qiao's rocks. He couldn't stand it anymore and told her, are you sick, throwing rocks even? Zhu Huang panicked, dodging both talismans and rocks, saying she wanted to drain our spiritual energy. Seeing victory within reach, Yi Qiao clenched her fist and shouted loudly, brothers, the time for revenge has come, beat them up. She immediately unleashed a move, the binding talisman. A talisman flew out and stuck firmly to Xingjie's back. Knowing he had been hit, Xingjie could not move, frozen in place. Suddenly a beam of light shot over from afar. Xingjie could not escape and took the full blow to his back. Thus Xingjie was eliminated from the match. In his final moment, he shouted angrily, I hate all of you. Zhu Huang asked in confusion, wait, who eliminated Xingjie? King Han remained expressionless, realizing it was his own sword energy that had hit Xingjie. Zhu Huang was stunned upon hearing this. He asked in bewilderment, senior brother, Xingjie is foolish but does not deserve to die at this time, does he? She thought the punishment was a bit excessive. King Han regretted his earlier self-destruction. The scene was too chaotic. I did not see that it was Xingjie behind me, and he did not dodge either. In the elimination zone, Xingjie frantically demanded justice. It wasn't that I did not want to dodge. It was because some bastard from Everlasting Light Sect threw a paralysis talisman. Below, the crowd debated fervently. Is backstabbing a fellow disciple actually a tradition of Sword Inquiry Sect? Dying of laughter. Everlasting Light Sect and Azure Water Sect would stop at nothing to win. Who will lead the cultivation world? Naturally, it is Yi Qiao. Look at the rankings. Everlasting Light Sect has turned the tables. The elders on the platform had to acknowledge Yi Qiao's talent. She truly drew attention. Only the 3 elders of the remaining 3 sects understood just how dangerous Everlasting Light Sect was. Yi Qiao knew the plan was about to succeed. She shouted loudly, keep holding them back. Do not be afraid of having your tokens broken. She optimistically encouraged her teammates. If we get eliminated, so be it. It is fine if we die, but the others still have a chance. Upon hearing this, everyone shouted in unison, okay. They united with determination to take down the remaining 3 sects. When the fog thinned a bit, Qin Huai tried to grope his way forward to escape. He thought to himself, I have to sneak away to find a spirit beast. I cannot drop in rank. Liu Yin saw his actions and shouted, trying to run? Dream on. Yi Qiao quickly discovered Han King was secretly setting up a formation. She immediately turned back and threw several smoke bombs. None of you are leaving today. Han King had to stop setting up the formation to dodge. He ground his teeth in anger. You are so troublesome. The audience outside watched the match in bewilderment. He saw nothing but fog inside, unsure who was acting, but it seemed very intense. It looked like someone else had been eliminated. Just then, the system announced that Suchuo of Crescent Moon Sect and Miao Yen of Azure Water Sect had been eliminated. All the elders were shocked. The next news was even more shocking. Heng Dao of Wind Soaring Sect and Yi Qiao of Everlasting Light Sect were also eliminated. Everyone was stunned. The audience on the platform laughed their heads off. Yi Qiao was eliminated. Makes sense, her deeds had no virtue. They were curious if she would get beaten up outside. In the elimination zone, aside from Miao Yan, everyone else was her enemy. While everyone was worried about Yi Qiao, she had already been transported out. Yi Qiao wiped away her tears of regret. So this is what being eliminated feels like. But waiting for her were the hateful glares of the 3 people standing behind her. Yi Qiao saw them and put on a cold expression. What a coincidence. You all are in the elimination zone too. No matter, let us just sit here together. The 3 of them ignored her joke. They had endured long enough and truly wanted to tear Yi Qiao apart. At that moment, someone announced, come on out, the secret realm is over. Instantly, everyone remaining in the secret realm was transported out. As soon as she saw her senior brothers, Yi Qiao called out loudly, senior brothers. Zhang Shi saw Yi Qiao running over and quickly asked, did you get the results? Qiao excitedly took out her token to show off. Yes, we got first place, amassing 300 points. Crescent Moon Sect is second, Azure Water Sect is third. Lin Lin, standing next to Liu Yin, praised Yi Qiao. Truly, following Yi Qiao leads to the top. He thought happily. Azure Water Sect made it to third place for the first time, and we did not have to do anything the whole time. Qin Huai, with a face as black as a pot. Are you done licking boots? You are a pill cultivator. Have you no shame? Losing drove him mad. Wind Soaring Sect had been in third place. Who would have thought Yi Qiao would lead a bunch of pill cultivators to turn it around? Heng Dao heard this and said, senior brother, who would not want to team up with the leading group. Following Yi Qiao, even Azure Water Sect managed to turn things around. Why does no good luck ever fall on me? I am dying of jealousy. Qin Huai saw his junior brother wanted to latch onto Yi Qiao and said, truly useless. He angrily pointed at Yi Qiao. Hey Yi Qiao, were you not this before? Yi Qiao flashed a confident smile. That is because I have mutated. Han King was taken aback by this absurd reason. Despicable and shameless. What righteous path disciple would use such underhanded tricks as you? Yi Qiao did not mind and nodded in agreement. Correct. The winner decides the rules, the loser recites principles. You people of Crescent Moon Sect are exactly like that. At that moment, the referee announced the results. The team competition is over. Everlasting Light Sect achieved 2 first-place finishes and 1 second-place finish, with the highest total points. He showed the crowd Everlasting Light Sect's name on the golden tablet. Congratulations to Everlasting Light Sect for taking first place. The fans of Everlasting Light Sect below cheered. Everlasting Light Sect is number 1. Who in the cultivation world is the most cunning? Our Yi Qiao is number 1. The announcer began the next segment. The 15 core disciples of Everlasting Light Sect were to come on stage and speak. Everyone's gaze focused on the 5 people of Everlasting Light Sect. Yi Qiao confidently began a long speech of thanks. Thank you to my master, senior brothers, and the other sects for helping us grow. Thank fate for letting me meet you all. I believe we will live happily in the future. Dingji listened and scorned fake. Yi Qiao saw their hot tempers and waved her hand to advise, the road is long, do not be too reckless. Yi Qiao will take care of your worries. She promised to see you all in the individual matches. But aside from her, the others were not interested, even cursing in their hearts, utterly insane. When the program ended, Elder Zhao called Yi Qiao aside. You have worked hard. She was surprised to learn that he knew alchemy. He patted her on the shoulder and advised, if you know alchemy, then tells you to take you to pick a furnace. Go to the night market and see if there is one you like. Hearing him say to go pick a furnace, Yi Qiao replied eagerly, thank you, Elder Zhao. We will go pick an alchemy furnace tonight. At evening, the 5 of them filed out to the night market for a stroll. Yi Qiao looked at the lively atmosphere and sighed. Floating Life City was always so bustling. Just then, someone recognized them and shouted that they were direct disciples of Everlasting Bright Sect. Like a butterfly effect, the crowd immediately screamed, Zhang Ji, I love you, Madam Yi. I have liked you for 10 years. Master fans zealously surged over. Zhang Shi quickly pulled Yi Qiao's robe and ran. she saw so many people for the first time and yelled, "Run fast." Before the people on the street could react, they had vanished without a trace. Finally, the five hid behind a building. Zhang Shi panted and said everyone was too enthusiastic. Even though they had changed out of their sect robes, they were still recognized. He took out a thin piece of black silk that looked like it had stolen a galaxy, then said they needed more disguise. Five of them stealthily poked their heads out to check the situation. Yi Qiao saw their behavior and said, "Cannot hide it, I think we are quite impressive. The #1 survival skill is that with just a piece of cloth covering the face, others will not recognize you." Zhang Shi still had a sense of unease, saying that looking at them now, they were no different from bad people. Zhu Yu spotted a shop selling alchemy furnaces, so he pointed it out to Yi Qiao and said, "Quick, look over there, there is a furnace." The owner saw them coming to browse and immediately asked, "Young friends, are you here to buy an alchemy furnace? Which type do you need?" Zhu Yu got straight to the point. "Which one here is the best?" The owner brought out the top product, introduced this high-grade alchemy furnace, had sold it for many years, priced at 150,000 high-grade spirit stones. Hearing the exorbitant price, Yi Qiao blurted out, "Lucky it is not my spirit stones, but everlasting bright sects." Yi Qiao worriedly turned to look at Zhu Yu, waiting for his decision. After observing for a moment, Zhu Yu told Yi Qiao, "This one is not bad. Little junior sister, take this one. After all, it is not your money." Yi Qiao accepted it casually, fine. At the same time, at Moonlit Clear Sect, Han King was lecturing Yun Kui, asking if her brain was filled with water. He questioned her why she would provoke Ling Long for no reason, then told her she was either a person who flew or a sword cultivator who could not hold a sword. Remembering the sect's situation, Han King grew even more irritable, thinking that aside from Sword Inquiry Sect, Everlasting Bright Sect was the group of sword cultivators that could not be messed with, truly troublesome. Yun Kui dejectedly said, "But they deliberately targeted me." And King heard her excuse and flew into a rage, shouting, "Who do you think you are for them to target you? Do you not see that Everlasting Bright Sect is targeting all the sects?" After scolding, he thought the next round was the individual competition. Yun Ku was a triple genius, so she was hard to deal with. Other sects were all finding ways to eliminate her early. Suddenly, Han King asked, "How do you draw talismans? Draw one for me to see." Yun Kui immediately agreed, fine. But she would draw for a while and then rest for a few minutes. Her attitude was very off-putting. Han King was a renowned talisman artist, could not stand it and so said it, "Come with me to the Song Kingdom to find a suitable magic tool. Do not embarrass Moonlit Clear Sect." He looked at Yun Kui's drawing speed and thought it was indeed a waste of a supreme grade spiritual root. Yun Kui heard this and nodded, showing determination. "I will try my best to defeat Yi Qiao." Looking at Yun Kui's weak demeanor, Han King thought helplessly Yi Qiao did not even care about her. The next morning, Qin Fan woke up early and called everyone, "Get up, the sun is up," still sleeping. Yi Qiao was still sound asleep, mumbling, "So sleepy, let me sleep a little more, no competition today." Unexpectedly, Qin Fan grabbed the corner of her robe and pulled her up. He threw her over to the senior brothers, told them to boost their spirits. "I want to talk about the individual matches." He seriously said the individual competition was a point-based system, involving direct disciples, independent cultivators, and disciples from the 5 sects and 8 major families, 3 rounds. The first round had many independent cultivators. Anyone eliminated would return to the sect to face the wall and reflect. Qin Fan explained the rules. The individual competition was divided into 4 paths: talisman, alchemy, sword, weapon. Direct disciples dual cultivating could not participate simultaneously. Yi Qiao could only choose one. Understood. Yi Qiao heard this and said, "Got it, I choose the sword path." Old Qin said, "The top 10 of the sword path go to the sword cave to choose a sword. The reward has not been announced yet. Try to make it to the top 10. It is more beneficial than going down the mountain to train." Yi Qiao asked, "Sect Master, the individual competition has 3 rounds. How many people in the first and second rounds need to be popularized?" Qin Fan explained, "This year each path has 10,000 cultivators. The first round selects 1,000 people. The second round selects 100 people from the 1,000. The third round is the top 10. He said the first round lasts 1 month. Everyone must draw lots for duels to accumulate points quickly." Hearing this, Yi Qiao fell into thought, then I guess being at the bottom is fine. Suddenly her eyes lit up. After all, making it into the top 1,000 in the first round is enough. Zhang Shi seemed infected by her personality and said, "If we hit a strong person, we surrender. Other cultivators who draw me will also surrender." Seeing the clear benefits, the 2 senior brothers could not help chuckling. That would save the trouble of accumulating points. Seeing them sketching out a rosy scenario, Qin Fan found it reasonable and said, "This method is opportunistic, but can be tried, especially for Yi Qiao." He still reminded Yi Qiao she must strive to reach the Golden Core stage within a month, otherwise the later competition would be hard to fight. Yi Qiao heard this and felt utterly dejected. Reaching Golden Core in a month was a very difficult task. A few days later, the list for the next round was published. Everyone flocked to the board to look and chatted animatedly. People saw the Everlasting Bright Sect's sword cultivators ranked at the bottom and buzzed with discussion, asking why they were being so modest. Were they not afraid of being eliminated in the second second round. They said Xingyun and Zhang Shi would probably be fine. Their reputations were big. But Yi Qiao, unless she defeated someone of the same cultivation level to prove her strength, the sword cultivators on the list would not surrender to her. Suddenly someone spoke up, heard that Yi Qiao had broken through to Golden Core a few days ago. Looks like there will be a good show. Over here, Yi Qiao was going completely insane. She screamed, "Help, heaven wants to kill me." Ju Yu saw his junior sister's spirits plummet, so he approached and asked, "Little junior sister, why are you so down?" Zhang Shi rubbed salt into the wound from the side. "Your luck has been too good lately. Drawing only low-ranked cultivators at the core foundation stage, you have not proven anything." Yi Qiao's soul seemed ready to leave her body. She dejectedly said, "Do I have to fight from rank 1000 up? If I had known, I would not have done it." Xingyun heard this and said, "If this continues, you will have no rest to make it into the third round." Ming Xuan appeared from who knows where, rubbed her head to comfort her. "That is right, how about letting the senior brother draw for you? His luck is terrible." Yi Qiao heard this and snapped awake, full of energy, saying, "That makes sense." She directed her puppy dog eyes at Xingyun, hoping for him to agree. Faced with this silly girl's naive and cute charm, Xingyun could not resist and said, "Let me try." Afterwards he drew lots for her, looked at Xingyun and said she drew number 90. Her opponent Tonggang was a golden core cultivator. Seeing the result, Yi Qiao ran over and hugged Xingyun's waist to thank him. Finally the senior disciple had helped her draw a strong opponent. Yi Qiao firmly told Xingyun she would definitely seize this opportunity to prove her strength to everyone. On match day, the hottest topic was Yi Qiao. Everyone was discussing the battle between two golden core cultivators. In the stands, her crazy fans shouted wildly, chanting, "Yi Qiao #1 war god." A passerby who heard it said the match hasn't started yet, and they were already chanting slogans, "What if she lost?" Yi Qiao's fans angrily argued back, saying she was the strongest in the world, could not lose. They looked at Yi Qiao's worried expression and thought, no matter how much they exaggerated, she wouldn't even hear it. Seeing Yi Qiao was nervous, Xingyun comforted her and told her to go quickly, our #1 war god. Encouraged by him, Yi Qiao confidently stepped onto the arena to face her opponent. Tonggang introduced himself, saying, "Tonggang requests your guidance." Yi Qiao obediently cupped her hands in a bow and replied, "As you wish." The referee had just announced the start when Tonggang drew his blade and rushed straight forward. He charged in a straight line towards where Yi Qiao was standing. Tonggang acted fast, but Yi Qiao was faster. She easily dodged. She was confident in her movement technique, thinking he was not as fast as her. She planned to probe the strength of her golden core opponent. Tonggang used the stepping on green winged footwork, slashing his blade heavily to the ground. He was determined to chase down and kill. Seeing Yi Qiao, he shouted, "Where do you think you are running?" Yi Qiao dodged every slash, even calmly telling him, "We are not fighting here." The audience could not understand, asking 100,000 questions why. Yi Qiao kept running, with movement that fast, still evading. If you cannot win, then running is her favorite tactic. Tonggang was tired, disdainfully saying she had fallen into a war of attrition. Why not fight head-on? Yi Qiao retorted, asking was he sure. She said just as she had played enough, she would satisfy him, then suddenly disappeared. Tonggang looked around in a daze, wondering where she had gone. Yi Qiao suddenly appeared behind him, speaking up and saying she was here. He quickly grabbed hold of her weapon. When he touched the soul-sizing staff, a jolt of electricity shot through Tonggang's hand. Only then did he remember Yi Qiao was a lightning spirit root. His hand went numb. Yi Qiao firmly grasped her weapon, saying, "Was that all? So dangerous." She planned to try transforming the soul-seizing staff as the little junior uncle had taught. Following that, she transformed the staff into a cannon. Yi Qiao channeled all her spiritual energy and blasted it straight into Tonggang's stomach. As a result, he was sent flying several meters away. The referee ran over to check, declared Tonggang unconscious. Yi Qiao wins. The crowd erupted, shouting, "Sister Yi is so cool." They discussed her transforming magic weapon, lamenting the vast difference between a direct disciple and an ordinary person. The loose cultivators talked animatedly, saying direct disciples really were skilled. Yun Kui of Moon Shadow Sect uses a profound sword with good talismans. She was about to become champion. Mentioning Yi Qiao, they remembered Yun Kui had comprehended the sword path. Now she had dual cultivation. The talisman competition did not ban sword use. Yi Qiao thought Yun Kui had received a legacy just like in the original text. That night, Ming Xuan's voice echoed in the resting house, crying out to the heavens that this time it was his turn to be unlucky. Dejected, he looked at his name tag and said he had drawn number 78, Yun Kui. The more he thought, the more desperate he became. He said she used a profound sword to fight talisman cultivators, terrifying everyone. Ju Yu did not comfort him. Instead, he shoved a pill at him and asked if he wanted to play. Talisman cultivators were defeated as soon as they got close. A sword cultivator fighting a talisman cultivator was too terrifying. Zhang Shi beside him said, "So even she has to take medicine sometimes." He even said Ming Xuan might get sent flying in an instant once he stepped into the arena. It was like dealing massive damage to his heart. Truly such brothers, their comfort turned him from touch to frozen. Ming Xuan dejectedly said if he could not win he would concede, but in terms of talking, 10 of Yun Kui would still lose. He said tearfully, but now she had dual cultivation, it would be strange if she lost. Xing Yun seriously suggested she was targeting weaknesses so we could too. Yi Qiao, the best dirty player, asked if there was a rule book, wanting to find loopholes to help Ming Xuan. In the end they had to find ways to play dirty again. Zhu Yu helplessly said the key to the competition was exploiting weaknesses. The next morning, Ming Xuan entered the match. The referee announced this was a talisman arts competition, inviting Yun Kui and Ming Xuan onto the stage. As soon as it began, Yun Kui made her move, saying watch my strike. Against a sword cultivator, Ming Xuan was no match. He dodged while keeping his balance, helplessly thinking why had she not struck a vital spot yet. Xing Yun observed the awkward situation, saying Ming Xuan could not beat her. Said the arena was too small, fighting a sword cultivator left no room to maneuver. Yi Qiao commented that spellcasters were unreliable. Fighting an assassin they were completely beaten, lucky she was a sword cultivator. Ming Xuan finally found an opportunity, created a talisman, shouted formation from the word, considering he had set up a formation. Yun Kui was immediately surrounded by chains binding her body. Ming Xuan continued to create a few more mist-covering talismans. He silently calculated. Yun Kui understood formations and would break them very quickly. He had to stall her and speed up setting up an attack formation. As expected, Yun Kui quickly broke the formation, disdainfully saying useless. Yun Kui looked at him dangerously, copying the words of a famous detective, "Your end is only one." She gathered her killing intent and charged forward, shouting defeat. Ming Xuan could not dodge in time. Her sword grazed his waist. One side of Ming Xuan's robe was torn to shreds by her. He lay flat on the ground in fear, thinking he was done for. Was she really going to kill him? He strained to stand up. He could not give in. If she could be so ruthless, then do not blame him for asking Xu Yu about the cauldron. Hearing the signal from Ming Xuan, it took Xu Yu a moment to get the connection. His processor analyzed, finally using yesterday's rule loophole to act against my cauldron. The watching crowd wondered the cauldron's pills were probably useless to Yun Kui. What did she need it for? Xu Yu immediately threw out his alchemy cauldron and shouted, "Come here." At the command, the cauldron slowly enlarged and then rolled towards Yun Kui on the stage. Ming Xuan caught the cauldron, juggling it from hand to hand. Yun Kui said angrily, "What are you doing? Put it down now." Ming Xuan held the cauldron out in front, sticking his tongue out to taunt. "You cannot hit me." Yun Kui was furious, shouting at the referee, "They are cheating." The referee turned to the Xu Yu group. Ming Sect disciples are forbidden from helping to cheat. Do you hear clearly? Zhang Shi pretended not to hear, replying, "What cheating? We were just throwing the cauldron around for fun." The referee was furious. Yi Qiao stepped forward and asked the referee, "Whose cauldron is that?" The referee answered, "Xu Yu's." She continued, "And what is Xu Yu?" "An alchemist." Yi Qiao said, "Alchemists are not allowed to participate in the talisman cultivator competition, right?" The referee, "Correct." The referee lost patience and barked, "But that is no reason for you to cheat." Yi Qiao laughed, "Exactly. He is not participating, not on stage, just holding the cauldron." The referee still disagreed, "That is outside assistance." Yi Qiao put on a pitiful act. Sword cultivators can fly their swords, so what about an alchemist controlling their cauldron? This cauldron does not attack, nor does it harm anyone. Zhu Yu also chimed in, "True, the referee is discriminating against my cauldron." The referee was at a loss for words but still said, "Anyway, put the cauldron away immediately." Zhu Yu replied, "Fine," then recalled the cauldron, thinking that with that delay, Ming Xuan must have set up his defensive formation. A cluster of fire appeared in Ming Xuan's hand, and he silently thanked, "I am ready." He swung the fire out and shouted, "Li He formation." The flames quickly surrounded Yun Kui. She screamed in pain, only then realizing they had just been stalling for time. Yun Kui immediately set up her formation, a water sphere coalescing in her hand, Liu Shuiard. But before she could strike, the water evaporated, shocking her. Before she could recover, water shadows rose and slammed into her face, causing her to cry out in pain. Yun Kui covered her face and crouched down, shouting, "No, stop now." Ming Xuan walked up to her. His expression was confident. "Yun Kui, I have won this match." Early the next morning, warm sunlight enveloped Wenjian Sect. In a secluded corner, a group whispered in discussion, "I heard the organizers changed the rules for the individual competition." Another person continued, "Throwing objects into the talisman cultivator competition is banned, especially alchemy cauldrons." Another joined in, "The top 10 talisman cultivators must draw their talismans first before the competition, using their own talismans." At this moment, the Yi Qiao group walked over. Hearing this, Yi Qiao was delighted. "Looks like this talisman competition will be interesting." The novels barely talk about Yun Kui's dual cultivation, only describing her face as captivating. Ming Xuan was worried. Zhu Yu said, the top 10 talisman cultivators have to focus on drawing talismans. Isn't that just an execution? Everyone will have to draw talismans all night. Ming Xuan was disheartened. This is bad. My talismans are mostly defensive. My attacking ones are all bought. So I have to practice drawing attack talismans too? Yi Qiao comforted him. Do not worry, the ship will straighten at the bridge. That night, a room was still lit. A person was still busy drawing talismans. It was the Yun Kui group, each sitting and drawing talismans. Yun Kui bit her brush handle and asked innocently, why the sudden rule change? She complained, losing to Ming Xuan is bad enough, and now we are forced to focus on drawing talismans. Han King said, if you had not used the sword against a talisman cultivator, we would not be practicing all night. She immediately pouted, feeling wronged. Su Chuo did not side with her either. Little junior sister, what you did was indeed not good. She said angrily, the people from Ming's sect are all like this. Why suddenly change the rules because of me? They are clearly targeting me. Su Chuo explained, they only won one match and then changed the rules. Throwing a cauldron into a talisman competition was not proper anyway. You can prove your strength. Han King snorted. He thought to himself, based on Yun Kui's level, using a sword to beat talisman cultivators could hide it, but comparing talisman drawing with the top 10 will only bring shame. The next morning at the competition venue, the contestants were already standing at their tables. First, Han King drew his talisman. Next, Ming Xuan quickly drew his talismans. Si Chuxu, observing from the sidelines, predicted, if nothing unexpected happened, Ming Xuan would probably come in second. He looked over at Yun Kui. It still depends on what she draws. The other talisman cultivators are almost done. What is she dawdling for? Yun Kui held a talisman in one hand, a brush in the other, calming herself. Do not panic. I cannot fail this time. She then drew her talisman. Seeing the finished product, her eyes lit up, thinking she had finally succeeded. Suddenly, a ray of light gathered in the sky. Someone exclaimed, a blessing from the heavenly Tao. Could it be that Yun Kui has received the heavenly Tao's blessing? Yi Qiao was stunned. A blessing from the heavenly Tao? Truly the daughter of the heavenly Tao, she gets one from casually drawing. Yun Kui was secretly pleased. The heavenly Tao is indeed on my side. I will amaze everyone in this match. But before she could celebrate, the talisman in her hand suddenly caught fire. There was an uproar from the outside. The celestial omen in the sky has disappeared. How can this be? Yi Qiao suddenly felt a strange joy. What is going on? Is the heavenly Tao sick? Yun Kui's joy came too soon. Seeing Yun Kui in panic on the screen, the audience buzzed with discussion. It was the first time they saw a top 10 master fail at drawing a talisman. Right, was the current strength of Moon King Sect only this much? The person beside Yi Qiao spoke up. What does failure have to do with strength? Who has never failed? Victory and defeat are common matters. Hey Yi Qiao, have you ever failed? Hearing the question, Yi Qiao immediately answered, I have failed before. That person said, you see, it is very normal, right? Yi Qiao thought for a moment, then said, at that time the brush I was using broke in half. That person was surprised. Then you must have taken a very long time. At this moment, someone noticed Han King and asked, how is Han King doing? On the screen, every stroke of Han King's brush moved extremely smoothly. Han King's intense focus amazed everyone so fast. The Moon King Sect disciples saw this and applauded and praised good. This is the true strength of our Moon King Sect genius. The person standing next to Yi Qiao asked curiously, I heard your sect was once blessed by the heavenly Tao. Who was so lucky? Yi Qiao took out a talisman and replied, at that time I was drawing a talisman and unexpectedly received the blessing of the heavenly Tao. He proudly raised the talisman to show off. I still cannot bear to use this one. I can let you all see it. The surrounding crowd became chaotic. So it was you. I want to see it. Can you sell it to me? I have never seen a blessed talisman before. Seeing Yi Qiao stand out, Yun Kui stood behind the crowd and looked at her with eyes full of resentment. She darkened her face and thought, it is her again. Once again, she has stolen the spotlight. Seeing this, Han King reminded from behind, Yun Kui, calm down, be careful of Kai deviation. Suddenly a hand grabbed Yi Qiao's hand and asked, Yi Qiao, why are you here? Zhang Shi pulled her out of the crowd and reminded, it is your turn to draw lots, hurry up. Yi Qiao followed and replied, I almost forgot. 1 hour later, looking at the name King Han on the draw stick, Yi Qiao said helplessly, it is over, I drew King Han. The first opponent after entering the top 10 is King Han of the Qiyuan sect. Zhang Shi came over and patted her shoulder to comfort her. A female lead must be strong. At this moment, Ming Xuan returned to the room and asked, little junior sister is back. How was the draw? Seeing she did not answer, Zhang Ji replied for her, her next match is against King Han. Hearing this, Ming Xuan said, since that is the case, go take a bath and sleep. Seeing everyone's reaction, Yi Qiao darkened her face and turned back to say, no way, do you all have no confidence in me? I am a genius after all. Mingswan replied, mainly because it is King Han. At this moment, Shi Chuxu happily walked in carrying a pot of soup. Hey little junior disciples, come quickly and try the love chicken soup. Immediately, her senior brothers stepped back at the speed of light. Zhangxi pushed Yi Qiao forward. You cheering for Yi Qiao is enough. Her first match is ahead. Shi Chuxu happily shoved the soup into Yi Qiao's mouth. Is that so? Then Yi Qiao dear, come drink the soup. Yi Qiao was on the verge of tears. Without understanding anything, spoonful after spoonful of soup was being forced into her mouth. After tasting the chicken soup, she immediately went to a corner to vomit and silently cursed. No wonder all the senior brothers stepped back. This soup is too terrible to drink. Yi Qiao and King Han stood on the arena, the audience discussing animatedly. This match is going to be exciting. King Han has already broken through to Nascent Soul, a golden core fighting a nascent soul. Hopefully, Yi Qiao will not lose too badly. King Han looked at Yi Qiao and said, please enlighten me. Yi Qiao calmly replied back, please enlighten me. After speaking, King Han drew his sword. He leaped up and slashed down towards Yi Qiao's position, a flash of lightning blazing. Yi Qiao exclaimed in admiration, this move is truly fierce. Yi Qiao was not surprised. She responded, but I am not stupid. I will not fight head-on. She raised her hand and chanted, confinement array. King Han was not flustered. He shattered the array and said, are you planning to fight an attrition battle? Yi Qiao smiled and replied, you guessed right. She continued to chant illusion array. Words had just fallen. Before King Han appeared two beautiful beauties. King Han immediately slashed away the illusion, his gaze still unwavering. Then he said, I will not let you have your way. After speaking, he slammed his sword onto the arena floor and declared, domain expansion. As soon as the words left his mouth, a green wind arose and surrounded Yi Qiao. Ji Chuxu coughed lightly and commented, King Han's domain, comprehending it at the nascent soul stage, his perception is truly high. Zhang Shi said, they have disappeared. Ji Chuxu explained, Yi Qiao has been pulled into his domain. Inside, King Han can create rules to control her. Inside King Han's domain, bursts of cold wind blew towards Yi Qiao. The cold froze her feet to the ground. Yi Qiao looked down and thought to herself, it is over, I cannot move. After thinking for a moment, she took a talisman and stuck it onto herself. The sound of wind howled, and a blazing red fire chicken appeared. Yi Qiao said, KFC, attack me. The fire chicken obeyed the command and immediately spat flames onto Yi Qiao's body. That moment, Yi Qiao felt as if a knot had been untied. She breathed a sigh of relief. At least it is a bit warmer now. Then her eyes lit up, and she said, Ice Wolf Sword. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yi Qiao saw King Han execute a technique and charge over. Hit by the full force of the blow, Yi Qiao held her stomach, almost spitting blood. Afterwards, she took out a small water bottle and drank it all. After drinking, she seemed to have fully recovered. She smiled and said, your domain is about to end. It is my turn now. King Han wondered, you also have a domain. As he spoke, he was tightly grabbed by black hands on his body. More and more arms grew out from Yi Qiao's body. She replied, that is right. She thought to herself, good thing the contract with the little ghost has a domain to deal with King Han. A moment later, Yi Qiao pulled King Han into her own domain. She said, welcome to my domain, everything here is slower. And she smiled, this is it. After speaking, she grabbed her sword and dashed swiftly towards King Han. I have become faster. As the words left her mouth, she had already appeared before King Han, sword in hand striking him. King Han managed to block but still groaned in pain. King Han was unconvinced and shouted that he could only be faster than before, then pointed his sword at Yi Qiao. Because his speed was restricted, Yi Qiao managed to dodge King Han's sword strike. While fighting, she suddenly cried out as her abdomen cramped up, hurting badly. She remembered the bowl of soup from the junior uncle last night, and thought she had no choice but to finish the fight quickly. Thinking this, she charged straight at King Han. She continued my shadowless kick, then raised her leg high. After one stomp, the ground cracked, startling King Han. His eyes widened as he wondered why she had suddenly become as ferocious as a mad dog. Suddenly, the domain was broken with a loud crash. The crowd in the stands was in chaos. They were back. What on earth had happened inside the domain? Between King Han and Yi Qiao was a sunken patch of ground caused by her landing. King Han shouted, 10,000 swords art, and countless swords materialized around him. The swords shot toward Yi Qiao, but she calmly countered with a talisman she had newly researched. Having said that, she flung the talismans out in front of her. When King Han's swords met the talismans, they were immediately blocked. The audience was astonished. Those were talismans from the Moonlight Sect, but she had also mixed in some from the Eternal Light Sect. Seeing this, Shi Chuxu felt relieved, thinking Yi Qiao had great talent, but wondered if she feared punishment from the Eternal Light Sect's founder. King Han spoke, I underestimated you, but your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. She did not hide it, and admitted she had used up all her spiritual energy. But King Han was truly difficult to fight, especially with her stomach hurting. King Han's expression turned serious. If you have any skills left, use them all. Yi Qiao replied, not so fast, while her hand formed a seal, and then asked, is your father here yet? She said, I am untalented. I only have one cursed seal. However, she smiled brightly and said, but it can blow up the nascent soul. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge explosion occurred before everyone's eyes. The space settled, the wind howled, the smoke and dust gradually cleared, and the audience discussed Lady Yi's explosive seal. King Han lay on the ground, coughing from the smoke and dust. People said this battle could be considered a mutual destruction. As soon as the match ended, Yi Qiao hurriedly ran off. Someone on the stands asked Yi Qiao, "Do you have anything to say?" Qiao whipped her head around and replied without any concealment, "I need to go to the restroom." Ming Xuan looked at the smiling Xi Chuxiu and thought the soup last night must have been problematic. Good thing he had not eaten any. Time passed. About half a month later. The final results were announced, and the audience buzzed with discussion about the spectacular competition. Someone said loudly, "Zhang Shi beat Qin Huai and now stands at the top of the sword cultivator rankings." Another person thought King Han was a pity. Then the finals results for Talisman Dao were out. Han King was first, Ming Xuan was second. Yi Qiao heard that Yun Kui was last and thought in the original story she should have been at the top of the sword cultivator rankings. He wondered, could it be that without her spiritual root, her talent was affected? Qin Huai saw her in a daze and stopped. He walked over to Yi Qiao and said, "I just drew your lot. We will fight in a bit." Qiao raised her hand and said she was preparing to concede, inwardly cursing him for hitting the enemy 1,000 to harm himself 800. Qin Huai darkened his face and shouted, "Are you looking down on me?" Yi Qiao calculated, "I am already rank 3rd. Beating him would not change anything." Zhang Ji came to mediate, telling her to be careful not to concede too early. Ming Xuan added, "Even if you do not fight Qin Huai, the ranking is not bad." Zhu Yu cheerfully invited everyone to reserve seats to hear the good news. At the square, the referee stepped forward to announce the end of the sect competition after 4 months. He clearly announced the individual and group point results. The first place winner was the Eternal Light sect took first place. Yi Qiao, Zhang Shi, and Ming Xuan were overjoyed. Everyone chatted excitedly, congratulating Lady Yi and Ming Xuan. Old Fan Qin teased Elder Zhao, "We won." Elder Zhao was shocked, exclaimed, "We won," then happily realized his sect was first. The host announced the top 10 would enter the Forbidden Land. The top 10 alchemy cultivators would go to the Azure Water sect. The top 10 key cultivators would go to the Wind Peak sect. The top 10 sword cultivators would enter the Sword Tome. Within 3 days, if chosen by a spirit sword, they could take it. Yi Qiao pondered. In the original story, the male lead had the Duan Shui sword, the female lead had the Luo Shu sword. Now that Yun Kui was not entering the Sword Tome, who would get the Luo Shu sword? Yi Qiao smiled, held up several talismans, and said these were spirit-gathering talismans. One for each person to absorb spiritual energy in the Sword Tome. Zhang Shi and Xing Yun answered in unison, agreed. Yi Qiao told everyone, "Let us enter then." Elder Wang of the Sword Inquiry sect stood far away, watching the group enter the cave. He murmured softly, "The Duan Shui sword, the Jinghong sword, and the Hangu sword, who will they choose as their master?" Inside the Sword Tome, countless swords lay scattered everywhere. Yi Qiao looked at a sword deeply embedded in a rock and asked, "Why are all these spirit swords stirring?" Zhang Shi replied, "Like a widow seeing a man, getting excited is a normal thing." Xing Ji saw 2 paths and turned back to ask everyone which path they should take. While King Han was hesitating, Yi Qiao quickly said, "Then let us go left." In her mind she thought, if she remembered correctly, the Duan Shui sword was on the right, but the left also had many good swords. As she walked, Yi Qiao thought regretfully, it was a pity there was a naturally born sword bone here, but he already had his life-bound sword. Truly like a young man married too early, what a pity. Looking at the swords scattered everywhere, Yi Qiao silently calculated, "Wait and see in a few years. Even if I have a life-bound sword, I still want him." Then she seemed to realize something. Wait, that woman seemed to be a rare 1,000-year celestial root. I want her. Suddenly a series of swords that were lying still flew up into the air. Yi Qiao and Zhang Shi were stunned at the sight, their mouths hanging open. Zhang Shi told the swords that he already had a life-bound sword. He only wanted his Twilight Sword wife. Do not chase after him. Yi Qiao chimed in, "He is a natural-born sword bone, but I have nothing. Why are you chasing me?" Despite all their explanations, the swords still crazily rushed toward the two. Seeing this, Yi Qiao pulled Zhang Shi's hand and ran, telling him to split up quickly. "Fourth senior brother, we run separately." Yi Qiao yelled, "Big senior brother, take him away. I have a way to shake off these swords." In her mind, the image of King Han appeared. When it came to seduction, who could beat him? He had no life-bound sword, but high talent. I want to find him to divert the fire. Having thought this through, she separated from Zhang Shi and ran in another direction. Zhang Shi saw Yi Qiao run away and cried out in grievance. "How come little sister led away a large group, yet there are still so many left? How many swords does this sword tome have after all?" Yi Qiao, chased by a swarm of swords, ran past Xing Yun as if being chased by dogs. She begged for help. "Big senior brother, save me quickly. I cannot outrun them anymore." Suddenly, a sword from somewhere sucked Zhang Shi over. A moment later, a strange woman appeared. She felt an unusual warmth in her heart. Zhang Shi found this hard to understand. Her body was slowly lifted into the air. Zhang Shi looked at the strange woman in front of him and could not help but ask in confusion, "Who are you?" Chu Cheng approached from afar. He said to the person, "Look, the little junior sister's talisman worked. The Twilight Sword absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy and transformed." Zhang Zhangxi was baffled. No way, this thing is my sword. Zhangxi's twilight sword looked around and asked, where is Yi Qiao? Where is Yi Qiao? Where is my junior sister? Zhangxi, seeing this, replied, the woman in front of you is my junior sister. The twilight sword, upon hearing this, immediately agreed, fine, fine, I will forgive your rudeness for now. Let us go find her quickly, hurry up. I already liked her from when she touched me before. Now that I have transformed thanks to the talisman, I like her even more. Zhangxi thought in confusion. Every spirit sword's personality is different. I understand this principle, but why is my spirit sword so playful? Xing Yun, standing on the side, also pondered. Originally Zhangxi and Yi Qiao could have had some peace. Now with the twilight sword spirit added, there will never be a quiet day. Soon enough Yi Qiao found King Han. She cheerfully called out King Han. As soon as she saw King Han, she summoned the demon binding rope and wrapped it around him. She said, I came to find you. Take me away quickly. King Han was startled when the demon binding rope coiled around him. Yi Qiao quickly said, your sword sect is really something. But if they had let these sword spirits out earlier, today's situation would not have happened. King Han heard this and angrily shouted, shut up, then pulled Yi Qiao and ran. Let us run inside. About half an hour passed. King Han explained as they walked, this is inside the sword tomb. The swords outside will not chase us in here. The swords inside are of a higher level and have integrity. They will not chase us. Yi Qiao looked at the floating sword in the air and hastily asked, then what about that sword? She told King Han that it followed us in. Then the sword flew up to Yi Qiao's hand, surprised. He gently replied, sorry, I already have a lifebound sword. The sword in her hand softly spoke out, choose me, make a contract me. Throw away that toy at your waist. I am Feixian, the top of all sword spirits, much more powerful than it. Yi Qiao, seeing a sword that could talk, was delighted. You can even talk. King Han noticed the sword was lying and warned Yi Qiao, this sword's aura is very weak. I advise you to think carefully. He explained the Feixian sword is an extreme sword. Someone once relied on it to become the #1 in swordsmanship, but later discovered it becomes stronger when facing strong foes and weaker when facing weak ones, very unstable. Yi Qiao became more interested upon hearing this, stronger when facing strong foes. Interesting, truly a payback sword. He said, darling, you will forever be my treasure, but can I also make a contract with another treasure? In her mind, Yi Qiao thought, under these circumstances I should probably talk to Big Bao. Even though it seems unable to speak, thinking this, she reached out and touched Big Bao. Seeing this, several swords clamored up. Even the Feixian sword is being taken, then we want to go with her too. One burst out, Celestial Root, take me and Luying. Another spoke up, I go with Jinghong. Where Jinghong goes, I go. Yi Qiao, receiving attention from many swords, felt embarrassed. Ah, Han Shan, Jinghong, Li Ying, why are you all here? Are you asking me to choose? Suddenly she thought of an extremely wise solution, since you all like me so much. Then just all get into my bag, she thought. Children choose, I take everything. Just as she was about to stuff them all into her bag, Yi Qiao's sword suddenly flew up and smashed into the other swords, then shouted, get lost. A head of black hair fluttered in the wind, appearing. Then a handsome face slowly revealed itself. Big Bao shouted, bunch of trash who cannot even maintain their own form, you dare divide me over a person. Then he flew to Yi Qiao's side, gently saying, I is Bujianjun, please guide me. Yi Qiao was stunned by the sword's flip, from a violent big brother to a delicate sword spirit in just 1 second. At the same time, King Han and Zhangxi also arrived. Zhangxi's sword exclaimed, wow, so many swords. Zhangxi saw Bujianjun and asked curiously, little junior sister, how is your spirit sword male? Is it not said that spirit swords transform according to their master's gender? Zhangxi's sword saw Bujianjun and rushed over to compliment him. You are truly beautiful, beautiful spirit sword. Are you Yi Qiao's spirit sword? As expected, a beautiful person has a beautiful sword. Can we be friends? Bujianjun frowned and asked, are you like that group of trash? Zhangxi's sword happily replied, I am not like them. I am very strong. Look, we are both sword masters. Bujianjun, hearing this, had an unpleasant look on his face and let out a cold snort. Trivial. Yi Qiao found Zhangxi's sword too lively and remarked, your sword is too unusual. Ignoring Zhangxi's already embarrassed expression, Bujianjun, watching Yi Qiao indulge in the swords before her, asked, do you really want to take in these swords? Yi Qiao felt a bit embarrassed when Bujianjun asked this. Maybe, perhaps, you will have a few younger brothers and sisters. Bujianjun cried out in grievance. He told Yi Qiao that you were not like this at first. He thought to himself, since you have me, why do you need other swords? Why? Yi Qiao, seeing Bujianjun crying, hugged him to comfort him. Alright, be angry anymore. I will take in 4 swords, just these 4. She thought to herself, darling seems very angry. How come I am still young and already have the illusion of wanting to be a mother? Bujianjun, comforted by Yi Qiao, also calmed down somewhat. Then Yi Qiao's sword suddenly raised its brow. He taunted the remaining swords with his lips. Trash. The sword was provoked by the sword gentleman and grew angry, holding the thought that once he transformed, he would make it kneel and beg. Yi Qiao opened her bag, put the 4 swords inside, and then said, flying immortal, cold bone, startled swan, skimming shadow, follow me outside. Zhu Yao was sad because she had not obtained any sword, thinking that without a sword, she had no need of me. Yi Qiao turned back to comfort her, saying, "Have you not found a contracted sword yet? I remember you are a water attribute spirit root." Zhu Yao was sad, saying, "Yes, water attribute spirit roots are suited for alchemy or talismanic arts. Swordsmanship does not suit me." Yi Qiao to herself that Zhu Yao is a drooping spirit root. Is that not the same as Yun Kui? She smiled brightly, thinking that if the water sword chose Yun Kui, it would also choose Zhu Yao. If not, I have a reliable way. She said, "If you are willing to call me first, I will give you a sword that suits you." Zhu Yao happily called her the esteemed first. Although she was not the #1 individual, the cultivation world had tacitly acknowledged her. Yi Qiao nodded in agreement and then said, "I will take you over." She pulled Zhu Yao along, saying to the senior disciple and the fourth brother, "I am leaving and will return." 3 days later, everyone exited the cave. The host announced that the descent was complete. Elder Wang of the Sword Inquiry Sect saw everyone and praised them, saying, "Your contracts with severed water and inch snow are very good." Elder Wang thought to himself about the falling water sword. He looked at Zhu Yao and thought, indeed, the proud falling water sword had actually accepted Zhu Yao. It was truly unexpected. He turned to Yi Qiao and shouted loudly, asking, "What are you carrying here?" His face froze, saying, "Flying immortal cold bone, startled swan, skimming shadow. How could you all be so unreasonable?" His face darkened with displeasure because so many treasures were with the Bright Sect. Even if he lost face, he wanted to take a few back. Xingji was also bewildered. Falling water and severed water were lover swords. How could they have been taken by the brother and sister of the Sword Inquiry Sect? Xu Yao said everyone might not believe it, but it was only after following Yi Qiao that I was able to summon the sword that originally did not choose me. Elder Wang felt a bit embarrassed. Yi Qiao had helped his personal disciple. If I take the sword back, would that not be ingratitude? Qin Fan saw that the swords of Yi Qiao and Zhangxi had taken human form was delighted. These are spirit swords that have already transformed. The elder was pleased, thinking the Bright Sect was outstanding. He told everyone to pack up. We depart for the sect tomorrow. That evening, everyone arrived back. Ming Xuan happily called out, "Little junior sister, you are finally back." Zhu Yu cheerfully said, "We have brought back the winning spirit stones, a whole big bag." Yi Qiao excitedly jumped up, thinking the competition was a bit tiring but worth it. As she spoke, she opened the bag. She tossed the stones into the air, celebrating their fortune. "Having won first place, we must eat well tonight." Zhangxi saw this and asked, "What is there to eat?" Yi Qiao replied, "Of course, it is grilled meat skewers." She smiled happily. Everyone was eating grilled meat when Xingzhai arrived to call Yi Qiao. He raised his hand in greeting and asked, "Is there any food for me?" Yi Qiao coldly replied, "Get lost," thinking to herself that this bunch had no shame. "I do not even have enough for myself." Heng Dao gently said, "We are all friends. Can we have a little?" Yi Qiao chewed as she answered, "Who here is a friend of yours?" Before she could continue, another group walked over, praising how good the grilled meat smelled. Lin Lin walked over holding a jug of wine, saying, "This is spirit wine steeped with the spirit mushrooms of the Bigthi sect. Drinking a lot has a mind-clearing effect." Then she whispered to Yi Qiao, "I snuck it out when Liu Yin was not paying attention." Liu Yin called out from behind, "Miao Miao, do not think I cannot hear you." Zhangxi enthusiastically said, "Today we have wine and meat, so I will drink first." Everyone toasted together in celebration. About half an hour later, everyone was slightly drunk. Yi Qiao was dazed, her head buzzing, and she said nothing. Xingji saw Yi Qiao was drunk and came over to tease her, saying, "I am your father, do you still remember me?" Zhangxi kicked Xingzhai away, daring to take advantage of my junior sister. Tenzi Wei came over and asked about a matter, saying, "You still owe me 100,000 spirit stones, do you remember?" Xu Yu slammed a bowl into Chenzi Wei's face, saying she's already having a hard time living. The Clear Wind sect is rich. Why are you still swindling her? Yi Qiao opened her eyes and said, "I am drunk, not stupid." "All of you step aside." Qin Huai embraced Xu Yu and King Han and said, "Let us play rock, paper, scissors. The winner can order someone to take off their clothes." She was already drunk, so he agreed, saying, "Come on, come on." Heng Dao played and shouted loudly, "I won, now hurry up and strip." Yi Qiao stepped back, laughing happily, thinking that these days were quite enjoyable. She thought happily that she had never been this happy before. The next morning at the Sword Inquiry Sect, someone called for everyone to wake up to return to the Bright Sect. Yi Qiao walked with everyone to the assembly point, and so everyone walked off together with smiles. Yi Qiao thought to herself that in the future, she wanted to play with her senior brothers and live happily every day.